The story begins with the heroine's regret that she never tried to meet the Duke. She prayed to God to take her to another world and give her another chance so that she would not miss it again. But when the girl heard heavy footsteps on the ground, she realized she was terribly mistaken. A man she couldn't even imagine in her nightmares was walking towards Litramirdo. This unusually imposing man opened his mouth and said that the lady had better give up the idea of a marriage of convenience with him. The image of the handsome young man in the heroine's mind was instantly shattered, as the person before her bore no resemblance to him. Litramirdo knew she was in the plot of a fantasy novel and was calm about it. She was able to travel through time and maintain her sanity, even in good health. After another death and turning back time, the lady chose a happy path in life for herself. To do this, she decided to make a deal with the Grand Duke of Termina, who lived in the north. But the man greeted her with such a furious gaze that Litra could barely restrain the urge to turn back. In fact, the heroine's involvement in the story of this novel was due to a mistake by God. As compensation, God promised to grant any of Mirto's wishes as an apology, but she forgot about it. Although at first the girl was not in the mood to enter the novel, she quickly adapted, also because she knew it very well. The plot. As a result, in a very short time, in one of her first lives, Litra even became the empress. In addition, she managed to marry a handsome young man, so everything in her life should have been going smoothly. However, it soon turned out that the heroine's husband was incredibly possessive of her, preventing her from living a normal life. In addition, the lady had a huge backlog of work and malicious glances from outside nobles, which together made her very angry. So, the heroine did not hesitate to divorce her future husband and kicked him out, remaining the empress herself. Mirto felt sad because there was no one around her who could help her. While the empress was gathering her thoughts, an assistant brought her a letter that she did not want to read. But when the servant said that the writer was the Grand Duke of Tamina, the lady immediately snatched the letter. Every time, Litra couldn't help but admire her pen pal's elegant handwriting. She knew that Ferris was called the Beast Duke and was feared, but to the lady, he was the only one who truly supported her. One of the reasons she ascended to the throne without any difficulty was that the Grand Duke did not lay claim to it. Thanks to an exchange that began by chance, they continued with correspondence in warm words. In addition, the topics of each correspondence were different, and both found it very interesting. Mirto had many worries about whether she could handle being the empress, but Ferris always comforted her. Thus, such correspondence letters became more and more numerous, as the boy and girl did not stop writing to each other. This continued for 5 years, during which Litra tried to invite the Duke to her place, but he always refused. In fact, the Tamina family had a poor relationship with the emperor of that time, and this was still evident. However, the current empress was still upset that the Duke sent her letters of refusal, but she still really wanted to know what her old pen pal looked like. Because it was a fantasy world and Ferris's handwriting was beautiful, the girl thought he himself must be handsome. In addition, for some reason, the lady thought that this man must have a gentle and kind character. Sometimes, the idea of writing an order to Tamina to appear in the southern capital would pop into Litra's head. She even suddenly started writing that if the Duke did not come to see her this time, then a severe punishment would await him. But Litra suddenly realized that this was not entirely fair to Ferris. It wasn't entirely fair. So, the Empress crumpled up the letter and decided not to send it under any circumstances, as she thought it was wrong. Instead, the girl wrote that she would no longer force Tamina to come to her, but hoped that he would still visit her. The Empress was ready to show this letter to the man. After writing it, she carefully placed it in an envelope. Then, following her usual and favorite ritual, she sealed the letter in the envelope with a sturdy wax seal. Litra understood that as soon as something resembling an order appeared between her and Ferris, the entire friendship would immediately disappear. After giving the letter to an assistant to be sent, Mirto went to the window and considered giving up the title of Empress. She was thinking about how much she wanted to see the Grand Duke when she suddenly heard a noise behind her. Under normal circumstances, there couldn't be such a noise outside the door, which made the girl nervous. Litra turned around and was horrified to see a male figure in a cloak slowly approaching her. The lady lifted the hood and recognized the man as her ex-husband, who was raising his sword at her. The Empress was so shocked that she didn't even have time to dodge or call for help. Just before her death, Myrto managed to pray to God to give her another chance to meet Ferris. God did indeed grant the girl's request, but when she saw the Duke of Tamina, she was not happy with her wish. For some reason, the man looked at his guest with a stern gaze, even though it was their first meeting, and she herself was embarrassed by the Duke's thick beard and many scars on his face. And so on. The heroine even thought that the genre of this fantasy novel had changed, but she hadn't even noticed. Meanwhile, Ferris stood silently in front of the lady, looking at her carefully. Litra did not want to die again, so she clenched her fists and organized her words. The former empress forbade herself to be afraid of this man who had supported her in her past life. So, she herself insisted that the Duke invite her for tea according to all the rules. A very threatening glint flashed in the man's eyes, and he said that the guest could leave at any time. Myrto did not expect to be allowed to just get up and leave the table, which was usually not allowed. She did not respond, as such an attitude was too rude for a girl. But the heroine could not deceive herself, so she honestly thought about how scared she was right now. However, it was too late to retreat now. So, Litra entered the Duke's estate and began to look around. Suddenly, Termina, in a strong male voice, asked for forgiveness, as no one had visited for a long time, so everything was not tidy enough. Despite the host's some politeness, Myrto felt uneasy about his residence. What bothered the lady most was the gaze of the servants, but Ferris soon announced that they had arrived. As soon as the girl and the man sat down, he immediately became more serious, because he began to talk business. The Grand Duke immediately asked Litra why she wanted to end this marriage of convenience, which surprised her. Myrto tried to deceive, saying that she came here only because she wanted to live in the north. This was not entirely a lie, as the girl came up with this idea to get away from the royal family. According to the plot of this novel, it was important for the development of the heroine's personality to become the empress. However, this role also brought problems, and in this life, Myrto did not want to solve them, so she did not rule the empire. The thought of the husband who killed her in her past life still gave the lady goosebumps. In her past life, Litra had no power, so she married the crown prince, but now she almost hated him. That is why the heroine came to the territory of Tamina, where the emperor had no control. Myrto wanted to tell the whole truth, but she couldn't. So, she replied that she wanted to have nothing to do with the emperor. The man sat silently and very attentively, listening to the explanation of the lady he did not know. Then he bowed his head slightly and said that he believed the girl would only get bad things from marrying him. Ferris said that the north was much colder than the south, and that many monsters lived there. But the most important argument against this marriage, Tamina clenched his hands and admitted to himself about his reputation. After all the nobles called him the Beast Duke of the North, a madman interested only in monsters. Because of all these rumors, the Duke convinced the lady that even a fictitious wedding on paper would harm her. Litra frowned because she remembered that Ferris had always been this kind of person. Even in ordinary letters, the man was overly polite, friendly, and gentle, and often placed himself lower than others. She clearly remembered that in her past life, when Myrto hinted at his wife, Termina had said the exact same thing. So this guy, who at first glance was very imposing, simply did not want anyone to be inconvenienced because of him. This realization brought a worried smile to the girl's face, because Ferris hadn't changed at all. Although the heroine now found herself in another life, she was sure that the man sitting in front of her was the same Duke from her past life. At that time, Tamina was a very important friend to the lady, because he was the only one who never condemned or criticized her in any way. However, he himself stubbornly stayed away, only continuing to send letters to maintain contact. So Litra had no reason to back down now. The lady was completely confident in her wishes. She stated that all of the man's words were not a problem for her, which surprised him quite a bit. The heroine confidently crossed her fingers on her lap, declaring that on the contrary, everything the Duke could offer would be very beneficial to her. Myrto smiled sweetly and said that when she made this proposal, she was fully aware of all the possible consequences. After these words, the girl immediately asked the Grand Duke to at least try not to underestimate himself anymore. She explained that she did not care about a person's status and strength, but judged them by their attitude. Seeing the man's doubts, Litra said that she was ready to give him a slightly different offer. Without a doubt, the former empress invited Ferris to be her friend, which surprised the man even more. The lady smiled very happily and said that if they were friends, there would be no need to worry about inconvenience. Tamina did not know how to respond to such words, because no one had ever said anything like that to him before. The Duke still couldn't believe it, and he asked how a girl could say such a thing after seeing him. To this, Litra honestly admitted that she was a little scared of the Duke's appearance, but since their marriage was only on paper, the face didn't matter. For the last time, Myrto asked Tamina what he really thought of her proposal and whether he would drive her away. From a man's eyes, it was clear that although he had calmed down, he still strongly doubted the correctness of this idea. However, he could not drive the lady away now, because the Duke needed to verify something, which he told the girl about. After these words, Ferris took Litra to his office and showed her a large number of different letters. Tamina admitted that he did not know whether to show these letters to Myrto, but decided to find out the answer to his question. He wanted to know if the girl recognized these letters, and the heroine was very familiar with each one. The problem was that in her past life, she herself had written these letters to the past Grand Duke. But in this reality, nothing of the sort had happened. In that life, Ferris constantly received invitations from the royal family to visit the palace, but he refused them all. But Tamina was adamant. He was sure that, even if ordered, he still would not appear. His assistant politely asked how to reply each time, and the Duke allowed the old man to decide for himself. The man himself was very tired at that time, because such invitations were constantly being sent to him. He did not want to end up in that royal jungle where no one would help him. Ferris thought a lot about whether there would be a person with whom he would be comfortable, and came to the conclusion that there would not be. Suddenly, something on the Grand Duke's desk lit up, although there should have been nothing in it. Tamina was very surprised, but his combat training allowed him to calmly accept such an incomprehensible event. Just in case, he carefully opened the desk drawer and found the glowing letters inside. And now, Litra was incredibly surprised that these letters had appeared on their own at some point. Ferris himself understood that such a thing was hard to believe, but insisted that it was exactly what happened. Myrto guessed that this might be a trick of the god who had first mistakenly sent her to this world and then resurrected her. Noticing that the lady was not going to do anything bad, Tamina asked her for forgiveness for his rash attitude. The girl was a little confused because the man was so tall, but she accepted his apology. The man admitted that he did not want to cause the lady any inconvenience with his problems, but he was consumed by curiosity. It was important for Tamina to know if the Litra standing in front of him had really written these letters. Myrto realized that if she wanted to stay in the north, she would have to explain everything from the beginning. So, no matter how incredible it sounded, the heroine talked about her other life and the rewinding of time. She said she could provide proof for her words, but Ferris replied that because of the letters, he already believed her. As soon as he received the letters, he immediately called a priest to deal with the problem he had encountered. And that person, after examining the letters, said that he felt an incredible divine power emanating from them. The priest suggested that all this might be a test from God for this beast. From that moment on, Ferris thought a lot about God, about the letters, and about the girl who wrote to him. To his surprise, his pen pal treated him as a friend, and he even remembered that the lady's name was Litra Myrto. For the wild and silent hermit of the north, this way of communicating was the most ideal in the world. The only thing the Tamina of this world did not understand was why God decided to show him all these letters. As a result, the man wondered whether he should go in search of this girl himself, or if she did not want to see him. However, each time the Duke was plagued by doubts and a sense of duty to the north, as monsters had to be eliminated. At that moment, an assistant suddenly walked by and said that the Duke had received a letter from a baroness. Myrto. It was the first time in the old man's life that he had heard such a name, as this girl was a stranger to him. He did not know what to do with her letter. But as soon as Ferris heard the lady's name, he immediately snatched the envelope from the assistant's hands with impatience. The man did not understand what was happening, because he was sure that Myrto's letters should have started arriving a year later. But what surprised Tamina the most was that the lady, without greeting him, suddenly wrote to him with a proposal for a marriage of convenience. Now, when the lady was already visiting, the man admitted that this proposal shocked him more than the letters from another world. However, Ferris allowed Litra into his castle because he believed that, as a person from the future, she should make rational decisions. So, in essence, the Duke trusted a strange girl with whom he had once corresponded, although not himself. At first, he even wanted to burn all these letters and forget everything, but thinking of such a friend, he realized that he wanted to communicate. After careful consideration, Tamina said that if the lady really did not regret anything, then he would accept her offer. The Duke also made this decision because in all of the lady's letters, there was a desire to meet him. Litra had invited Tamina to her place many times then, but he refused, and then in her last letter, she wrote that she still hoped they would meet. In the last letter, Ferris also received an obituary about the girl's death, which made him very sad. At that very second, he began to regret that he had never decided to meet this stranger he knew through letters. So now that the lady was alive, the Duke was ready to do whatever she asked. With a joyful smile, Litra invited them both to get to know each other better after the wedding. The heroine took the man's hand and asked if she could occasionally call him Fair, and he agreed. Mirto explained that there was no need for formalities between friends, so they had made the right choice. Tamina even blushed because it was the first time in his life that someone had given him an innocent nickname. Unexpectedly, he said that since the lady had lived her third life, she was older. The Duke was going to call her older sister, which annoyed the girl. With obvious anger, Litra demanded that Ferris call her by her name, as usual. As a result, the boy and girl signed a marriage contract without any witnesses, and both of them were about it. Satisfied, Murdo said with some sadness that thanks to a pen, she was now a Tamina. Just in case, Ferris asked if the lady needed a wedding ceremony, but she replied that it was not necessary, as their wedding was only on paper. In addition, Litra said that if the Duke suddenly fell in love with someone else, she would file for divorce, but he did not believe in such a possibility. In response, the man asked if the lady had a lover in her past life, and she honestly said that after the divorce, she had no one. After these words, Mirdo again asked Ferris to tell her if he had someone else, and she would not mind. The Grand Duke again did not like these words, because he thought it was simply impossible to happen to him. Since the lady did not yet know which servants were in the castle, the Duke called the girl and took her to see them. Almost immediately, Tamina found his main assistants not far from his office. They were the butler Yugam and the maid Nix, who looked at their master with some displeasure. Tamina introduced his wife, and the girl tried to smile back as politely as possible. She remembered seeing these two earlier, and they had looked at her rudely, and even now they were whispering to each other. Then the butler and the maid stood up straight together and announced that they were against such a marriage. This protest surprised both Litra and Ferris, as they had not expected it. Yugam repeated his words, and he urged the lady to return to the south. The heroine was shocked that the servants suddenly wanted to send her back where she came from. Tamina immediately asked in a threatening tone how Yugam dared to say such things in front of his master. Mirdo looked up and saw Ferris's face contorted with anger. In response, the assistant also put on an equally angry expression and said that he would not change his mind. For some reason, Yugam started talking about some kind of waste, and Tamina did not understand. What was happening? Nix turned to Litra and asked her to give her a signal if she wanted to run back. But then Ferris angrily declared that his servants were worrying about trifles and that nothing bad had happened. Even Mirdo realized that it was just a simple misunderstanding between them. Yugam and Nix were very surprised to hear the lady call their Duke Fair. At that moment, Litra announced that she was the one who had proposed to the man, so she was happy with everything. Tamina, although he knew the whole situation, blushed with embarrassment. The lady asked the Duke why he was embarrassed, and he said he was worried that the servants might misunderstand everything. But Yugam and Nix were only happy that it was the girl who had proposed to the man. They noted that nobles usually avoided the Duke as much as possible, but here the situation was completely opposite. So, behind their suspicions, the butler and the maid apologized for overstepping their authority. That evening, Ferris apologized to his wife for causing such a commotion among the servants. The girl said she thought the servants were happy about their Duke's marriage, and he agreed in his heart. The man reminded the lady that she was looking for friendship, not love anyway, and she became embarrassed. Litra said that anything could happen, but the Duke could not properly accept such words. He suddenly changed the subject and reminded the heroine that she had not told him why she had died. Myrto immediately fell silent, as she was not yet ready to talk about such things. So the girl clasped her hands and admitted that she was still too cowardly for love right now. The problem was that in her past life, she had loved very much and was very happy. But this love eventually turned into incredible torment and pain for the Empress. However, the girl admitted that she did not want Ferris to never know love. This statement pleasantly surprised Tamina, although he still did not intend to get his hopes up. Litra stated that she did not like that everyone around her avoided the beast by default. The lady, of course, admitted that the Duke's face was scary, but that was not his fault. In any case, the lady wanted to dispel the stereotype about Tamina, so she intended to find him a girlfriend. However, Ferris stated very confidently that he would never have a lover. The heroine asked him why he thought so, and the man thought hard, trying to find an answer. As a result, the Duke did not explain anything, but instead knelt down and took the lady's hand. Tamina very sincerely promised that as long as they were bound by marriage, he would not betray her. Hearing these words, the heroine remembered the time when the people of the former emperor, whom she had replaced in that life, began to ask Ferris to take the throne. But the beast immediately drove away all the rebels and sent a letter to Litra at the palace, letting her know about the rebellion. At the same time, the Duke wrote that he did not need any reward for such an act. He was always happy to help like that. Ferris really wanted to prove his infinite loyalty and devotion by any means, and he did just that. Just as then, Tamina now showed his good attitude towards the lady, not changing in this regard at all. Litra understood that such trust did not require reciprocation or benefit, but only acceptance. Meanwhile, Ferris added that he would not burden the girl with his decision. In response, the heroine simply hugged the man who so easily gave her everything he had. The lady realized that this was why she wanted to see him so much, because she felt that the Duke was a good person. The lady said that even if she could only give this man friendship for now, she would try to repay him. Myrto really wanted Tamina to be happy, and not just for her to be happy because of him. These words from the girl caused a pleasant warmth in the Duke's heart, which was a first for him. Therefore, he whispered in a slightly hoarse voice that he was willing to strive for happiness together. However, the heroine completely ignored one thing in vain, which was that she was a person from the south, and the northern climate made her feel very cold. The lady looked at Fair, who was sleeping peacefully without a blanket, and was surprised by this. The man had given his bed to the girl because it was somehow warmer there, and he himself slept on the sofa, and also did not freeze. Litra understood that if she did not find a way to warm up, she would soon enter her fourth life. Suddenly, the Duke approached the lady and asked if she was cold, as he heard her trembling. Litra admitted that she was not yet used to the local climate, so she was cold. The man promised to increase the heating tomorrow, but it was too late now because the servants were all asleep. In the meantime, all Tamina could do was cover the lady with his cloak. The lady thanked the man for trying to warm her up, but she was still cold. This surprised Ferris, as he had never seen anyone so afraid of the cold in his life. The man thought hard about what he could do in this situation so that the girl would not continue to freeze. And Litra herself had already accepted the fact that she would not be able to feel comfortable for a while. However, an idea soon came to Myrto's mind, and she asked the Duke to lend her his warm body. A little later, when the boy and girl were lying in each other's arms, they both felt shy. But Myrto was now completely sure that she would not die of cold and would not enter her fourth life. Fair asked if the lady was comfortable, and she joked that only his hand was a little heavy, but everything was fine. Suddenly, the lady looked at the beast's body and thought about how huge it was. The man had nothing but solid muscles, which was why he looked simply gigantic. Litra finally understood how people felt in the warm and soft embrace of a bear. Meanwhile, Tamina tried his best to lie down so that the girl would be comfortable and warm. Then he noticed that his wife was sleeping very soundly. Sweetly, Ferris realized that in his entire life, he had never even dreamed of such a thing. After his parents' death, the man felt that now he would be forever alone. In addition, his father had begged him not to trust anyone, as he had died at the hands of a close friend. However, remembering Litra's bright and sweet face, the man understood that he wanted to trust her. The girl's smile seemed to say that she would never betray and would always be there. All because this lady believed in him thereby giving him a new life. Suddenly, the man heard a small but alarming sound from Litra, although she was sleeping. Immersed in a terrible dream, the girl whispered that she did not want something. Ferris leaned closer to listen and made out that the lady did not want to die. The Duke guessed that Myrto was having a terrible dream about her past life, and he felt sad. The lady had told him about Abito Latuma, the protagonist of the previous reality. Tamina knew that the future had changed, but he should focus on the present. But now, the Duke was distracted by the fact that the girl's teeth were chattering violently. He realized that if he did nothing, the lady could accidentally injure her teeth, which was dangerous. Therefore, the beast very carefully placed his finger between the lady's teeth so that they would not hit each other. At the same time, Ferris prayed that the lady would have at least one calm night. This was the most important thing for Tamina at that moment, more important than anything else in the world, and he could not think of anything else. The next morning, Litra apologized profusely for the night they had spent. Ferris tried to convince the lady that what had happened was beyond her control. The man was very happy to help his wife, so he tried to convince her not to worry. The Duke explained that he had even slept with animals in the cold forest, and that was much worse. However, Myrto promised that next time she would bite on a handkerchief, and there would be no problem. To this, Tamina stated that the wounds received in battle were much more painful and terrible. But then the man reminded her that Litra herself had said that small inconveniences were a feature of friendship, which hurt her. The girl tried to explain that Fair was taking her words too literally, and that he wouldn't transfer all his property to her just because of friendship. To the girl's surprise, Tamina said that he wouldn't mind if she had more experience in management. The man said he would be happy to transfer his duties to his wife, but she did not want to. Myrto began to scold the beast, saying how naive he was to do so. At that moment, the lady accidentally fell on the man, and then they heard the front door open. It turned out that Yugam had just decided to call them both for breakfast and had forgotten to knock. Seeing the compromising position the boy and girl were in, the butler apologized and closed the door. Litra asked if Yugam had misunderstood them, and Ferris confirmed her guess. At that very moment, the butler had already told the maid everything he had seen and heard. Later, when the couple was having breakfast, the girl asked the man if he could do her a favor. Litra said she needed the Duke's office for a short time, and he immediately allowed her to use it. The only thing was, the man, purely out of curiosity, asked the lady why she needed the office. Myrto honestly replied that she wanted to use her knowledge from her past life to start business. Since the lady was doing these things for the third time, she was a little bored, but she wanted to earn money. While working, the girl looked around Ferris's office and found that she even liked sitting in it. The lady imagined that in that life, Tamina had written letters to her at this very table. The heroine touched the table and remembered the anxiety she had first felt when she arrived at the castle. But now she was comfortable, and at the moment she was checking various small things about the documents, while she still remembered what was what. Then, the young lady noticed a document that was crucial for both the present and the future. Therefore, the girl took the paper and immediately went to find the butler, as she did not know where Ferris was at the moment. Yugam did not ask many questions and immediately took the young lady to where the Duke was. At that moment, Turman was re-examining all of his weapons. This time, before entering, the butler knocked on the door discreetly. As soon as Litera entered the armory, she froze in surprise. The fact was the Duke saw no need to put on a shirt and received his visitor in this state. It was immediately clear from Murdo's face that the girl was embarrassed by the sight. The man explained that he was half naked because he felt his protective gear had been torn. Turman asked, somewhat awkwardly, if he was truly unpleasant to look at, afraid to hear the answer. But the girl quickly assured him that she was just surprised because she hadn't expected to see him like that. Litera thought to herself that she had no idea Fair had such a good physique. The Duke put on an outer garment and asked the young lady what it was she wanted to show him. In response, the young lady handed him a piece of paper, which Ferris immediately recognized as a land document. The heroine did not want to state the purpose of her visit in front of the servants, as it concerned her past life. So the young lady stood on her tiptoes, and when the beast leaned towards her, she whispered that he had wanted to buy this land in the past. She informed Turman that he had not bought the land, and had later expressed regret about it in a letter to the Empress. That was why Latera had now come to her husband, so that he would not make the same mistake again. He asked what changes the future held for this mountain, and the young lady replied that, in general, there were none. Then she added that a diamond mine would be discovered in this place, which greatly surprised the Duke. So the man exclaimed that they must go and buy this profitable piece of land immediately. The only thing that bothered Fair was that Murdo had given him the diamond mine so easily. To this, the girl stated that he simply could not refuse such a gift from her. The Duke was a little scared when he heard that this might displease the young lady, as he did not want to offend her. Therefore, he immediately agreed to buy the lands himself, as the young lady had suggested. A little later, another monster purge was carried out in the northern lands. When it was all over quickly, a knight suggested informing the Duke, but he was told it was best not to do so now, as the Duke was in a bad mood. This was because the appearance of the monsters had interrupted the conversation between Ferris and Latera. Turman asked the girl how he could repay her for everything, which surprised the young lady. However, the young lady said she didn't need anything as thanks for the gift. But the Duke could not disregard the entire diamond mine his wife had advised him to buy. He stubbornly tried again and again, in different ways, to talk about a return gift, but Murdo refused every time. Besides, Latera took very good care of herself, which made it difficult for the beast to choose a gift. Finally, Turman couldn't take it anymore and asked if the young lady could just accept his gift. In response, the young lady stated that in that life, the man had already done so much for her, and that was enough. This made the beast feel completely defeated in every way, although he did not want to be. Latera, for her part, was enjoying the fact that she was finally the one giving, because in her past life, the Duke would send her a piece of jewelry with every letter, and once even built an entire private resort villa for the young lady, which had made her quite angry. So now their roles were reversed, and the young lady had basically gotten her revenge. Latera understood that Fair might be unhappy, but she couldn't ask him for anything because he had already done too much in her past life. Besides, Murdo found it very amusing to see Turman like this, and she didn't want to stop. Later, when the girl had had enough of laughing, the man approached her anyway. The man said that in his entire life, he had never backed down from a fight. The wife listened to her husband seriously as she realized he was being earnest. Turman wanted to say more, but just then a knight burst into the room, shouting that they were in trouble. He reported that monsters had suddenly appeared outside, which greatly displeased the Duke. And so, after defeating all the monsters, Ferris didn't understand why nothing was going according to plan. He desperately tried to think of what he could do for the young lady, even though Latera said she only wanted to stay by his side. But that wasn't enough for the beast. As a result, the Duke became more and more pensive, and his mood worsened. The knights noticed this and concluded that the Duke wished to enjoy his newlywed life, not fight. Just then, Ferris stood up and said that they all needed to do one last purge. The man himself was thinking how wonderful it would be if a gift for his wife could just fall from the sky. At that very moment, a monster attacked Turman, but he dodged it with ease. After landing, he looked at the monster that was still alive. The knights were surprised that their master had dodged instead of killing the monster. The Duke suddenly decided to ask a question to all his aides, who were listening intently. The knights were surprised that Turman would ask if the beast's fur would go well with pink. Suddenly, it dawned on them that the Duke was referring to his wife's hair color, which was pink. So they confirmed that the monster's pelt would be a perfect match for the young lady. Ferris gave a predatory smile and said he would try to kill the monster without soiling its pelt. The monster realized with terror that it could not escape, but there was no way out. Later, the Duke brought Latera a snow-white fur coat, which surprised her. Murdo admitted she had never seen a fur coat like it, and Fair honestly said it was made from a monster. The girl realized she could no longer refuse such a gift, so the young lady decided to try it on. Since it was her first time, the young lady very carefully draped the fur coat over herself, trying to get every movement right. Then Latera turned to her husband and asked if the new look he had chosen suited her. Turman was stunned by the beautiful sight of the girl in the fur coat. He turned, intending to go and kill 100 more beasts to make fur coats, but the heroine stopped him. The young lady went to great lengths to explain that one fur coat was more than enough for her, and she didn't need any more. Looking at the man's face, the young lady found that despite all the scars, she was even starting to find him cute. Latera took a few seconds to gather her thoughts and decide what to say to him. Then, Murdo reached out, patted the beast's head, and said he had done a good job. The gesture took Ferris by surprise and even made him blush with shyness. The man thought to himself that for this beautiful girl, he would do anything she wanted. So Terman tried again to give the young lady 100 more such fur coats, but the young lady refused once more. The next morning, Nyx thanked Litera, saying that the Duke had become better since her arrival. The maid explained that the servants had lived well before, but their master had been sad. The fact was, the Terman family had been the royal family's main enemy almost from the very beginning. The emperor constantly suspected the family of disloyalty, so he ordered everyone killed except for Ferris. The boy managed to escape the head of state's influence and lock himself away in the north, where no one ventured because of the monsters. Because of this, he eventually earned the nickname the Cruel and Merciless Beast of the North. Murdo was surprised because Ferris seemed very kind to her, to which Nyx explained that the Duke only showed that side to her. Litera had not expected the beast to hate other nobles so much that they would often faint from his attitude. The maid even admitted that she personally had to put up with about 5 nobles. Therefore, at first, all the servants worried for the girl, but in the end, everything turned out well. Nyx asked the young lady to take good care of Terman, as they only wished for his happiness. The maid added that it was far more pleasant to work for a happy master than for a sad one. Later, as Litera walked alone through the castle corridors, she thought about how she had come to know a new side of the beast. To her, Fair had never shown anything but kindness, so that was how she had always seen him. The girl decided she wanted to learn about the Duke from others in order to understand him better. Then, the young lady suddenly ran into one of Ferris's knights, who greeted her happily. A man named Canis expressed his gratitude to the young lady for bringing about such a great change in his master. The knight confessed that he respected Terman and was therefore very happy to see him so joyful. Litera immediately recalled that what Nyx had told her was exactly the same as what Canis was saying now. The heroine immediately thought of how lonely the man must have been all these years. Now Murdo finally understood why the beast never put his own interests above others. So the young lady promised to do everything she could to not let Ferris become unhappy. As they were talking, the knight and the former empress did not notice that the Duke himself had approached them. The man wanted to greet his wife, but noticed she was not alone. Terman didn't hear what the young lady and Canis were talking about, but he saw her happy smile. This made Fair feel, for some reason, displeased to see the young lady with someone else. So the beast turned and prepared to leave, but Litera noticed and quickly chased after him. Hearing that the young lady wanted to say something to him, Ferris paused for a moment. Then he turned away almost immediately, because he thought that being married to him would only make the girl's situation worse. Murdo couldn't understand at all why the Grand Duke had suddenly walked away without a word. Not wanting to leave the beast alone in such a sad state, she chased after him. Litera tried her best to catch up with the man, but he was walking too fast. As a result, the heroine quickly grew tired and out of breath, leaning against a wall exhausted. Suddenly, the young lady was surprised to see Fair approach her and hold out his hand. The man asked for forgiveness, as he had unintentionally caused his wife discomfort, which he had not wanted at all. Murdo said seriously that she didn't understand why the Duke was trying to avoid her, as she had given him no reason to. Since Terman had made the mistake of approaching her, the young lady held on to him tightly. The heroine said that Fair had to confess to her what was going on so they could talk. The Duke turned his face away in embarrassment, saying he had some foolish thoughts that were best kept from his wife. Murdo suddenly hit the nail on the head, saying that the beast had decided to avoid her because he thought it would be better for the young lady to marry someone else. Ferris was very surprised by this direct hit, and even thought the young lady could read minds. The heroine knew that a lonely man with low self-esteem was a common trope in fantasy novels. The young lady admitted that she had spoken with Nyx and Canis to learn more about the Duke. The man concluded that the young lady now knew how insignificant, foolish, and useless he was. Terman himself thought he was just a fool who only knew how to speak the language of anger. Fair continued to belittle himself, saying he wouldn't be angry if the girl chose another husband. Litera was very displeased. She moved close to the man and ordered him to stop talking like that. Being so close to the young lady, the man blushed deeply and froze, not daring to move. Because she really wanted to punish the beast for saying such things, the mistress headbutted him. By the time the Duke came to his senses, the young lady was cursing at him, declaring that such words should not be spoken in front of a lady. The heroine said she was tired of hearing the same sad phrases from men. In response, the young lady began to belittle herself, and the man immediately said that those bad things didn't apply to her. Litera ended her speech by saying that they had become friends and didn't need to worry about such trivial matters. Murdo asked the beast not to be so cruel to himself, because everyone around him loved him. Such words were a real revelation to Termin, as he had never even considered such a thing. Therefore, when the young lady gently held out her hand to the man, he accepted it with great joy. In that moment, Ferris felt true happiness and was glad for the emotion, even if it was only fleeting. As a married couple should, the boy and girl walked hand in hand through the castle. The only problem was that the young lady was wondering what she should do after everything the two of them had been through. The girl worried that Termin would now become more and more attached to her. The young lady was indeed partly responsible, as she had accidentally played the cliched role of virtue and savior herself. But this was the first time Murdo had seen someone give in after just a few words. Besides, who would have thought that someone with such a daunting appearance could be so gentle on the inside? However, Litera did not want to be responsible for someone she hadn't even tamed, but who had tamed himself. The saddest thing for the girl was that, at this moment, she could not return Termin's feelings. Moreover, due to her weak body, the heroine didn't even have enough strength to take care of herself. As if noticing all of his wife's worries, Fair said she didn't have to worry about anything. The man asked her to ignore his emotional state if the young lady felt uncomfortable with it. Litera was surprised to hear that the man, in the end, did not want to be such a burden to her. The girl even asked if he could also read minds, to which Termin replied that he had just guessed he might be bothering the young lady. As they were walking down the street, Ferris said the young lady had already given him too much, so now the man simply couldn't ask for or expect anything more. Litera asked if the Duke's attitude didn't make him at least a little unhappy, since he was getting nothing in return. Murdo admitted that while the beast was precious to her, she was still too immersed in the past, which she thought was foolish. For some reason, the girl considered her own behavior hypocritical, but the Duke didn't think so at all. Ferris held his wife's hand and said comfortingly that there wasn't a trace of foolishness in her words or actions. Therefore, Termin asked the former empress not to tire herself with such worries. But even these warm words did not completely calm the girl, and she continued to worry. The heroine approached the man and said sadly that, at the moment, she was just doing what she felt was necessary. But then, the girl's foot got stuck in the snow, a situation that ruined the whole somber moment. No matter how embarrassed Litera felt, she had to admit that she couldn't pull her leg out on her own. As a result, the Duke apologized for invading the young lady's personal space and picked her up in his arms. Murdo tried to explain that she could continue walking on her own, but the man simply wouldn't listen. Ferris explained that there was too much snow around today, so he wanted to get indoors first. Later, after carrying his wife into her room, Termin immediately lit a fire to warm her up. The man even prepared hot water for the girl's feet so she could warm up faster. The young lady said she could handle such things herself, but the Duke insisted on helping her with it. Litera realized it would be easier not to argue, although she didn't think such excessive care was necessary. Just then, to be more efficient, Termin even rolled up his sleeves, which embarrassed the young lady. The man nonchalantly told Murdo to relax while he massaged her, and she finally gave in. So the beast began to rub the girl's legs very gently, trying to make his movements as comfortable as possible. In that moment, Litera's mind went completely blank as she analyzed the situation. Then the young lady noticed the many calluses on Fur's hands and asked if he was comfortable. The fact was, the young lady herself didn't do much manual labor, so her own palms were perfectly smooth and clean. Litera said that it was a sin to complain about a hard life with hands like hers, but Termin did not like those words. The Duke said that not all wounds are visible on the outside, so she should cherish her own efforts. The man even admitted that he didn't know what it was like to die twice in one lifetime. In his opinion, an ordinary person could not bear such a burden, so the young lady was remarkable. The husband gently wiped his wife's feet and asked her not to underestimate herself anymore. It was the first time Laterra had heard someone ask her not to be disappointed in herself, something she did often. As a result, Murdo unexpectedly felt much better and was even able to smile. The heroine clasped her hands on her lap and admitted she had never thought she would find someone who understood her so well. The girl truly believed that after everything she had been through over several lifetimes, she deserved to be proud of herself. In response to the man's support, the young lady whispered that she hoped her actions were enough for now and gave him a kiss on the forehead. Terman hadn't expected this even in his dreams, so he blushed so hard from shyness that it was intense. Laterra laughed at the Duke, who was shy as a boy over a single kiss. Looking at her husband, the young lady suddenly thought for a moment and then said that they could very well become a good couple. Ferris was unable to assess the development of their relationship at that moment, as he was still very confused. Meanwhile, rumors about the marriage of the Beast Duke of the North gradually spread among the nobility. Some said they knew nothing about the man's wife, while others insisted she was crazy. But almost all the nobles unanimously declared that such a mad girl from the south and the Beast Duke of the North were a perfect match. But when all these rumors reached Littera's father, Baron Murdo, he was so angry he even slammed his fist on the table. The man was genuinely displeased that of all the possible candidates, his daughter had chosen Terman as her husband. His wife, named Manus, said that if the gossip hurt the Baron so much, then he could try writing a letter to persuade their daughter to return. The father said he was less worried about the rumors and more worried that Laterra might be in danger. Like many other nobles, the head of the family was convinced that Ferris was a terrible beast. One day, he was invited to a banquet at the Imperial Palace and witnessed Terman's brutality firsthand. Everyone who saw the Duke of the North that day long remembered the fire in his furious eyes. The wife expressed doubt about this story, as it would be impossible to destroy the Imperial Palace, to which the husband replied that he just found the situation amusing. Then the man grinned and said that one should think twice before summoning a beast among people. It was from that point on that Ferris never left his domain again, a fact the newspaper-reading Baron was well aware of. After hearing this story, Manus was even prepared to shed blood to save her daughter. To her, the whole situation began to look as if they were trying to save Laterra from the clutches of a terrible villain. But when the parents arrived unannounced, their daughter was quite calmly holding the beast's hand. The parents had not expected this at all, as they had already imagined scenes of Laterra being held captive. In their minds, a man shouldn't be treating his wife like a real princess. Manus looked at her husband with disapproval, because he had imagined too many things, and all of them were wrong. The Baron couldn't believe that the one standing before him now was the same Terman who had once rampaged at the ball. At this point, Murdo's mother frankly admitted that they were both worried about Littera's safety. The girl was surprised that her poor parents would come to see her out of concern. In her past life, the heroine's relationship with her parents had been much colder, but now she noticed that Murdo's family had changed. After all, when a young lady was the empress, the adults had been indifferent to their daughter no matter what she did. So Laterra asked her parents in disbelief if they didn't care about her, which caused her father to slam his fist on the table. The Baron reminded the girl that they had cared for her since she was born, back when she was a girl with a very weak constitution. So for the head of the Murdo family, it was very important to know exactly who his daughter had ended up marrying. Ferris deduced that the couple had come to the north to take Laterra away because they didn't like him. The Baron knew of the beast's power, so he was immediately terrified and said that he didn't mean that at all. In response, Terman just sighed and asked his wife's parents to speak frankly, as he was used to many things. The young lady herself pointed out that the man had every right to be angry at some of those words, but the beast replied that he himself had created that image for himself. Besides, the Grand Duke really wanted to please the girl's father in order to become almost like a son to him. These words deeply moved the Baron, who had thought Terman was just an ordinary beast. Manus noted with concern that her husband was now unable to hold a conversation for a while. So the woman took the conversation into her own hands and asked how the newlyweds had actually gotten married. The mother clearly remembered that Laterra had never told her anything about her interactions or meetings with the Duke. Indeed, the young lady had only just remembered this, as she hadn't tried to maintain a good relationship with her parents. The heroine said they had kept in touch in the past, which was true, but Manus didn't believe it. Litera continued to invent a story about her meeting with the Duke, but this time the mother saw through her daughter as well. The woman knew very well that the young lady preferred handsome men who grew up in a warm and family-like environment. The former empress asked her mother in alarm how she knew her tastes, since the young lady herself had never said anything. Upon hearing this, Ferris immediately memorized this characteristic of men, and Litera hurriedly told him to forget it. Guessing that her daughter didn't want to tell the truth for some reason, the mother said she wouldn't force her. The only thing the woman blamed the girl for now was that she hadn't told her parents about her marriage in person. To this, Litera could only ask for forgiveness, as she hadn't expected to have such a close relationship with her family. But the mother added that she was also at fault for not showing sooner how important her daughter's happiness was to her. Furthermore, Manus was very happy, because the young lady was clearly very happy in this new family. Litera held her husband's hand for support and confirmed her mother's words. The heroine stated that she felt good entirely because of Ferris, which was actually true. To this, the Baron's wife nodded in agreement, because to her, the newlyweds really did look like a happy couple. But the Baron himself would obviously remain stubborn for a while longer, so the woman asked not to be angry with him for it. That evening, Litera apologized to Termin for the inconvenience her parents had caused him. Fair admitted he wasn't angry at all. The only thing that bothered him was the hatred the young lady's father might have for him. Then the man changed the subject and asked if his wife had really been sick often as a child. The heroine clenched her fists in agitation and admitted that her current body was weaker than in her previous lives, making her prone to illness. This was because her body had endured a huge load during the rebirth process, although everything had gone smoothly. Furthermore, due to the new life, almost all of the young lady's divine protection and magic had been temporarily depleted. Thinking about the state of her body and how to care for it, the young lady hadn't even thought about her parents, which was why they had come. After hearing this story, the Grand Duke looked at his wife with great concern as he was frightened. But Litera quickly assured him that she was completely healthy now, so there was no need to worry. Murdo added that everything that had happened to her wasn't as scary as it sounded, and also because in that life, the letters the boy and girl wrote to each other had greatly supported her. So the wife proudly told her husband that it was actually he who had partly helped her cope with everything. Litera even admitted that if it weren't for her fear of falling in love again, she would have proposed a real marriage to the man. These words from the girl, while not promising anything, still made the beast very happy and shy. The young lady felt embarrassed along with the man and said she would give him a divorce if he wanted, but he immediately said he would not allow such a thing to happen. Termin confessed to the young lady that he felt immense happiness just from being able to help his wife, even a little. So he asked to be allowed to continue caring for the girl, and she readily agreed. But Litera reminded him that Ferris still needed to please her father, a point the Duke had happily forgotten. However, neither the man nor the girl had thought about how exactly to go about making friends. Here, Murdo proposed a plan according to which they had to show the worried father that she was all right. Simply put, the two of them should go on a date in front of the young lady's parents, and the date had to go well. Ferris doubted whether this method would work, but his wife was confident that they would at least try in this situation. The beast had an excellent sense of smell, so he was fully aware of the Baron following closely behind the couple. The man was indeed watching extremely carefully, but he was staring only at the Duke, as he did not trust him. The head of the Murdo family was terrified that the beast would, at some point, show his true, terrible face to everyone. So, Litera's father intended to find out the truth at all costs and follow the newlyweds everywhere. As a result, even Manus asked him how long he was going to play the fool, to which the Baron told her not to interfere. Unlike her husband, the woman had already developed a trust in the Grand Duke, so she just sighed. Manus recalled that Fair had excellent hunting skills, so her father should have noticed this long ago. Since her husband wouldn't listen to her, the mother went to see the couple to talk with them herself. As a result, Baron Murdo was left alone with his distrust, which he really did not like. Since his surveillance of Termin yielded no results, Litera's father walked along, thinking about what strategy to choose now. Then he noticed servants ahead, and the man immediately became interested in what they were talking about. The Baron moved closer and could hear snippets of the servants' conversation about how the Duke had ordered something not to be spoken of. The Baron thought gleefully that he could finally expose the beast, and so he followed the aides. But because it was pitch black all around, the father could only make out dark figures running in different directions. Among these figures was Terman himself. With a flash of his red eyes, noticed someone was watching him. And at that moment, the Baron didn't even suspect that he had been discovered and that they were heading for him. Suddenly, a menacing, beastly figure appeared before the man and said sadly that until now, not even Litera knew what he was planning. The Baron was afraid this would be his end, but suddenly, instead of pain, he felt the lights turn on for some reason. Opening his eyes, the father-in-law was completely surprised to find himself in a beautifully decorated banquet hall. The man looked around and hesitantly asked the Duke why the banquet hall was prepared like this. Ferris admitted that he had wanted to secretly prepare a family dinner for his wife and their esteemed guests, but the Baron had discovered everything. The Duke turned to Nix and Yugam, saying they should have been more careful. But the maid said that they had intentionally led the Baron into the hall because the Duke was clearly concerned about the spies' activities. Hearing these words, Litera's father felt ashamed of his actions and swore to himself never to do that again. Then the Baron cautiously asked if Terman was going to be angry with him, but he was surprised. Why would he be angry? The father-in-law explained that he had suspected his daughter's husband in every way possible, even crossing the line in some respects. Ferris then said that he had indeed done some outrageous things in high society, so he could understand this attitude toward him. Furthermore, the Duke admitted that he was very happy to know his wife had such a caring father. The Baron, who had mistaken him for a beast, was pleasantly surprised that he could say something so logical. The girl's father finally realized that Terman was truly serious about Litera. The Baron sat down on the steps and looked again at the magnificent, splendid banquet hall that had been prepared for her. He told the young man something Ferris did not yet know, that the lady had never been able to appear in high society. At the same time, her father informed him that Litera's body was very weak, and she spent almost all her time at home. The Baron had heard all the bad rumors about the lady who was a shut-in due to her poor health, so he had requested that this banquet be made unforgettable. At this moment, the head of the Myrto family finally began to trust the Duke, and so he bowed to him in gratitude. The only thing the father-in-law began to reproach the young man for was his less-than-proper attire for the banquet. Ferris was stunned. This was the first time he had been reprimanded for his appearance, which he had never cared about. A little later, while Litera was engrossed in her work in her husband's study, Nix informed her about the banquet. The heroine was confused. She remembered Terman hadn't told her anything about it, to which the maid explained that it was a surprise. Since attending such an important event was necessary, the lady allowed the servants to dress her. The girl herself happily noted that it had been a long time since she had dressed up like this, and she even liked the outfit. At that moment, her husband, who had also been forced to change his clothes, suddenly appeared before his wife and excitedly asked how he looked. Ferris admitted that he had never worn clothes like this before, so he was worried that it didn't suit him. Although the young man himself had great doubts about his attire, the girl was stunned when she saw him with her own eyes. Litera had never thought she could see her husband looking so stunning. To the Duke's surprise, his wife admitted in a sweet voice that she was pleasantly surprised. Then Myrto added that the Duke looked very charming, which finally put the beast at ease. Ferris asked if he now looked like the man from the greenhouse that the girl's mother had once spoken of. But Litera was very embarrassed and asked the Duke to forget that expression and not tell her. So Terman obediently decided to change the subject and escorted his lady to the banquet hall where everything was ready. Also waiting in the hall for the newlyweds were Litera's parents, dressed in their finest and having waited for a long time. The lady was surprised by the number of guests, as she thought she had only been invited to a family dinner. Ferris explained that he hadn't hosted such an event in a long time, so he had invited his aides and knights. To this, Litera said that he shouldn't have been so extravagant, but he retorted that it was all just for her. The Grand Duke, somewhat embarrassed, admitted that he wanted to use this to show how much he cherished his wife. As the lady was silent with surprise, the young man, out of excitement, even feared that he might have overdone it. But Myrto reassured the beast, saying that she was grateful to him, but hoped that he would at least sometimes think of himself as well. After that, the heroine held out her hand to her husband, saying that it had been a long time time since she had attended a banquet, so she wanted to dance with him. Terman didn't expect to have to play such an important role so soon, but he didn't mind at all. So, with all due propriety, Ferris kissed his lady's hand and personally invited her to dance. Laterra noticed that even now, the man only lightly touched her hand with his lips, although he could have calmly kissed her normally. To give her husband confidence, the lady sighed and said that she had never said such a thing to anyone. Then, with a smile, the lady asked the Duke not to be so careful with her, because everything was perfectly fine. She explained that she completely trusted Terman because she had already chosen him back when they were only corresponding. Ferris didn't need to be told twice, so he now kissed his wife's hand normally. After that, the Beast more confidently asked his wife if she would dance with him, and she immediately agreed. Laterra immediately remembered their first meeting and realized that back then she hadn't even thought she would be dancing with such a formidable man. And now, not only had they become the friends they had originally agreed to be, but they already looked like a real couple. The Baron watched his happy daughter, and seeing her smile, he cried with happiness, which made his wife feel a little embarrassed. But it wasn't just Littera's father who was in tears. Kani and Yugam were also deeply moved and became emotional. After her husband calmed down, Manas admitted that she was very happy to see the newlyweds so happy. Indeed, while they were dancing, no one failed to notice that Laterra and Ferris were thoroughly enjoying each other's company, smiling happily. When it was all over, since the event had gone so well, the couple had a few drinks that night. Terman was very happy that his wife was all right, had enjoyed the banquet, and that she truly appreciated her husband's efforts. The girl noticed that her parents went home calm and happy, which made her incredibly happy as well. In addition, Laterra thought dreamily that she would like to see Ferris looking so handsome more often. The young man noticed his lady's focused gaze, so she told him that she found him quite charming. The lady realized that Terman would look much better without a beard, so she asked him why he didn't shave it off. The man recalled that due to the emperor's persecution, no one cared about his appearance. Furthermore, the beard partially distracted from the large scar on his face, which a monster had left him in his youth. So, since his family's death, Ferris had carefully avoided anyone who focused only on appearances. Until now, the Duke still thought that if everyone called him a monster, then why not just meet people's expectations? Laterra saw how cruel the expression on the Beast's face was and felt a great weight and sadness from it. The lady also finally realized that for this unsociable northern gentleman, she had become one of his expensive possessions. The lady concluded that she could not dispel all the magic surrounding this Beast because they were not in a fairy tale. The only thing Laterra could do, and what she did, was to support her husband with a hug. The girl whispered that she didn't want Terman to continue bearing all his heavy burdens alone. Ferris was a minor character in the story, so Mirdo knew very little about him. But now that the lady knew more about the young man, she touched his chin and asked him to lean on her. Mirdo finally decided for herself that Ferris was the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with. Hearing his wife sweetly ask if she could continue to be with him, Terman blushed. Then, the still-flushed Grand Duke admitted that he could not refuse the girl. He held her gently and tightly, saying that in his domain, his lady could do whatever she wanted. And Ferris promised himself that this time he would protect his wife's happiness to the very end. The newlyweds did not know that the nobles were discussing their marriage and its dangers. The result of these discussions was that high society decided not to touch the couple for the time being, but would watch them closely. The next morning, the Duke was working in his office when Laterra suddenly requested to enter. Mirdo had not seen this Beast in her previous life, nor had she seen him working in this life, so she was surprised. The lady had not expected that the man's eyesight was not so good, so he wore glasses. Ferris, somewhat embarrassed, explained that he didn't wear glasses in front of his wife, but always used them when reading. The girl did not miss the opportunity to joke about the young man's age, which embarrassed him even more. This time, Terman quickly realized his wife was teasing him, so she stopped. Immediately after, Laterra asked if there was any news about the nobles who had learned of their marriage. The Grand Duke admitted that it was indeed more difficult for him now, as he had to prove time and again that he did not want power. Seeing that her husband had a lot of work, his wife asked if he was too busy to spend time with her. In less than a few seconds, the man's face turned red as he understood the hint of a date. The Beast looked up at the ceiling, trying to assure her that he had time to finish everything, but the lady immediately realized the young man was lying. Since Latera had a wealth of knowledge about this world, she decided to help her husband with his work and sat directly on his lap. This move confused the already frequently embarrassed Termin, but he couldn't object. Ferris tried to offer his chair to Myrto, to which the lady calmly asked if she was really that heavy. As a result, the Duke had to allow his wife to remain on his lap, while she laughed at the man's adorable reaction. But soon, the heroine switched from entertainment mode to serious mode and began to study the documents carefully. The girl read the names of the nobles who were trying in various ways to prohibit many things for the northern beast. Since these people had also hindered Myrto in her previous life, she, with a sweet smile on her face, proposed to bankrupt them. Moreover, the lady intended to accomplish this in just a few months of not too strenuous work. As Ferris began to argue that there was no need to punish these people that way, the lady said that they had once stood in her way. This fact immediately changed the beast's opinion, and he even wanted to destroy the nobles on the list with his own hands. But Latera explained to her husband in time why they had to act secretly. Ferris asked his wife if bankruptcy wasn't too lenient a punishment for high society. To this, the lady stated that she wanted these people to live in the hell of poverty and lack of money for as long as possible. After saying these threatening words, the lady requested permission to organize this punishment herself, and Termin agreed. After calming down, Myrto returned to the documents again and noticed that there was some on the table that she hadn't read. Imagine her surprise when the lady found that she could barely understand a word, and the Duke admitted that it was his official handwriting. The heroine was surprised that the beast's handwriting could be so ugly, as he had always sent her letters with elegant penmanship. Ferris explained that it was probably because he trusted his lady so much that he showed her his real handwriting, which greatly surprised her. Latera, being held by her husband, said that she was very happy to hear such words, as it once again confirmed that the lady was special to the beast. Termin was somewhat embarrassed, but still admitted that he still saw the girl that way. He reminded her that in this life, he had never written to her in his official handwriting, a fact that Myrto had not realized until now. The heroine remembered that even with her first letter, Ferris had immediately replied in beautiful and legible handwriting. The Duke explained that it was because he knew about their correspondence, and the lady immediately regretted not having her husband's letters. Suddenly, Termin fell silent and looked away, as if thinking about something important. The man admitted that there was something in the letters that interested him very much, and the lady was ready to listen. Ferris remembered that his lady's husband was very jealous, but still allowed her in that life to write to him, and Myrto gasped at the mention of this. The girl decided to tell the truth, even if it would offend her husband, and she admitted that Abito didn't consider him a rival at all. Now Latera was incredibly angry at the prince's arrogance, but there was no use in experiencing negative emotions. Termin tried to comfort the lady, but suddenly realized that he was happy to see her worrying about him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and an aide said that an important guest had come to see the Duke. As soon as Ferris allowed the guest to enter, his leg immediately appeared in the doorway, followed by the man himself. It turned out to be Father Honor himself, who had come to see Termin and immediately asked how his friend was doing. Then the old man saw the posture of his master, who seemed to want to talk about something. Honor immediately felt that he had come at the wrong time and turned to leave. However, the beast stopped the priest, saying that he had called him just for Latera herself, which surprised her. The old man said that it was an honor for him to meet the master of those sacred letters, and the lady returned the courtesy. Latera reported that thanks to Honor's words, she was able to marry the Duke with ease. Since Ferris had called the priest to investigate the heroine's condition, the old man, with permission, got down to business. Honor immediately discovered that traces of an unusually powerful divine blessing were hidden within the girl. He also noted that the lady had suffered a lot from illness as a child, and Termin eagerly asked how she was now. To this, the priest said that Litera's condition was much better and more stable than before. Furthermore, in his opinion, it was very important for the couple to be together as much as possible. The priest was somewhat confused, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. But he said that the closer the couple was, the noticeably better the lady's condition became. He even suggested that Myrto's divine blessing recovered faster when she was near Termin. The heroine deliberately moved closer to her husband and asked if she was close enough, and Honor suddenly noticed that the lady's aura had indeed improved. Then the girl remembered that before she died, she had made a wish to meet The Grand Duke. Laterra admitted that at the time she deeply regretted never having seen Ferris, even though they had communicated. The man immediately remembered that his lady had said something similar to him, which had made him happy at the time. The priest, although not entirely certain, confirmed that the theory was true. He then requested permission to visit the lady more often in order to check on her and help in any way he could. Laterra realized that if her divine blessing was restored, she would be able to do much more than she could now, so the Duchess gave her permission. When Honor left, the couple quickly finished all their work for the day, which they were very happy about. Myrto did not miss the opportunity to praise the Duke for his outstanding abilities, and the young man became somewhat proud. He remembered his own lessons, which were many times more difficult, and couldn't help but feel briefly dejected. His wife quickly cheered her husband up, saying that they now had the whole day free, which he couldn't argue with. The Duke thought for a moment, and then suggested that since they were free, they should go for a walk together. Laterra was interested in visiting the territory, as she had not yet explored the place where she now lived. However, the Duchess thought it was unnecessary for Turman to be fully armed and even carry a sword. The man explained that sometimes monsters attack suddenly, and his lady asked if she needed a weapon. But the beast said that as long as his wife was by his side, she had nothing to worry about at all. Laterra was very surprised to see her husband smile for the first time, but she was afraid to say anything lest she scare him off. Instead, the lady noted that this was the first time she had seen a man so confident, but he explained that he was just stating facts. Ferris confidently stated that if the North were to fall one day, it would only be after a long battle. And so the Duke began to show his wife the lands he had always protected and now shared with her. The heroine realized that the young man had gone through a lot to achieve such a feat, which was why his body was covered in scars. But it turned out that Myrto's recollection of her husband's body was in vain, as she immediately blushed. Laterra tried to drive any impure thoughts from her mind, telling the Duke that she was fine. Then the lady hurried forward so that Ferris wouldn't see her flushed face. However, the more the Duchess tried not to think about her husband's body, the more it flashed before her eyes. At that moment, the girl was finally able to distract herself, as she saw a beautiful fountain right in front of her. She was surprised that it wasn't turned on, but Turman explained that the water was too cold for most of the year. Then the man pointed to a large pile of coins at the bottom of the fountain, admitting that it was installed to earn extra income. The lady commented on this, that the spirit of commerce was thriving even in the desolate North. Ferris suggested that the girl also try throwing a coin and making a wish, and the lady agreed. Laterra began to pray to the saints, and at the same time, she looked like a real fairy tale princess. But the lady's prayer was terrible, its content being that she wished to die peacefully. In response, the Duke decided to make a slightly different wish, as there was no prohibition against it. And so the beast threw a coin, wishing that his wife could live a life without regrets. The young man explained that he agreed it was important to retire without worries, but one shouldn't focus on it, or one would forget to live. And for his wife, Turman wanted exactly the opportunity to use all his wealth and devotion. Laterra was surprised to realize that although she had lived longer than Ferris, he managed to calm her down every time. Therefore, at this very moment, the lady asked the beast to make a wish for himself, to which he retorted that he already had. This answer confused the girl even more, as the lady noticed the young man's affection and regretted that she could not return it. And Ferris had no idea what painful thoughts were now swirling in his wife's head. He asked in a panic if he had done something wrong, but the lady immediately denied that assumption. Laterra thought how much better she would feel if she weren't bound by her fear of a Bido from her past life. However, since she had made her promise to Turman, Myrto began to notice that something in her was changing. The girl was afraid to think about it, but she felt that she was even beginning to gradually fall in love with her husband. So at this very moment, the lady gathered her courage and decided to at least confess this to the Grand Duke. But just then, quite suddenly, another monster attack began, interrupting the newlyweds' conversation. These monsters raged all over the world, and their bodies contained magic stones that were important to mages. But the worst thing was that these monsters appeared in extremely large numbers in any plot. Laterra didn't know what to do in this situation, so she looked up and asked the Duke. Then the girl discovered that her husband was very angry because the monsters had interrupted his conversation. Myrto still managed to draw Turman's attention to herself, and he immediately became gentle and affectionate. The lady asked where she should go so as not to disturb him, and the man thought seriously. This time, flying monsters crashing into the ground caused the most trouble. So, Ferris could think of no better way than to protect his wife with his own body. Laterra agreed that she would be safest by the beast's side, but still didn't want that kind of protection. However, Terman didn't ask his wife's opinion, as he picked her up and, with her, rushed out. The Duchess, though not afraid of heights, could barely suppress a scream of fear. The lady remembered that she had once asked Canis about the Duke's fighting abilities, and that knight had been thinking at the time about how best to describe his master's skills. In short, the young man had said that there was a good reason why Ferris was considered the greatest swordsman in the Empire, and the lady now saw that reason for herself. The heroine genuinely did not understand how an ordinary person could do such things. But Terman, with incredible ease and speed, defeated one monster after another, remaining completely unharmed himself. From this, Myrto concluded that she had married a truly remarkable man. Then the girl noticed the strange way the man held his sword. Only now did the lady realize that even in this situation, the young man was making sure that she would not be stained with blood. Laterra began to insist that Ferris focus on the course of the battle, not on her cleanliness, when a monster appeared behind the man. Terman still easily and naturally sent the next monster flying at high speed. As a result of this stubborn man's actions, he was covered in blood from head to toe, but his wife was completely clean. Myrto couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible, but in the end, she herself became a witness. Laterra threw herself into Ferris's arms, thinking how could anyone not like him. The young man, because he was covered in blood, fearfully tried to push his wife away. To this, the Duchess said that she was very grateful to her husband, but such a one-sided relationship would not last long. The heroine did need protection. However, she wanted to fight alongside Ferris, so she tried to prove that she looked good stained with blood too. These words from the Duchess convinced Terman, and he conceded to her. The lady smiled with satisfaction, saying that the young man should have realized long ago that he couldn't win against her. The villagers watched this whole scene from the side, not knowing if they could disturb the couple. That night, lying in bed, Ferris asked the girl for permission to ask a question. The man recalled that the lady at the fountain seemed to want to tell him something. Laterra sadly thought that the ideal moment had been missed, but she wanted to finish what she had started, and therefore kissed her husband on the forehead. Terman blushed, but pretended that he was no longer bothered by such teasing, although the lady was not joking. Since the man said he didn't mind at all, the girl even dared to kiss his lips through her own hand. The Duke couldn't take it anymore, jumped up, and said that if his wife continued to tease him, he would go sleep somewhere else. Myrto held the young man back, admitting that while she couldn't say certain things in words, she had found a way to express her feelings through actions. However, the girl had to admit that she was still scared, as a single kiss made her start to tremble. The heroine wanted to cry because even now, her ex-husband Abito was preventing her from living a normal life. However, the lady did not intend to give up so easily and stated that for her to overcome her fear, her husband needed to first kiss her. Such a statement made the unprepared Ferris blush from head to toe. However, the man soon realized that he had not misheard at all, which scared him even more. Nevertheless, Terman tried to pretend that he had completely misunderstood, but Laterra asked him not to try to escape reality. The girl sighed and explained that she was sorry, but since she couldn't do it, he would have to. Myrto honestly admitted that she wanted to be closer to Ferris and affectionately touched his hand. And so, with a sweet smile, the Duchess asked the beast to do this one small thing for her, just once. As a result, the Duke gathered his thoughts and asked the lady to tell him immediately if she felt uncomfortable. Laterra was also somewhat embarrassed, as she felt the heartbeat of a man who was too close. The heroine found that although the young man made her nervous now, she didn't want to stop. But the lady just couldn't understand why she was experiencing these feelings and desires now. Of course, everything could be blamed on the lady's worn-out nerves, but she didn't think so. The lady's only guess was that she was finally feeling the long-awaited excitement. At that moment, to the girl's great surprise, Terman pulled away, although they hadn't been kissing for long. Myrto was surprised that it was over so quickly, even though they had barely touched each other's lips. Ferris apologized for the situation and explained that he couldn't continue for personal reasons. Hearing the Duke's heart about to jump out of his chest from embarrassment, Laterra froze in place in surprise. Then the heroine burst into extremely sincere and loud laughter, declaring that the fearsome beast was such an innocent boy. Turman tried to defend himself, saying that he had killed thousands of monsters, and this was his first kiss. As a result, the lady finished her laughter and said that today was not the right time to continue. The man said he was sorry to have disappointed his wife, but she replied that everything was fine. However, the lady asked the young man if he was ready to try again, because practice helps one get used to it. Litera admitted that she liked the kiss, and even with such a clumsy person, it was better than she had expected. Then an idea came to Mirdo's mind. The lady asked if Ferris disliked kissing her. The girl knew that it was difficult for the Duke to refuse her, so she asked him not to do what he didn't like. But the man, blushing, admitted that he would also say when he didn't like something, so everything was fine. Ferris was finally able to say that the reason he didn't refuse his wife's request was because he himself wanted the same thing. But Turman was completely unaccustomed to these things, so he needed time not to worry. The man gathered his courage and kissed his wife again, then looked directly into her eyes to make sure everything was all right. Out of embarrassment, the beast decided to change the subject, saying that it was already late and they should go to sleep. Litera herself was also blushing, so she agreed with her husband, otherwise they wouldn't be able to fall asleep. But due to the overwhelming emotions, both the girl and the boy ended up having an extremely difficult time falling asleep. As a result, in the morning Mirdo had not slept well and felt exhausted. The lady promised herself that today, as compensation for the difficult night, she would not tease Ferris for a while. Then the lady caught a glimpse of something on the bed that shouldn't have been there and was slightly surprised. It turned out that the Duke had woken up much earlier than his wife, and for some reason had left her a letter he had written himself. In the letter, the man wrote that he had decided not to wake his lady because she looked very tired. He had no particular reason for writing the letter, but for some reason, Turman wanted to do so. In the following lines, Ferris admitted that he remembered the lady regretting not having his letters, and Litera realized her husband had hit the mark. The beast hoped that although this letter was from the new Duke and not the old one, the lady would still be happy. And indeed, the heroine was happy to once again hold in her hands that bond with the Ferris of the past. The girl had been worried that the present Duke would be sad when she talked about the past one, but it turned out that Turman himself thought only of how to do what was best for his wife. Mirdo didn't understand how she could not be grateful to the young man for everything he did for her. Then the lady realized she had no time to think, as she urgently needed to write a reply. A little later, the mistress called for her maid, who was surprised by the reason for the urgent call. Nix admitted that she never thought she would be forced to carry letters from a wife to her husband when they lived together. Litera promised her assistant a bonus and asked her to deliver another letter, but not to the Duke. The girl planned to send this letter to her clever and capable friend, who would be very happy to ruin those nobles, as the lady had requested in the letter. But that young man couldn't get used to the fact that Mirto was now Duchess Turman, as he hadn't even been invited to the wedding. A little later, the heroine once again remembered how romantic she found writing letters. And so the lady became completely engrossed in this process that she had been madly in love with in that life. She carefully considered every sentence, skillfully weaving the lines into a complete story. Since it was already late, Ferris approached his wife and invited her to go to sleep. The lady, as usual, asked for a little more time, but the man didn't want to leave and just silently watched her. Such a focused gaze made Litera feel embarrassed, and she couldn't stand it and asked what was the matter. Suddenly, the Duke easily picked up his wife and then, along with the chair, carried her somewhere which the lady had not expected. After that, not accepting any objections, the man placed the chair directly in front of the bed and turned off the light. Turman said that he liked receiving the girl's letters, but her health was much more important to him. Litera tried to use her charms, saying sweetly that she was very interested in writing these letters. But this was not the first time Mirdo had performed this manipulation, so now the beast took the quill from her hand. As a result, Ferris convinced his wife to go to sleep, and only when she was in bed did she remember that an important guest would be visiting tomorrow. The Duke calmly agreed to receive him, while the lady was surprised that he didn't even ask who was coming. The beast said he didn't care who came to visit, as he would be happy to see any of his wife's friends. And from early in the morning, this friend had already arrived at the Grand Duke's castle with the help of a teleportation. Stone. The guy immediately threw himself on the girl's neck to hug her, even though he didn't even introduce himself to Tamina, whom he was seeing for the first time. Litra desperately tried to explain that her husband had completely misunderstood, and at the same time, the lady was pushing her friend away. A guy named Carter Weathers was a clingy person, especially when it came to hugs. However, despite his youth, he had an excellent business sense, which allowed Carter to become a dominant force in various markets. Mirdo had been cooperating with Weathers for a long time, as she knew he would be very useful to her in the future. So the heroine made sure to establish a friendship with this extraordinary guy even in her childhood. But the lady still couldn't come to terms with her friend's only flaw, which was his touchy-feely behavior. Phyrus, watching all this, grabbed Carter by the clothes and threatened to throw him out into the snow if he bothered his wife. The girl herself reminded him that she was now married and therefore could not allow herself such close contact with a friend. To this, Carter retorted that the marriage between the Duchess and the Duke was just one of convenience, so it probably didn't mean anything. Tamina asked with concern how this stranger knew about it, to which Weathers just smiled mysteriously. He remembered that back when Mirdo was a teenager, the lady had asked him to lay the groundwork for negotiations with the Beast. Carter immediately warned that even for him, preparing for such a thing would take at least 5 years. And even then, Weathers was not sure that the Duke would not just refuse to communicate with the lady. Litra was sure that she would be able to talk to Phyrus after all, although she did not yet know how. The friend approached the lady and told her to come to him in case of failed negotiations with the Beast, but did not confess his feelings. And now, Carter was complaining that he didn't believe his friend would succeed, but she did it perfectly for Phyrus himself. The most important thing now was that this guy had helped his wife, which meant he should be grateful to him. However, for some reason, the Duke could not stop feeling awkward, although at first glance everything was fine. The man remembered what he had said to the lady at night, and therefore let go of Weathers, inviting him to be a proper guest. Tamina decided not to think about how much he disliked this person and tried to smile. But such a grim smile made Carter doubt whether he would leave the castle alive at all. The friend jumped behind his friend, saying that he was very afraid of her husband, so he needed help. But to this, Litra stated with great confidence that there was no need to be afraid of Phyrus at all, because he was very cute. In any case, Mirdo invited the guy here not to evaluate her husband, but to get him to help with work matters. Phyrus immediately recognized the documents about the evil nobles that the girl had handed over at the time. Litra explained to the Duke that her business partner, despite his appearance, was a very competent person. So in this case, the lady decided to entrust all the work to the one who knew his stuff. The heroine admitted that she wanted to live happily with the Duke and did not want anything to disturb her, and these words touched the man. But then, before they could say anything more romantic to each other, Carter unceremoniously wedged himself between the couple. Weathers did not understand when the arranged marriage had become so sweet, while the couple was annoyed at being interrupted. The friend said with some sadness that he had hoped to marry a close friend, but since the lady was already married to another, Carter offered to become the girl's lover. This idea shocked both Litra and Phyrus to the core, as they did not expect this. The Duke remembered that when he married the lady, he had promised himself to protect her at all costs. But the man did not want to imprison a girl who had already suffered so much in a past life. But even with these thoughts, the Beast could not allow Carter to become his wife's lover. Tamina realized that he was feeling jealous, and he did not like this feeling, as it somehow went against his vow. Meanwhile, Weathers asked the Beast if a woman as beautiful as Litra didn't deserve more than just living with one man. Mirdo could have so much more than she had now, and this phrase deeply touched Tamina. So he agreed with this opinion, which angered Litra, who considered her friend's words to be complete nonsense. The heroine had a hard time dealing with her talkative friend, who had already managed to convince her husband of something. The girl plaintively stretched out her hands, begging the men to stop discussing the number of her possible lovers. Since no one was listening to her, Litra screamed loudly that there was only room for one man in her heart, and it was already taken. But Phyrus and Carter said that this place could always be expanded, as there was no need to settle for what was already there. But Mirdo had no desire to collect men, as she did not consider it a healthy relationship. After a while, the Duchess still managed to get the men into a working mood, and she took out the documents. Carter quickly studied all the necessary papers and even came to a conclusion on how to profit from it. The heroine was so tired that she even leaned on Firis's shoulder, calmly allowing her friend to act as he saw fit. Tamina carefully covered the lady with a blanket and asked her to rest, although she said she was perfectly fine. Weathers, this energy vampire, noted that the lady was once again getting tired very quickly. Firis, who had also exhausted his wife, tried to shift all the blame onto Carter, but Carter wasn't buying it. So the Duke had no choice but to ask for forgiveness for his actions, which the Duchess granted him. At this, Weathers grinned and said that they really loved each other, since they were being so affectionate in front of guests. When Litra heard that from the outside, it seemed like she was really in love with the beast. She froze in place. Myrto could barely squeeze out the words that she cherished the man, just as he cherished her. Carter noted that for some reason it was difficult for his friend to call her feelings love and asked if there was some kind of problem. At this point, Firis could no longer stand it and threateningly announced that he would not allow anyone, not even his wife's friend, to continue putting her in an awkward position. The best the beast could do if Carter continued to be pushy was to throw him out the door. Weathers immediately changed the subject conciliatorily, although he did not understand why the Duke was so angry at his usual questions. Tamina wanted to continue arguing with the guy, but the lady stopped him, saying there was no need. The girl whispered that she felt better and stroked her husband's hand to calm him down. Then the heroine admitted that she wanted to talk to her friend alone, and Tamina had to accept it. It was clear from Firis that he did not want to leave, so when the Duke finally left, the lady sighed heavily. Then, Litra immediately went on the offensive, demanding that her business partner tell her what the hell he was up to. Carter tried to say that he didn't know what his friend was talking about, but Myrto approached and asked if he was testing her husband. Only then did the guy smile slyly and admit that he couldn't hide anything from the girl. Weathers said that he wanted to personally find out what a terrible person the Beast of the North really was. He assured the lady that he was just doing his duty as a best friend, but the lady did not appreciate it. Then Carter assured that if the Beast had turned out to be a bad person, he would have used an artifact to protect himself from him. Then suddenly, the partner approached his friend and said that he did not expect her to still be afraid of love. He clearly remembered that at the very beginning of their cooperation, the lady had sadly admitted this fact. Litra honestly replied that she herself did not expect that love would still affect her so much. At first, the lady thought that everything would be fine just by being near Tamina, but such deep wounds do not disappear in a second. As a result, Myrto was very ashamed that she was making her husband wait for her. To this, Carter said that if the friend could not confess her love, then it was not yet necessary to go that far, because she could express her affection. Only now did the lady realize that she could actually say that Firis was likable to her. Litra was surprised that she hadn't been able to come up with such a simple solution before. The girl had to admit that in matters of this kind, Weathers was much smarter than herself, and the partner suddenly urged the lady to tell Firis everything right now, but the lady was not ready for this. And at that moment, the Grand Duke was in the mental hell he had created for himself. In just a few seconds, the man managed to convince himself that he was simply an incredibly bad person. Carter, who literally pushed his friend towards her husband for a conversation, did not notice the beast state at all. And Tamina himself, hearing that the lady wanted to tell him something, for some reason decided that it was about a divorce. As a result, Litra could not immediately confess her feelings and invited the man to take a walk with her. She did this also because Firis himself had thought up too much, and he needed to cool down now. Myrto realized how difficult it was for her to confess, while Tamina anxiously thought about what the lady wanted to say. He could only hope that the girl would not offer to break up, so the guy gently touched her hand. Then he said that he was not good at many things, which surprised Litra, as she thought she would have to speak first. Firis knelt before his wife and said that he was ready to accept any decision she was about to announce. Litra even thought that the Duke himself had decided to confess to her when he talked about how he would endure all hardships if the lady was happy. All the man asked for now was a place by Myrto's side, even if only as her lover. The heroine was very surprised that their sweet conversation had taken such a turn, as she was expecting a different outcome. The lady knew that the man would feel insecure until she confessed to him, so the lady said that she liked her husband. Litra added that Tamina should not worry about her choice and feelings, because everything would be fine. Phyrus did not expect at all that his wife would tell him something similar to what he had always wanted to hear. But most of all, the beast was afraid that after such a confession, the girl would fall ill from fear and stress. However, Litra smiled and said that she was perfectly fine and he didn't need to worry about her. The heroine admitted that it was Carter who helped her understand exactly how she felt about her husband. At that very moment, the guy appeared next to the couple, assuring them that he could be useful in matters of love too. But Weathers demanded that Litra also say that she liked him, but the girl did not want to lie. Litra sighed and reminded her friend of the past, when she herself had invited him to communicate, and now even invited him to make a deal. Even then, Mirdo assured the guy that he would really like working with her, and she turned out to be right. Carter admitted that it was because of her confidence that he had started to like the lady back then. Even when the lady was bedridden with illness, she really wanted to learn as much as possible about the outside world. So Weathers became interested in what would happen to his female friend, and then she got married. And Carter himself was sincerely glad to see Litra smile so happily, which he had never seen before. The partner came closer and asked if the lady was still scared by that love that had once failed. Litra took her husband's hand and said that she was still afraid, but knew that she could overcome her fear. For some reason, the lady was sure that she could cope with almost any difficulties as long as Phyrus was with her. Carter smiled and replied that now he was relieved and could therefore return to his home in the West. Before leaving, the guy kissed a lock of his friend's hair and advised that she should still choose him if she got bored. Litra was glad that such an impulsive friend still sincerely wished her happiness. But Carter wouldn't have been himself if he hadn't shouted at the end that he was still willing to be a lover. When Weathers left, Phyrus commented that he was a very unusual person, to which the lady agreed. Tamina also guessed that the lady would not have told the partner about her trauma if he had been a bad friend. To this, Mirdo replied that in the past, she had only shared this information with Carter in general terms. She did not name names, saying that she had once given her heart, but was cruelly deceived and betrayed. So now, even in a new life, Litra was afraid to fall in love with someone again. It was for this reason that Weathers tried to constantly cling to the lady so that she would at least get used to this kind of affection. Phyrus admitted that he had a similar fear to his wife's, as his father once had a close friend. One day, this friend brutally murdered Calypsis, Tamina, and his wife, for some reason leaving only Phyrus alive. Just before his death, the father, due to this situation, begged his son not to trust anyone in this life. Litra apologized for not being able to change this, but the Duke was not angry about it. Tamina reassured his wife that even the former him would never have blamed her for something similar in a letter. Mirdo asked with concern how exactly the beast was coping with his current fears. To this, Phyrus replied that he still hadn't overcome them. It was just that at some point, his desire not to have any regrets had overcome his fear. That's why when the lady smiled and held out her hand to him, offering to be together, the man took it. At this moment, the Duke gently hugged the Duchess and whispered that he also liked her very much. The man whispered that he was ready to overcome his fear and spend his life with his wife because he loved her. Litra confirmed that she wanted exactly the same thing, but was not quite ready for it yet. After a while, Mirto received a letter from Carter, in which he said that all her plans for revenge on the nobles had been put into action. Weathers also told the lady about a rumor that monsters had suddenly appeared not only in the north, but also somewhere in the south. Litra and Phyrus, after reading this letter, almost immediately decided to go on a trip to find out what was going on. In addition, the heroine clearly remembered that this moment would have happened anyway, as it was part of the plot. If before this, the book for some reason had not manifested itself in any way, now, natural events had finally begun to occur. Even in her first life, the girl had read the novel into which she eventually fell due to a god's mistake. The plot of the book was not very tense, so the heroine liked to read it after a hard day's work. The novel told the story of a young girl who went to the capital after her family was eaten by monsters. Along the way, she even found love and friendship, which served as a solid foundation for later events. Because in the end, it was this lady who saved the whole world from terrible destruction. And now, Litra was explaining to Phyrus that the appearance of monsters in the South was the driving force of the whole plot. However, Tamina didn't really understand what all this meant, as he was only living his first life. In response, Mirto asked her husband to rely on her, although she herself was not sure she could handle it, which worried the beast. The lady knew exactly what she needed to do before heading south, but she didn't really want to do it. However, the lady had no choice, as she was the heroine of the novel, so she had to go into the severe cold with the man. And Phyrus could not help his wife in this situation, as they both needed this trip. And the reason for this excursion was that Litra needed to find a flower with divine power somewhere in the mountains. This was one of the few quests that developed the heroine's power and advanced the plot. Of course, Litra herself was the chosen one, so she was supposed to go in search of this magical flower. In any case, now she was not alone, which greatly simplified her path, as Tamina easily found shelter. Just as easily, the man eventually started a fire to at least warm his wife a little. Thanks to the fire and the heat of the beast's body, the girl quickly began to warm up after the extreme cold. Mirto said that she recovered very quickly next to the man, while he, blushing, promised to be as close to her as possible. The heroine remembered that in her past life, Phyrus had refused to accompany anyone in search of this flower. Most likely, the key was that the person who asked to be shown the place with the divine power was Crown Prince Abido, whom the beast hated very much. However, now his beloved wife was next to him, and she told the current Tamina about what he had done in the past. The man himself eventually admitted that before meeting the lady, he had been extremely rude and unsociable. As it happened, Litra understood her husband perfectly in this regard, as in her first life, she herself had not been particularly talkative. But now the lady didn't care about conversations with others, as she just wanted to be at home next to her husband. Tamina asked why they had to complete this quest, and Mirto explained that maintaining the original plot was the only way to their future happy life. After all, otherwise the world would simply collapse, and under such conditions, it would be impossible for anyone to find happiness. The heroine decided for herself that she wanted to maintain peace with Phyrus and not worry about their future. So now the lady had no choice but to complete all the quests, which is what she said. Tamina admitted that he himself wanted to live happily with his wife, so he was ready to work for it. He knew from the letters that in his past life, he was driven only by an incredible sense of duty. But now, the smiling face of the Duchess shone before the Duke, and therefore the motivation was different. The man admitted that he really wanted to live happily together and decided to kiss the girl. At the same time, the guy still couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed, so he blushed very much. Litra whispered with satisfaction that kissing was becoming more and more commonplace for them. To defuse the romantic atmosphere, the lady specifically asked if the man had been practicing, but Phyrus had absolutely no one to practice kissing with, so he guessed that the lady was teasing him again. After this, Tamina announced to the lady that it was time for them to sleep, as he wanted to end this topic. But when Mirto asked if the Duke was trying to avoid answering again, he stood up again. Then the bee said that one day he would stop being such an insecure child so that the lady would be comfortable with him. Litra reminded him that Phyrus was already an adult, but he replied that he was referring to his mental age. Tamina admitted that he could never compare to his wife, but he really wanted to try. All because he wanted the girl not to have to worry about her husband's feelings. Suddenly, it seemed to the man for some reason that he shouldn't have said such things, and therefore he became embarrassed. Phyrus thought that his wife was adapting too slowly, so he shouldn't be so harsh. Noticing that the guy was thinking about something sad, the lady grabbed the corner of his clothes and decided to talk. Litra recalled that she herself had previously asked Tamina to learn to put his own priorities first. At this moment, the lady asked her husband if he really thought she wouldn't notice his doubts. Phyrus blushed, as he did not know how to control his emotions, but Mirto just smiled at this. The girl admitted that she teased the Duke not only because she found his reactions cute, but also including her own need to joke so as not to get nervous about their next moment of intimacy. The heroine found this feeling of hers ridiculous, as she herself had lived for over 100 years. Tamina was so confused that he perfectly understood what the Duchess was trying to convey to him. As a result, an awkwardness arose between the couple, as this time Mirto did not defuse the whole atmosphere with a joke. The lady prayed that someone would break the lingering silence, when suddenly monsters entered the cave. Apparently, the monsters occupied this place only at a certain time and had just returned from a hunt. Phyrus was again angry that the monsters had interrupted his conversation with his wife, while she realized that she should be more careful with her wishes. Since they had no other choice, Termina immediately rushed into battle to protect himself and the lady. As he thought, it was too dangerous to fight in such a confined space, but there was no other option. The only thing the Duke could do was to fight harder to end it faster. True, in this case, the beast himself could get hurt, but that didn't bother him at all. On top of everything else, Termina also switched his sword to close combat blades, which made it even more dangerous for him to fight. Litra watched in amazement as the man dodged the monster's attacks under such conditions. But Myrto was very worried about the outcome of the battle, as the Duke didn't even have time to put on his armor, which he had taken off a few minutes ago to warm his wife. Because of these details, the girl had a bad feeling that something bad might happen. As a result, the lady realized that she couldn't just stand by. She also needed to participate in the battle in some way. At that moment, the beast had almost finished off all the monsters, leaving only the two most agile ones. Therefore, with more free space, it was now easier for the angry guy to fight. But the possibility of the monsters attacking Litra also increased, as she was defenseless. Termina could not allow such a thing to happen under any circumstances, so he literally jumped at the beasts, intending to protect the lady to the last. Suddenly, he saw the last monster for some reason suddenly die right in front of him. Looking closer, the man immediately noticed a combat arrow sticking out of the beast's head. Now Phyrus was scared that someone might have seen him and Litra in the mountains, where they had traveled in secret. Turning around, the Duke saw Myrto holding a crossbow with great difficulty. The guy was so stunned by this scene that he couldn't say a word for a moment. The husband ran up to his wife and asked where she got this dangerous toy, to which the girl admitted that she had brought it herself. But even to load such a weak crossbow, the lady needed to use almost all her strength. Phyrus said that if the lady had asked him personally, he would have prepared something simpler, to which the girl replied that Nyx had helped her. Termina, clutching his head, explained that even the weakest weapon from the north would be considered powerful in the south. So, after turning to the maid for help, Litra received something that she herself could barely handle. Therefore, Phyrus pleadingly asked his wife to address similar requests to him next time, to which she agreed. But something was bothering Myrto, so her eyes flashed as she prepared to ask a question. The Duchess expressed the hope that the man had not acted too recklessly just now to save her. From Phyrus's face, the lady realized that her terrible guess was correct, which brought a smile to the lady's face. But just a second later, this sweet smile turned into incredible anger, as the heroine was very angry with her husband. Litra threatened that Termina should never again think of fighting without regard for his own safety. What scared the Duke most was that his wife said she would go to bed late on purpose, and he immediately promised to fight carefully. As a result, after such a complex and nerve-wracking argument, the couple quickly fell into a deep sleep. Before she finally fell asleep, the lady thought that from such care, for some reason, she felt guilty. The next morning, the newlyweds set off again, and the husband was still worried that his wife might freeze. The lady assured him that despite her current weak body, she had excellent survival experience. Then Termina remembered how the girl had recently taken care of him and said that it made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Such words somewhat confused Litra, who was already in a fighting mood. But this time the lady graciously forgave the guy for the embarrassment he made her feel because he looked good to her. After that, the wife herself took the man by the hand and suggested changing the topic to a better one. The Duchess suddenly realized that they were walking hand in hand as if they were on their honeymoon. But Phyrus retorted that a honeymoon required a much more colorful and comfortable place. In response, Myrto smiled kindly, as she was just teasing the guy again. The girl said that she knew there were many beautiful places in this world where they could go a little later. But as soon as Litra began to say that everything would be fine with them, the lady herself fell silent. She had a premonition that after such words, something not very good would happen. And indeed, at that very moment, a monster of enormous size appeared before the girl and the guy. Termina immediately shielded his wife with his body and told her to stay as far away as possible while he fought. But the girl stopped the man, because on the head of that very monster, she noticed exactly what they needed. The situation developed in such a way that the two of them needed to get the flower before the monster died. Since there was no other choice, the Duke decided to fight with his wife on his back. Litra warned that as long as the flower was not plucked, the monster would regenerate very quickly. Myrto was worried that even together, it would be very difficult for them to defeat such a giant. This was because the monster's life was directly dependent on the flower on his head, and he would not give it up easily. However, the beast was not going to just give up and go back, so he ran to fight. To the lady's surprise, the man deftly jumped over all the monster's attacks and then landed back on ground. The girl guessed that the monster sensed her presence, so it would attack more often. Tamina realized that if he were alone now, the monster would not even have noticed him in this situation. Only now did the Duke realize that they would not go unnoticed, even in the beast's blind spot. Then the beast finally went on the offensive and cut off the monster's claw with a powerful blow. Litra was completely shocked by her husband's strength, as she could not even imagine that he had been holding back in the cave. Myrto admitted that in her past life, she had fought a giant one-on-one and had only won because she had learned all of his attack patterns. Such preparation seemed even more amazing to the man than his skills. But the couple could not be distracted by conversation, as the monster's severed hand had almost grown back. While the couple was arguing about whether the girl had said not to call her an elder, Litra ended their argument with the phrase that next time she would just punish the guy. Tamina smiled and asked, remembering last night, how long the lady was going to scold him today. But right after that, the man brought his wife to the flower, so their conversation stopped while the lady tried to pluck the plant. Of course, the monster tried to protect its life, which is why the Duke had to suddenly dodge and attack. Phyrus complained that the monster was attacking even without its limbs healed, and the lady apologized for not warning him. Then an idea came to the girl's mind, and she asked her husband to throw her at the plant, and her trust surprised him. Personally, Litra was not worried at all at that moment. On the contrary, she was completely calm and focused. This time, the heroine held on to the flower tightly and was finally able to pluck it. At the same moment, the monster froze in place, as without the plant, it could not function and continue to live. With a loud thud, the giant's body fell to the ground, as it could no longer stand on its feet. At that moment, the Duchess was falling headfirst from a great height, but was glad that at least this problem with the enemy was solved. In such moments of near death, people usually see their whole life flash before their eyes, but the lady remained composed. Litra was so confident that her husband would be able to save her, and she turned out to be right as he appeared. Nearby, the man carefully took the lady into his arms and continued to fall while holding her. But as they neared the ground, Turman skillfully braked, and as a result, neither of them crashed. At that moment, Ferris was most worried about his wife, but she was completely fine. Since a jump like that had exhausted almost all of the Duke's strength, he asked the lady not to force him to do anything similar again, and then collapsed into the snow. Litera said cheerfully that he would need to repeat a similar feat 4 more times, which made the man very unhappy. At this, Turman asked quite seriously if he should have destroyed the world that had made her suffer in her past life, to which the young lady responded with a smile. At that moment, in a main temple, a priest was praying quietly and peacefully to the great god Note. The man did not particularly expect any response from the god, and was simply performing his usual evening ritual. But suddenly, he felt the divine power for some reason begin to rapidly strengthen and expand. The young priest carefully looked around, trying to determine exactly where the energy was flowing. Imagine his surprise when the priest realized that almost all the divine power was now concentrated in the northern lands. Later, when the couple returned home, the lady was enjoying a hot bath very much. The girl hadn't exerted herself so much in a long time, so her whole body was very sore from the recent physical activity. But at the same time, the lady did not regret the adventure at all and thought back on it warmly. This was because she now had pleasant memories with Ferris to save her. Initially, the lady knew very little about the man, but now she would remember him with pleasure. Litera sincerely hoped they could cherish every memory they shared. Otherwise, all their moments could easily shatter into fragments, just like their relationship. Because of such trauma and fear, many people are afraid to enter new relationships and hide themselves away. But few understand that there are no ideal relationships, and you will always face problems. Litera had only recently realized all this, and concluded that she needed to believe in herself. If a lady cannot stand firmly on her own 2 feet, she will be too afraid of the inevitable surprises. At the same time, she really wanted to stop looking back at the past and live happily with her husband. But for that, Myrto still had a lot to do, and the young lady didn't know how ready she was. Then the girl sneezed and remembered that the most important thing for her now was to make her body stronger. Since the young lady already felt cold after her bath, she quickly reached for her warm homemade shawl. Imagine her surprise when the Duchess put on Termin's robe instead of her own clothes. At that moment, the man was holding his wife's shawl in his hands, guessing that the servants had made a mistake. Yugam immediately asked if the assistant should be punished, but the Duke told him to tell them to be more careful. Besides, such a mistake was also because some of the servants, along with the knights, had been sent to retrieve the magic stones left by the giant. The beast had the butler inform the magic tower in the east that they would have such a big haul. Yugam asked if there were any other errands for him, and Ferris wondered what he might ask him to do. Then the man, with his back to the butler, asked if he happened to have any other wounds. The old man didn't understand why his master, for the first time in his life, had started to worry about such things. And Termin shyly admitted that Litera didn't like it when he got hurt. Yugam hadn't expected his master to have become so gentle that he was now afraid his wife would worry. The butler said that if he had a wife, he wouldn't show off, which confused Ferris. Then the assistant explained that he was just joking, and that because of his poor eyesight, he couldn't tell for sure if the master had any wounds. Just then, Litera walked into the room, and the old man suggested that the master go and ask for her help. Myrto immediately jumped to her husband's side in alarm, as she didn't remember him being injured anywhere. The butler, on the other hand, slipped away as quickly as possible to avoid getting involved for no reason. As a result, Termin had to admit that he had a small injury, for which he was now ashamed. The girl said she didn't want to blame him for it all. She just felt sad when she saw the wound. The fact that his beloved wife was sad because of him affected Ferris more than anything else. The Duke sadly promised that he would definitely become stronger and that something like this would never happen again. Myrto touched the man's back and said she was sad that he had experienced so much pain in his life. This was the first time someone had sympathized with Ferris so sincerely, so he was very happy. The husband gently stroked his wife's face, telling her he was fine, so she didn't have to worry. Ferris then added that now that he had someone who cared for him like this, he was stronger and really didn't feel the pain. Now, Litera listened happily to these pleasant words, snuggling in the Duke's arms. Termin recalled having to fall from a great height with his beloved wife, and because of that, he now felt even more pain. Litera assured him that she knew Ferris would save her in time, but the man still said he would never do it again. Myrto smiled and said that she was now beginning to trust and rely on her husband more. The young lady hoped she could confess her love to the Duke soon, and not just her affection. To this, the man said the girl didn't have to rush, as he was already satisfied with everything. However, Litera retorted that she personally felt uncomfortable in such an ambiguous relationship. Myrto explained that their interactions were no longer like a simple friendship, but they couldn't call themselves lovers yet. To reassure the young lady, Ferris kissed her on the forehead and reminded her that they were already married, which was an unchangeable fact. The heroine partially agreed that their marriage was a good record of the stage their relationship was in. Litera realized her husband wasn't going anywhere. It was she, personally, who had started to feel impatient after living through her first life. So the lady allowed the Duke to kiss her, while thinking to herself that she needed to become stronger. Suddenly, the couple remembered they were still wearing each other's clothes, which made them feel awkward. The young lady wanted to return Termin's robe to him, but the Duke said it looked good on her. However, the garment was too large for the petite and slender Litera, so Ferris decided to help her tie it. For a moment, the boy and girl were frozen in a pose that any servant would have considered too revealing. When the newlyweds realized this, they both became even more embarrassed than before, even though no one saw them. Later, as Myrto's fever hadn't subsided, Termin called for Honor, who announced that the lady had caught a cold. This wasn't the first time the girl had been sick, and she was prepared to endure the cold calmly, but Ferris intended to eliminate all the germs at once. The point was, Termin hadn't experienced the feeling of having a beloved for a long time, and now, with Litera by his side, it was as if he suddenly cared about nothing else, and the whole world had become brighter. Because of this, even the girl's minor illness, which should have cleared up in a week, greatly affected the Duke. The man truly felt as if his heart was being torn to shreds. He angrily asked the priest when exactly his wife would get better, which greatly alarmed the priest. No matter how the lady tried to convince Ferris that she had a common cold, he still couldn't calm down. Terman stated that the Duchess's body was too weak, so they had better be prepared for almost any situation. After Honor prescribed the usual treatment for the young lady, Ferris asked if they could use their powers to help his wife, but the old man explained that it was forbidden. Just then, the priest's assistant turned to the sick girl and pointed out that her husband cherished her very much. The heroine immediately recognized the man as the highest holy priest named Astrom. The man was incredibly surprised that the young lady knew who he was right away, as they were not acquainted. Now Astrom was finally convinced that this girl was the one chosen by the god Note himself. Litera herself didn't particularly like the priests around her calling her the chosen one of the gods. She clearly remembered that in her first life, she was very tired, but a good night's sleep was always enough. Then, it was that god Note who made a mistake and accidentally took the lady's soul from her body. And now, Myrto lay in bed in the world of the novel, surprised that Astrom had somehow found her. In her opinion, the divine advisor had no reason to visit the north, so the lady asked the man about it, and he replied that he had felt a divine power here. The man also added that he had disguised himself as an assistant so that the nobles would not recognize him, which the young lady thought was reasonable. Indeed, a personal visit from the messenger of the gods to the north could have serious political consequences. This was because in the northern territories, you could only visit Castle Terman. But if the emperor were to suddenly find out about this, it would be bad not only for Ferris, but also for the advisor himself. Then Litera asked why her husband pretended to know Astrom, and he replied that he simply hadn't paid attention because his wife's health was more important to him. The girl apologized to the advisor for her unsociable man's behavior, to which Astrom responded with a smile. The man explained that he was merely a representative of the gods, and the one chosen by the god was much more important. Hearing these words, Litera remembered that in her previous life, the advisor's personality was exactly the same. After learning that Myrto was the chosen one, Astrom became almost completely obsessed with her and her life. The reason they grew distant at some point was that the priest had practically forbidden the lady from communicating with Ferris. This time, however, Myrto hoped the man wouldn't mind, as she had already entered into a marriage. Astrom suddenly admitted that he had even planned to ask the Duke for help, not knowing where the divine power was coming from. But he was glad to have found the lady and her divine trail so quickly, which surprised the girl, who asked if Honor had told him about her. The priest explained that there were restrictions among them about keeping secrets, so he had figured everything out on his own. From this, the young lady concluded that Astrom knew nothing about her letter and her third life. Considering the advisor's personality, the lady was worried he would try to put her on a pedestal again, so she didn't want to tell him everything. Unexpectedly, Terman approached the advisor and asked him to keep it a secret that Note had chosen his wife. Furthermore, the man demanded that if anyone found out, that person must deny it. Ferris had no intention of standing by and watching others harm his wife. Astrom, completely unafraid of the beast's threatening gaze, calmly agreed with his words. Seeing that the advisor was completely on his side, the man even ventured to ask him for another favor. He warned that if the priest could truly help him, he was willing to pay any price. Litera, hearing her husband trying to beg for a cure for her, angrily told him to calm down. In response, Ferris admitted that this was the first time he had felt such intense worry for someone close to him. So the Duke asked the girl to accept his anxiety and not to blame him too much for it. Seeing her husband's adorable face, the lady couldn't resist, and her anger turned to pity as she comfortingly stroked his head. Then Litera told the man to stay with her instead of bothering others. As the priests left the Duchess's room, Honor asked Astrom if the couple was really getting along. Well, the old advisor even admitted that he considered the love between the boy and girl a blessing. Astrom didn't express his opinion in any way, simply smiling at the elder's thoughts. Honor suspected something was amiss and asked the advisor what he himself thought of the Terman family. The high priest said that the couple would inevitably become the source of a great deal of gossip. Because of this, Astrom intended to do everything he could to create a quarrel between Litera and her husband to give her a better life. The advisor was confident he could heal the girl with his magic, much better than Ferris could with his company. Just a few days later, Litera said she urgently needed to start physical training. Terman, who was sitting next to his wife, peeling an apple for her, was very surprised by this. The man reminded the girl that she had better recover first before talking about other things. Myrto recalled that her fever had long since subsided, and she wasn't even sneezing anymore. However, Ferris still insisted that the Duchess shouldn't be in such a hurry to do something like that. Since the young lady hadn't even decided what kind of sport she wanted to take up, she decided to postpone it for a while. Suddenly, the Duke reminded the lady that they could very well start practicing horseback riding. But Latera didn't know how it was possible to ride horses in such a rocky region. To this, the man said that he had asked his servants not to ride horses in front of the girl since she arrived. This was because the northern horses, due to the environment, had changed in appearance. Myrto was completely stunned to see this change in the northern horses and even change her mind about learning to ride them. Terman explained that although their blood had mixed with that of monsters during their adaptation, they were still horses. After saying this, the man proudly showed off his horse, which was the largest one. The lady asked if the horses were safe, and the Duke suggested going to pet one of them. However, the heroine still couldn't believe that such a horse wouldn't eat her alive. Trusting her husband's assurance that everything would be fine, the young lady reached out her hand to the horse. To Myrto's great surprise, the horse didn't even try to harm her in any way and calmly let itself be petted. The girl was happy about this and asked if she could ride now. Since the Duke allowed it, they immediately went for a walk, which for some reason reminded the lady of a date. Ferris blushed immediately upon hearing Litera's suggestion, although he had never thought of such a thing. The man explained that he just wanted his wife to rest, and she asked in surprise if she looked that busy. Terman said that sometimes he felt the girl took on almost all the problems that existed. Therefore, the Duke became very worried about whether his wife was too tired, which surprised the young lady. After hearing her husband's words, the heroine even felt a little guilty for overworking herself. She remembered that in her first life, she hadn't even really lived, as she was always solving some problem for herself. And in her second life, the lady couldn't relax because she wanted to do so after completing all her tasks, but she was killed prematurely. Ferris asked fearfully if the same thing as before would happen again in this life. The young lady remembered that even now, she had worked hard since she was a child because that was what she was most used to. But if she had known her letter would end up in the hands of that beast, she would have done much less in the end. And the Duke simply asked if it wasn't time for the young lady to relax. But Litera couldn't allow herself to do that because she knew the future and was trying to make it better. Myrto admitted that although she understood many events wouldn't happen soon, she couldn't calm down. So the young lady already knew very well how troublesome it was to know too much. The man thought for a moment about how he could help his wife and then came up with an idea. He asked the lady for permission to ride behind her, and the girl, though surprised, didn't mind. Then Ferris deftly jumped onto the scary-looking horse and took the reins to guide it. Before the Duchess could say a word, Terman ordered the horse to gallop at full speed. The man was in such a hurry because he wanted the lady to see the scenery at that particular time. Ferris said that although everything didn't look like the South, the North also had very beautiful views. Litera was deeply moved by the beauty of the snow-white mountains and the pleasant silence all around. At this point, the husband said that he indeed had less experience than his wife and didn't know what the future held. But the Duke still wanted to run with the lady when she was rushing somewhere, and also to stop together in beautiful moments like this. Therefore, the beast very seriously asked the girl to try to remember in any of her experiences that he was always by her side. Litera realized the man's words meant he loved her very much, and she gratefully covered his hand with hers. Myrto didn't know how much she had wanted to hear such words, so the young lady smiled happily and asked her husband not to regret it later. In response, Terman said he would face all troubles together with his wife and then kissed her to prove it. The newlyweds didn't yet know that at that moment, their main enemy was sitting, calmly drinking tea. That man was telling a girl that a high-ranking advisor had recently come to him, asking him to save the Duchess from the clutches of the Northern Beast. Abito said he understood the priest's feelings, but he didn't particularly want to get involved in the affairs of the Terman family in any way. But the Crown Prince didn't want to get involved, not out of fear, but because he was related by blood to Ferris, which complicated matters. The girl to whom the man was telling all this listened silently and calmly at first, then reminded him of the name Litera Myrto. The lady suggested that she could meet with the Duchess and try to get her to talk about her unhappy marriage. Then Abito would only need to ask his father, the Emperor, for permission to dissolve the Terman marriage. The prince smiled kindly and said he would be very grateful if the young lady would do so. He knew very well that no one could accomplish this task better than his own fiancée, Manhwa. The next morning, while Ferris was training all his knights, he learned that he had received a letter from the Marquis of Feck. Turman was very displeased that the maid had not immediately torn up the letter, as this beast hated the family. To this, Nyx replied that the envelope was for Litera, and Ferris immediately praised the assistant for not tearing it up. Myrto was surprised that she would receive a letter, as she didn't really communicate with anyone. As soon as the lady opened the envelope, she immediately recognized that it was not so much a letter as an invitation. The Duchess's happiness was beyond words, because it turned out that Manila herself, or rather Moni, had invited her. The husband asked in surprise what his wife's joy meant, and she immediately remembered that in this life, she and Tika were not acquainted. Since the story was long, the girl invited her husband to their room, which they did. The young lady remembered that in the original plot of the novel, Tika was the main villain. This girl had even tried to murder the heroine several times because she indirectly threatened her position in society. But in the end, according to the plot, it was the protagonist who won and even managed to save the world. And the villainess herself, as a result of this conflict, lost everything, and her fate was very tragic. But since Litera didn't like this ending, she rewrote it when she entered the novel. As soon as Myrto ascended the throne, she immediately granted Manila the title and power she wanted. As a result, in that life, the girls became unusually close and went through a lot together, so the young lady was very happy to receive a letter from Monia. Recalling the past, the Duchess was forced to reveal another fact as Ferris listened to her story. The girl admitted that it was her friend Tika who had provoked Abito's inappropriate behavior. Manila was a prominent representative of high society and often threw parties, including for the Empress. As the head of state, Litera attended almost every party, which allowed her to build many useful connections. But as a result, her ex-husband began to interfere in all of his wife's affairs, declaring that she should only look at him alone. Moreover, soon, the man even reached the point of being jealous of Myrto and her own friends. After hearing this story, Turman simply couldn't believe how crazy the prince was. The heroine supported her husband and shouted that she had been stupid and blind for not divorcing Abitalatum for so long. The girl complained that because of the prince's abusive behavior, at some point, she had even begun to think that she was not normal. It was all because that man had completely shifted all responsibility to his wife, doing nothing himself. Ferris leaned towards the lady and proposed a deal with Lidim immediately, but the young lady refused. The Duchess explained that not everything could be done here and now, and smiled very mysteriously. Terminus's first reaction was great surprise, and then he understood what the girl meant. Smiling frighteningly, Ferris said his wife was right, and it was not yet time to take revenge on Abito. After this conversation, the young lady still remembered the invitation and wondered what she should do with it. Litera remembered that her husband was on bad terms with the Tech family, which he confirmed again. This was because Ferris was a relative of the king, so his very existence stood in the way of the Marquis's path to power. But it was not profitable for them to quarrel openly, as a large supply of magic stones came from the north. After hearing her husband's story, Myrto thought that perhaps she should refuse the invitation. The Duke reminded the Duchess that she had wanted to become friends with Manila in this life. The girl agreed, and then asked if Ferris could leave her for a few days. Turman, who hadn't considered the distance between the two places at all, froze in shock. The man tried to lie that he could, but his wife quickly saw through him. The beast began to assure her that he was fine and didn't want to be like Abito, and the girl approved of this enthusiasm. To Turman's surprise, Litera invited him to join her on the journey. Ferris immediately beamed with joy, because now it didn't matter to him who he was with or what kind of relationship they had. The most important thing was that he wouldn't have to be separated from his wife. The heroine saw this trip as an opportunity to strengthen their marriage, even while abroad. And so, a few days later, the Marquis of Tika and his daughter were awaiting the arrival of the newlyweds from the north. Manila was actually convinced that Litera would refuse her invitation, but everything turned out unexpectedly. Therefore, the initial plan for Tech to use the refusal of the meeting to sabotage the Turman marriage failed. It was all because Myrto had suddenly responded to the girl's invitation, which meant she wasn't wasn't being held captive. Moni was a little nervous because she had no information about Ferris's wife. But then the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a servant announcing the arrival of the northern carriage. Seeing the carriage, the Marquis said, just in case, to be mindful of etiquette in case it wasn't Litera who arrived. But then the lady pointed to the terrifying horses pulling the carriage, and the Tika family had no more doubts. At that very moment, Duke Turman himself stepped out of the carriage, dispelling the terrifying aura around him. After him, his wife stepped out with a distinctly mocking smile, asking for forgiveness for their lateness. Manila was so surprised by such an entrance that she completely forgot her etiquette for a moment. And Litera, sitting in her husband's arms, smiled and greeted everyone as if nothing had happened. Later, when the ladies had retired, Mirto took off her jewelry, saying it was too heavy. Besides, other than Manila, there was no one else in the room now, and no one was watching them. At this moment, the Marquis took over the conversation with Ferris, although it was more likely that the beast took over and dragged the old man where he wanted to go. Tech's daughter was faced with a test in the form of a clever heroine who deliberately tried to surprise Moni as much as possible. Litera lay lazily on the sofa, completely ignoring etiquette and rules as she hoped to annoy her former friend. Although the Marquis's daughter thought Mirto was strange, she still hadn't forgotten the code of conduct and thus thanked her for coming. The Duchess didn't beat around the bush and directly asked Tika why she had suddenly invited her. Litera was well aware that she came from a poor background and was married to a Turman, so there should have been no reason to invite her. The young Marchioness was shocked that her interlocutor was conducting the conversation so frankly and said that she had simply heard that someone had married an animal. To this, Mirto stated that in this situation, such a vague answer would not satisfy her at all. The heroine was worried that due to her rebirth, all connections were now missing, and the Tech family might try to use her. Moreover, the girl knew that if she acted like a noble, she would surely fail, so she immediately forgot about etiquette. Litera decided to take a gamble that she could confuse Miss Tika with her strange actions and knocked over a teacup. Moni even noticed her own confused reflection in the spilled tea. And Mirto, at that moment, smiled and asked the lady to tell her frankly what she wanted. The Marquis's daughter thought sadly that due to the strong influence of the Duchess's behavior, she was beginning to yield to her. But this could not go on, because then the young Marchioness would continue to be led by the nose by her guest. So Moni snapped her fan shut. Then, Manila, smiling sweetly, suggested that Litera must be tired from the journey. Tika said she wanted to have tea in a more relaxed atmosphere, so she would give the lady time to rest. Mirto smiled and sighed, because she recognized her old friend and confidant from that life in the current Manhwa's behavior. The heroine understood that it wouldn't be easy to annoy the young Marchioness, but she decided to try, starting by calling her husband cute. Litera had completely unintentionally chosen the right direction for the conversation, as such a statement shocked Moni. She had never thought that anyone other than the beastly Duke could be a cute person. Manila even asked if Mirto actually had another husband, to which the lady replied no. At this moment, the Marquis was suffering at the hands of the male member of the Turman family, begging the beast to stop. The fact was, the man had decided to train his skills, but had quickly defeated all the knights. Ferris impatiently pointed out that he hadn't killed anyone, and was just warming up, so everything was fine. Besides, Turman wouldn't dare call people who were defeated by a single tree branch knights. The Marquis was shocked that his strongest warriors had fallen so easily in a fight against a single beast. The Duke, on the other hand, was clearly bored, as he had no one else to fight and didn't know what to do. Tika could only pray that Ferris wouldn't think of another destructive activity for himself. Just then, a red-haired boy peeked out very timidly from behind a tree. The boy in the mask asked the Duke if it would be difficult to teach him a few fighting techniques. While Ferris was wondering in surprise what the boy meant, the Marquis was already furious with Topaz. Hearing the boy's name, Turman thought for a moment, as he had recently heard it in other circumstances. Before the visit, Litera had asked her husband to be as polite as possible to a child named Topaz. The girl understood that the Duke needed to act like a beast, but for this boy alone, she asked him to make an exception. Ferris didn't ask any extra questions, only asking her to describe Topaz's appearance. Mirto, counting on her fingers, said that the boy would have red hair, he always wore a mask on his face, and he was a few years away from adulthood. The young lady said with regret that she couldn't say more, lest her husband think too much about it. As a result, just as his wife had predicted, Ferris met the boy and called out to him. Turman approached the masked boy and asked him why he wanted to learn swordsmanship. Topaz mumbled that he wanted to protect someone but couldn't be more specific. He only added that this person was important to him, and in his mind he pictured Manila Tech. Topaz clenched his fingers excitedly and said that he thought Turman was very strong, which was why he was asking for his instruction. To the boy's great surprise, the beast suddenly said that for him, this was more interesting than fighting with the corpses lying on the ground. As Ferris prepared to give him a few lessons, the red-haired boy beamed with joy. The Marquis, who had been watching the fight very anxiously at first, commented that the Duke could be gentle. At that moment, a satisfied smile appeared on Ferris's face, as he knew his wife would later praise him for interacting with the boy. Litera herself was at that moment pulling out all the stops to talk to Moni about her beloved husband. Tika's daughter could barely control herself, because in her brief conversation with the Duchess, she had heard a whole lot of unnecessary things. But even seeing Litera's joyful appearance, the young lady still couldn't believe that the lady got along so well with the beast. Suddenly, Manila decided that now was the best time to attack, so she asked if the Duke had really never disappointed his wife. To the great surprise of Tika's daughter, Mirdo's expression suddenly changed, and she said that they were finally getting to the point. Litera immediately understood that the Marquis's daughter wanted to hear her complain about her marriage to Turman and then destroy it. The lady sat down next to the confused girl and asked if it was Advisor Astrom who had made her ask this, and it turned out she had guessed correctly. The reason the former Empress was able to expose Moni's plan so easily was because she remembered that Tika only talked about things she was interested in when she put her hand to her face. Knowing this, Mirdo planned to guess her interlocutor's intentions by what she wanted to say. Besides, no one dared to ask Abito for help except for the High Advisor. Moni immediately tried to pretend that the Duchess had guessed wrong. The girl said that if Tika decided to remain silent, she would not argue. However, Litera warned Manila that if she didn't take this chance, it would be the first and last time she would give her an opportunity for a frank conversation. Mirdo again brought up her previous informal behavior and said that she didn't care about the nobility. She just wanted to speak frankly. Moreover, the young lady was quite sure that she could live peacefully with her husband even without leaving the north. Litera ended all her words with a logical conclusion. Image was not important to her or her husband. Moni analyzed the situation and realized that the lady was telling the truth and that one should not communicate with her in the same way as with the nobility. So, Tika completely put down the fan that concealed her emotions and said that she was ready for a sincere conversation. Manila confessed that she personally had no interest in Mirdo and her life. She agreed to help the advisor only so that her fiancé would owe her a favor later, but things were more complicated than the young lady had imagined. Litera smiled sincerely and suddenly said that she knew how many different people there were in the world. The girl covered Moni's eyes with her hand and said that she should try to let go of the beliefs that were blinding her. Mirdo was sure that by then Tika would be able to understand and see much more than she could now. The lady even dared to say that this method would undoubtedly become a good weapon for the Marquis's daughter. Moni uncertainly clenched her fists in her lap and asked why her guest was being so nice to her. Litera said that she was acting so relaxed because she was sure that with an enemy like her, Tika would be in a lot of trouble. Mirdo reminded her that in that case, her husband would not stand idly by, which frightened Manila. To calm the clearly frightened girl, the Duchess took her hand and stroked it gently. She said that if Tika had intended to deceive her, she would hardly be opening up to her now, which surprised the Marquis's daughter, because it was true. The heroine remembered that in the story, Manila became a villain only because she was desperately trying to survive. But if you become friends with this girl instead of enemies, then she can become a very remarkable person. Litera really wanted to build a good relationship with Moni, so she thanked her for her frankness. During this time, Tika's daughter had been trying to analyze the Duchess's behavior, but realized that it was almost impossible. So the girl announced that she would tell her fiancé Abito the truth about everything. Manila intended to say that Litera was as eccentric as the beast, which was why they were so happily married. Moni then admitted that it would be very tiring if they started a fight, so she didn't want that. When the conversation between them was over and the ladies had reached an agreement, Litera asked to see her husband quickly. At this time, Ferris was in the middle of teaching Topaz how to use a sword and periodically corrected the young man. The man said that the red-haired boy's skills were useless in a real battle, to which the Marquis tried to object. Tamina's sighed, realizing that it was futile to prove anything to the head of Tika, so he remained silent. The fact is that the Tika family adopted orphans from an orphanage and then taught them, and among these children, Topaz was the most talented. However, the Duke recalled the group of knights he had defeated, who had been trained using the same method. Moreover, Ferris believed that for nobles, swordsmanship training was just a formality, even though he himself was a member of the aristocracy. The Marquis reminded the Duke that he was also a nobleman, to which the man replied that he was more used to being a beast. Upon learning that there were still people who considered him a member of high society, Tamina closed in on Tika's father. Ferris didn't actually want to threaten anyone, but the emotions on his face betrayed his mood, as the guy didn't want to be part of the aristocracy. Leaving the Marquis, Tamina asked Topaz if he wanted to continue learning from someone like him. The boy nervously gripped the sword in his hands and remained silent, so the Duke allowed him to end his studies if he wished. But the masked boy suddenly said firmly that he did need at least basic defense skills. The only problem was that Topaz doubted the correctness of his motives, even thinking it was close to greed. But Tamina personally saw nothing wrong with the boy's desire to save those close to him. Since Ferris would be leaving soon, he advised the child to find another good teacher. Just then, Litera came outside and called for her husband, as she wanted to see him. Tamina himself missed his wife very much, even though they had only been apart for a short time, so his expression immediately changed. The girl ran to her husband and immediately jumped into his arms, asking how long he had been waiting. Even before leaving, Ferris had refused to act like a beast in front of his wife, and the lady had to accept that. So now, even strangers would call the newlyweds a lovely couple. Litera whispered that the Duke had done a good job, but he downplayed his own credit in response. Then the man very cunningly changed the subject and gently kissed his beloved wife. The Tika family reacted to this scene in different ways, but certainly no one expected it. As they parted, Manila promised not to bother the couple in the near future, to which Mirdo advised the lady not to think too far ahead. In addition, Litera asked Tika for permission to call her Moni, and the girl was still thinking about this even after the couple had left. As a result, Manila came to the conclusion that she wanted to avoid seeing this strange family for as long as possible. But then Topaz called out to the lady and asked if her jewelry had fallen on the table next to the flowers. Turning around, the Marquis's daughter was extremely surprised because she remembered how Mirdo had left them. And Litera herself, sitting in the carriage with her husband, smiled with satisfaction, knowing that Moni's head was now spinning. As it turned out, just a few minutes after the Turman family left, Moni took the jewelry to her father. The girl said that they needed to change and think more carefully about their plans, and the Marquis immediately guessed his daughter's intentions. The Tika family had been preparing for something for many years, and now Manila was considering inviting Litera to join the project. At that moment in the carriage, Mirdo was also thinking that in order to defeat Abido, they would need Tika. Taking off the uncomfortable aristocratic gloves from her hands, the lady was very sure that Moni would betray her fiancé. The girl asked Ferris how his talk with Topaz went, and he said that he even taught the boy a little fighting, for which the lady praised her husband. The Duke was interested in the role the boy was playing, so Moni had to tell him. In fact, Topaz's name was Favor Laviatum, and he was the current emperor's illegitimate son. The Duke had just been communicating with his own relative, and this information made his jaw drop. And Litera, quite calmly, continued, saying that the red-haired boy was Abido's half-brother. That is, genealogically, Tamina had one more, albeit secret, relative. And in fact, the Tika family's charity work with orphans was just a hide favor. Tamina confirmed whether the Marquis really wanted to put the red-haired boy in Abido's place in the future. Litera confirmed that Manila had started thinking about this plan a long time ago, even though it was very dangerous. In that life, the heroine married Abido, which got in the way of the Tika family. But this time, the lady did not intend to make such a mistake. In addition, the young lady wanted to repay the debt she owed Manila from her past life, which she was a little embarrassed to talk about. The thing is, one day Moni came to the Empress and said that since she had divorced Abito, she could marry Ferris. At first, Litera was very embarrassed and said that it was simply impossible. Mirdo was sure that Turman only thought of her as a friend, even though they communicated well through letters. Manila listened to all of the mistress's objections and silently considered them foolish. So the girl specifically said that everything would be as their great queen who saved the world said. However, Tika was very sure that if Litera didn't listen to her advice, she would definitely regret it. And now, the heroine was thinking that she really should have listened to her friend earlier, because the whole idea of an arranged marriage with Fair came into the girl's head entirely. Thanks to Moni. Unexpectedly, the Duke suddenly turned away and hid his face, which even started to worry his wife. But when the man turned to her, he said that he no longer had any objections to the Tika family. Initially, Termina's resentment towards the Marquis was not very deep, and besides, he had managed to scare him today, so he was already satisfied. Moreover, Fair was even sure that for Manila's sake, he could forgive Tika again, which surprised Mirdo at how satisfied her husband was with their marriage. Ferris moved closer to his wife and said that he really enjoyed being so close to her. In response, the girl tightly hugged her husband's broad and huge back, as she herself loved the closeness. A little later, when it was already dark, the coachman stopped at the first overnight stop on the newlyweds' journey. The assistant waited for her master on the street for a while, who for some reason did not come out, and even dared to knock on the carriage door. Nick said that they had already booked a hotel room for the couple and asked if everything was all right. When the maid dared to open the door, she saw Litera and Ferris kissing. This picture once again made the assistant regret not letting Yugam come in her place. And now Nix had to ask the man and woman to continue their affections after getting into the room. Following the maid's advice, the couple went upstairs to their room, and the lady was very happy to change into comfortable clothes. The girl wanted to stay in these parts for a few more days, as she had places she wanted to visit. Then, the Duke, who had already changed into a more comfortable robe, decided to enter the Duchess's room. But the man forgot that they were not in his own castle, so he hit his head hard on the doorframe. Litera immediately ran to her husband and asked if he was okay, as the sound of the impact was very loud. At the same time, Mirdo couldn't help but laugh at the situation, which didn't offend her husband in the slightest. The heroine couldn't understand how Ferris could deftly dodge monsters, but hit doors with his face, and he explained that he was clumsy in tight spaces. So the lady stroked the boy's face and promised that tomorrow they would find a more spacious place. The miss admitted that she wanted to return to the north immediately to think about how to fight Astrum. But then Litera remembered her husband's words asking her to rest, and therefore decided to stay in these parts for a while. Mirdo admitted that she really wanted to focus on creating their shared happy memories. Turman responded by kissing his wife's hand and saying that he himself really wanted something like that. The man added that he was even willing to put up with the low ceilings, which made his wife laugh out loud. But after having a good laugh, the miss admitted that she believed the boy's words were completely sincere. Indeed, Litera felt an incredible warmth from Ferris's every word and every action. So, as they lay on a strange bed, Mirdo admitted that she was very happy to have married Turman. The Duke's face flushed slightly when he heard the words of gratitude for his presence. On impulse, the man hugged his wife, although she tried to stop him because she wanted to sleep. In response, Fair agreed to go to sleep quickly so that he could wake up sooner and talk again tomorrow. Falling asleep, Litera thought about the incredibly beautiful place she really wanted to show her husband. The next morning, as the heroine had planned, they had a picnic in this place. The lady said that no one knew about this place except herself, so they could rest in peace. Mirdo actually wanted to invite Nix to come along, but the man reminded her that the maid wanted to be alone. Indeed, as soon as the assistant got such an opportunity, she ran away from her masters. The Duchess also accepted the fact that in such a beautiful place, she and her husband would have a simple romantic date. Turman remembered his wife's words from before she fell asleep, saying that she really wanted to show him all this beauty. Then he asked the miss if she had any special memories of this field, which made the girl freeze. Litera remembered the night she came to this field alone, and since then began to consider it special. The heroine admitted that when she first came to this world, it took her a long time to get used to everything. After all, her adult soul was trapped in a small child's body, which only complicated the situation. The girl felt that it would have been much easier to adapt if she had lost her memory. But the lady remembered the entire plot perfectly. As a result, the Miss could never accept this world as her own, so her desire to control everything only grew. Litera knew that the novel had a happy ending, but she was still not sure about herself and her future. Adapting to the new world was so difficult for the girl that even now, it was hard for her to admit that she had once thought about dying. Therefore, one day, the heroine could not stand the pressure and simply ran away in the night. Ferris asked if the girl had really come to this very place, and he was absolutely right. That night, Myrto ran aimlessly, and none of it made any sense. Exhausted, Litera looked up and realized that there was no one in this place but herself. The Duchess explained that only when she reached a place that had nothing to do with the novel did she believe that this world was alive. After this incident, the lady, in her past life, would come to this field whenever she had difficulties. Only here, Litera felt each time as if she had regained all her strength and could move on. The girl admitted that only now she began to believe that it would be more useful to have a place to escape to. Ferris asked if everything was okay now that he also knew about this place. In response, the wife just sighed and said that her husband hadn't changed a bit even after all this time. Litera fell onto her husband's lap and explained that now this field was less important to her because she could run to him. The Duchess smiled and looked up straight into her husband's face and asked if she was wrong. The man's flushed red face gave the lady an answer that was easier to understand than any words. Then Terman suddenly whispered that as long as he was with the girl, he mistakenly thought he was amazing. The guy's words completely ruined the romantic atmosphere of the moment, and besides, Litera completely disagreed with them. The girl jumped up and almost screamed that her husband was already amazing, so there was nothing wrong with him. Myrto asked if she really needed to hit the man like last time, and he immediately asked for forgiveness for his words. The heroine felt sad that her husband still lacked self-confidence, which was palpable. For some reason, at this very moment, the lady remembered her ex-husband, who always made the Miss feel insecure. So, instead of arguing, Litera hugged Terman and said that it was extremely important to her that he believed her words. While Fair listened with excitement, the Miss carefully tried to hold back the emotions welling up inside her. The heroine explained that in her past life, all the priests who believed her words deified her, and all the magicians she dared to ask for help constantly asked for permission to experiment on her body. So, this beast who unconditionally believed the lady's words was incredibly precious to her, and the man eventually agreed with this. Pressing against her warm and beloved husband, the girl whispered that he was an amazing thinker and often supported her. Litera even admitted that she didn't feel very good about her husband's boundless trust, and he didn't understand why. Then Myrto asked if he would be angry if she said the Duke was a minor character, but Terman countered that he was just that in the girl's past life. Even the fact of their supposed affair didn't bother Fair in the slightest, because he felt alive. But the Duchess was surprised by the guy's composure. Then she asked what Ferris was thinking when the lady talked about things that he even knew about. The man thought before answering, and then the beast admitted that he was worried about whether his wife felt lonely in those moments. The boy took a lock of the Miss's hair and said that he had no idea what it was like to have to rebuild an entire relationship. Since the life Termina had lived was completely different from his wife's, he couldn't fully understand. But the Duke clearly remembered that it was this girl who eventually pulled him out of the abyss of despair and loneliness with her smile. So the man tried every day to understand the emotions the heroine was going through in order to help her. Litera was so moved by her husband's sincere and kind words that she was almost brought to tears. The girl couldn't understand how Fair could so easily say such important things to her. Since all the beautiful words had already been said, Litera simply reached out to Terman and kissed him herself. Finally, Myrto felt that she could share everything that had been building up inside her all this time. So now the heroine was very passionately kissing the husband who was supporting her by her side. Lying in the man's arms like this, Litera finally and irrevocably decided that she could no longer run away. At that very moment, somewhere deep in the forest, an incomprehensible glowing circle with a pattern inside appeared. Nyx, who was walking, soon came across this glowing object and was very surprised. And the circle itself, floating in the air, could barely squeeze out the words that it had to tell Litera something. But so far, the couple in love knew nothing about what had happened and were still just lying together. Mirdo whispered that she wished she could continue to focus only on Tamina like this, without any obstacles. Of course, Ferris was very happy to hear this, as he completely agreed with his wife's thoughts. But the Duke also remembered that they were always interrupted at such moments, so he looked around the field. Suddenly, as the beast had expected, that same incomprehensible object appeared before the newlyweds and called out to the heroine. Along with the circle in the air, Nyx also came running, carefully monitoring to make sure her masters were all right. The maid admitted that she had tried her best to get rid of the circle, but ultimately failed. The circle arrogantly declared that no mortal could get rid of him, and then remembered that he didn't have much time. So the object offered to talk to Litera alone and whisked her away with a magical tornado. Before temporarily entering another dimension, the lady recognized the voice of the god. Note, here, to the Mrs. Great surprise, she was held by Ferris, who had also somehow come here with her. Tamina quickly realized that Mirdo and the circle knew each other, and for some reason decided that they were enemies. Litera had to tell her husband that the god of their world was disguised as this object. Sure enough, Note himself appeared before the couple out of thin air and retorted that he was not an enemy at all. The deity, without even trying to smile sadly, said that he was very sad to hear such words. To this, the Mist said that she would then call Note a god without a shred of conscience, which displeased the god. Ferris, although he had not interfered in the conversation, was carefully studying the god. The man considered it a great honor to see the god Note himself in person, but the Duke was disturbed by the fact that this creature had once made Litera suffer. So the beast said aloud that he would find a way to destroy the god before him. Then Note flew closer to the boy and asked how he had gotten here, since the god had only brought the girl. The creature mused that only those with permission could enter this space. However, Mirdo had her husband lift her up a little and poke the god in the eye with her finger, declaring that it was his personal mistake. Since Note didn't have much time, he said that in the past, the world the heroine lived in was destroyed after her death. The lady started asking questions, but the god couldn't answer, only saying that the rifts with monsters in this world were expanding and he needed help to deal with them. The couple couldn't argue that they could indeed make Note's job of dealing with the rifts easier to some extent. Then the beast suggested that the Mist simply destroy this whole space, and she immediately agreed, although the god objected. Note said that he was not asking for such help from Mirdo for no reason, because when all the rifts were closed, her power would be restored. The girl realized that she couldn't disagree with something like that, so she asked where she should look for the rifts. But instead of giving a normal answer, Note for some reason said a number, which gave the Mist no information. Before the Duchess could ask the god anything, he continued to count, and it became clear that it was a countdown. The god asked for forgiveness and said that he could do nothing but send the couple back. The only thing he could do was, Note decided to temporarily give the Duke a holy sword, hoping that it would be enough. Litera knew that she was too weak, so she asked her husband if he would accept this gift in her place. It didn't take long to persuade Fair, who immediately held out his hand and made the sword his. Note noticed that the Duke was strong enough and therefore asked him to follow the heroine. But even if the god hadn't asked him to try hard, Ferris intended to do well on this mission. Litera was at this moment carefully observing the holy sword, as she was curious what it would turn into. Imagine the Duchess's surprise when, in her husband's hands, the sword turned into a kind of hellish creature. But Tamina himself was happy with the sword, so the Mist decided not to curse anymore. Then suddenly, Nyx, whom the heroine had already forgotten about, also asked what kind of hellish sword this was. For some reason, the maid was sure that it was a bad thing that her masters had disappeared and reappeared with such a sword. But she didn't have time to explain anything to Litera's assistant, as she heard the characteristic cracking sound in the sky that a rift makes when it forms. Almost immediately, all sorts of monsters, in huge numbers, crawled out of this rift. Nyx initially asked to resign, but when Fair announced a reward for each monster, she immediately became eager for a fight. Since the assistant was well trained, Tamina calmly let her go to clear out the ones below. and the man himself, holding his wife, began to fight the flying monsters. Myrto was worried that they hadn't left a weapon for Nyx, but she had everything under control. Ferris tried to make an excuse for why he didn't bring his sword, but the lady reassured him. Nevertheless, the Duke couldn't calm down until the end, as he admitted that he always wanted to look cool in front of the lady. In response, Litera laughed happily and said that she already thought the man was very cool. Myrto drew the boys' attention to the fact that they could continue their conversation even during the battle, which spoke to his skill. So, the heroine was also fired up with a strong desire to look cool in her husband's eyes, even in this form. Litera used the magic that Note had returned to her in that life, and closed the rift in the sky. As a result, Nyx also had to be told that the lady was chosen by the gods, although everything was also kept secret. Suddenly, Ferris realized that the place his wife loved so much was covered in monster blood. Tamina was worried that the lady would be very worried about this, and then he heard her angry cry. It's just that the Miss was not worried about her place, but because she hadn't asked Note to deal with the man who was trying to destroy her. Marriage. The Duke was very surprised that Litera was worried about their relationship and not her favorite field. So the man just asked for forgiveness for not reminding her of this. But the lady did not hold a grudge against him. Myrto remembered that she had been swallowed by the rift, and now she needed a few days of rest to recover. So Litera invited her husband to go to the most luxurious hotel to rest well, so that rumors about them could spread. So, the very next day, the newspapers published the news that the girl was the ideal wife for the beast. The High Advisor Astrum was not at all happy with this turn of events, but for now, he could do nothing. Such newspaper news quickly spread among the nobility, who began to discuss it with great relish. One of the girls even admitted with a shudder that she had witnessed all the horror of this couple with her own eyes. The Turman family came to this luxurious restaurant covered in blood and demanded to be seated. The nobles were shocked that the couple smelled of blood, but they were more interested in what Litera looked like. However, the girl could not accurately describe the appearance of the beast's wife, as she was too covered in blood. The lady got the impression that it was not a living person who had visited the hotel at that time, but a real ghost. Therefore, all the people who saw the Turman family at that time advised people to stay at other hotels, and at this time Manila was reading this newspaper. The girl was not about to think anything bad when suddenly her fiancé asked her what it was like not to be the center of attention. Abito recalled with a smirk that it was Tika's daughter who tried to be the main character at any event, to which the lady replied that it all depended on what kind of event it was. Manila put down the newspaper and said that she definitely did not want such attention for herself. The girl was sure that Litera had deliberately provoked these rumors so that everyone would not see her as a victim, but as a madwoman. Therefore, the lady now felt very sorry for Myrto, because with her reputation, she would not be able to remarry after a divorce. Therefore, the Miss told the Crown Prince that she could not fulfill Advisor Astrum's request, which surprised the boy. To this, Moni said that in this situation, she saw no point in breaking up the couple, and Abito agreed with her. Nevertheless, Tika's daughter considered it necessary to admit that she would have to meet with Litera again, as she had left her jewelry at her house. The prince suggested that his bride simply entrust this matter to a servant, but Manila objected, saying that she needed to be impeccable in everything. And besides, if the lady entrusted such a task to a servant, she would certainly never see Myrto again, which was not to her liking. At that moment, Carter was visiting the Turman house and laughing out loud while reading this very newspaper. But the heroine did not believe that Weathers had come all the way from the west just to share his emotions. The friend tried to hint that he was glad to see the lady, but she just asked how their plan was going. Carter pointed his finger at the necessary news, and after reading it, the Miss was happy to realize that their plan had already begun. Weathers happily noted that many nobles were starting to lose income, and thanks to Myrto's behavior at the hotel, few would read about it. The business partner admitted that he had fully planned all his actions and intended to make investing a trend. But unlike all the other nobles, this guy would act in secret, making it impossible to track him. But the map itself would perfectly track all his movements, and even everyone else's. Weathers was looking forward to the moment when all the trader's property would fall into his hands, while Litera supported her friend. At this point, the guy had a very serious question, so he asked if the beast was displeased that another man was getting along so well with his wife. But throughout the entire time Carter was discussing business with Myrto, The Duke had been reading the newspaper very calmly. When Weathers asked him a question, Ferris tilted his head slightly and smiled in response. This answer frightened his friend greatly, but Turman explained that he saw no reason to be nervous. The man explained that if he never betrayed his wife, then she would always be with him. Then, the Duke kissed the girl's hand and asked for confirmation if his reasoning was correct. Litera was very happy, as she had been trying to explain to her husband that he needed to be more confident. As a result, Fur had to admit that he was actually so embarrassed he was about to faint. To this, Myrto said that her husband just needed to give it a try, as it was easier than fighting monsters. Watching the man and woman, Carter smiled and thought about how much of a stir their relationship would cause among the other nobles. The guy suddenly understood that even if he told others about it, no one would believe him at all. Then Weathers remembered something and asked Litera if it mattered that her parents saw the same news. It turned out that the young lady hadn't thought about such a thing at all, so she felt a burning sense of shame. And at that moment, the girl's father was indignantly clutching his neck, while her mother was unusually calm. Then, the lady asked why this strange guest was showing them all this news. This guest was none other than High Advisor Astrom, who had been refused help by Abito and thus decided to take a different path. This guy was still thinking about matchmaking the Crown Prince and the Chosen One. And now, the priest was trying to convince the girl's parents that they should not allow her to continue tarnishing her reputation. Astrom assured them that he very sincerely wanted to save the lady from the clutches of this northern beast. But in response to all the advisor's words, Manus suddenly said sharply that his opinion was overstepping its bounds. The lady said that their daughter had chosen her husband herself, and they would support her choice to the end. So Litera's parents were not at all worried about a bad reputation. Astrom asked if Myrto didn't know how painful a damaged reputation was for a noble. The priest tried to explain that in the end, the lady would only attract malicious gazes behind her back. As a high advisor, the guy offered to help in order to properly elevate the heroine's status. The father listened carefully to the priest's words, as he himself doubted his daughter's choice. The nobleman was tormented because this guy might know the situation well and therefore could be right. The man didn't know why the priest was trying so hard for his daughter when he suddenly remembered her happy smile. So the father stood up and asked Astrom to go back where he came from. The head of the Myrto family firmly decided that they would not interfere unless Litera personally requested it. The man stated that if this guy was convinced that Ms. Turman needed help, then he should come with her. So, full of sorrow and sadness, Astrom walked away, not understanding why even the young lady's parents wouldn't help him. He had hoped that this poor family would be afraid of social disapproval, but that didn't happen. The advisor couldn't understand if he had really made a mistake somewhere when he considered the Chosen One. The guy couldn't believe that despite all the rumors, Litera would be happy with Ferris. In the priest's opinion, God's Chosen One could not be blamed by others, so the lady must be saved urgently. With the desire to one day speak with Ms. Myrto, this servant of the gods returned to his home temple. Then the girl confronted him, questioning if he was ashamed of himself as a person who was destroying her family. Astrom didn't expect this at all and asked Litera why she called him a family destroyer. To this, the girl stated that she knew the priest had visited her parents' home to try and convince them to ruin her marriage. The advisor was surprised that the lady knew about this, and Myrto explained that she could immediately tell from the guy's face that things had not gone according to his plan. Astrom quickly realized that, as the Chosen One, the Duchess had seen through all his plans almost instantly. In this situation, he had no choice but to tell the lady about the harm she would suffer by staying with the beast. It was a very cruel conversation, so Astrom had wanted to avoid it as much as possible, but there was no other choice. The priest asked with some hesitation if the lady was willing to hear him out. Since the young lady agreed, the guy said that if she didn't change anything in her life, she would definitely regret it, and he didn't want that for her. From birth, Astrom was connected to the gods, so he respected any divine manifestation. Of course, even as a high advisor, this guy still couldn't hear what Note was saying, but he still cherished it. Litera calmly asked him to tell her in more detail what she would regret. Astrom explained that the lady could rule the people with her power, to which the girl yawned with obvious disinterest. Then, as the advisor continued to talk about how much the young lady could get, the wife began to sort out household matters with her husband. The priest was so engrossed in his conversation about divine patronage that he didn't immediately notice they weren't listening to him. At that very moment, the husband and wife were playing cards quite calmly, unwilling to accept Astrom's truth. The priest couldn't believe the couple would desecrate his home temple in this way. Terman briefly summarized the guy's boring lecture, saying that he was worried about his chosen one and hoped she would consider his opinion. The advisor allowed himself to raise his voice, shouting that people should not treat this situation so lightly. The guy said that if Litera was truly precious to a man, then he should let her go himself, which made the Duke freeze. Myrto felt the priest had crossed the line, so she jumped up in anger to argue with him. But then Litera heard her husband laugh, and he admitted that he had thought the same way before, but his wife had gotten angry about it. So now the beast was doing everything he could not to think about such things and not to give up his beloved. Furthermore, the Duke remembered that all the consequences Astrom was worried about had already been discussed by the man and woman before their marriage. Many people had tried to stop them, but in the end, they accepted the couple's opinion and desire to be together. Ferris ended his speech by concluding that it was the advisor who was now interfering stubbornly and unhelpfully. Litera looked at her husband with immense pride as he declared that he would solve his family problems himself, not have them solved by outsiders. Astrom felt like he was in a dream, hearing all these words that had never appeared even in his worst nightmares. As a result, although the beast's words sounded a bit rude, the heroine was glad to hear that he had become more confident. The girl admitted that she was in such a good mood that she even wanted to be more lenient with someone. However, while the young lady could turn a blind eye to this guy's actions, forgiving him for insulting her husband was beyond what the lady could bear. Litera, barely able to contain her anger, summoned the same power she had gained when closing the rift. The Duchess used this divine power to sever Astrom's connection with Note. The guy whispered pleadingly that this was impossible, and if so, he would not be able to live normally. To this, Litera retorted that the advisor wanted to take away what the young lady cherished, so it would be fair if she did the same to him. Just like the priest before, the Duchess did not ask for his opinion on her decision. Finally, when all the light faded, Myrto said that if Astrom corrected himself, his connection would be restored, and the lady reserved the right to be the sole judge of whether this guy's behavior had changed for the better. The heroine exhausted all her strength for this, but she didn't regret it, instead approaching her husband and suggesting that he could also take revenge if he wanted to. However, the Duke chose not to take revenge, but instead wished to say something important to the former chief priest. The man said that if a person truly wants to help someone, then he needs to ask for that person's opinion. Astrom struggled to remember that only with the owner of the body can one decide what is best for him. Later, as the husband and wife were walking on their estate, the young lady asked the Duke if he was being too lenient. The man replied that he thought the young lady's punishment was sufficient, and besides, he thought about how little he could do for his wife. However, unlike him, Advisor Astrom thought he could do a lot, but it brought no good. Ferris admitted that he was sad that the priest, even after seeing them happy, still hadn't changed his mind about separating them. Furthermore, doubt arose again in the beast's heart as to whether Myrto was worth all this effort. However, this time Terman did not fall into negativity, but instead promised that he would become stronger. Litera's only request was that the Duke should strive to grow for himself, not for her. The girl said she wanted to see her husband happy, so he should take care of himself, which surprised Fair. In response, the beast held out his callous palm and asked if Litera would be willing to help him a little more. Myrto didn't expect their conversation to come down to such a formal talk, but she was still very happy. So the girl threw herself into the guy's arms without hesitation and promised to help him. When the husband and wife told Honor what had happened, he immediately apologized. As the old man saw the couple off, he admitted that he could not even have imagined such a thing happening. The priest had already foreseen that Astrom would eventually be killed due to his lack of power. Honor was sad that the guy would not appear in public now, because if he had known his plan earlier, he could have dissuaded him. To this, Litera said that the advisor was unlikely to listen to anyone because he was too set in his ways. At this point, Terman informed the lady that all preparations were complete and they could return to the north. The young lady accepted the Duke's help into the carriage and hoped to see Honor next time in a pleasant setting. When the Duke and Duchess returned home to the cold weather, the man immediately and carefully draped her fur coat over the young lady. The girl happily thanked the beast for his help, realizing she was truly home. As they walked along the castle corridors, Ferris admitted that he had ordered the servants to rearrange some things. Terman was glad that their room was now much warmer than before, although he had no intention of sleeping in separate rooms. Litera was very surprised when she saw the changes, as even the interior decoration had changed. The Duke proudly said that a special heating artifact had been installed in the bed. Mirdo immediately said that now she wouldn't have to use her husband's body warmth anymore, for which she felt guilty. Turman hadn't thought the plot would develop this way at all and froze in shock. The man was adamantly against sleeping next to his wife without hugging her at all. In fact, Mirdo was just teasing her husband again because she found it amusing. As a result, Ferris, blushing, was forced to admit that he didn't want to sleep without cuddling. Litera, still with a sly smile, watched the man's reaction, finding him cute. Fair recalled that his wife herself had suggested he could think more about himself, so he expressed his desire. The girl immediately agreed to sleep next to her husband as before. The heroine recalled that they had slept in each other's arms, even in the South, so she was just joking. Only now did the Duke understand why his wife had said such terrible words to him. The man excitedly promised that he would be more careful next time and not get caught. In response, Litera happily asked if Ferris was angry, smiling sweetly. But for some reason, the husband turned away and didn't react to the lady at all, so much so that she even began to worry. Suddenly, the man abruptly approached the girl, said that he could never be angry with her, and ended his words with a kiss. This gesture made Litera completely forget all her other jokes, and the young lady immersed herself in the moment. And the beast broke the kiss and told the lady that this was her punishment for her recent jokes at his expense. Since the heroine was now as embarrassed as Fair himself, she decided to be more careful with her jokes in the future. The Duke asked if it was possible not to joke about him at all, but the young lady unfortunately couldn't stop. The Duchess laughingly admitted that after all that, she was in a very good mood. Just then, Yugam entered the room and announced that the new office was ready, which surprised the girl. After asking the butler for the keys, the man immediately handed them to Litera, saying they belonged to her. Ferris explained that in order for his wife not to lose respect, he had ordered an office to be prepared for her, at least as a formality. In the end, however, Turman admitted that he just wanted to build a new office for the lady. The girl had guessed as much herself, so she asked the guy to show it to her personally. The young lady felt an incredible shock at the sight before her, as she had never seen such a huge office before. The space Ferris had built was about 5 times the size of his own study. But the office was already built, so there was no point in arguing, and the young lady could only sigh. However, the girl honestly admitted that when she was the Empress, she had made a small room for herself to work in. The heroine said that Fair should have asked her about her personal preferences for this kind of thing beforehand. Since the lady was not used to being alone in such a large place, she invited her husband to work here with her. Moreover, out of embarrassment, the young lady wrapped her proposal in a riddle, but the Duke immediately recognized it as a hint about himself. The man coughed elegantly to get her attention and then said that the person the girl needed was standing right in front of her. After looking around the office he had prepared for his wife, the beast concluded that they would definitely need a bigger chair. Litera also reminded him that the man's writing utensils and glasses should also be brought here. The Duke took the heroine's hand and said that he would also have her past correspondence transferred over. As they were setting up the office, the husband remembered that a regular meeting of the feudal lords would be held this week. Litera was surprised to hear the Duke invite her to attend such an event with him. Since the North was a dangerous place, Turman's followers had divided it into equal areas for ease of rule. To ensure there were no problems in protecting the land, the men would meet every few months to discuss matters. Mirdo had heard in her previous life that this meeting was held in a friendly atmosphere and strengthened relationships. Turman didn't remember talking to his wife about this before, although the lady thought they had. However, Ferris was well aware that he had not had such a conversation with the Empress, nor had he even provided a report. From this, the man concluded that he had made an effort to communicate with the young lady in order to give her a surprise. Only now did the heroine realize that Turman's past letters were indeed written in extreme detail. But Mirdo herself had attributed all this to the Duke's meticulous nature, but he knew that wasn't the whole reason. Considering that the past Ferris had loved her, Litera was increasingly able to explain some of his actions to herself. Realizing that his wife knew a lot about his life, even without him telling her, the beast immediately cut to the chase and said that she didn't have to go to the meeting. The young lady asked her husband if he wanted her to go with him, and honestly admitted that he wanted to show her off anyway. However, the man immediately said that he didn't want to burden the girl, so he would go with her decision. Litera thought for a moment, then said it would be great to go to Manila's place in about 2 weeks to pick up the jewelry. The husband asked if the lady could handle it if her schedule included both the meeting and a meeting with a friend. The heroine reasoned that she couldn't not attend the meeting as the Duke's wife, so she would go. To be fully prepared, the young lady asked Turman to personally tell her everything he could. Fur admitted to himself that he also wanted to talk to the lady in person, so he was more than happy to. When it was time for the meeting, the men began to gather earlier than planned. Every one of them wanted to see for themselves the wife of their leader and belligerent beast. The Duke's aides even took the liberty of saying that it was wrong for their master not to have invited anyone to the wedding. Soon, Yugam entered the room and asked all the arriving guests to maintain the necessary silence. Immediately after, the couple appeared before the public, and Ferris formally introduced Litera to everyone. The heroine politely greeted all the feudal lords, as she wanted to make a pleasant impression on them. The lady was completely different from what the men had imagined, so at first, they couldn't even find the words to say. The Duke, completely oblivious to people's moods, invited everyone to sit down and begin the meeting. Litera was surprised when, at one point in the discussion, her husband asked for her opinion. Nevertheless, Mirdo's rich life experience allowed her to analyze the financial situation and even provide statistics. Ferris asked if there had been any recent omens in the north, and the young lady replied that there might only be an occasional rift. Then, a feudal lord, noticing the gentleman whispering with his wife, asked if they were showing off their marriage too much. To this, Fur calmly said that if the person didn't like something, he could stand up and leave. Mirdo concluded that the meeting was indeed like a gathering of old friends discussing current information. The lady remembered how the nobles had treated her when she was the empress and regretted not having such meetings. Then the heroine remembered that Fur still endured loneliness. Apparently, even communicating with the feudal lords was difficult for him. Later, Turman confirmed his wife's thoughts, saying that he still felt uncomfortable among these aides. The young man was under great pressure because he now had to be responsible for the lives of others. The Duke admitted that he couldn't just treat living people as his father's inheritance. But even though the man kept his distance from his followers, they remained loyal to him. So he eventually opened his heart. Recalling this story, Litera concluded that it was for this very reason that the beast so desperately needed a partner. The young lady looked at her husband and realized that even now, Ferris was trying to take everything upon himself. But the lady had no intention of leaving Turman alone, so she took his hand. Fur asked if his wife wanted to say something, but the lady explained that she just wanted to hold his hand. The Duke admitted that he wanted to as well, and at that moment, all the surrounding feudal lords didn't understand what they had forgotten here. One of the men recalled that he had advised Turman to get married and how well things had turned out. The beast became embarrassed and requested that they not talk about such things in front of his beloved wife. The feudal lords unanimously agreed that it was so cool that this couple was able to meet. Then the men, upon hearing the topic of children, asked what had startled the couple. The thing was, neither Litera nor Ferris had ever thought about such a thing, as there were already more than enough things to do. Mirdo even wondered to herself if she was really a fool for being so unprepared for such a question. The lady knew that it would seem strange if they remained silent, as it was important for Turman to continue the family line. But looking at her husband, the girl realized he was about to lose consciousness. Indeed, the Duke had never thought that he might one day have an heir. Then Litera took matters into her own hands and said that the issue was still under discussion. The lady added that due to the unstable situation in the world, it was too early to think about it now, and her husband thanked his wife for her support. The feudal lords immediately agreed with the Duchess's wise words, as they themselves thought that the matter of children could wait. Mirdo said that she herself did not want her husband's bloodline to be broken, so she would do everything possible. Turman listened carefully to his wife's words and was very grateful for these statements of hers. That evening, the aides had already gathered and prepared their horses to go home. The heroine asked if the meeting wasn't held for several days, and one of the men explained that no one wanted to disturb the newlyweds. As a result, although Laterra maintained her aristocratic demeanor until the very end, she breathed a sigh of relief as soon as the men left. Ferris asked with concern if his wife was all right, and she replied that she was glad to have bought some time. That evening, the young lady asked her husband what the best way to handle the heir issue was. Laterra understood that this should have been discussed before the wedding, but better late than never. Turman admitted that before meeting his wife, he had thought about adopting a child. However, Mirdo suddenly said that she still wanted to think seriously about such a thing. For a long time in her life, the girl had only been concerned with the problems that came one after another. So the lady was not surprised that she ended up missing out on calm issues like having children. Ferris asked the Duchess what she wanted to do, but she didn't have an answer to that question at the moment. The heroine admitted that she had never had children, neither in her first life nor her second, so all of this was new to her. Turman was surprised to hear his wife say that she wouldn't mind getting pregnant for him in this life. The man asked doubtfully if the lady was sure, as he hadn't even dared to dream of such a thing. The girl calmly said that since they were a married couple, something like this would happen sooner or later. Of course, the husband and wife still had many things to consider now, but at least their relationship was now one step closer. So, Laterra and Ferris should gradually continue to grow closer, which will lead to them becoming more liberated. However, it was still a bit difficult for the heroine to imagine such a scene in her mind. The man noticed what the young lady was thinking and even turned away, so he asked what was wrong. Turman wondered if his wife was feeling unwell again and didn't know if he should call a priest. Laterra turned and met her husband's gaze, which made her blush even more. The girl admitted that she had been thinking about something, but there was no need for the Duke to worry about it. Suddenly, the beast realized what was making his wife so flustered, and he blushed too. The man and woman, though already married, shyly looked away from each other like little children. The Duke tried to explain that he was so scared only because he hadn't thought about such things, and it wasn't the lady's fault. The Duchess responded that she was older than her husband and should have considered the subtleties of his personality. After many useless apologies, Laterra concluded that it was too early for them to think about an heir now, and Ferris, blushing just like his beloved, immediately agreed with this statement. The heroine found it strange that she was no longer at an age to be shy, yet she still felt nervous. The man did not expect to hear a confession from his wife that she missed him more than he expected. However, such words were extremely pleasant for the beast, who had never dreamed of this. To continue the romance of the moment, the husband approached his wife and said that he was also scared. However, now the beast was finally beginning to experience happiness instead of despair, for which he thanked the lady. Laterra realized that she herself felt the same emotions, so she affectionately leaned her head against him. The two of them still had a lot to go through, as the plot of the novel offered various trials, but the couple was ready. However, the heroine intended to move forward at her own pace and write her own beautiful story. For some reason, the lady was sure that every new page spent with her husband would be wonderful. The only thing was, after such a frank conversation, both the man and woman had some trouble falling asleep that night. The next morning, Laterra received a letter from the Tech family, which she was overjoyed about. Mirdo told her husband that Manila would be coming today, so they needed to prepare for the guest. Ferris said that he had already given all the necessary orders for preparation, so everything should be fine. But the Duke didn't expect that his wife herself would end up completely forgetting about the preparations. It was all because the girl had somehow forgotten to change her clothes, and it was her husband who reminded her. Then Turman looked at himself and realized he should also change so that their outfits would match. Since the lady had dressed herself in a bright style last time, this time he said they would do the opposite. In the evening, the long-awaited guests arrived, and they were surprised by the sight of the ducal castle. Manila advised Topaz to never let his guard down in these parts, just in case. This was because there were rumors that Ferris would deal with nobles he didn't like. Tika believed that since she was coming as a guest of the beast's wife, there shouldn't be a problem. As it turned out, the husband and wife greeted their guests with extreme kindness and elegance and immediately served them tea. Neither Manila nor Topaz had expected the northern beast and his wife to be like this. But what surprised Tech the most was that for some reason, the Duke himself poured them tea, although this could have been left to a servant. The Marquis's daughter still couldn't understand where the terrifying man who had come to her house had gone. Meanwhile, Ferris asked her quite harmlessly how many spoonfuls of sugar she wanted, but the young lady refused. Everything happening in the north was completely different from what Manila had imagined, as described by the terrible rumors. But in reality, everything that was happening was more like a sweet and innocent fairy tale. Then Latera noticed the red-haired boy and invited him to sit with them. But Topaz objected, saying he had come as a guard. Moni explained that they didn't have any other knights yet. It was all because someone had harmed the warriors of the Tika family, and Fur immediately realized it was about him. Therefore, the man apologized for his actions, which greatly surprised the Marquis's daughter. The girl was sure that her father had excessively restricted Termin's actions, so she couldn't understand why he was asking for forgiveness. Moni looked around carefully and realized that the Duke's behavior had changed in many ways. Tika noticed that the beast was more polite than other nobles and didn't understand why he was considered a monster. The lady believed that despite his appearance, the Duke could have been accepted by society if he had wanted to. So for the Marquis's daughter, it remained an incredible mystery why Termin would do things that didn't benefit him. Manila remembered Littera's advice when the young lady had told the girl to forget all her prejudices. Therefore, the daughter of Tech decided to draw a conclusion for herself once and for all and asked if she could ask the Duke a question. The newlyweds did not expect Manila to immediately realize that Termin was deliberately behaving badly in order not to gain power. Ferris praised the girl's insight and said she was absolutely right. What surprised the man most was that the guest could draw such a conclusion based solely on his apology. Latera also recalled that she too had once behaved rudely for the exact same reason. Moni was surprised why the couple would reveal such a secret to her, but Mirdo smiled and said that no one would believe the lady anyway. Fur confirmed that the power of prejudice among the nobility was too strong, and it was futile for him to try to do anything. However, Manila still couldn't understand the couple's sincerity, as she was the crown prince's fiancée and their political enemy. The heroine realized that it would be difficult to explain everything to Moni without telling her about her past life. So the lady told her guest that her intuition told her that Tika could be trusted with such matters. Manila didn't believe this at first, but she immediately remembered how smart Latera was. Therefore, the Marquis's daughter didn't realize until this moment that Mirdo likely already knew her entire plan against Abido. Moni decided that she should follow the principle of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When the lady proposed a partnership to the couple, they were surprised that the young lady had already brought up the topic. Latera had thought she would only talk to Manila about her plan when their relationship became closer. But for Mirdo, this was even better, so she asked Moni to share her thoughts, while Tika turned to Topaz. The boy didn't expect the girl to ask him to reveal himself to the master of the castle right now. However, Favor didn't mind finally being able to introduce himself, after which Tika announced she wanted to make this boy the next emperor. Moni promised that if the Termin family helped her with this plan, then their inconveniences would stop immediately. Topaz didn't know if the Marquis's daughter was doing the right thing now, but he was completely on her side. To his surprise, Latera immediately approved the plan, saying they needed to discuss everything again in more detail. Since Favor still planned to approach the Duke as a relative, he went up to the beast. The boy confessed that he had always longed to be a real member of a family. But the Emperor drove him away, and only Manila treated the boy kindly, even though she was not his relative. So Favor really wanted to defeat his half-brother Abido in order to stay alive. However, the boy now admitted that he had no one he could consider family. Ferris guessed that there was a reason Topaz had approached him at some point during training. At that moment, the boy clearly wanted not just to learn how to use a sword, but to get closer to the Duke. Favor was very worried at that moment, but pleadingly tried to voice his request. As a result, with a smile on his face, the boy was suddenly able to ask if he could call Termin his brother. And this naive question shocked Ferris so much that he couldn't even answer right away. The Duke himself was a little embarrassed that a boy he barely knew suddenly started talking about his brothers. The man thought of his own family tree and agreed that they could be called that. Besides, red eyes had always been a distinguishing feature of their family. However, due to the age difference, Ferris asked if there were other options besides the word brother. Hearing this, Favor was visibly frustrated, as he was already fantasizing about becoming part of the Turman family. Looking at the boy, the Duke concluded that their personalities were indeed strikingly similar. Even Latera and Manila noticed that both were equally embarrassed and frustrated. For had to explain that he had never had a brother and didn't know how to play such a role. However, Topaz was now so upset that he ignored all the beast's sad words and just assumed he had angered him. Turman quickly realized that the boy would continue to blame himself for the situation, which could not be allowed. So, the man sighed and allowed his relative to do as he wished, which made him very happy. Myrto whispered and teased her husband, asking how he felt now, to which the Duke replied that it was just a new experience for him. Manila was still observing the couple very carefully, although her plan no longer included getting the Turman family to divorce. The girl was a little worried that the beast would not like the appearance of a new relative, but she realized it was in vain. The lady decided the men needed to talk in private, so she asked Latera to give her a tour of the castle. Myrto immediately guessed that Moni wanted to be alone with her and was not against it. Seeing that his wife was getting ready for a walk, Ferris, as usual, wanted to go with her, but the heroine immediately told her husband that she needed to talk with Manila about their girly things. The lady suggested that the Duke should at least communicate with his newly found relative. The girls so cleverly and skillfully left the men alone that they realized it too late. As soon as the ladies left, an awkward silence fell between Favor and Ferris, as there were no topics for conversation. Finally, the beast couldn't stand it and offered the boy a cup of tea, since all the materials for the tea party were still left. At this moment, Latera was walking with Manila in the street and thanked the girl for the idea of leaving the men alone. Myrto was well aware of her husband's communication problems, so she tried her best to help him. Although the Duke lived among people who treated him well, this did not solve his problem, as they could not be called friends. So it turned out that the only person Ferris could talk to was his wife. Latera admitted to Moni that she was very worried about this, because something could go wrong at any moment. So, when Favor asked to be Turman's friend, the lady was very grateful for it. From all the Duchess's words, the Marquis's daughter concluded that she cherished her beastly husband very much. In the world of aristocrats, arranged marriages made it very difficult to find someone you truly love. Tikar admitted that she had made inquiries about Latera and was sure that they had not seen Turman before the wedding. However, looking at the couple, Manila felt that they had known each other for at least 5 years. This remark from her friend struck a chord with the heroine, because in fact, considering their correspondence in her past life, she had known the beast for about that long. The girl was surprised by Moni's amazing insight, who didn't even know all the information. Myrto tried to tell the lady about her rebirth in this life, in case she would believe it. But Manila requested that if it was impossible to tell the truth, then not to lie. So the Duchess smiled and fell silent. Instead, the young lady admitted that she wanted to be Moni's friend, and Tikar clarified if this was to expand her circle. Latera replied that, according to her intuition, they could become friends, and Manila fell silent, as she felt the same way. Although it was difficult for the Marquis's daughter to understand the Duke's wife, she still agreed to cooperate with her, as they were in the same situation. In response, the heroine smiled sincerely and happily at the girl, saying that she would count on her in the future. At this time, the two red-eyed men did not know what to say to each other as brothers. When Latera came to their room and saw the relatives sitting in silence, she was dissatisfied with this. The girl brought out several bottles of wine, hoping to loosen everyone up. She didn't accept any objections and had already started pouring everyone a glass of this drink. But Myrto forgot to count how much she brought, drank, and poured for others. In addition, Manila had never drunk alcohol, so she calmly accepted everything that was poured for her. The worst part was that Turman relied on his wife and therefore did not stop anyone. As a result, Latera got so drunk that she couldn't even speak properly, so the Duke had to carry the lady to the bedroom. Moreover, Manila drank no less than Myrto herself, so much so that she could barely stand on her feet. The two men were left alone with the drunken ladies, not quite understanding what they were supposed to do now. That night, when Moni sobered up, she felt unbearably ashamed of everything she had done. Now it would be much better for the girl if she could forget everything, but that didn't happen. Then the Marquis's daughter noticed that the nightgown the servant had put on her was too small for her. The young lady guessed that in the castle, only the Duchess herself had aristocratic clothes. Manila still didn't fully understand what Litera wanted from her, but she was sure that in front of the lady, she couldn't hide her emotions behind a fan. However, for some reason, Tikar smiled, finding that she was not so difficult for these people now. But the young lady was definitely not going to get drunk again, as nothing good came of it. Since the girl couldn't sleep now, she decided to go out into the hallway and saw Topaz sitting on the floor. Manila asked in surprise if the boy hadn't been given a separate room, to which he said that the Duke had already arranged everything and even explained where to go. But the boy admitted that he wanted to protect Tikar. That's why he was sitting next to her room. The lady couldn't understand why Favor was so polite to her, despite her behavior. But the red-haired man didn't answer anything specific and instead asked for permission to go for a walk, to which the young lady agreed. Moni casually asked if Topaz liked this place, and when he answered in the affirmative, she invited the boy to stay here. Favor immediately asked in fear if he had done something wrong for the lady to decide to leave him. To this, Manila explained that she was worried about the pressure she and her father had put on the boy. Topaz realized that the Marquis's daughter was simply feeling remorse and completely in vain. So the boy took off his mask and reminded her that he himself had sworn to dedicate his life to Lady Tikar. The heir of the Latham family explained that for him, these desires were absolutely unchangeable. Only after hearing such words could Manila calm down a little and breathe a sigh of relief. To lighten the mood, the young lady playfully pinched the boy's cheek, saying that he wouldn't get a second chance. The girl admitted that she was very selfish and therefore would not miss this diamond that had fallen into her hands. And Topaz was only happy to hear such words, because he still wanted to stay by the lady's side. At this moment, the couple were both awake, as the girl adamantly did not want to sleep. The man had already made a promise to himself that next time he would persuade the lady not to drink, because Nyx had helped him a great deal this time. Ferris insisted that Litera at least lie down with her eyes closed, even if she didn't want to sleep. However, Myrto said with frustration that if she fell asleep, she wouldn't be able to see the Duke's face. Such a sweet expression on his wife's face, and her gentle words pierced the beast's heart. Turman realized that the situation was now very dangerous, as his heart had almost stopped beating. Meanwhile, the girl pleaded with her husband to say that he was cute, although the man did not think so. Then Ferris suddenly told the lady that he knew she was already sober, so he still suggested going to sleep. Litera was surprised that the man had somehow figured it out, to which he said that he was not that stupid. Turman admitted that his wife looked so sweet and cheerful that he couldn't stop her earlier. The Duke also added that he really liked the girl's surprised expression now. To this, Myrto said that one day she would make Ferris say that he was cute. When the couple finally went to bed, the young lady asked the beast to tell her something before she fell asleep. The man didn't immediately come up with a topic, and the lady suggested that he could talk about his brother. Turman immediately remembered that in his childhood, he often asked his parents for a brother or sister, but he had no idea that his dream would come true in this way. So Litera asked if the beast was happy. Ferris thought for a moment and realized that he still really liked being an older brother, although it was a bit strange. The Duke admitted that wonderful things had been happening to him ever since he met his wife, and the Duchess agreed. The girl placed her hand on her husband's face and assured him that all these things were happening to him because he was a wonderful person. At that moment, Ferris looked at the Duchess's shining face and fell even more in love with her. So, after the heroine finished her encouraging words, the man gently but tightly hugged the lady. The next morning, Topaz and Manila were already on their way back and asked to pretend that their families had a bad relationship. Litera suggested that it was necessary to come up with a reason by which Tika and Turman could meet without suspicion. Then Ferris remembered that Favor was interested in learning how to use weapons and asked if he had found a teacher. Since the boy answered no, Ferris suggested he contact Mrs. Manus, which surprised Myrto. Shortly after returning home, Manila wrote a letter to Litera telling her the latest news. The lady reported that her father was almost on pins and needles waiting for his daughter to return. In addition, other nobles also showed concern for the Marquis's daughter, considering the northern lands a terrible place. What surprised Manila most was that even the crown prince wrote her a letter of support. Reading her friend's letter, Myrto was very happy that the girl was still feeling well. Ferris said that he had personally received a letter from Favor and had an interesting conversation with him. The boy said that he really enjoyed his lessons with Mrs. Manus, who was very experienced. The Duchess laughed, because in this case only her father was unhappy, as he was worried about his wife. The joint plan of Turman and Tika was already beginning to work, as the Marquis informed the nobles that his daughter's meeting with the beast's wife was only to get closer for greater benefits. The Tika family made it seem like they were trying to trade with the North, and high society believed them. As a result, many nobles began to write letters to Littera's parents, as they also wanted to improve relations with the North. When the lady learned of this, she laughed, because she remembered that her father wanted to become famous, although not in this way. But the man wrote a letter to Ferris, almost threatening him not to let his daughter get stained with blood again. The heroine sighed, as she didn't know that Baron Mirdo was still worried about these rumors. Suddenly, the lady picked up a pen and decided to write to her father, telling him not to scold her husband, which terrified the Duke. Turman grabbed his wife's hand and said that he would explain it to him himself, rather than hiding behind the girl's back. Littera objected that the beast was not obliged to listen to this, to which he replied that it was normal for her, as they had become a family. So the Duke began to convince his wife that it wouldn't be much of an inconvenience for him at all. Mirdo smiled at Ferris, realizing that they were getting closer every day. The girl closed her eyes as she felt her husband was about to kiss her, but the beast suddenly went back to work. The heroine was completely confused, because just a moment ago, she felt there was a suitable atmosphere for a kiss. The young lady even thought that her husband was avoiding her, but immediately pushed all these thoughts aside. The beast continued to sit and work when the lady asked if he was really holding back from kissing, which made the man flinch. Although the Duke wanted to hide all these emotions, Ferris's hand trembled violently, betraying his nervousness. It was difficult for Turman to admit to his wife what was bothering him, but he understood that it was necessary. So, the husband blushed and said that not long ago he had begun to lose his sense of permissible boundaries. Littera didn't immediately understand the meaning of her husband's words, but when the lady understood everything, she blushed too. The young lady had mistakenly treated the man like a child, but it turned out he understood perfectly. Realizing the meaning of Turman's words, the heroine realized it was time to mentally prepare for their intimacy. Besides, the newlyweds had already discussed the topic of children, so there shouldn't be any major problems in this regard. So, to the boy's surprise, the lady took his face in her hands and told him that he could lower his boundaries. Littera blushed furiously and told her husband that he didn't have to hold back at all. In response, Ferris suddenly said uneasily that his upbringing did not allow him to do so. Such words angered the heroine, who was already prepared for any outcome. The Duchess demanded an explanation in an angry voice, which in turn scared the boy even more. So he had to admit that besides the impulse the beast felt, he also understood that he was not yet mentally ready. So Turman asked his wife for a little more time so that he could finally get used to her. The girl agreed that the man had given a rather good reason, so she wasn't angry. The young lady explained that she just needed to clarify the situation and that she was in no hurry. Littera was worried that the man might not want to be intimate with her, and that was the only reason for her concern. Now the young lady had to decide how to help Ferris get used to her. To the man's great surprise, the lady suddenly suggested they take a bath together tonight. Ferris wasn't even ready for this, and his brain painted terrible pictures of them swimming together. But it turned out not to be as scary as Turman thought, because they came to swim in bathrobes. Ferris didn't quite understand where his wife got bathrobes that weren't see-through when wet, but he was glad. Littera told her husband to hurry up and get in the bath, as she wanted to show off her new bubble bath. The girl admitted that since they were bathing together, she wanted to capture the moment and therefore came prepared. The Duke was glad to know that his wife took this moment so seriously. The beast decided he could muster some courage, so he approached the lady and asked if he could try something. The heroine allowed it, but wondered with concern what her husband intended to do with such a heroic expression on his face. It turned out that the Duke just wanted to wash his wife's hair himself. Ferris admitted that he had always wanted to try this when he touched the lady's hair. The man even asked for permission to choose the essential oil for the girl's hair himself, although he knew nothing about it. At that moment, Turman was afraid of what would happen if he ended up messing everything up instead of helping. Littera noticed her husband's state and decided to calm him with words, saying that nothing bad would happen. It took the beast a few minutes to finally calm down and believe in his own strength. Myrto said that many people can't do everything perfectly the first time, but they shouldn't give up because of it. The lady said that what her husband might consider a failure could, for her, turn out to be the desired result. Turman blushed and said that, in his opinion, the young lady was not talking about washing hair at all. Seeing Littera's embarrassed reaction, the Duke realized he had guessed right and became even more embarrassed. To avoid blushing even more, Ferris got down to business, opening the essential oil he liked by its scent. He said he would at least try this time and began to wash his wife's hair himself. Looking at the lady, the man remembered that he was once even afraid to touch her, but now they were so close. Moreover, the beast did not expect to hear those words that he did not have to worry about boundaries, which still made him blush. However, even with this permission, Ferris was not ready for the next stage of the relationship, but he wanted to take small steps towards Littera, so he asked if he could kiss the young lady. Myrto, as always, said that her husband did not have to ask for her permission to kiss. But this time the place Turman planned was not quite usual, and therefore he needed permission. Looking at the boy, the heroine did not understand how he could ask for permission for such a simple thing with such a serious expression. Just in case, Myrto said that under any circumstances, Ferris did not have to ask for permission. To this, the beast said that he liked to ask her, because that way he could understand how important he was to the lady. After which the man added that he would be very happy if the Duchess could understand and accept his desire. As soon as the words were spoken, the Duke finally made up his mind and kissed the lady on the neck. Littera leaned back completely, allowing the boy to continue acting as he pleased, and thought to herself that she had already guessed she couldn't refuse him. However, after a while, the young lady felt annoyed because it all ended with just a kiss on the neck. This was the first time the heroine had met a man who kept his word so precisely, which she found unusual. And Turman himself at that moment was very pleased with what he was able to experience and did not yet desire more. Since the man enjoyed this pastime so much, he suggested they take a bath together next time. Myrto nodded in agreement, thinking to herself that she could calmly wait a little longer. The next morning, the Knights of the North had another training session, as they fought more often than all the others. The soldiers often approached the commander-in-chief, Justin, asking what that smell on the training ground was. Suddenly, Ferris appeared behind the men, threateningly declaring that the smell was coming from him. Turman explained that he had recently taken a bath with his wife, so now he smelled of a woman's fragrance. In response, Justin could not object to his master, so he simply wished him happiness. After the conversation with the commander-in-chief, the Duke turned to the knights and asked if they also disliked something, but no one dared to admit it. As a result, Ferris declared that if the soldiers could not concentrate because of the aroma, he would increase their training time. While some of the knights were falling into hysterics over such a promise, Canis approached the beast and said that he and his team had finished the cleanup. The boy asked when the people from the magic tower would come to pick up the huge crystal left by the giant. Turman remembered that he had already sent an alert and was therefore surprised that they had not yet come for the stone. A little later, while taking a bath with his wife again, Ferris told her about it, and she also became thoughtful. According to the original plot, the most powerful magicians of this world were in charge of everything in the magic tower. Littera knew that the head of their community would never ignore news of such a large crystal. The only thing the lady could think of that might have prevented the magic tower from responding was a spatial rift. The girl remembered that the rift would release monsters until the heroine closed this rift. However, the lady now laughed at her own thoughts, as there were no signs of such a thing happening. However, the young lady's guess was correct, as the magicians were indeed trying their best to defend their tower from attack. When the couple finally arrived to help, they saw that the wizards were coping well without them. At this moment, the head of the tower was cursing that even all his strength could not stop the passage of monsters. Then an assistant ran up to him and said that a beast from the north had come to visit, but the chief magician had no time to communicate. Realizing that the wizard was just brushing off his words, the boy who ran up insisted that the head still go out and see. He explained that there was no longer a need to protect the magicians, as the arriving guests were doing an excellent job on their own. Upon arriving, the Duke picked up his wife and began to fight the monsters, while the lady tried to close the rifts. This time there were several rifts, so the newlyweds had to work hard, but were not injured. The head ran out onto the balcony with concern and saw with his own eyes everything the assistant had said. The boy was completely shocked because even a powerful magician like him could not do such a thing. Meanwhile, Laterra was already quite tired, so she hoped there were not many rifts left. Mirdo was angry at Note, who initially didn't talk about such hard work at all, but in the end, he blamed everything on the heroine. Ferris agreed that God's actions were indeed like shirking responsibility, but this help from the Termina family greatly helped the magicians, who had almost turned into zombies from incredible fatigue. The beast complained to God because the sword he had once been given only appeared for half an hour. The heroine, while closing the last rift, concluded that somehow Note had become very weak. However, the boy and girl had no time to think about this now, as they still needed to save the magicians. A little later, when all the danger had passed, the head of the tower asked why the Termin family had come to help them. Seeing the boy's behavior, Laterra was surprised, because the way he spoke now was completely unlike him. The head of the magic tower was named Indigo Verum, and he was known for his willfulness and arrogance. The young lady concluded that the magician was now too tired to even have the strength to show his character. Feeling a pang of pity for Indigo, the lady asked if there was anything else they could help with. Verum admitted, albeit reluctantly, that he did have one request. A few minutes later, the head led the couple to a door they called the Mirror of Memory. Indigo explained that this place was used to study and analyze the memories of magicians. Hearing that several magicians had recently disappeared in the mirror, Laterra guessed that a rift might have appeared inside it as well. The lady remembered that the Mirror of Memory, like the flower, was one of the important tests for her in the plot. After touching the mirror, Mirdo concluded that if it was dangerous for others, then it must even be destroyed. Just in case, the heroine asked Verum if they could break this mirror. The head allowed it, but on the condition that it would save the magicians still inside. Laterra asked Ferris if he would go with her, to which the man replied that it wasn't even up for discussion. Then the lady gave her husband a thread with which they could find each other inside the mirror if they got separated. Once inside, Mirdo found herself in an office space and recognized the girl at the computer as her past self. The heroine looked around, but couldn't see Ferris anywhere, though she still held the thread in her hand. The loneliness made the lady think that this was the very test she had wanted to postpone. That's because this mirror was essentially an entire labyrinth of the young lady's unpleasant past memories. Moreover, the Duchess remembered that her husband also had similar memories, but he still followed her in. Fortunately for Laterra, her husband at least didn't see those moments from her past life where she behaved foolishly. Mistakenly, the heroine once thought that her part of life with her husband, in the form of a Bido, was the best of all time. However, the Crown Prince didn't care about the girl's happiness at all, which is why she only got worse every day. Mirdo would never have thought that such a marriage would lead to her death. Here, the lady stopped her thoughts as she realized she could no longer immerse herself in such things. The girl looked at her hand, found the thread on it, and remembered that she needed to find her husband. So Laterra tried to focus on the fact that Ferris would be waiting for her at the end of this string. Mirdo admitted to herself that she wanted to see her husband as soon as possible, as she already missed him a little. At this moment, Termin himself found himself in a place surrounded by a complete void, which surprised him. The man wondered why there was darkness all around and where his beloved wife Laterra was. But then he noticed a huge crack high on the ceiling and concluded that the surrounding void was due to it. Suddenly, something began to crawl out of the crack, but for some reason, only a human leg appeared. In general, the monster this time had very familiar features, which made it more likely to be considered a person. To Ferris's great surprise, Carter Weathers himself emerged from the hole, but looking a little different. The boy himself was apparently no less surprised than Termin, as he asked what the man was doing here. So far, the beast had not started to attack, as it was trying to come to terms with the fact that the monster had the appearance of a friend. At this time, the card said something about whether this crack was really a portal to the past, and the Duke began to move. But this Weathers possessed amazing speed skills, so he easily dodged. Ferris grumbled in displeasure that he didn't expect any monster to be so fast. Meanwhile, the boy began to shout that he couldn't just fight for no reason. In response, the man stated that this card was just his memory, distorted by the mirror, and attacked him again. Turman was sure that the longer the fight went on, the more this card would take on a human form, so he did not intend to delay. But Weathers dodged again, at the same time asking for not to classify him as a stupid monster. The boy explained that he was now an entity that had arisen after the destruction of the world and had become a new race. At that moment, Litera was standing in front of an obstacle that she did not know how to get around. The fact was that in front of the lady was dark matter, from which she felt danger. But since the thread stretched from there, the young lady still had no other choice. So although her divine power pleaded with her not to go in, the heroine could not obey. The girl was ashamed of being afraid, because she knew that Turman would not be afraid. The female protagonist, realizing Ferris wouldn't have the slightest suspicion, walked forward confidently. Meanwhile, Carter, who had monster wings, fought with the Duke, assuring him that he didn't want to fight at all. But Ferris was not at all ready for a constructive dialogue with this version of his friend, so he wouldn't listen. Turman's explanation for this was that his main principle was to not listen to monsters at all. Carter couldn't stand that the Beast, for some reason, didn't treat him as a real person and said that if the Duke didn't change, he would be alone forever. In response, Ferris chuckled and said that the real Weathers would never say such a thing. Ferris believed he had the most beautiful wife in the world, and her business partner wouldn't wish any misfortune upon them. This news stunned the winged guy, who even forgot he was supposed to be fighting. Carter struggled to process the information that the Duke of the North was no longer alone. But the Beast gave the monster no time to think as it attacked again, hoping to win. Weathers shouted again that he was not a monster at all, but a member of a new race. At that moment, out of panic, the guy very unfortunately called the man's wife some strange weirdo. Ferris could no longer stand it and threateningly questioned how a monster dared to insult Litera. This news surprised Weathers even more, as he had never expected such a marriage. The girl's business partner screamed pleadingly for Ferris to stop and talk to him, but it was useless, all because the Beast was thoroughly enraged and even retorted that he wasn't a monster, but cute because his wife said so every day. Imagine how surprised Turman was when he heard the joyful sigh of Myrto, who had arrived just in time. The Beast hadn't noticed his wife who had just approached, but she had clearly heard the entire conversation. Completely forgetting the fight with the so-called monster, the man jumped to the girl's side and asked if she was hurt. Litera also began to ask with concern about her husband's condition, because anything could have happened. Then the Duke pointed his finger at Carter and said that he had offended him by calling him a terrible monster. This enraged the Duchess, who immediately began to summon her magic to defeat the monster that had taken the form of her friend. Weathers was instantly entangled by holy magic, and he tried to stop the fight again, but failed. At that very moment, Litera, with the same furious expression, shouted that her husband was the world's cutest. Then the girl used her divine power to throw Carter back into the rift. Afterwards, the female protagonist admitted she was sorry to kill her friend, so she had just banished him. As the couple continued on their way, Turman said he wanted to train more in order to subdue enemies rather than kill them. Litera didn't say anything to her husband, but she looked around with concern because she remembered the aura emanating from the winged Carter. That power was unusually dark, and she couldn't deal with it. At this time, on the other side of the rift, Weathers lay on the ground, still struggling to get up. He was sad because he hadn't seen his friend in a long time, and she hadn't even greeted him. Weathers suddenly felt sad as he remembered that he had never thought he would see Myrto again. Images of how much he wanted to hug the girl flashed through Carter's mind, but he had been alone until now, so he decided that now was not the time or place for such things. Then it dawned on the partner that he had to tell others about his adventure. But Carter was sure that no one would believe Ferris, who called himself cute, so he decided to find evidence first. Meanwhile, the wife was doing her best to heal her husband, although she did so cautiously, just in case. Ferris asked why the girl was treating him with her eyes covered, and the lady flinched in surprise. She explained that she didn't want to invade his privacy as they traveled through his memories. Turman said somewhat sadly that the lady shouldn't sacrifice herself like this just for him. But then a memory began to play out behind him, in which the man declared he would not marry. That Ferris shouted at Yugam, claiming that no one in this country would marry him. In response to the words from the mirror, the Beast's wife must be crazy. Turman shattered it. The Duke blushed and said he really didn't want the lady to see or hear such things. However, Litra reacted calmly to this, saying that everyone has a dark past, and asked him to lead her with his eyes closed. As a result, the couple continued to travel through the mirrors of memory, while the man shattered almost every single one. Ferris couldn't imagine that his self-flagellation would come back to him in this form. When the beast sat on the ground, exhausted from the emotions he had experienced, the lady even asked if he was all right. The girl asked for her husband's forgiveness, as she now felt it would be better to proceed alone. Thanks to his wife's concern, Turman pulled himself together and almost completely regained his senses. Moreover, the Duke couldn't help but be happy that they had almost reached a pleasant place. So the beast told his wife to open her eyes and showed her a memory of their time together. The memory began with the man trying to come out and greet his future wife in a very impressive and threatening manner. And now, the appearance of Litra's husband caused loud and uncontrollable laughter. Turman himself had forgotten that he had also said some foolish things here, for which he was now ashamed. However, the husband was still happy that his wife was laughing so happily despite his shame. Ferris called Mirdo to watch what he wanted to show her with him. The Duke explained that since the lady's arrival, all his memories had turned into only good ones. So the beast was very grateful to the girl for appearing in his life and staying. Looking at her husband, the female protagonist realized that the mirrors of memory could bring not only pain, but also happiness. So, the lady smiled in response and took her husband's outstretched hand. Then they rushed forward together as they wanted to leave the Duke's memories. Soon, the newlyweds found the missing magicians and finally destroyed the mirror to prevent such disappearances from happening again. Indigo was very happy that his missing subordinates were found safe and sound. For a moment, Litra was glad to see how concerned the chief was about the disappearance of his assistants. But then Vilum announced that he could finally continue his research, and she realized she had misread the magician's emotions. Now, Indigo asked if the couple needed anything from him, and they requested to take their stone for research. The magician couldn't believe the couple would actually give him something so huge and precious. Litra responded that she was asking the chief to use the stone to learn how to close the rifts without her help. The girl smiled and said she was giving the guy a chance to become stronger and better. In response, Indigo was moved and asked if the position of the lady's second lover was vacant. Turman replied that the position was already taken, while the lady shouted that they shouldn't be discussing such things. A little later, the female protagonist and her husband returned home and briefed Hano on recent affairs. The priest thanked the lady for her trust in a humble person like him and said that she could rely on him. The only thing was, Ferris asked the old man not to betray their trust as Astrum had once done. Hano immediately said that was absolutely impossible for him, as he always acted very cautiously. After discussing all the daily issues, Turman sat down next to Litra and asked how they would spend the Note Festival this year. This was an annual event, much like a festival to celebrate the gods of this world. During this festival, lovers would spend a week together continuously, like a family. And all the priests during this time tried to consecrate and energize the houses of the royal family. So now Ferris was buried in documents, trying to calculate how much money they would spend. The lady said she knew someone who could handle it, and that was Carter. Weather said that for work on such a special occasion, he would only charge half his usual fee for his services. After handing the report to Mirdo, the business partner asked the lady for permission to speak privately with her husband. Ferris didn't share his wife's concerns and also wanted to know what the conversation would be about. It wasn't until they were out in the hallway that Carter asked the Duke if he knew that the third day of the Note Festival celebration was also Litra's birthday. Weathers turned around, his eyes shining sweetly, and asked what her husband had prepared for the girl. He explained that it was important for him to know this because he was afraid of buying the same gift. But Turman hadn't celebrated a birthday since his parents' death, so he hadn't even thought about buying anything. This attitude stunned Weathers, who had hoped to get an answer to his question. As a result, Carter realized he had encountered a huge disaster that had to be solved. Therefore, a few days later, Litra noticed that her husband had been acting very strangely lately. She guessed that Ferris was acting this way because he was preparing a gift for her and decided not to interfere. So during this time, the lady tried hard to pretend she didn't suspect anything and just smiled at her husband. Whenever Litra called him to bed, Turman obediently agreed, even though he hadn't chosen a gift for her yet. Even while lying in bed, the man didn't stop thinking about what he could do for someone who had lived for 3 lifetimes. The Duke decided to try asking others for advice, but Yugam had never given anyone a birthday present. Then the beast asked Nyx the same question, but she couldn't suggest anything either. The man didn't despair and asked the knights for their opinion, but they replied that no one could come up with a better idea than he himself. As a result, Turman was very angry because there wasn't a single knowledgeable person in his castle. The servants watched their master's mental and physical turmoil with concern, but could do nothing. All because once upon a time, during the gloomiest period of his life, Ferris had stubbornly declared that he would not celebrate anything. But now, when Nyx reminded the beast of this, he felt very ashamed of his behavior. Yugam came up with an idea that Turman could find out what his parents gave each other. But the wealth that Calypso gave to Ferris's mother was something Litra didn't need at all. Then Canis suddenly suggested looking at some past records, hoping to find a clue there. Although the idea wasn't entirely to the Duke's liking, it at least gave him a little hint. The man remembered the countless letters the girl had sent in which her wishes might be hidden. Although there were no letters the man himself had ever sent, he still hoped to find something. Ferris was even glad that his past self was finally of some use. But imagine his disappointment when the Duke realized that none of it was helpful. Moreover, almost every time the beast gave Litra an expensive gift, she would write in her letters that he shouldn't do so. But even so, Turman was not stingy with expensive jewelry and fertile lands. As a result, after finding nothing in his own castle, Ferris went to visit the Tika family and first met Topaz. However, the boy honestly admitted that he had too little experience in such matters, so it was unlikely he could help. Topaz suggested he contact Litra's parents, but the Duke said they hadn't told him anything. The Marquis, sitting at a desk in the same room, asked if the beast had paid a huge price to teleport here just for this reason. As the head of the Tika family spoke, a truly valuable idea flashed through Turman's mind. He looked at the man and realized that the Marquis could absolutely give advice like an adult. So Ferris jumped up and asked Lady Manila's father to help him choose a gift. In order to choose a gift for his wife, Turman was even prepared to cast aside any pride. In response, the Marquis asked why he couldn't just give a bouquet of flowers and some jewels. Ferris realized that he couldn't expect any novel ideas from Tika's father and advised him not to live such a boring life. Just then, Manila appeared in the room, agreed with the Duke, and asked her father to be a little nicer to her mother. The girl recalled that the Marquis often made his wife sad, even though she was undergoing treatment. After hearing these words, Turman and Moni began to completely ignore all the words the family head tried to use to defend himself. Understanding the beast's predicament, the lady fell into thought as she understood that the couple from the north had a special relationship. Finally, the lady said that any advice for Ferris would be useless, which stunned the man. Manila explained that this was because Turman's marriage was unlike any marriage among the nobility. The girl was sure that no one could understand the couple better than they themselves. The Duke was already frustrated by the lady's words, as he realized he still had to think for himself. But then Moni suggested that the beast look for examples of gifts in his shared memories with his wife. An image of Litra immediately appeared in Turman's mind. They had come a long way together during this time. Manila was sure that Mirdo needed a gift that would seem insignificant to others. Miss Tika sincerely believed that if the gift suited both husband and wife, it didn't matter what it was. Only after hearing these words from the girl did Ferris come up with something valuable, for which he thanked her. Moni replied that it was her honor to be able to help the Duke of the North search in some way. Finally, to create the illusion of a strained relationship, Turman dismantled part of the windowsill. When the man returned to the castle, Litra watched him with great interest. The girl noticed that the number of her husband's assistants had increased significantly in order to give her a surprise. Mirdo couldn't wait to find out what her husband would prepare, but it was still too early. Watching these preparations, the female protagonist admitted that she had never looked forward to her birthday as much as she did today. When the day came, Ferris was dressed very beautifully and was fully prepared for everything. Besides her husband, many people sent gifts to the Duchess, including some from whom she had not expected to receive any. The girl's favorite was the dress her parents had thoughtfully sent her. The lady was also surprised by the number of ornaments sent by the Tika family, despite not having the Marquis's approval. Even the servants tried to come up with something for the mistress's birthday, which also surprised the lady. Litra admitted with a laugh that she thought it was a hassle, but the Duke completely disagreed. With that statement, he recalled that everyone wanted to congratulate the girl from the bottom of their hearts, which made her feel a touch of sadness, albeit a pleasant one. Mirdo remembered that all the gifts from her past lives were now just memories, and what they gave her was a completely different kind of gift. At moments like this, Terman was convinced each time that the female protagonist had indeed lived for a very long time. The lady noticed her husband's sympathetic gaze and said that this was still her best birthday because they were together. To this, Ferris said he had to make the day even more special and held out his hand to his wife. The man led the lady to the balcony, for where the festival scene was clearly visible and where he wanted to present his gift. For a moment, Terman simply enjoyed Litra's joyful reaction to all the preparations. Then the husband began to hint to the lady that he had a gift and that perhaps she would like to receive something. Mirdo quickly saw through her husband's hints, although she didn't expect him to dare give the gift now. The man said that everyone had guessed his surprise anyway, but the lady retorted that she still didn't know. Then Ferris took a small watch from his pocket and said he wanted to give his wife a surprise. Litra was surprised to see a pocket watch, as she didn't know what she could do with it. Terman asked the lady to open it, and she did, freezing in surprise. It turned out that in this pocket watch, the man had combined the time the female protagonist had once lived and the time she was living now. Seeing the ecstatic expression on his wife's face, the Duke gently covered her hands with his own. Then the beast said that what he was giving the lady, along with his pocket watch, was all of his time. With this gift, Ferris wanted to remind her that any time is meaningful and that we should strive to spend it pleasantly. Furthermore, unable to help himself, Terman asked the lady for permission to protect her for the rest of her life. It was very important for Ferris to always be by his wife's side and protect her in every way possible. Litra suddenly realized that her husband, once again, was not thinking of himself, but only of her happiness. Their souls reminded the lady of the beautiful and delicate flower in the glass box they held in their hands. Although the box was transparent and the thorns were clearly visible, the girl was still afraid of pricking herself. And Ferris himself had no intention of taking the flower out of its protective packaging without permission. Litra realized that even if she never opened her heart to a man, he would still protect her. But Mirdo didn't want to wait any longer, so she told the Duke that she also had a gift for him. Looking at the watch given to her, the female protagonist admitted that she had wanted to give what she had bought a little later. This was because the lady was still afraid of being pricked, so she thought too much about feelings. But the lady also clearly remembered that all the time spent with the beast made her happy, which is why the glass surrounding the flower cracked. So now, despite the potential pain, Litra opened her heart to her husband. Then the Duchess put an engagement ring on the man's finger that was the same color as her eyes. After all this, the girl finally admitted that she loved Ferris, although she had been unable to say such words before. Terman immediately worried for the lady, as he knew about her trauma, but the female protagonist asked him not to worry about her. Litra handed her wedding ring to her husband, saying she only wanted to hear certain words from him. With trembling fingers, the Duke placed the ring on the girl's finger and also confessed his love to her. Then, the beast, almost in tears, said that he had wanted to talk about this a long time ago. So the female protagonist asked her husband to forgive her for making him wait so long. Mirdo asked her husband to make up for all those previously unspoken words of love with the current amount. Finally, the boy and girl finally truly kissed because they were no longer afraid of anything. After stopping the kiss, the blushing lady asked the man if he still needed to get used to her. But Terman couldn't specify, as he was now yielding to emotion, not logic. As a result, the lady woke up late the next morning because she and her husband had gone to bed very late. Litra barely managed to sit up in bed, as her head and legs felt very weak. Just then, the female protagonist felt a sharp and unpleasant pain in her back, as her muscles were sore after physical activity. The lady, blushing furiously, remembered everything from that night, things she couldn't even tell her parents. After calming down a bit, the female protagonist looked at the strong, sturdy body of the sleeping man. Litra realized that this was the first time she had seen Ferris sleeping so peacefully, as he always got up before her. And every time, the husband would wake the girl so gently that she didn't even know if he had slept at all. Now, unable to help herself, the lady reached out and gently stroked the sleeping man's face. Then Litra's mood suddenly changed, and she grabbed the guy's nose to wake him up. Mirdo explained her actions by saying she couldn't let the person who crushed her back that night sleep so soundly. Terman tried to say that the lady herself didn't mind, but she just covered the beast's mouth. So, the man sat up in bed and promised to be gentler next time. Meanwhile, he only asked the lady not to lie that Litra didn't want to be with him. In response, the female protagonist declared that she had no intention of saying such a thing to her husband, not even as a joke. This made Ferris want more, and he threw the girl onto the bed, asking if he could be a little more selfish. Mirdo didn't expect the man to suddenly become so persistent and greedy for intimacy with her. Terman gently bit the lady's finger and said she could tell him to stop. Litra herself knew very well that her husband wouldn't dare disobey her in such matters. The female protagonist opened her mouth slightly, intending to tell her husband not to do what he was planning. But almost immediately, the girl realized she wanted it too, so she remained silent. As a result, Ferris, who never heard a refusal, continued his actions, accompanied by kisses. The boy and girl continued to confess their love to each other again and again, holding each other's hands tightly. For Litra, it was a great joy to finally be able to sincerely say what she wanted to say. A little later, when the couple was done and had changed their clothes, the man said he had a question. He suddenly realized his hands were much larger than others, so he didn't understand how the lady knew the size. To this, the girl said she had once touched the beast's fingers, but he hadn't noticed which left. Ferris confused. Terman suddenly admitted he was ashamed of his gift, but Litra retorted that she really liked the watch. Mirdo said that looking at it, she saw all the effort and love of her thoughtful husband. Now the female protagonist truly felt that she seemed to have lived this life just to meet him. So Litra was convinced she would cherish this pocket watch forever. The girl sincerely hoped they could be happy together, and she intended to enjoy every moment. As the Note Festival was still ongoing, the priest came to bless Terman's castle. Mirdo was somewhat surprised that the guardians made no exception, even for Ferris. The Duke explained that in this case, customs were indeed very important, especially for the church. Then the man asked what the old man, Hano, who had just arrived, wanted to tell them. The priest said that yesterday, while consecrating the imperial palace, in the oldest and smallest room, he felt a divine energy, and this power strongly reminded him of the feeling from past letters. Terman immediately turned to his wife, wanting to know if his guess about the old man's words was correct. The lady confirmed that it was indeed the room she had previously used as an office. Let's go back a bit and talk about how Ferris's young father confessed to his mother. Sylvia was surprised that Calypso had invited her for a walk just for this conversation. The boy reminded her again that the lady could speak to him without honorifics, as they would be married soon, but for some reason, the girl flinched. Suddenly, the lady said that Termina didn't have to say these things out of some sense of duty. Calypso didn't understand what Sylvia meant at all, as he was expressing his feelings with complete sincerity. Then the girl recalled that their wedding was not the children's own idea, but the wish of their parents. The boy said that none of that mattered to him, because he had fallen in love with the lady from the first moment they met. For some reason, the lady froze on the spot, and then said with a gloomy expression that Tamina was lying. Sylvia admitted that she still clearly remembered how Calypso, as a child, had not wanted to marry her. Hearing such a detail, the boy blushed, as he hadn't expected the lady to have seen his childish hysterics. Tamina apologized that Sylvia had misunderstood everything because of that scene. The student explained that he really hadn't wanted to get engaged at the time, but then he saw the girl and immediately fell in love. After all, since she was very young, the lady had always been so elegant and sweet, which amazed him. So it was from that moment that the boy sincerely wished to always be by her side and take care of her. The girl asked if that was why the boy sent her flowers every day, and he confirmed it. Afterwards, Calypso admitted that his actions could be considered naive and childish. But Sylvia immediately retorted that it wasn't like that at all. She personally didn't think so in the slightest. The girl admitted that she had never thought to ask about the boy's feelings and had therefore mistakenly relied on her own feelings. The lady always felt she wasn't worthy of the boy, so the lady tried to avoid him. Sylvia concluded by saying she didn't even dare to hope to confess her love to Termina. As soon as Calypso heard that the girl loved him, he took her in his arms and said they would get married right away. The lady tried to calm the boy down, but the student retorted that there were no longer any obstacles between them. Calypso promised that he would definitely make his bride the happiest person and give her many expensive gifts. In response, the lady smiled and said her fiancé was a complete fool, but she loved him very much. Finally, the boy and girl confessed their feelings to each other and could stop running away from the relationship. Many years later, one day Sylvia suddenly expressed her dissatisfaction with their family. Her husband immediately asked what was wrong, and the woman explained that she had given birth to their son, and as a result, the boy looked just like her husband. At that moment, Ferris, having grown again, asked little Nix to help him with his clothes. To this, Calypso retorted that their son was also like his mother, just in spirit, not in appearance. And now, at this time, Litra asked her husband what the secret to his handwriting was. The man didn't immediately understand the question, and the girl explained that he wrote very elegantly. Then Ferris said that his beautiful handwriting was inherited from his mother, who also wrote beautifully. Terman was even convinced that if his mother hadn't blessed him with the gift of handwriting, he would never have met his wife at all. Returning to Sylvia and Calypso's story, it can be said that the girl was very eager to surpass him. Every time, the boy took first place, while the lady's rank could not get higher than 10th. Then Tamina personally approached the lady and asked if she would like to go for a walk with the other students. But Sylvia was stressed because her academic performance wasn't the best, so the girl replied that she was going to study. Then the boy smiled brightly and said he wouldn't disturb his fiancée's studies, but he would be very happy if she would accept these flowers. The student sighed, took the bouquet, and asked Tamina not to overwhelm her with gifts every day. She was well aware that her engagement was very advantageous, as Calypso was very famous among the nobility. Their families had engaged them when the children were very young, at a time when the girl was still taller than the boy. As a result, everyone began to compare Sylvia with her fiancé, which the grown-up girl disliked very much. Most importantly for the lady, she clearly remembered the sad scene from the day of their engagement. At that time, the boy had resisted with all his might, declaring that he wanted to find his own love, not follow someone else's choice. After that scene, the lady was very surprised that Tamina ended up sending her flowers every day. The girl believed that for the boy, it was like a duty that he was simply fulfilling regularly. Therefore, whenever Sylvia had the chance to take a walk with her fiancé, she did not accept. The lady sincerely believed that she was the only one in love and did not want to suffer because of it. But in reality, Calypso also loved her, and therefore he was very frustrated every time he couldn't be alone with his fiancée. His friends advised the student not to be so sad and to go relax with them instead. The boy's closest friend even said that the girl rejected him not because of her studies, but because she didn't love him. But Tamina immediately attacked the student, saying his fiancée would never do such a thing. To be of real help, the friend began to go over the whole situation from the beginning, asking about gifts and everything else. After finding no problems anywhere, the student asked how the girl had reacted to a confession of love. Calypso calmly replied that he had never confessed his feelings to Sylvia. This fact left the friend stunned, as he had found the crux of the whole problem. However, Tamina himself didn't really understand that his feelings for the lady were not written directly on his forehead. Because of this, his friend was about his dreamy and beloved friends. Thus, the student felt his prestige was completely gone and decided not to participate in all of this anymore. As a result, Calypso was left alone to face his experiences and doubts, not knowing what to do. In his eyes, Sylvia had always been someone who cared about no one, so he didn't dare talk to her about love. The next story to be told is about the adventures of young Manas looking for a job. The girl saw an advertisement where a certain nobleman needed a former knight, so she went to apply. For some reason, although the address was marked on the advertisement, the young lady still had a hard time finding the employer's house. When Manas finally found the house she was looking for, she was very surprised by its small size. But the knight still had no intention of refusing the job, so she knocked on the door. Then, a very handsome young man opened the door for the girl, said his name was Ryber Mirto, and that he had been waiting impatiently. Manas was stunned by the nobleman's beauty, thinking to herself that she would even be willing to escort him for free. Meanwhile, the guy invited the guest inside and explained all the requirements for her. First, Ryber gave a lady a knight's uniform and politely asked her to change into it. The nobleman immediately reminded her that he had no servants to help the girl get dressed. But for Manas, this was not a problem. She just didn't understand what this guy was up to. To change her clothes, the knight went up to the second floor and was soon fully dressed. Looking at herself in the mirror, the girl felt a pang of sadness, as she never thought she would wear this uniform again. Her family was not of high standing, and one day, her older brother gambled away the family fortune. But he soon died unexpectedly, and all the debts fell entirely on the poor. Manas. Since the nobles didn't want to hire a knight in debt, the lady soon became a mercenary, but now she was happy to be able to wear her old uniform. However, when a young lady went downstairs to find out about her duties, Mirto told her she didn't have to do anything. This situation angered Manas, and the guy explained that he chose a mercenary because he had no money to hire a knight. He frankly admitted that he couldn't afford any extra expenses, but didn't want to be in debt either. The girl pushed the guy against the wall and started to scold him for first asking for an escort, and then saying she didn't have to do anything. She declared that although she was no longer a knight, she still retained her honor and could not do such a thing. Ryber, blushing, said that if the lady didn't like it, she could refuse his offer. But Manas couldn't tolerate being called a mercenary who couldn't even do a simple job properly. So the knight turned around and declared that she would complete this task, but not because of the provocation or the nobleman's beauty. However, the young lady immediately warned that since the guy asked her to do nothing, she would stand by and do nothing even if he were attacked. As a result, just as the girl had predicted, before they could even reach their destination, they were surrounded by a group of bandits. The guy was clearly very frightened by the current situation, as he hadn't encountered anything like this for a long time. Manas asked with a hint of a malicious smile if her employer really forbade her from doing anything now. To her surprise, Ryber remained stubborn and asked her not to interfere, which greatly astonished the young lady. One could see that Mirto was trembling uncontrollably with fear, yet he remained silent and proud. The girl didn't understand. Was it really that difficult for this handsome nobleman to put aside his pride and ask for help? Just as Manas was wondering what to do, one of the bandits started threatening her with a weapon as well. The knight didn't even try to feign fear, as the whole situation only bored her. As a result, the lady decided to at least protect herself if her employer continued to be stubborn for some reason. Ryber had never expected that he would accidentally encounter such a highly skilled mercenary. Meanwhile, Manas easily defeated all the enemies. For some reason, the guy thought sadly that this stranger had already done more for him than the entire high society. Many former friends had promised to help, but as soon as the Mirto family lost its power, they immediately changed their tune. So Ryber never thought that this mercenary would suddenly kill all the bandits and save him. Manas suddenly complained that she had to deal with 10 men all by herself, and for a moment, she thought she was going to say goodbye to her life. However, instead of thanking her, the nobleman whispered that the girl should have left him and escaped alone. But the knight laughed, saying that would have been a great humiliation for her, because the bandits had already surrounded her. Then the lady sat down next to the guy and said she just wanted to help him as a person. The young lady told him not to take it as pity, because she just wanted to make life a little better for someone like him. Ryber was moved by the girl's kind words, as he had always been afraid of being indebted to others. At that moment, the guy realized that he never wanted to lose this mercenary for the rest of his life. Therefore, the nobleman tightly gripped Manas's hand, which was much rougher than his own from fighting. Then, Mirto seriously proposed to the lady, which greatly surprised her. He explained that the young lady didn't have to agree right away, but Ryber would keep trying until he was worthy of her. Looking at such such a handsome and gentle face, the girl realized that this time she definitely couldn't resist her employer's charm. Many years later, the adult Manhwa could only return to the past in her mind. At that time, they didn't have enough money for a lavish wedding, although their financial situation improved later. Then, the woman gave birth to a very weak child, and she didn't even hold out hope for a happy ending for their family. Manhwa felt that their poverty doomed them and their daughter to misfortune. But now, the knight saw a completely different picture from what she had once imagined. In her mind, the truth was Latira ended up marrying the man she loved and was very happy. Baramirdo, standing next to his wife, saw his dancing daughter and couldn't help but shed tears. And his wife completely understood her husband's emotions, although she didn't cry with him. So, in order not to cry on this wonderful day, Manhwa invited her beloved to dance with her. Ryber blushed shyly and told the woman that he could never refuse such a request from her. Now that Latira and Firis had opened their hearts to each other, they began to think only of a happy future. At this time, the god Nate interrupted the couple's peaceful life, saying that he had gotten letters from Tamane's previous life. The girl was overjoyed to hear this news, as she really missed what was written in the letters. However, things were not as simple as they seemed, because the god had sent the box to the imperial palace, not to the north. So now, to get all the letters back, the heroine needed to find a way into the imperial palace. For Latira, this was too much, so she decided to curse the god to hell for this. However, before the lady could do anything, Nate's image fled. As a result, the couple had to decide for themselves how to get the letters. Mirto said that the easiest way for them to enter the palace was for Tamane to establish relations with his relatives. Only then, Firis might get deeply involved in politics, which the lady did not want. Moreover, this special task would take too much time, and the Duchess did not want to wait. Latira wanted to read those letters as soon as possible to share a deeper intimacy with her husband. The beast blushed slightly at the lady's frank words and said he completely agreed with her. The priest expressed doubts about any hasty plans, but Mirto declared that her urgency was completely justified. The girl recalled that in those letters written to her as the Empress, Firis had shown a very gentle side of him. The Duchess worried about what would happen if all these letters fell into the wrong hands. Ona hadn't even thought of such a turn of events and was therefore stunned into silence, not knowing what to say. As a result, the old priest gathered his thoughts and said the couple could fully count on his help. The man walked over to his wife and asked the girl why she had suddenly decided to join this game. Latira smiled slyly and confirmed Tamane's suspicions, as she had even come up with a plan. So just a few hours later, Mirto, in disguise, arrived at the imperial palace, accompanied by Ona. The old priest was well known, so they were prepared to let him pass without any problems. But the unfamiliar girl behind him confused the guards. But the priest immediately said that this was his assistant, whom he had brought along because he was afraid he couldn't manage alone. Since the lady was not on the list of those who could visit the palace, the guards asked her to demonstrate her divine power. Latira touched the special relic, and it immediately lit up, so they let her pass. The heroine was glad that everything was going exactly according to her plan so far, and the young lady soon entered the palace. A little earlier, with the help of a special teleportation stone, they had overcome the palace's magic barrier. Although the palace was heavily guarded, the passage was always open to priests, and Latira possessed divine power. The girl parted with Ona in the library, where she opened the secret passage she needed and promised to return in 2 hours. The young lady was well aware that if someone caught her, it would all be over for her. Mirto felt uneasy in this place, because in her past life, this was where she had died. However, the heroine remembered that she was not alone now, which gave her the strength to move on. Back at the northern castle, Firis had said that he really wanted to go to the palace in his wife's place. But it was absolutely impossible to disguise such a tall man beyond recognition. So as not to offend her husband, Latira said that no one in the world could hide such a lovely giant. In response, the Duke hugged his wife and whispered that no disguise could hide her beauty. Since no one knew the lady's face, Ona proposed a plan for Tamain to distract everyone at the palace while his wife snuck inside. The priest suggested that a one-time visit to the emperor on official business would not drag Firas into politics. But Mirdo objected that this was also dangerous. Tamain himself was well aware that any appearance of his at the palace would almost certainly arouse suspicion. But he could not help his wife, so he decided to come up with a way that wouldn't arouse anyone's suspicion. Firas smiled gently and asked Latira to rely on him and see this through to the end. Remembering the Duke's smile at this moment, the Duchess couldn't help but blush from her love for him. To the girl, no matter what anyone said, her husband was stubbornly like a big teddy bear. But now the lady needed to pull herself together, so she snapped out her thoughts and moved on. At this time, the Emperor was thanking Marquis Taiga for his efforts and for monitoring the Mirdo and Tamain families. Eris Lightum promised to reward his faithful subordinate for his service. In response, Manila's father said that His Majesty was too kind and that these were just tentative actions. The man tried his best to cover for his daughter, who had formed an alliance with the northern residents. This was very dangerous, as the Emperor was closely trying to monitor every move Firas made, but Eris said he understood completely and wasn't expecting much. What annoyed the ruler most was that the beast was difficult to control. But at that moment, the noble's conversation was interrupted by a palace servant who burst into the room, saying they had a problem. The assistant said that, for some reason, Duke Tamain himself had come to the palace. Eris Lightum didn't quite believe this and ran downstairs, where he indeed saw Tamain. Meanwhile, the man said that he hadn't found the gift the Empress had sent for his wife's birthday and had come to pick it up. At that moment, Latira reached the right room with great ease, as no one knew about her secret passage. The lady looked around the room and realized that basically very few people came here, so there was no need to worry too much. No one, but Mirdo herself remembered that when she was the Empress, her office had been here. The young lady was worried that when she got there, emotions would overwhelm her and old wounds would reopen. But despite the heroine's nostalgia for those times, it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. In any case, one of the best moments of the girl's past life was the letters from her beloved, which she had come to retrieve. Latira remembered that even then, she had carefully stored them all in a red box under the floor. Now she was happy that her precious friend had become her beloved husband and that she was living a happy life. Mirdo looked out the window, recalling the old view, and hoped that no one would notice her now. Then the young lady sat on the floor and tried to open the secret compartment in the floor to retrieve the letters from their hiding place. But for some reason, she couldn't. At first, the girl didn't understand what was happening, because when she was the Empress, she had always hidden the box of letters here. And before, the floor opened easily with a touch in the right place, a fact the ruler was well aware of. Only then did the heroine realize that since she no longer occupied the throne, there was no hiding place, which meant she needed to pry open the floor. At this time, Firas was trying his best to buy as much time as possible, so he rejected one gift after another. The nobles, along with the emperor, watched the beast from the sidelines, not daring to approach. Eris concluded that the Duke had gone completely mad since their last meeting, which was very much to Lightum's advantage. The emperor narrowed his eyes threateningly and demanded that Tamain be patient, as not all the ornaments had been shown to him yet. The ruler still didn't know what to do with the northern duke, as it was impossible to kill him without spreading the monster. But His Majesty had no intention of letting him ascend the throne either. Of course, the emperor had many talented and powerful people all over the world. Among them was his own son, Abito, who was chosen by the god Nate. However, Eris did not want these people to die in a battle with the northern monster. Fortunately for Lightum, the now-crazed Firas was not at all concerned with the throne, but with his wife's jewelry. For some reason, the Duke made a very frightening face and refused all the offerings. However, the more terrifying Tamain seemed to everyone, the more pleased the head of state was. He asked the Marquis if such a devoted husband would cause them trouble in the future. Taiga pretended that Lightum was acting very wisely by allowing the beast to search for a suitable gift for his wife in the palace. The man reminded the emperor that Firas now finally had a weakness, which was good for all of them. And the chance to keep the Duke on a short leash was far more precious than all the jewels Tamain was looking at now. However, what Taiga didn't say was that Eris would never be able to deal with the extremely clever Latira. Meanwhile, Lydom recalled how he had allowed Firis to marry, but never thought it would turn out so favorably for him. The beast himself had excellent hearing, so he knew what the nobles are talking about, and thought to himself to let them enjoy it while they still could. Tamain was sure that his wife could not be treated so lightly, so he continued to pick out jewelry. What angered Firis most now was that when the lady was the empress, the servants had deliberately ruined her life. At that time, they continued to recognize the former emperor, whose power, however, soon wavered. This was because Latira had become the savior of the world in her past life, and she was appointed as the leader. But the servants did not accept the girl until the very end, and only after ascending the throne did Myrto gain control over them. Upon hearing this, Tamain wanted to destroy the palace, but his wife stopped him. But now, by deliberately asking for yet another piece of jewelry, the man was taking it out on the servants. Firis set himself the goal of making the assistants' lives hell, at least for a brief moment, and he succeeded. At this time, the priest Ona was anxiously pacing in the library as the appointed time had already arrived. He saw from the window that, for some reason, more and more knights were gathering, which frightened him. Then Latira finally emerged from the secret passage and asked for forgiveness for being late. The young lady explained that there had been some difficulties, but she had managed to cope, which made the old priest very happy. The two of them hurried to the exit, trying not to be seen by the guards, of which there were many. Even the priest understood that despite their cover, it was better not to be seen by anyone right now. Just then, Myrto looked ahead and saw an order that was so familiar and so hated. It turned out that, by pure chance, the friends had run into the very people they least wanted to see. The priest and his supposed assistant stopped before the royal couple, who appeared in the form of Manila. And Abito, the crown prince, with a lazy smile on his face, said that the palace was being blessed again. The guy said out loud what hard work it was, then suddenly said he wanted to give some advice and approach for this purpose. Lydom demanded that the priest finish all his work today and leave the palace as soon as possible. When the guy mentioned that a barbarian was running rampant in the estate, Latira struggled to maintain a calm expression. The girl had not specifically met Abito in this life, so she wasn't worried about that. As for Manila, she simply turned away so as not to reveal that she recognized Myrto. The heroine was incredibly nervous, but she felt better when she realized her friend would not betray her. So the Duchess decided to send Taiga some gifts later as a thank you. Since Abito himself had told them to hurry up, the priests turned to leave. But suddenly the prince stopped them as he became interested in the box in the young lady's hands, which to him exuded a strange energy. Only then did Ona remember that the air was very sensitive to such things. Lydom was not allowed to show what was inside, but he demanded that the box be opened. To the priest's surprise, Latira opened the lid quite calmly, saying that it was unlikely anyone would be interested in what was inside. The old priest froze in horror, watching as the contents of the box were gradually revealed to everyone. But then, instead of letters, there were various tools that priests and their assistants often used. Ona was extremely surprised, but remained silent so as not to betray his emotions, while Myrto was already quite calm. In fact, the Duchess had asked her husband in advance for a special box, the secret of which was an illusion. Abito sighed with some sadness, as he had hoped for something more interesting in the box. The lady closed the box and asked for forgiveness for accidentally disappointing the guy. Suddenly, Latira realized that all her fears of the prince were pointless, as she had become stronger after her rebirth. Moreover, the heroine now had her beloved husband as support and backing, which also made her stronger. So now, when the young lady came face to face with the man she had feared, she considered him almost insignificant. So now, completely free of any fear, the Duchess smiled and said goodbye to Abito. Finally, the girl was able to leave her past behind, and she was incredibly happy about it. Myrto smiled happily all the way out of the palace, because for the first time in a long time, she felt so light. At this time, Manila was still trying to understand why the Duchess had secretly infiltrated the palace. palace. Taiga had no idea that Latira had enough divine power to pose as a priest. Moni realized that Mirdo had once again exceeded all her expectations and imagination, which was surprising. Taiga could only hope that one day the Duchess would share her secrets with her. Since the lady decided to deal with the situation later, the young lady now wanted to continue on her way and called for the prince. However, to the girl's surprise, when she called for Abido, he did not react at all for some reason. The heir still stood and silently watched the priest go. Suddenly, Lightum whispered, so quietly that Taiga did not hear, that he wanted to possess that girl. The guy himself did not know why, but he had a strong desire for that lady to belong only to him. The prince found it strange that he had developed such feelings for someone he had seen for the first time. Then Abido snapped out of it and invited his bride to finally return to her chambers, as they had been standing for a long time. Already, at this time, after a short separation, Mirdo saw her husband in a forest clearing. The man himself was very happy to see his wife, as he had already missed her. The girl jumped into Tamane's arms with all her might, and he easily caught her in midair. The couple had only been apart for a few hours, but to both of them, it felt like a century had passed. They had even completely forgotten about Ona, who could barely keep up with the young and therefore playful Latira. Since the priest was already used to the way the Tamane family expressed their feelings, he was not offended. The old priest asked if the couple intended to return to their place, and the beast said that he planned to do so. He was worried that the Duchess might be too tired, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible. The lady protested that she was fine, and Fierus reminded her how easily she got sick, to which the young lady could not object. Since they couldn't hit the road now, Ona suggested they rest a bit in the guest courtyard. Indeed, very close to the clearing, there was a lovely and inconspicuous temple. Ona explained that everyone was now busy blessing the palace, so there was almost no one inside. But right at the entrance, the whole group was met by none other than the former High Sacred, Advisor Astrum, holding a broom. Even the old priest himself had not expected to meet this guy here, so he was as surprised as everyone else. Before Latira stripped the advisor of his power, Astrum's strength had frightened even the emperor. No one expected that the guy would end up meeting the Tamane family again in this way. He personally set the table, saying that he was now unworthy of being served by others. Latira watched the advisor carefully, surprised at how nice he had become. It turned out that Astrum had almost completely calmed down after being stripped of his power, and had even found a place for himself. But the lady remembered that if the advisor had truly repented, his magic should have returned. So until now, the girls still had a hard time understanding this priest, and didn't know what to think. The young lady didn't understand if this was an attempt to lower her guard, and she was so lost in thought that she didn't notice a spoonful of food being brought to her mouth. While the lady sat thinking, Fierus continued to feed her, and suddenly Mirdo snapped out of it. Tamane explained that he was worried about his wife. What if she completely forgot to eat, which was important? Besides, the man had a relic with him that could detect poison, so he was sure the food was fine. Astrum immediately jumped up and sensitively asked what the point would be in poisoning those present. This made Latira understand that even the Duke suspected the advisor, which was rather sad. The former priest himself realized that after what had happened, it would be difficult for those around him to trust him. So, his face fell, and he asked for forgiveness for what he had tried to do not so long ago. Astrum frankly admitted that he himself had not fully moved on, so the couple could well not take his words at face value now. Then Mirdo asked why the advisor still felt guilty towards her husband. In response, the priest explained that he himself didn't quite know why, but felt the need to apologize. The guy remembered that he had been connected to the gods since birth, and he was very proud of it. As it turned out, this precious connection and the idea of being chosen had greatly intoxicated the advisor. He really wanted to do everything possible not to tarnish the gods and to elevate the chosen Latira as much as possible. Here, the priest admitted that this feeling still possessed him, and that was why he felt guilty. Astrum clenched his fists and admitted that he was sincerely sorry for what he had done, but his opinion of Mirdo had not changed. So the guy honestly announced to the couple that he could not be freed from his punishment for the time being and would accept their distrust. Latira was lost in thought, as she had not expected her punishment to lead to such a result. With memories of her past life, the lady remembered how the advisor used to think, but back then he would not have condemned himself. and now everything was somewhat different, which worried the heroine a little. So the young lady asked for an empty room to think and invited her husband to join her. The girl really wanted to hear the man's opinion on Astrom's words, so the Duke also thought for a bit. The beast didn't know the exact answer, so he suggested his wife give the advisor a little test. Latira seriously considered this offer, as her experience from her past life told her that everyone she knew was gradually changing. So, in that life, Manhwa had proven that characters could change when she ceased to be a villain. So the heroine suddenly gained confidence that now everyone would play by her rules. The girl intended to give the advisor a second chance, and at the same time, give him a chance to change. The Duchess asked her husband if she was being too lenient with those she gave another chance. To this, Tremaine said that, in his opinion, his wife's actions were more restrained and wise. Moreover, the Duke reminded her of possible exceptions, like a Bido, who should not be forgotten. Just in case, the man reminded the lady that he would always be on her side and would consider any of her choices to be the right ones. For the heroine, it meant a lot that her beloved husband would always follow her. The girl was a little worried about their future, so she reminded him that she was just a mortal and hoped that Firis would help her make decisions at crossroads. And right now, Latira needed help getting undressed, as the lady had gotten tangled in the priest's robes. Tremaine suppressed a laugh, as he had never seen anything like it, and began to help his wife. The young lady was very ashamed of getting into such a mess, and then Firis said that he loved this side of her too. As a result, just looking at each other like that, the couple suddenly blushed as they felt the atmosphere change. Mirdo asked not to do anything for now, and the beast was immediately even more confused than before. As a result, the Duke jumped back about a meter and asked if his wife had a change of clothes, to which she answered in the affirmative. Moreover, the young lady was so well prepared that she wore her dress directly under the vestments, although it was a bit hot. The only thing embarrassing Latira now was the mess on her head, and she asked her husband to help fix it. In fact, it was just an excuse to spend a little more time with the man, which the girl immediately admitted in response. Tremaine leaned close to the heroine's ear and whispered that he would help her better than anyone else in the world. A little later, when the couple went downstairs to the advisor, they asked for his forgiveness for the wait. Mirdo honestly told the guy that she and her husband had discussed the issue and decided not to lift his punishment for now. Astrom had thought so too, but he didn't expect the lady to offer conditions, upon fulfillment of which he could gain his freedom. Since the advisor immediately asked what they were talking about, Latira was relieved and began to tell him. The girl recalled that the emperor and his son were very fond of her husband. Moreover, after today's events, Eris had even more reason to hate the beast. Although it was unlikely that the ruler would attack the Tremaine family, the lady still wanted to make sure of this, and therefore asked Astrom to keep a close watch. Firis was pleased to hear how the young lady explained this surveillance, saying that she just wanted to live peacefully and happily with her husband. To the couple's delight, the advisor immediately agreed to participate in their plan, as it was the chosen one who had asked him to. So Mirdo had even more reason to believe that she and her husband would be able to overcome everything. That night, the son came to his father and noticed that the emperor was in a good mood for the first time in a long time. Eris admitted that he was glad to have finally discovered Termin's weakness, which he couldn't help but feel happy about. Abido said he still didn't understand why the ruler was so afraid of this mad relative. To this, the emperor said that the crown prince did not understand what he was talking about because Termin's very existence put their family in danger. The old man admitted that there was one thing he had tried to get his whole life, but failed. He wanted Calypso's wife, but she was loyal to her husband and had no intention of divorcing. So even now that the Termin family's reputation was in ruins, Eris was still plagued by a fear that something would be taken from him. However, even after hearing these words, Abido confidently declared that the beastly duke was not worth their concern. The young man believed that Ferris probably couldn't count on getting what he so desired. Meanwhile, Latera herself, whom the crown prince was preparing to pursue, was examining the gifts sent by the emperor. The girl was pleasantly surprised by the exquisite jewelry her husband had ultimately chosen for her. Until the very end, the lady couldn't believe that the ruler had given everything to that beast so easily. To this, Termin explained that the old man was intoxicated with the idea of finding his weakness, which was why he had approved the jewelry. Mirdo was grateful to her husband, for he had not only bought her time, but also brought her a gift despite hating the emperor. To keep her mind off sad things, the young lady asked Ferris to put the jewelry on for her. She turned around and pulled down her dress slightly, inadvertently revealing the lady's back. Seeing such a beautiful and moving sight, Terman blushed but did not show his feelings. With elegant and deft movements, he carefully picked up the jewelry and placed it on his wife's neck. Latera looked at herself and sincerely thanked Ferris for such a gift, saying she liked it very much. In response, the Duke shyly expressed his regret that he had not been able to get all the jewelry for the lady. The heroine smiled and said that the beast was indeed capable of doing so, but it was better not to. The girl held her husband's hand, thought for a moment, and then said that next time she would play the monster with him in front of the emperor. Latera did not want Ferris's reputation to suffer just because of her personal wishes. So Murdo reached out, kissed her husband, and whispered this promise again. Terman realized it was very important to him that his dear wife was willing to share his situation and shame. So the Duke kissed the lady and whispered that he would be only too happy to accept any help from her. Once upon a time, the beast would not have even dared to hope for such a person who would be willing to spend her life with him. After a while, Ferris asked Latera if she had finally read the letter she had taken with her. The girl explained that she was worried it might take all night to read the letters, so she saved them for later. The Duke agreed with his wife's decision, because when the lady was passionate about something, it was hard to force her to sleep. Now, he settled the girl in a bed because of her schedule and grumbled at her a little. However, just before sleep, Terman kissed his wife very gently, wishing her good night and sweet dreams. And so, in the warm embrace of her beloved husband, the young lady really did fall asleep quickly. But the beast himself could not sleep peacefully, as he worried that Latera would have nightmares after meeting the crown prince. For some reason, the man even felt that he was not worthy to share a bed with the lady. But as soon as they returned home and began to sort through the letters, Ferris immediately forgot these thoughts. Although the couple had a lot of work to do, they still managed to find time to read. And Terman finally understood the full content of his past correspondence with Murdo. He still clearly remembered how, on a sunny day, the girl's letters had appeared in the drawer of his desk. However, no matter how many times the man reread those envelopes, he could understand very little in the end. Only now, after taking turns reading everyone's letters, was the couple able to figure everything out. While reading, the man admitted that studying all this made him a little embarrassed, and the lady asked why. Terman noted that his past letters were full of love for the young lady, but he had never confessed. This greatly surprised Latera, as she had never thought of such a thing and was simply communicating. The girl admitted that she wasn't entirely clear about the beast's feelings from the letters, so she did nothing. But now Murdo was very happy that they were able to meet in life, albeit in another lifetime. Terman wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he was glad that he would have fallen in love with his wife no matter what. The man even joked that he seemed to have been born to love only her. The only thing the Duke regretted was that he had no memory of the letters or his other life. In his opinion, if he remembered everything, he would love his wife even more, which he very much wanted. In that life, it was Latera, as the Empress, who first wrote a letter to Ferris. At first, Terman was unimpressed that some lady dared to write to him. Ferris had a very bad relationship with a previous emperor, and he didn't know what would happen now. What he knew about the girl was that she had burst into the empire like a comet that year and convinced many people to work for her. And for that reason, the Duke couldn't understand what such an outstanding person as the Empress would need from him. With a hint of nervousness and impatience, the man opened the envelope and began to read. From a very first line, it was unclear to Terman what the letter was about. He even asked his assistant if the letter was real, to which Yugam had no doubt. The steward asked what was the matter, what was in the Empress's letter that so confused his master. And Ferris, very surprised, admitted that from the first line, the girl was asking his forgiveness for something. Moreover, she was asking forgiveness for the fact that Ferris himself had not ascended the throne, which the man could not understand. He clearly remembered that it was Latera who had stopped the apocalypse, and for that she was made empress. And the entire Leadham family, led by the emperor who had fled during the danger, was executed by fire. The lady had married Abido in order to be recognized by as many people as possible, since he was the crown prince. So the beast seriously thought that perhaps the young lady was just mocking him in the letter. Yugam suggested that the rumors about the North might not have reached the Empress, but Ferris dismissed the idea, as Manila probably knew everything and told her. Meanwhile, in her letter, Murdo continued to praise Termin's excellent work in the North. The steward then suggested that this ruler might not be prejudiced. Such a thought had never crossed Ferris's mind, as he was long used to being just a beast to everyone. The old man reminded him that all the rumors surrounding his master could not deny the fact that he was a man who took his responsibilities seriously. Only now did Termin gradually realize that this Letera might see him as a man, not a beast. However, the man immediately clenched his fists because he did not yet trust the lady and decided not to jump to conclusions. Instead, Ferris gave Murdo a chance, had Yugam bring him paper and a pen, and wrote a reply. And so, a friendly and intelligent conversation gradually began between the two young people. Letera wrote that Termin's kind words had helped her, but he was surprised, as he didn't care about etiquette at all. Looking at the handwriting on the paper, the Duke thought absent-mindedly that no one had ever spoken to him like that before. But what surprised the man most was that the girl asked him for advice on matters of government. So he even decided to give a try and had Nix bring all the necessary documents for the report. This was because Ferris was glad to see someone recognize his experience and abilities. And so, Termin wrote to the lady again and again, eagerly awaiting her replies. It even got to the point where Canis began to bring the master news from the Empress, even while hunting. The Duke grumbled a bit for appearance's sake, but always carried his glasses with him to make reading easier. When someone smiled kindly while watching the exchange between the gentleman and the Empress, the beast simply asked them to be quiet. They continued to communicate like this, talking about various topics and sharing life experiences. Throughout the entire correspondence between the boy and the girl, neither of them tried to take advantage of the other or find weaknesses. For the first time in a long time, Termin felt a sense of hope that things might not be so bad for him. He really wanted to come to the palace and kneel before the Empress, but he was doubtful about it. At one point, the knights begged their master to overthrow Letera and become emperor. But these words made the beast so furious that the assistants were frightened just by the look in his eyes. The nobles and knights took a few steps back to escape the wrath of the beastly duke who was protecting the Empress. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted that this was Ferris's only chance to become emperor and not recognize that rootless Murdo. To this, the man even gave a bitter smile, as he considered such words to be pure nonsense. He drew his sword and reminded everyone again that he didn't care at all about the throne or the people of the capital. Due to Termin's bloody punishments, Nix even asked for extra pay for her and her servants, which the Duke agreed to. At that moment, the man carefully wiped his sword and continued to think. Fur realized that because of his bloodline and origin, he would always be an obstacle for Letera. A few days later, Yugam reminded Ferris again that Murdo wanted to reward him generously in some way. The man thought again about what would happen if he made some incredible request to the lady. But Termin didn't dare to ask for anything, writing instead that he was just doing his duty. In the same letter, Fur claimed that as long as he could communicate with the lady, he needed no reward. The Duke remembered the reason he had decided to become a beast and wished to remain a hermit. Ferris only wanted to dream of the lady and hoped she would grant his one and only request in return. It was after that day that Termin began to throw tantrums and constantly came up with various gifts for Letera. He always wanted to give her some jewelry and, on the lady's birthday, something befitting her status. Eventually, it got to the point where one day, the steward asked the gentleman if he had fallen in love with the Empress. To this, the beast immediately said that Yugam was just going senile in his old age to say such a thing. To this, the old man said that he wasn't the only one who thought so, as all the courtiers were discussing the topic. Termin, blushing slightly, declared that he felt nothing for Murdo but friendly sympathy. The steward said he understood that the gentleman didn't want to admit it, but all the facts pointed to the contrary. If only because no one would casually hang someone else's portrait over an entire wall of their office. But the beast retorted that the Empress had given the portrait to all the nobles, so it didn't mean anything. Yugam begged Ferris not to deny his feelings, even if Letera was already married to the crown prince. The steward reminded him that the Leadham family allowed for concubines, which would not interfere with the lady's marriage, and Fur fell silent. The old man promised that if the beast confessed and got nothing, He would comfort him, but the Duke didn't need such comfort. Turman recalled that he had decided not to leave the North again and sat down to read Murdo's letter. In it, the girl again asked for advice and talked about how she had long had feelings for a friend. The young lady said she was forced to break off relations with one person because she had fallen in love with another, which shocked the Duke. First, Ferris assumed the Empress intended to stop communicating with him. Litera admitted that she had thought a lot about the situation, but still didn't understand what to do. So the young lady asked the Beast of the North to tell her what was best to do in this situation. It was at this moment that the man finally admitted that he still loved this girl, even though he had never seen her. There are completely different types of love, and this young man had ended up falling for one of them. So now Turman didn't want to reply to this letter, because he was afraid that he was that friend. The man wondered when exactly his strong feelings for the Empress had begun. He didn't know if it was when a young lady sent him her favorite book, or when she told him about her boring life in the palace. The Duke had so many reasons to love this woman that he couldn't pick just one. Looking at the girl's portrait, the young man decided she was too generous for naught, reproaching him, knowing his feelings. However, Ferris's love was so deep that he didn't want to give up even his most shameful thoughts. So, even though he considered himself the worst of friends, the man wrote a reply. In the letter, he advised communicating with the person the Empress now loved so deeply. At the end of the letter, Turman wished the young lady happiness, whatever her choice might be, and then affixed his seal. As soon as Ferris sent this envelope, the Empress's letters stopped, although he had been eagerly awaiting them. 3 whole months passed like this, and as a result, Turman completely gave up any hope. At first, he thought he could live quietly alone, as he was no stranger to it, but he realized he was wrong. Just as the Beast was finally despairing, Nyx ran into the room with a letter from the palace. The Duke reached the maid in one long stride and snatched the long-awaited letter from her hands. Then the Beast eagerly asked the steward to quickly bring his glasses, which he did. The first line of the letter said that Litera and Abito were divorced, despite his objections. The girl explained that she hadn't written for so long because the divorce proceedings had dragged on for a long time. Continuing to read, the man was more and more surprised that the lady's attitude towards him had not changed. The Empress admitted that she had divorced her husband because he would become obsessed with her, which was unpleasant. The young lady reported that she had tried her best to save the relationship, but realized it was futile. Only now did Turman realize that the last letter had been about the crown prince and not about himself. Murdo said that the man had given her the most ideal advice, for which she was very grateful to him. In the end, Litera once again called the Duke the closest and most reliable of all her friends. Ferris's hands began to tremble with emotion, because he had nothing to do with the girl's decision. As a result, Turman couldn't help but laugh very loudly and joyfully, releasing all his accumulated stress. Only then did the Beast notice a note at the end, saying that the Empress wanted to find a match for him. But the Duke only wanted to ask for a hand and a heart, and that specifically meant Litera. However, he couldn't bring himself to write such words, and just blushed. Instead, Ferris simply refused to marry anyone, writing that he didn't want to ruin anyone's life. But for some reason, Litera didn't give up and invited the Beast to meet in almost every letter. But Turman tried to keep his distance until the very end, so he refused the meetings and only read the letters. During this time, Ferris scolded Canis for bringing the envelopes directly to the battlefield, although he was very happy to read them. Murdo reported that she would not insist on marriage if the man was so strongly against it. The lady again proposed a meeting, but Ferris once again realized he was too cowardly. At that moment, a rider who had arrived on a fast horse interrupted the Beast's thoughts of the Empress. Unfortunately for the Duke, the assistant reported that Litera had recently been killed. Her killer was said to be sitting and kissing the dead girl's hair without any shame. Ferris began to struggle like a caged beast, praying that this was all just a dream, when suddenly his wife woke him up. The girl cupped the man's face in her hands and asked what had happened, if her husband had had a nightmare. The Duke said nothing, rushed to Litera, and immediately hugged her, not planning to let go for a while. For the first time, Murdo noticed how badly the man's hands were shaking and realized he needed comfort. The Duchess was very surprised to find that, for some reason, the Beast was now even crying. The man suddenly whispered with tears in his eyes that he had failed to protect his wife. So he was in pain now. The heroine couldn't understand what was happening, but did her best not to make things worse. The The lady thought the beast was having a nightmare, so she decided to wake him up, but she didn't expect it to end like this. The young lady still didn't understand why Ferris was suddenly crying so sadly in front of her after waking up. Looking at the man's sobbing face, the girl asked him to tell her what he had dreamed about. In response, Terman for some reason apologized again, as if he had done something very bad. The man whispered that if he had been a little braver, the girl wouldn't have had to suffer in the end. Litera began to understand what was going on, and she looked at the box containing the letters from their past life. The young lady wasn't entirely sure, so she decided to find out if her husband had really dreamed about their past. Ferris whispered with tears in his eyes that he remembered all those letters and their 5 years of communication. The beast admitted that he had made too many empty excuses, and if he hadn't, they could have been together long ago. Then, as the man so desperately wished, everything would have been fine for the girl, and she would have lived well. However, Murdo interrupted the Duke, saying that what happened was her fault, so it had nothing to do with him. After her divorce from Abido, she hadn't changed the layout of all the secret passages, which the guy knew about. But the man retorted that in that life, he had been a bad friend to the girl, which was why she died. Litera rather rudely ordered Ferris to shut up as she disagreed with him. The heroine explained that even if she had insisted on getting married, it was unlikely to have changed anything. Terman began to argue with the lady, saying she couldn't take responsibility for Abido. The girl smiled and confirmed that they both knew who the real villain was. So the young lady told her husband to cry if he wanted to cry and get angry if he wanted to vent. But after kissing the Duke's forehead, Litera forbade him from taking all the blame upon himself. Murdo suggested just thinking about what had happened and then continuing to live in the present. The heroine sincerely hoped that Fur could truly leave all the pain and doubt in the past. The wife, while gradually undressing her husband, thought only of distracting him and making him feel better. Litera whispered that she was still alive, so everything was fine with them now, and there was no need to think about the past. After a while, Terman sat alone to the side as he needed to think. Suddenly, the Duchess found her husband and hugged him, realizing he was very sad right now. The man, as expected, apologized for what had happened during the night, but the girl replied that everything was fine. The heroine said she was glad to see her husband so worried about her. The lady even admitted that she would have been more upset if the beast had remained calm. Ferris joked that he could cry a little longer, but the young lady replied that she didn't need him to. The girl noted that since the man was already able to joke, it meant he was feeling better. Litera understood that Ferris needed time to recover and was prepared to wait. The man admitted that, for him, the memory had ended on a very terrible note. Most importantly, Terman was afraid of being a burden to his wife, so now he felt ashamed. Murdo just sighed in response and let her husband express his emotions as he wished. As the heroine was tired of seeing Ferris so dejected, she approached him and suggested they go on a trip. Terman was surprised by the offer, but the lady wasn't joking at all, as she herself had long wanted to do so. The Duchess reminded her husband that they had rested very little, so they deserved this. The man sighed, admitting that the girl simply wouldn't let him wallow in himself. However, he was not at all against the trip, especially since this adventure was with his wife. Fur even joked that they would have to make up for all the dates they had missed over 5 years. The young lady asked her husband where he wanted to go, but Terman had no ideas. So the man left all the responsibility to the lady, who thought seriously about the trip. First, the newlyweds visited Litera's parents, which made the young lady very happy. Labor complained that next time it would be better to notify his daughter in advance that he was coming. Just then, someone told the priest Astrum that he had a visitor, but the young man was busy. However, the advisor had no right to cancel the meeting, as it was the crown prince himself who had come to visit. The young man explained that he was looking for someone and was counting very much on the high priest's help. He couldn't stop thinking about the lady and constantly dreamed of how to keep her by his side. Abido didn't understand how a girl he didn't know could shake his heart so much. The next time he met this lady, the crown prince planned to find the answers to all his questions. Astrum asked if the stranger had attracted him with her talent, and he absent-mindedly confirmed the idea. Then it dawned on the crown prince that all outstanding priests could even work in the palace, which was very advantageous for him. The only problem was that Abido only knew what the girl looked like, so he needed the advisor's help. To this, Astrum smiled and said that the stranger would obviously be flattered by such attention. He stood up and asked for a description of the lady's appearance. Abido could easily recall that she had an unremarkable face, short pink hair, and lilac eyes. The priest went to the shelf with the journals and said that several priestesses matched the description. Seeing the long list of young ladies with similar descriptions, the crown prince thought he could summon them all to the palace. But for now, he didn't have that right, so he thanked Astrum for his help and went to study the journals himself. Parting, the crown prince said that the advisor didn't even have to regret the time spent, because he had helped him. As soon as Abido left, Astrum began to worry, because this was exactly what Litera had once talked about. A few days ago, the girl had asked that if the crown prince wanted to know about the priestess with pink hair, to tell him everything. The priest didn't know what Murdo was doing as a priestess or why she was so sure Leadham wouldn't find her. However, he was sure he would do everything to ensure that no one got in the way of his chosen one. At this moment, Baron Murdo was worried about the guest's unexpected arrival. Monis comforted her husband, saying that their daughter wouldn't bring her son-in-law to their home unless she was sure he wouldn't cause trouble. While Litera was very happily showing her husband her room, her parents decided to go make tea. Terman was very interested to see his wife's childhood bedroom, although there was nothing special in it. For some reason, the Duke even blushed a little shyly while looking at the lady's small but cozy room. The Duchess then called Ferris to come closer, as she wanted to show him something. She struggled to open a secret drawer in her cabinet, as she hadn't used it in a long time. The girl handed a small notebook to Terman and suggested he read it, which her husband did. The heroine said that she had personally restored Ferris's past letters from memory and reread them during her illness. The beast admitted it was very embarrassing, and the lady laughed, as she had no intention of embarrassing her husband. To look at the notebook, they decided to sit on the lady's bed to be more comfortable. The heroine admitted that even if she hadn't decided to meet Terman, she still wanted to remember him this way. Initially, driven by a strong desire for revenge against Abido, the young lady had not considered her own happiness. Instead, she felt only intense anger and resentment towards her ex-husband. But at one point, the girl thought about what would happen when she finally got her revenge. So she regretted not going to see Ferris right away, as she had spent some time on resentment. But now Litera was sure that even after the sudden revenge, she would not be alone. Anger always consumes too much energy, and one can never live on the desire for revenge alone. So now the heroine admitted that she had always believed Terman would be her support and reliance. For Murdo, it was exactly the same then as it is now, and she wouldn't have it any other way. The man asked if the lady minded him constantly blaming himself. In response, the Duchess smiled and said that she knew better than anyone that this couldn't be resolved in a few days. The wife intended to work hard to prove to her husband that many of the things he blamed himself for were not his fault. Terman enthusiastically thanked his wife because she would also protect him, no less than he protected her. Ferris realized that before Litera appeared in his life, he had basically nothing. But now, the man even cried with joy, realizing that his beloved was always by his side. Murdo soothed the beast with a smile, and the beast was happy with such attention. Just then, Monis and Labor walked into their daughter's room, as they had already made tea. And their timing was off, because at that moment the girl was lying on the man in an intimate position. But the mother said she was at least pleased with 2 grandchildren, while the father nearly fainted. That same day, Manila told her father that Abido was visiting the church, looking for a specific priestess. However, from the look in the crown prince's eyes, the girl herself felt that he seemed to have different motives. The Marquis excitedly asked if this behavior from the crown prince would be a problem for their plans. His daughter reminded him that she was engaged to the crown prince, albeit only for the sake of the Tika family. Besides, Miss Tika didn't care about Abido's other interests. If some girl interfered with her plans, she would not tolerate it. However, if this lady herself ended up being an ally to Manila, then she was even willing to adjust her plans. The girl was extremely adaptable to various situations, so she was hardly worried. Manila reminded her father that she would never have taken on such a complex plan if she wasn't confident. The Marquis just sighed in response, as he didn't want to hear any more lectures from his daughter. The man clearly remembered that since childhood, the young lady had had some great goals. And now, since the lady's fiancé was busy, she decided to go south to visit her mother, who was receiving treatment. Mani promised her father that even there, she would lay the groundwork for implementing her. Plans. At this moment, the husband and wife were sitting at the table, blushing furiously because they had been completely misunderstood. Baron Murdo was equally embarrassed, and only Monis was very happy. The woman asked again when she could expect good news, but the couple asked not to think about it for now. Monis joked that after what happened, she couldn't take the Turman family seriously. Suddenly, the father jumped up, declaring that he was not mentally ready for grandchildren because he was young at heart. The Baron complained that he had barely gotten used to his daughter being someone else's wife, and now they were already talking about children. Besides, Labor was very afraid that the child would be like a beast and not like his daughter. Litera agreed that everyone needed to be mentally prepared for the birth of a child. However, the heroine personally thought that a child who looked like her husband would be the cutest baby in the empire. The lady added that she had already told her husband she wanted children, so her parents could prepare. However, the girl warned her mother not to get her hopes up too high. She recalled the words of the priests, who said that due to a serious illness, it would be difficult for the young lady to conceive. Of course, the heroine would do everything she could to increase her chances. Even Ferris himself admitted that he would do his best to help his wife in this matter. The husband said that his wife's health was his top priority, and a joyful smile spread across the girl's face. At that moment, Liba thought that although he disliked the Duke, he was an ideal husband for his daughter. To change the subject from the Turman family relationships, the Baron asked where they wanted to go next. Litera remembered wanting to go further south, to walk along the beach and see the ships. Her father recalled that a noble lady had even stayed there recently because those places were very healing. As a result, the couple decided that a walk along the beach would be the best continuation of their little trip. Besides, Ferris had only ever seen the sea in paintings, which made him very interested in seeing it with his own eyes. The heroine was very surprised to hear that her husband had never seen the sea in his entire life. So she promised the man that she would give him a good tour of this young coast. Ferris was grateful for his wife's enthusiasm, but he was a little worried. He knew he could be recognized at any moment, but Monis told him not to worry. The lady explained that there were many mercenaries in the south, so it would be easy for Turman to blend in with them with his scars. To hide his red eyes, Mirdo's mother suggested he wear a large hood. Litera whispered to Ferris that her mother had years of experience as a mercenary, so she was a master of disguise. Liba admitted that most nobles don't find mercenaries attractive, but his wife knew that wasn't the case for him. Mirdo explained to Turman that her parents met precisely when her mother was a mercenary. Just a few minutes later, the lady had prepared outfits for the couple that would make them unrecognizable. Monis explained that it would be strange if only the Duke was in disguise, and at that moment, the beast quite liked his appearance. Only then did the parents feel completely at ease letting their daughter and her husband go on their trip. They only asked the newlyweds to contact them if anything happened, and Turman promised he would. Arriving in the city, the couple was surprised to find that the carnival celebrating the god Nate had ended, but the flower garlands were still hanging. Litera was so inspired by the walk that she pulled the man along with all her might. Just then, the noble lady mentioned by Baron Myrto, who was Manila's mother, decided to go out for a walk. And for the first time in his life, Turman drank coffee by the sea, and he loved everything around him. The man said sincerely that he found the surroundings wonderful, which made Litera, who had done her best for him, very happy. What the beast appreciated most was that there were many people around, but no one paid any attention to him. But in the market, they visited together. Even the small children ran around calmly, unafraid of the man's appearance. For Ferris, even waiting in line when he wanted to buy something from a counter was a new experience. The Duke felt as comfortable everywhere as if he were at home. Turman admitted that even when a blacksmith tried to rob him, he still found it amusing. Ferris admitted that if he had known about such a disguise, he would have gone into the imperial palace with his wife. But the lady reminded him that the guards would not have let the beast pass, even with a good disguise, because of the scar on his face. In response, the Duke said thoughtfully that he thought he hated humans, but it turned out he just disliked people gossiping behind his back. Since no one in the South was afraid of him, the man could feel at home and enjoy the date with his wife. The girl herself was having a lot of fun, trying to snatch the oar from her husband's hands, but it was completely futile. At that moment, Turman was very happy and hoped they could continue living like this. This was the first time Litera had seen Ferris so relaxed in a crowd, and she decided they needed to relax like this more often. The heroine admitted she liked seeing Termin happy, which confused him a little. The lady's eyes sparkled with happiness as she saw how calm and happy her beloved husband was now. She realized that Ferris always had to maintain a cold and reserved image in front of others, while the other role he played showed everyone around him a cruel and evil beast that was best not to provoke. However, now the lady loved seeing her husband's calm demeanor, and she herself was having a great time. However, Termin suggested they take a break, and Myrto, smiling happily, agreed that they had indeed walked a lot. Just today, the couple had seen many beautiful sights, accompanied by the sound of the waves and the sight of children running peacefully. And the couple enjoyed it all hand in hand, which made them even happier. Litera realized that the better she felt with Termin, the more she wanted to be by his side. And the man himself felt the same way, which made him a little uneasy, as he had never been separated from the lady. At this point, Ferris's memories of his past life had fully returned, so he understood everything clearly. However, now, the Duke, together with his wife, had done everything possible to prevent her tragic death from happening again. But for some reason, something was unsettling the beast, and his hands were trembling, which the girl noticed. She stopped and, to soothe her husband, gestured to be held in his arms. Termin asked with concern if his wife's legs were already hurting and immediately took her into his arms. But Litera explained that she just wanted to hug her husband, and he realized the heroine had noticed his condition. The beast complained that Myrto was enabling his bad habits by comforting him like this every time. To this, the lady replied that she didn't understand what the man was talking about, as she just wanted a hug. His wife's breath, warmth, and heartbeat immediately calmed Ferris down, and he felt good. However, Termin knew very well that he couldn't rely on the girl who helped him so much forever. Ferris intended to find the cause of his worries so that he would no longer worry and bother the lady. At this moment, Tika's wife, along with her daughter and Topaz, went to a local shop to investigate. The lady noted with dissatisfaction that, for some reason, the shop's supplies were much worse than before. The noble lady even began to worry that many sellers would go out of business because of this. Then, the mother came up with an idea. She needed a mercenary to continue walking through the market. The daughter didn't mind, but then she noticed Favor was acting a bit absent-minded and asked what was wrong. The boy asked, somewhat awkwardly, how much longer they had to pretend not to see their friends. It turned out that the Teaker family was delighted and had often noticed the Termin couple walking in the same market. Litera and Ferris were quite conspicuous, making them hard to miss in a crowd. Just then, a noble lady approached Manila and Topaz and asked what they were whispering about behind her back. But before the young people could answer, the lady suddenly looked ahead and noticed something. Just not far in front of her were the Termin couple, who were thoroughly enjoying each other's company and their long-awaited vacation. Mrs. Teaker immediately decided that she could rely on such a loyal family man, unlike her own husband. Therefore, Manila's mother immediately walked over to the mercenary, wanting to hire him to move around the city. The woman didn't notice her daughter's objections and asked the couple to give her some of their time. Miss Teaker and Topaz realized in horror that the noble lady was unstoppable and there was nothing they could do about it. As a result, Manila couldn't understand how things had come to this, as she had completely different plans in mind. Meanwhile, her mother gave Litera and Ferris a task to investigate the local shops. Miss Teaker couldn't accept the fact that Mrs. Teaker was giving orders to the Duke and Duchess themselves. Topaz whispered to the girl, asking what they should do in this situation, and she said to just watch. Termin asked at that moment why the noble lady didn't entrust such an important job to her servants. But the lady replied somewhat sadly that she didn't trust her servants to handle it. This was because many merchants might hide the truth about their business if they recognized the buyer as a courtier. Mrs. Teaker knew that the sellers might be afraid of this mercenary, but he had his lovely wife by his side who could be trusted. That's why the lady believed that this couple, unfamiliar to her, was best suited for such a job. As a result, the Duke said that he and his wife needed time to consider the noble lady's proposal. Favor immediately offered to escort the couple to a guest room, as he wanted to talk to them. No one objected, and the boy led the guests along the desired route, feeling a bit nervous. After everyone had left, Manila let out a visible sigh of relief, and her mother immediately asked her why. She was so worried. The woman thought her daughter was like this because she had never seen mercenaries before, but Manila found it strange because that couple were not mercenaries. However, the mother, for some reason, sided with the lady, saying that she still had much to learn about society. Since Manila had no choice, she had to agree with all the words of the stubborn Mrs. Tikur. At this moment, Favor was asking Turman what was going on and why they were in the South. Ferris explained that he and his wife just wanted to travel peacefully, but were not averse to some adventure. In any case, Topaz and the family from the north were very happy to see each other, despite the unexpected circumstances. The emperor's illegitimate son asked if the couple would carry out the mission, and the man pondered the question. Finally, the Duke realized that it was easier for him to bear his anxiety when he was busy with something, so he wanted to agree. However, he told his wife that their journey together was much more important to him, so the beast would still refuse. But Litera had a completely different plan. She asked Topaz to take them to the Marquise so they could agree. The girl explained that she had planned this trip for her husband, so she would do what he wanted to do. Ferris tried to argue that such an act was completely unnecessary, but the lady was already pushing him forward. But Mirdo couldn't move her heavy husband a single millimeter, so she asked him to walk on his own. As a result, Turman obediently listened to his wife and followed Topaz, as he himself also wanted to carry out the mission. The lady immediately and happily gave the couple a document with everything they needed written on it. She asked them to start work the next day, as it was already late. Ferris was surprised that the Marquise accepted them for the secret work so quickly, while Litera was very pleased with everything. Manila was also surprised that the Turman family finally agreed, as she hadn't expected it. The girl couldn't accept that those two were so unpredictable, and now she couldn't even talk to them alone. Then the mother asked her daughter to take on a task, and Manila decided to talk to the so-called mercenaries tomorrow. Unexpectedly, the Marquise asked Manila and Topaz to disguise themselves as commoners at dawn tomorrow and visit Baron Mirdo and his wife's house. It turned out that Mrs. Tikur had recognized the Duke and Duchess long ago, although she didn't show it. In fact, the lady admitted that she was surprised by how much the beast had changed because of his wife. She clearly remembered how ferocious and terrifying he was that day, which was why all the nobles began to avoid the man. For Manila's mother, the identifying feature that made her recognize the mercenary as Ferris was his scar. The Marquise said that she had tried everything to make the couple refuse the job and was shocked when they agreed. Since the couple did their best to hide their identities perfectly, the lady pretended not to recognize them. And now, when it was too late, the lady shamelessly announced that her daughter would apologize on her behalf tomorrow. Manila herself didn't object, as this wasn't the first time she had turned to Ferris and Mirdo for help. Miss Tikur very much wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to them for future benefit. That night before bed, the couple laughed as they recalled the day, where they even ended up getting hired. The heroine, with a sweet smile, asked her husband if they would be as happy tomorrow as they were today. In response, the man, for some reason, began to apologize, claiming he was much weaker than he would like to be. But the lady interrupted her husband's sad talk, silencing him directly with a kiss. Litera said she was going to set a rule. Turman no longer had the right to doubt himself. Ferris replied that he was so weak, but the lady supported and protected him every time. Since her husband started apologizing again, Mirdo deliberately kissed him again, which made the Duke embarrassed. Then the lady said that for every time the beast apologized, they would sleep in separate rooms for that many nights. Litera explained that instead of apologizing, the man could simply thank her and tell her that he loved her very much. The lady said with a smile that this was much easier than Turman imagined and much better than asking for forgiveness. At that moment, Ferris thought to himself that doubt still lived within him, and he constantly blamed himself for something. However, now, stroking his beloved wife's hair, the man felt himself gradually gaining confidence. So he swore to himself that he would make sure the girl would not be sad, and kissed her. The next morning, as requested by the Marquise, Manila and Topaz changed their clothes and came to visit Baron Mirto. Since Litera and Ferris received them, they all got into a carriage together to carry out their mission. The Duchess admitted that she hadn't expected to see Miss Tika and Favor also in disguise. As they started to communicate on different topics, Manila decided to ask something. Mirdo immediately tried to predict the girl's question and remembered that they had met at the Imperial Palace. However, the lady from the north didn't want to hide this moment, although she didn't know how to tell Tika the truth in a way that she would believe. At this point, Turman, who knew about the problem of understanding between his wife and her friend, suggested that she show what she could do. The lady agreed it was a good idea and asked Manila to watch her hands very carefully, while she became nervous. To Manila and Topaz's great surprise, a divine light suddenly shone from the Duchess's hands. Favor immediately said that it was true the girl's power was different from all other priests. Litera was surprised that the boy could notice this, as very few people could see the difference. Only then did Ferris explain that his wife was personally chosen by the god Nate, which was why he often gave her tasks and had recently asked her to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. Finally, Miss Tika began to understand some of the Duchess's eccentricities, which made her feel much better. Topaz asked with concern if he could really know such important and secret information. To this, Litera smiled completely calmly and said that she trusted the girl and the boy because they were friends. Besides, Myrto reminded them that they were also planning to be accomplices in a crime. It was an honor for Manila to cooperate with the lady chosen by a god, she immediately admitted. Miss Tika clarified whether the Duchess's help to them was Nate's will, but the lady immediately said it was just her own wish. Litera frankly admitted that she despised Crown Prince Abito with all her heart, so she didn't want to see him ascend the throne. Manila was even a little scared, as she had never seen such a cold look in the Duchess's eyes before. So Miss Tika, just in case, admitted that after meeting Myrto at the Imperial Palace, Abito had started looking for a certain priestess. But Ferris interrupted the girl almost immediately and asked her not to mention such things in front of them again. He explained that he might not be able to control himself and would end up ruining their entire plan. The Marquise's daughter immediately realized her mistake and asked for forgiveness so as not to ruin the relationship. However, Turman was still not angry with the girl, as knowing the heir's situation was useful to them. In response, Litera gave an incredibly predatory smile and confirmed that she needed to learn as much as possible about Latuma. The girl's smile was so fierce that it scared everyone around, and even her husband felt uneasy. Miss Tika returned to the main discussion, saying she came to the south to formulate a plan and invited the couple to join. To this, Topaz objected that the Turman family was already very busy, as they were carrying out the Marquise's orders. But Manila had already thought it through and said they could do everything at the same time. As a result, in the city, the girl played the role of an ordinary customer so professionally that even her friends believed her. The saleswomen around were happy to give discounts to the two ladies who highly praised their goods. The men were surprised at how easily they gained the trust of everyone around them. The key was that Manila needed to be able to play different roles to survive in high society. Topaz even admitted that he often helped the girl so that her training would be more effective. As a result, Manila became an expert at dealing with anyone, even in her commoner's disguise. And the two ladies did communicate well with each other and with the southern residents, easily obtaining the necessary information. As a result, one of the women complained to them that for some reason, everyone's deliveries had been having problems recently. However, since all the residents were protected by a powerful admiral, she believed everything would be resolved. Therefore, the saleswoman advised the girls not to stay in the south for too long for the time being. Later, the friends gathered in an alley and began to wonder what was wrong with the ships. They thought it was obviously not caused by bad weather or pirates, who had long since left. After coming up with nothing, Litera simply announced that everyone had done a good job. Manila explained that she was looking for a good place to hide Topaz from prying eyes, which was why she was worried about the area's safety. Since the Emperor promoted his son Abito, Favor still couldn't contact his biological family. So Tika's whole plan was for the boy to emerge as a hero from his ordeal and be accepted. Moreover, the people might eventually support Topaz, as the current heir is not well loved. But due to the situation with the ships, this southern coast no longer gave Manila as much confidence. Since the girl needed more information, Turman suddenly invited her and the boy to act as a couple. This made the two young people very embarrassed, and they turned away from each other, which was obvious. Then Litera said that as a couple, she and Ferris could do the rest. Then the heroine heard a noise behind her, as something unusual was happening on the embankment. It turned out to be Carter Weathers dealing with the Admiral's sister, because his ship had also gone missing. Moreover, the friends heard from the man's loud words that even this woman's brother had gone missing at sea. No one could have predicted this, as the person in charge of the South Coast was a rather powerful fellow. Manila looked at her friends uncertainly, as she didn't know what to do in this situation. The admiral of the Southern Fleet, Ma Arbor, was a man with very outstanding military and navigational abilities, and the heroine clearly remembered the moment in the plot when he was supposed to disappear, but the timing was now off. The husband asked his wife if she understood what was happening, but the girl wasn't sure yet. Then Miss Tika decided to go and find out, saying that with Litera suddenly acting in the open, it was important for them to act in secret. Carter heard someone call him and first complained that he was talking to an important person. Then the man saw who exactly was trying to talk to him and was very surprised and happy at the same time. Weathers happily called out to his business partners, who immediately asked him what was wrong. The man recognized the couple immediately, even in their disguises, and said that he needed them very much right now. The woman who had been talking to the blue-haired man asked if he knew the people who had approached, and Carter answered affirmatively. Weathers even generously called Miss Tika and Topaz his friends as well, so that they would be included in the conversation. Then the red-haired lady asked everyone around to try to be more focused, as she still had the problem with the ships. Mirdo asked if they could help in any way, as her friend was now involved. Terman joined the conversation, saying they had a permit to investigate the merchant ships that hadn't returned. The woman responded that she knew all the mercenaries, but had never seen these people, so she guessed they were from a neighboring region. Ferris replied that you could say that, and the admiral's sister looked him over carefully. She noticed how rough the man's hands were and concluded that he was a powerful warrior. Then the head of the Admiral's Guild remembered she hadn't introduced herself and said her name was Solemn Arbor. The Admiral's sister was worried about his disappearance because he had taken the strongest men with him before setting sail. Solemn admitted she really wanted to find them, but she had no one to turn to for help, so she would be very happy if the couple could help, and they themselves wanted to do so. As a result, the whole group went out to sea by boat, and Manila was very worried about Litera. It turned out the heroine was seasick, which hadn't bothered her in her past life. The lady admitted she wasn't feeling well and thanked her friend for her help with sewing, but Tika was just happy to help. Besides, the girl was still not very useful, as she couldn't do heavy work like the men. But Mirdo retorted that no one had forced Manila and Topaz to come along with the others, as the Duchess was worried they might be in danger. The Marquise's daughter said she had brought a protective artifact. Then Litera asked Tika very seriously why she had come with her, and Manila answered honestly that she wanted to verify something, which could only be done by staying by the lady's side. Mirdo realized her friend wouldn't say any more and so decided not to ask further. Just then, Admiral Mars's loyal cat pointed in the direction where he was. All the assistants were ready, but they tried not to touch their captain, all because Solemn was once again struck down by severe seasickness and couldn't do anything. The woman complained that if it weren't for this condition, she would have become the admiral, not her brother. At this point, Topaz admitted that although he could control himself, his body wasn't feeling great. Ferris suggested the boy take a rest so things wouldn't get worse, but he stubbornly said he would get used to it. Carter knew the diamond of the Tika family well and was surprised at how close Topaz was to the Duke. Terman observed the boy and realized they could be good allies. The man even decided to befriend the boy as soon as possible and patted his head, which caused confusion. Then Carter asked why the husband wasn't feeding the lady and generally not hovering around her as usual. To this, the beast replied with extreme disappointment that he had already been viciously scolded for trying to take care of his wife. The emperor's business partner and illegitimate son concluded that the Duke was actually barely able to control himself. Then one of the assistants on the ship noticed a boat drifting on the waves nearby. Solemn immediately forgot her illness and ran to the side of the ship to look at the object ahead. It turned out that what was ahead was not a ship at all, but a real monster, even though they were not in the north. Arbor unhesitatingly ordered everyone to prepare for battle, as they would not retreat. Just then, Litera poked her head out of the cabin, wanting to see for herself what was happening around them. The heroine remembered that this monster was supposed to have woken up much earlier, but for some reason, other monsters were flying out of its stomach, and it wasn't asleep. Ferris quickly went down to his wife's side and said they had run into some trouble, but the lady already knew. As the lady walked towards the door to go upstairs, Terman suddenly grabbed her hand. The girl turned around in great surprise and looked at her husband in confusion. But the Duke himself hadn't expected that he would suddenly for some reason, try to stop his wife who wanted to help everyone. Looking at her husband's face, Mirdo realized almost immediately that she wouldn't be able to leave so easily. So she told Manila that the two of them needed to leave for a moment to talk. Miss Tika didn't ask any more questions and instead went to inform the others that the couple was preparing for battle. As soon as the girl left the room, a silence fell between Ferris and Litera. The heroine had just gently called the Duke's name when he flinched back in surprise. And Mirdo placed her hand on the beast's face and asked him why he was so worried now. The girl didn't understand why her husband would suddenly decide to stop her for the first time, but she didn't intend to argue. For Ferris, it was important to hear that the lady understood his concerns and was willing to listen. The man still felt anxious, so he asked what would happen if he didn't let the lady leave. The beast wondered until when his spouse would be able to forgive all his actions and allow him to do as he pleased. Turman asked what would happen if he, out of fear, now asked his wife not to help anyone. For the Duke, it was important to know if the girl would return to the north with him if he insisted. After the man had read all the letters and his memory returned, he began to love Litera even more. Therefore, Ferris's fear for his wife also grew in his mind, and he was very worried about her. He explained that he couldn't guarantee the lady wouldn't fall back into her initial state of sorrow, which surprised the lady. Mirdo remembered this wasn't the first time her husband had entered such a strong protective mode, and every time, she was very happy to accept his care, even though it seemed a bit excessive to her. The lady remembered that Turman had lost a lot when he was young and had become overly anxious. And now, the Duke was finally showing all his worries, extremely concerned about his wife. Litera herself didn't want to return to the state she was in after marrying a Bido in that life, and the heroine hadn't even thought that her husband would worry about her so much. But she also considered this desire to protect as love. The beast couldn't refute this, as he himself thought so too, but he still wanted to refuse the mission. Just then, the head of the Admiral's Guild knocked persistently on their cabin door, saying the ship was approaching the monster. Mirdo wasn't ready to open the door yet, so she just shouted that they would be there in a moment. And Ferris suddenly said sadly, hiding his face, that for some reason he had become a stumbling block for his wife. He pulled back his hand, but the lady grabbed it, saying she wouldn't ignore her husband's worries just because of the commotion outside. Since the lady wanted to help the Duke first, she began to ignore all the knocking. Litera suggested her husband follow a simple rule, and he was immediately interested. Mirdo declared that if he started to overdo it, she herself would tell her husband, and until then, she asked him to just protect her. The girl rested her forehead against her beloved and asked if she had come up with a good solution. To this, Turman agreed and whispered that he loved his clever wife very much. Only now was Ferris finally ready for battle, with a completely relaxed heart and a clear mind. As soon as they came out, Arbor complained with dissatisfaction that they had taken too long to prepare. Ferris responded that they would go deal with the monster immediately to make up for lost time. Solemn didn't fully believe what the mercenary said, as she didn't think one person alone could deal with the huge monster. The woman said that the beast of the north might have a chance, but they didn't, to which the couple just smiled. Then, Turman suddenly took off his hood and said that the Duke of the North was already here. This left the Admiral's sister completely stunned and speechless, as she had not expected this at all. After coming to the upper deck, the husband explained to his wife that he had revealed his face because otherwise he would not be able to express any emotions. Besides, everyone now had much more important things to do than removing Ferris's hood, as Arba was already giving orders to everyone. Following the Duke's instructions, she advised everyone to use any reflective surface to blind the monster's eyes. And the entire team, which was not allowed to fight, immediately set about this task. While the others were working, Carter was about to rest in a similar fashion when he suddenly saw something in the sky. It turned out to be the Turman couple, who came to him and said they needed the lad's help. Before the business partner could object, the couple took him away, leaving only Moni and Topaz behind. Finally, Litera shouted to her friend that they would be back soon and wished her good luck. After everything Mirdo had done in front of her, it was hard to surprise Manila anymore, so she simply wished them good luck in return. But at that moment, the girl herself was watching the figures of her friends rushing towards the monster very carefully. The young lady admitted that when she learned the Duchess was chosen by the gods, she was not happy, but angry. She believed that what makes a person a hero is his determination, not the instructions of the Great Note, because the fate of the chosen one is very difficult. The Marquis's daughter understood that if the only hero disappeared, then everyone around would be doomed. So watching the heroine fight valiantly, Moni also wanted to help her in this battle. That's why I want to help my friend, to share the whole world on her shoulders to lighten her burden. Manila even decided to cast aside her pride and, if necessary, complete any task. And Favor at that moment completely agreed with his mistress's opinion, because he understood her train of thought. At this time, the crack was still open somewhere on the giant monster's abdomen and would not disappear on its own. Then, at the very edge of the crack, a hand appeared, clearly wanting to enter this world through the gap. Sure enough, two lads emerged from the crack, who were not much different from the people living in this reality. The winged Indigo wondered with great interest where the other map had brought him and what could be done in this place. Just then, Litera, with the help of her divine power, completely immobilized the huge animal. Only after this were the couple and the map able to enter its interior, while the business partner immediately began to discuss his friend's chosen status. Weathers admitted that when he first heard about it from a lady, he didn't believe her at all. Terman immediately accused the lad of being untrusting, while Carter was surprised that the Duke had believed the lady right away. After a little thought, Weathers said that he now understood what he needed to do to become Myrto's husband. He promised to believe the young lady, even if she said the moon was made of cheese, but the lady thought it was unnecessary. Carter suddenly became depressed because he had known Litera longer than Ferris, yet he hadn't believed her right away. So the business partner concluded that he was not only unfit to be a husband, but even to be a lover. But the beast calmed the lad down, saying that they brought him along because they trusted him completely. Besides, it was easier for the Duke to protect two people than one while fighting the monster. The man suddenly turned to Carter and said that if he had no confidence in himself, then he should take the opportunity to become better. Faced with such a statement, Weathers immediately raised his hand listlessly, saying that he was unlikely to succeed. The lad began to say that he was completely useless, but the lady immediately contradicted him on that. She explained that she had never met such a clever person, because at the port, Weathers had deliberately shouted as loudly as possible. Moreover, the young lady was very sure that Carter had boarded the ship with them, because it was an excellent cover for him. Myrto considered such a well-thought-out plan, several steps ahead, to be a rarity, and therefore forbade her friend to call himself useless. The business partner was surprised that his girlfriend had seen through him so easily, even though he had tried to hide it. The girl was sure that Carter could be entrusted with their secret, so she revealed herself to him. The only problem was that Manila also wanting to go was not part of her plan, but she knew that Litera was able to take care of herself. Even if her husband revealed his identity, the young lady didn't care, because the captain would surely keep silent in exchange for their help. Terman confirmed that he no longer wore the hood because his wife trusted those people, and he did as well. In response, Carter suddenly stated that he realized all his actions were wrong, and that he was ready to atone for it. The lad was even prepared to exhaust all his artifacts just to finally help his girlfriend. But Litera explained that she didn't bring her partner along for him to go into battle right now. The lady said that the last time she dealt with one of the cracks, someone who looked like her friend flew out of it. Weathers immediately recoiled in disgust, as such news was extremely unpleasant for him. The heroine said that she had felt sorry for that monster back then, but this time she had brought the Real Carter, hoping to have a dialogue with him. The business partner said he didn't mind helping, but he was afraid he would faint if the monster really looked like him. Just then, the winged map and Indigo calmly appeared before the talking trio. Everyone froze in surprise, as no one knew what to do next. Weathers was the first to react, screaming for Terman to drive this imposter away. The winged map was again displeased at being called an imposter, while Indigo just watched from the side. Vurum tilted his head thoughtfully and said that they had found themselves in a very strange world. He looked over this world's map and realized what his friend looked like before he monstrously turned into a demon. But what surprised the guys who came out of the crack the most was that Litera was not only alive, but also sitting in Ferris's arms. So, the head of the magic tower suddenly concluded that this was a fake Myrto. This was said in vain, as it greatly angered Terman and also hurt. The girl herself. Vurum responded that the lady was too weak to be real, and besides, his Litera preferred much more handsome men. Guessing what this guy was getting at, the young lady covered her husband's ears with her hands so he wouldn't hear anything. Then she used a binding to grab the still chattering head and shut him up. The girl told her husband not to listen to any fools because she only loved him. As a result, despite the unknown doppelgangers nearby, the couple began to openly admire each other. The map at first began to talk to himself, but only to his wings, but then he jumped back in horror. The demon suddenly began to whisper secrets to the lad one after another so that he would finally believe him. He said that Weathers kept all his important documents and letters in a secret compartment of a locker. Then the doppelganger said that he could provide any other evidence to prove that he was also real. He began to talk about his acquaintance with Litera, but the other Weathers interrupted him, shouting that he had it all wrong. The fact that the business partner had come to see the girl himself, and she had not appeared in his office, forced the lad to once again call his other self an imposter. Ferris still didn't understand what the two were talking about, so he asked his wife to explain. The heroine suddenly announced that both maps were real, which surprised everyone. Then she explained that in her past life, she was much stronger, and therefore it was she who went to visit her partner. Suddenly, Terman remembered that Note had once said that the old world was destroyed after the girl's death. The god had indeed mentioned something similar, but without going into detail. At this point, the winged map took the initiative in the conversation to explain that after the extinction of humanity, many people turned into demons. The young lady was glad that she had only thrown this demon away that time and not killed him, because he was her friend. As the lady said this, her nose suddenly started bleeding, which everyone immediately noticed. The Duke was the first to react, and after him, both maps immediately ran closer to the young lady, only in front of the winged Weathers. Ferris held out his hand to keep him at a distance. The man's eyes were red with anger as he roared at the lad not to come near them. Indigo immediately broke free from his bonds, as Litera's energy had weakened along with its master. Vurum said he still had many questions, but their dark energy was hurting Myrdo, so they decided to leave. Suddenly, the heroine shouted for the winged doppelganger to stop because she had something to tell them. The girl cut off her own hair and threw it to the demon, asking if it would help, and he confirmed it. Terman hadn't yet recovered from the shock of his wife's nosebleed, and now he began to worry about her hair. Myrdo immediately began to soothe her husband so that he would not become even more agitated by what had happened. Then the Duke became interested, so he personally posed a question to the two demons. The man asked what had happened to the northern beast in that world after the Empress's death. This question worried the heroine very much, so she also prepared to hear the answer. The lady was very worried about what had happened to the abandoned lad, full of remorse. The beast, noticing his wife was nervous, demanded that the other Carter and Indigo answer the question. The two guys looked at each other with concern and said they weren't sure if it was appropriate to talk about such things. These words began to upset the girl so much that she even jumped from her husband's arms to the ground. Indigo explained that their world's Ferris was alive and well, but after the world's destruction, he had been hit the hardest, and now they doubted whether what was left of Terman could still be called a Duke. Since a more detailed explanation would frighten the lady, the head of the Magic Tower stated that if they entered their world in this state, they would all die very quickly. So the demon returned to his place, wished the young lady good luck, and promised to see her again. The heroine screamed that the guys couldn't just leave like that, because she still had many questions, but they flew away. The young lady didn't know why people turned into demons after her death, and most importantly, what exactly. The girl was also very worried about what had happened to her friends and whether they considered her guilty. Now that the heroine knew that everyone from the old world was still alive, she could not remain calm. But now, Litera knew she was too weak to save them all. Terman, seeing his wife so upset, went to her side and gently covered her with his cloak to warm her. Myrdo pressed herself tightly against the man, who whispered that no one blamed her for anything. He recalled that the two demons he had just seen were concerned about the lady and did not feel hatred. Ferris added that he was sure the Duke of that world was not angry with the girl for anything at all. So the husband now advised his wife to focus on the present, which would be easier. Even Carter confirmed that the beast was absolutely right and that there was no need to worry about those demons now. The friends advised Litera to trust those who remained in her past life, and she agreed. Myrto admitted that Ferris and Carter were absolutely right, because she was not as strong as she used to be. So now, the lady needed to focus on closing the cracks and restoring her strength. While the young lady was dealing with the crack, Weathers carefully approached the Grand Duke to remind him. The lad said he would go look for the survivors and advised the man to comfort his wife. Turman himself understood that the heroine desperately needed support right now, so he agreed to such a plan. But when he asked his wife how she was feeling, the young lady in turn asked about his feelings. Myrto explained that she was worried her husband might be very concerned about his past state. To this, Turman just sighed, as he had no idea what the young lady was talking about. The Duke gently kissed his wife, telling her not to worry so much about him anymore. He continued to kiss the lady, explaining that he couldn't be jealous of the other Ferris, because they were one and the same. Turman believed that if it weren't for that Duke, then he would not have met the heroine in this life. The beast leaned closer to the girl and asked if he was overdoing it again. Litera simply asked her husband not to treat her like that in front of others, as she was not as restrained as he was. But the beast's encouragement worked, and the young lady decided she really needed to pull herself together. She couldn't let the sad past eat away at her in the present, because it wouldn't help. Therefore, the heroine now decided to focus on what was important to her and her loved ones. As a result, soon, with Carter's help, the couple found the missing people, and they were all safe and sound. Just then, surprise screams were heard from the ship where the others were. It was all because the giant monster had disappeared before everyone's eyes, as if it had never existed. Solemn couldn't believe that the Duke of the North could deal with such a monster. In return, the lady decided to take full responsibility for the cleanup and the newspaper information. Later, when all the rescued people were brought aboard the ship, the admiral had not yet opened his eyes. The head of the Admirals Guild said that her younger brother had lost consciousness from exhaustion during the battle. So far, Litera was trying to help the lad with her magic, and then the sister planned to take him to a priest. Suddenly, Mar slowly opened his eyes, and a few seconds later, he was almost fully awake. He saw Solemn enthusiastically thanking a certain girl for helping them fight the monster and healing her brother. The lad was surprised when he realized he wasn't dead at all, whereas he had already imagined himself dead before. Mar quickly realized thanks to whom he had survived and could even move now, despite his weakness. The admiral looked at the girl who had saved him, and in his eyes, she seemed like a true goddess. Myrto immediately asked if the lad was feeling all right and if anything hurt. In response, Mar tried to seduce the beautiful stranger and took off some of his clothes. However, when the lady didn't react at all, the admiral was extremely shocked by this. Then, Ferris, muscular from the constant fighting, entered the room, affectionately calling for his wife. Litera immediately jumped happily into his arms, saying that he had done a great job helping the wounded. The husband picked up his wife and carried her off the ship, leaving Carter to deal with all the other issues. Mar sat half naked on the bed, very surprised, not knowing what to say to him. The sister didn't miss the opportunity to laugh at her brother, who had tried to steal a married woman. As a result, the admiral blushed even more and remained silent, listening to his sister continue to laugh. Later, when Carter checked the newspaper just in case, there was not a single mention of the monster. Litera asked what was written about the rescue of the admiral, and the business partner read that he had been rescued by Solemn and her mercenary corps. There were rumors that the Beast Duke was involved in the incident, and Manila realized that this was deliberately leaked. Lady Tika was more afraid that rumors about her mother hiring bandits would spread. But thanks to the big news of the general's disappearance, Moni herself didn't have to cover her tracks. In the market, everything was resolved so easily that the Marquis's daughter concluded that the people living there were not the most curious. Weathers confirmed that there was nothing more interesting in the newspaper, while Topaz was sad that the Turman family services would not be rewarded. To this, Ferris said that it was enough that all the friends present knew. Favor immediately realized that if the couple's deeds became known to society, then it would soon reach the Emperor. The Duke confirmed that his good reputation for saving everyone in the South would look like a terrible attempt to gain influence. Besides, the couple was glad that no one knew about them, as they could use this to their advantage. Weathers understood what they were talking about almost immediately and continued the conversation, saying that he couldn't talk about the details yet. The business partner had deliberately brought Arba's guards on that trip so that all the newspaper headlines would be about them. Topaz asked, somewhat dejectedly, if they should all remain silent even if something like this happened again. Laterra replied that everything would depend on the situation, so she couldn't say anything specific. Manila agreed with her friend's words, and for some reason whispered that they shouldn't always rely on their spouses. Lady Tika suddenly announced that she had invited everyone to thank them for their work and to share the responsibility. Mirdo thought in horror whether the Marquis's daughter would now talk about fighting the monster. The heroine didn't remember them talking about anything similar in that life, while Tika hoped that Favor would also accomplish some kind of feat. This was because it would be easier for the Duchess to attend to her affairs if others started doing the same. Topaz joined the conversation, saying that he couldn't help recently because he was a minor, but he would soon come of age. The boy explained that even though Laterra was the chosen one, he wanted to help her with the note's affairs. Mirdo was glad that Favor was working so hard for them, calling the Turman family his family. At this moment, only Carter was shocked to see Topaz without his mask, as he didn't know the boy was a relative. The heroine felt that she hadn't even suspected it, so now she was as excited as Weathers. She remembered that she and Manila were close, but that was after the lady had solved all her problems. Perhaps the key was that this time the girls had become friends much earlier. Besides, in this life, the young lady had told Moni much more of the truth than back then. So now Laterra frankly admitted that such a declaration was too sudden for her. Mirdo had never thought that other people could even try to fulfill her duties. The girl was too focused on the fact that the God's note had once chosen her. The heroine had always felt that only she could correct everything that was about to happen in the plot. However, the young lady had long since deviated from the original path, so she could try something new, and Manila suddenly declared with confidence that Laterra would regret it if she refused her offer. This sentence made Mirdo smile, as it reminded her of a friend from her past life. That Lady Tika had also often led the Empress astray, showing her better options. So now the heroine decided to take her good friend's advice, even though she owed her nothing. The Duchess hugged the Marquis's daughter, which surprised the girl, as she was breaking the rules of etiquette. Furthermore, the beast's wife said that she considered Topaz her family, just as he himself did. Ferris immediately agreed with everything his wife said, as she had predicted his thoughts well. Then Turman suddenly remembered with anger that this was the umpteenth time he and his wife had been unable to rest. Carter admitted that he had even filed a formal complaint with the God's Note, hoping he would leave the chosen one alone for a while. The business partner had prayed that his friend was just joking about jumping into the monster's mouth, but turned out to be true. Laterra joked that this was how legends were born, while her husband immediately tensed up as he didn't want to be a part of one. At this point, Moni raised her voice again, saying that she demanded payment for the Duchess's services during this time. She asked for permission for Favor to take on the debts that Mirdo had planned to handle alone. In return, Manila let the girl choose any reward, as that would be fair. However, the lady replied that she really didn't need anything, at which point Ferris suddenly joined the conversation. The man clarified whether the Tika family had really produced the greatest jewelers, which the Marquis's daughter confirmed. Weathers added that all the masters of the Tika family possessed truly amazing talent. They could even easily make any complex jewelry from gemstones. Manila recalled that all the hatred between their families was in the past, so they were fully prepared to help the Duke. Then the beast asked Moni if she could make jewelry from diamonds, and the lady answered in the affirmative. After hearing these words, Turman laughed with unusual joy because he happened to have a diamond mine. Only at this moment did Laterra, who had been listening intently to her husband, begin to understand what he was talking about. The girl realized that her husband wanted to put the gift he had previously given him into completely different hands. Lady Tika also realized this at that moment and asked what the Duke would get in return. He said that as far as everyone was concerned, their families were still feuding, so the Tika family could give them a gift. At this point, Favor finally understood what kind of plan his clever relative could come up with. Ferris was glad that someone appreciated his idea and therefore smiled even more brightly. It was all because Turman wanted the Tika family to make for his beautiful pink-haired wife some jewelry. As a result, no one asked the beast's wife herself for her opinion because everyone around her loved the idea. Later, the lady sat complaining that everything had been decided in advance without her, while her husband just smiled in response. What annoyed the girl the most was that the gift she had given her husband ended up being a gift for herself. In response, the man recalled that in his past life, he himself had wanted to give this mountain to the Empress, so he was simply fulfilling his own wish. Then Latera sighed happily, admitting that she was glad the people around her were willing to share her burden. The heroine remembered that, according to the plot, she only had 2 trials left, and she knew each of them well. At this moment, Carter and Favor, having become friends, went on a business trip to the West together. Manila promised to carefully consider a plan according to which they could substitute Topaz for Litera at certain moments. Moni's mother was embarrassed because she had initially mistaken the Turman family for mercenaries, but she didn't admit it. She ended up giving Ferris a surprise gift, a letter from his mother, Sylvia. The noblewoman admitted that they had never become friends, but Ferris's mother had always been kind to her. So now the lady sincerely regretted that she had been too jealous to go beyond formal pleasantries. Therefore, Tika's mother said that she would wish the Turman family happiness to atone for her sins. The couple was surprised that the woman would end up giving them an entire house, and so far from the north. The Duke suddenly said that they had been through a lot, but there were still many things to discuss. Ferris couldn't forget the fact that he and the lady hadn't been able to get along properly on the ship because they had to go rescue the admiral. The heroine only remembered this now, and she felt a little sad, so she lowered her gaze. Litera admitted that she was too cowardly for such conversations and thoughts right now. Mirdo explained that it was thanks to Manila's words that she was able to understand how much responsibility she had. The girl was very afraid of becoming a stranger and a monster in this world, so she tried to follow only the main path of the protagonist, without even accepting anyone's help. The young lady mistakenly believed that as long as she walked the path she knew, everything would be fine. And in the end, the lady completely ignored the feelings of the man so precious to her, because she hadn't noticed. Suddenly, Turman asked if all his worries were really only his wife's fault. In response, Litera asked if she was wrong, since her character was the protagonist of this novel. The girl reminded her husband that he worried about whether she had eaten, whether she was hurt, and whether she was all right. But if the lady were not the heroine and lived an ordinary life, then Ferris would have no reason to cry. Now, the Duchess was terrified that all the pain in her husband's life was only because of her. The lady was well aware that she was acting like a real coward right now, but she couldn't stop. Turman listened to his wife with concern, realizing that this was not what he wanted at all. Ferris couldn't think of any words or anything to stop the girl from talking like that again. Usually, such sad moments always happened to the husband, and the wife would help him every time. He had ignored all questions about Litera's weakness, because she herself always acted that way. Only now did Turman realize that one day their opinions would diverge. In his past life, the Duke had already tried to smooth things over, but in the end, he lost his dearest friend. Therefore, in this life, a man could not make the same mistake twice. Ferris suddenly said that he had always considered his wife very wise and didn't expect her to be so wrong. The beast reminded the lady that she had come to this world to be a hero, even though she had not chosen this path. Turman admitted that what bothered him now was that the young lady was blaming herself for not being perfect. The Duke reminded her that he himself was responsible for his own fears and worries, and the lady could only help him. Even in her husband's most terrible moments of weakness, the wife was in no way at fault, because she is not responsible for the emotions of others. So the man told the girl not to be afraid of hurting him or somehow offending him unintentionally. He promised that, no matter what, he would never regret his decision to love her. Ferris promised Litera that if a problem suddenly arose between them, they would definitely discuss it. Once, the young lady herself had said something similar to her husband, promising that everything would be all right. Therefore, Turman hoped that when the time came, they would be able to love each other without fear. Besides, if they both lost their way, they still had family to help. Suddenly, after hearing these words, Mirdo realized that she suddenly felt calm, as if all the anxiety inside her had been broken. Love is impossible when a couple is so afraid of making mistakes and getting hurt because of it. So the heroine finally relaxed completely and happily kissed the husband, who was able to calm her down. Even if they weren't perfect, the lady realized that if they talked, they could be together. Therefore, Litera was no longer afraid that she might do something wrong because the man loved her. Later, as the two of them were walking through the palace, the girl remembered something she hadn't thought of right away. She reminded Ferris that she had promised they would sleep in separate rooms as soon as he asked for forgiveness. And Turman, during their conversation tonight, had asked for his wife's forgiveness, although he himself hadn't noticed. And now Mirdo couldn't break the rule she herself had come up with, so they had to sleep in separate rooms. Ferris had completely forgotten about this moment, and for the first time felt what people experience in the face of a huge failure. After such a frank conversation as before, Laterra herself felt sorry. But rules are rules. So the girl closed the heavy door, leaving her husband to spend the night alone in the room. In the end, the young lady said she loved her husband, but this didn't comfort him much. Turman was incredibly shocked by what had happened, as he had imagined a different ending to this evening. Despite his wife's prohibition, Ferris could barely restrain himself from opening the door. The man didn't understand how things could have come to this just because of one word. As soon as Mirdo got into bed, she immediately regretted this decision because she felt empty alone. She and her husband had slept in separate rooms a few times before, but for some reason, the lady felt extremely uncomfortable now. The heroine blamed all the beds in the Tika family for being too big, and that was why she missed Ferris. Laterra remembered that ever since that night, they had stayed up all night. The young lady had not been separated from her husband. They were together all day and even all night, which had created a strong sense of dependence in the girl. At this point, Mirdo tried to stop herself, as two indecent thoughts entered her mind. The lady was well aware that Ferris was probably still standing outside the door, which unsettled her. This was also why the young lady couldn't stop feeling embarrassed by her own fantasies, even though they were a legally married couple. As a result, Laterra grew so tired of self-flagellation that she decided she had had enough. The heroine decided to break her own rule, even if she was a coward, because Turman would still accept her. The girl had already imagined how lonely and sad her husband would be without her warmth. But before the Duchess could open the door, she suddenly noticed something that wasn't there when she left. A piece of paper was tucked under the door, on which a message was written in neat handwriting. The lady picked up the paper and found that Ferris was expressing his apologies in the letter and lamenting how pale and powerless those apologies were. Then, Mirdo saw several more pieces of paper appear under the door and continued to read. In the letter, the man said that he did not want to be separated from his wife, although he respected her rule. The heroine suddenly realized that Turman was arguing with her at this moment because he had promised not to be afraid of arguments. However, the Duke's approach was still cautious and full of uncertainty as he continued to write letters on the floor. Fur was so focused on his work that he didn't immediately notice the door had opened, after which he smiled happily. Laterra felt very embarrassed to see her husband in such a state. For a moment, she froze, because she didn't know what to do in this awkward situation. Meanwhile, Mirto's face grew redder and redder from nervousness and embarrassment. So, the young lady really couldn't hold back, clenched her fists, and whispered for the beast to stop, but he didn't understand anything. The Duchess placed all the blame on her husband, saying he was too good and that she was prepared to cancel that stupid rule anyway. The man froze in uncertainty, as he couldn't understand if his wife was scolding him or praising him now. So, the lady had to admit that she found him so charming that she herself was starting to act foolishly. In response, Ferris said that he didn't think there was anything wrong with that, because the young lady was so sincere at this moment. Only then did the young lady suggest that her husband be more flexible and stop making such foolish rules. The man was very happy with this decision, as he himself neither wanted to be punished nor to carry out the punishment. When they were already in bed, Turman asked the girl if she wanted to ask for something. He explained that since she had canceled the rule, it was only logical for him to do something for her. Laterra didn't understand how her husband could be such a lovely and sincere person at the same time. So Mirdo asked him to wait a moment, as she still needed to think. Meanwhile, the girl tried to think of something sweet and romantic. But just like last time, all of the lady's fantasies ended up boiling down to more adult romance. In her thoughts, the young lady accidentally scratched Fur, who, being ticklish, asked her to stop. At that very moment, the heroine turned off the voice of reason and figured out what she wanted to do. She touched her husband's bare chest and told him that he must lie still no matter what she did. Turman's face flushed red upon hearing this, but Laterra was already unstoppable. The girl had already begun to gently kiss her husband's neck, and he tried to stop her, but to no avail. As a result, the man admitted that it was unlikely he could lie quietly in this situation. Myrto, on the other hand, shamelessly declared that she wanted to see the Duke in a state of embarrassment. The husband reminded her that the lady already often confused him, but she said that it wasn't enough. Litera said that she really wanted to see her beloved man lose his mind. After hearing these words, Turman suddenly flipped the young lady over onto her stomach and said she should have said so sooner. Ferris had wanted to talk with the girl a little longer, but since she had started to torment him, he wouldn't let it go either. The beast untied his wife's dress straps with his teeth, growling that she really got on his nerves sometimes. The already blushing heroine replied that she had no intention of apologizing for such a thing. As they proceeded, the man told the lady to be sure to speak up if something felt wrong. He was very worried that the lady's body was too frail for the beast, preventing him from acting calmly. Turman said that he didn't want to be the only one enjoying himself in the end. Only then did the young lady realize it was time to confess something, and so she spoke. Litera had long hoped her husband wouldn't hold back, but she started the conversation with a very distant topic. The girl confessed that on the first day of their trip, she had found a notebook in the desk. The book was hidden at the very bottom of a drawer, and Ferris had not shown it to his wife before. Fur was embarrassed because he realized that the lady had seen the newspaper clippings about him in that notebook. Seeing her husband's expression, Myrto threw a pillow at him, as it was already very difficult for her to speak. The heroine hid slightly under the blanket out of shyness, and said that in those days, she thought more about death than about life. There were even times when the girl couldn't fall asleep at night, tormented by her own weakness. Litera even wondered one day if she was truly alive, or if everything around her was just a dream. The lady's greatest fear was that everything around her was just a part of the afterlife. But when she read about the beast's terrible reputation in the newspapers, the lady remembered why she had wanted to turn back time in the first place. The girl wanted to confirm that Ferris was real and that she herself continued to live, which is why she collected this information. However, Myrto now admitted that she no longer needed those newspapers since they had met. Litera had experienced so many different things that she just needed something to make her feel alive. It was like that time when the lady suddenly found herself in an empty space without any characters. The heroine admitted that only after meeting Ferris was she convinced that this world was real. It was very important for her to hear the man's voice, feel his warmth, and kiss him. When the two of them shared the same breath, becoming one, Myrto felt she was at her most real. This is why the lady still wanted to know that her love and happiness were very real. Therefore, at the end of her speech, the young lady asked her husband to be more persistent and held out her hand to him. Litera desperately wanted to feel that her husband loved her too and wanted the same things as her. The man confessed that he had thought he was the only one who wanted to be sure of the reality of what was happening. So now, he was very happy that his wife also needed this wordless confirmation of love. So, the beast said he would prove to the heroine that she was real until she herself asked him to stop. Later, when the couple went out for a walk, he suggested going north to find a safe way to cross the rift. It was hard to say when the next time would be and which demons would decide to side with them. Furthermore, Ferris wanted to meet his former self, which surprised Litera, who hadn't expected this. Myrto asked her husband if he was sure, as she didn't want him to do it just for her sake. But the man explained that he simply wanted to essentially help the version of himself who was enduring loneliness somewhere. Turman said that his wife had taught him how to love himself, so he knew very well what state the other Duke might be in. The husband convinced his wife that he wanted to help the other beast for his own sake, not for hers, which pleasantly surprised the girl. In fact, when she found out about the existence of the old Ferris, she became very worried because even Carter was afraid of him. However, Turman's behavior destroyed all the Duchess's fears and opened up opportunities for her to act. The young lady admitted that this man was quite sensitive, so she thought he would be confused. The husband advised her not to worry about the other Duke, but to worry about other problems instead. Litera asked what he meant, and Ferris told her to think about who she would kiss first if both of them reached out their hands to her. Myrto was completely shocked and began to scold the northern beast for suggesting such an idea. To this, Turman retorted that he wouldn't be angry if the lady suddenly kissed his reflection. And Ferris did indeed see his other self as a mirror, although it was a bit strange for him. Moreover, this beast stubbornly could not perceive his self from another world as some strange and distant being. They had created Littera's memories together without even knowing of each other's existence. Therefore, Fur believed that both he and the other duke were the girl's husbands, as she bore their surname. Mirdo herself hadn't even thought about this, and she found it difficult to accept such a strange idea. So the young lady suggested worrying about kisses and everything else later. The heroine couldn't even imagine a situation where she would have to choose between them. In any case, for now, the girl thanked her husband for his support. She proposed doing everything possible to eventually help the other Terman as well, and her husband agreed. The man himself also really wanted to meet himself and save him at all costs. This was all because Terman had a terrible desire to give that shy fool a good beating. The thought of beating himself up clearly pleased Ferris, but he didn't say anything to his wife. The next morning, Baron Mirdo and his wife asked if the Terman family was already heading back. Littera suddenly remembered that she had something to give her parents, which she had almost forgotten. The girl took out the keys and explained that the Marchioness Tika had given them the mansion, but they couldn't look after it. Mirdo told her elders that it was too far for them to travel there from the north, so Liba and Manis could rest there themselves. The girl's mother said that a marquis's gift should not be ignored, so they would accept the offer. Besides, the woman admitted that somehow she didn't really want to live in a small house. Terman only asked his parents-in-law not to dispose of the house where his wife had lived as a child. Baron Mirdo immediately reassured the man, saying that they needed a formal home and that they themselves couldn't bear to leave this place. Manis noted that her husband just didn't want to spend money on moving, which was true, making Littera laugh out loud. Ferris watched this lovely family with a slight smile, clearly enjoying the way they interacted with each other. Then the Duke walked over to his wife and asked her to wait a moment while he went to have the carriage brought around. The girl wanted to go with her husband, but he suggested she say goodbye to her parents first. Littera gratefully accepted the opportunity her husband gave her, as she really didn't know when she would come next. So, the lady planted a kiss on her husband's cheek and asked him not to be long, and the man agreed. Mirdo clearly remembered how panicked the Duke was when they first set out on their journey. However, now his back was straight, and the anxiety-conquering Ferris was ready to move on. Therefore, the girl hoped that no adversity would touch her again and that she could handle everything. Now Littera was sure that she was not alone and therefore could handle anything. At this moment, Mar was not feeling very well, as an unexpected guest had paid a surprise visit. This guest turned out to be Crown Prince Abido, who insisted that he must inquire about the Admiral's health. Arba himself, at that moment, only felt a reluctance to remain in the same room with the prince. Leadham explained that his father had ordered him to visit the Admiral of the Southern Fleet, so there was no choice. Initially, Abido had no desire to carry out this task, as he was still trying to find the girl. This was not the first time the Emperor had involved his son in such matters, and he was again thinking about how tired he was of it all. But the heir gained only one benefit from this trip, as he was able to visit all the churches in the south, hoping to complete his search. Mar asked in surprise why Abido was visiting churches, and the guy replied that he was looking for a priestess. The prince wished Arba good luck, while Arba, with some displeasure, placed his teacup on the table and said that all his wishes always came true. A terrible light gleamed in Abido's eyes as he said that when he found the girl, he would take her away, even by force. The admiral had no choice but to remain silent, as he fundamentally disliked such methods. At this point, the heir himself noticed that their conversation was dragging on. So at this point, he said goodbye to March. Just then, Arba's sister came down the stairs and politely greeted the visiting crown prince. Solem offered to see the guy out, but he suddenly turned sharply in another direction as a sign of contempt. As a result, the woman stood awkwardly in the middle of the room, barely able to contain her anger. Mar noticed this moment and wanted to punish Abido for this attitude, but his sister stopped him. Solem said that she was already used to the fact that the heir didn't even want to pay attention to the captain of the mercenary group. But her brother did not like this position, as he clearly remembered that his sister had taken on this role only for the sake of the South. Since the girl often got seasick, she found another way to defend the South with the Emperor's permission. Solem gave up her noble rights and, in return, asked for permission to form a mercenary group. And Mar could not tolerate this neglect, because initially he was supposed to be the captain of the mercenary group. To this, his sister replied that she had suffered enough saving him on the ship and never wanted to go there again. In any case, Arba asked Solom not to stop him next time if the prince ignored her. Then, the image of Abido searching for someone appeared in the boy's mind, and he hoped it wouldn't lead to trouble. At this moment, the crown prince was sitting in his carriage, angry that even while talking to Mar, he was thinking about the lady. Abido had gotten whatever he wanted his whole life, even if the people around him only ended up annoying him. Then he suddenly became obsessed with a completely unremarkable creature, which really infuriated him. The heir didn't know how many more temples he would have to visit before he found the girl. Then the carriage began to pass by the Mirdo family's house, and the prince saw Litera talking with her parents. The boy recognized the girl at first glance, as he had been thinking about her calm face all night. He didn't understand why the lady was so indifferent when he appeared, and then he remembered that his carriage was hidden from outsiders by magic. The heir began to wonder how the girl's expression would change if she saw him, when suddenly a carriage drove up to her. A beast from the north immediately emerged from that carriage and deeply kissed the girl, calling her his wife. This scene shocked Abido so much that for the first time in his life, his face turned pale from what he saw. The heir genuinely couldn't understand how this could have happened, because things were not supposed to be this way. For some reason, the girl who was supposed to be his was suddenly with that terrible Turman. The way the lady leaned towards Ferris and whispered something affectionately in his ear drove the prince to the height of fury. The guy had heard that the duke's wife looked like a witch, but now he realized it was all false. Suddenly, a plan quickly formed in the crown prince's mind, and he ordered himself to calm down a bit. The prince remembered that the high priest had said he wanted to save the young lady. At that time, the heir had simply dismissed Astrom's request, but now he finally understood why the assistant wanted to do it so badly. This charming woman, who possessed incredible divine power, simply could not live with such a monster. If Abido had known in advance that things would turn out this way, he would have tried to describe the lady to the priest in more detail. Only now did the emperor's son realize that he had wasted his time searching in completely the wrong places. He was lucky to have seen a girl on the street, but her relationship with Ferris complicated everything. Abido remembered that his father just wanted to find out Turman's weakness, which could only benefit him now. Therefore, for the time being, the heir decided to leave the couple alone, but wondered why Litera had come to the palace. One possibility the boy saw was that the girl was an eccentric weirdo and therefore just wanted to play around. But the prince preferred another option, which was that Myrto was trying to escape while the beast was at the palace. However, the emperor's son couldn't simply settle on either scenario, so he racked his brain. He remembered the girl's parents' poor house and concluded that she had also married for money. Based on this theory, Abido speculated that Litera had asked the priest for help because she no longer wanted to live with the duke. Furthermore, the guy remembered that Ferris had been very angry that day, apparently because he was looking for his wife. The heir was absolutely certain that Turman would never easily let go of someone with such abilities. Unexpectedly, the prince realized that the poor girl's parents might have become hostages, given how calmly the man had come to their home. Because of these thoughts, the emperor's son even laughed, realizing Litera's helplessness. Abido could hardly wait to see the happy ending of this story and the rescue of the lady from years of captivity. The guy truly hoped that the young lady would soon be his, and he would grind that beastly duke to dust. The crown prince dreamed of hearing Litera say that since he had saved her, she would belong only to him. The mere thought of this made Abido's blood boil, and he regretted not taking the priest's request more seriously before. However, the heir still believed there was nothing he couldn't obtain, so he was ready to formulate a plan. Just then, Litera confessed that she felt very uneasy for some reason and even shivered. The young lady told her husband they had to go home urgently, so she asked him to hurry. In response, Turman draped a woolen blanket over the lady, wanting to give some warmth to his wife who was feeling cold at the moment. As soon as Myrto was wrapped up, she repeated her request to go home quickly, to Ferris even more angrily. The heroine quickly took out the teleportation crystal, explaining that she had a bad feeling. Turman was surprised that his usually calm wife was suddenly in such a hurry. The beast remembered his wife whispering to him that she had sensed magic like that from Abido's carriage and realized something was wrong. So the couple quickly teleported away, and the Duke asked if his wife's parents would be all right. Fur began to worry about what would happen if the prince realized the girl had been at the palace as a priestess. But the lady replied that he would have no proof. There was always the possibility that Abito might start insisting on studying the Duchess's divine power. But Litera had considered this option as well, so she intended to hide her abilities from everyone around her. Turman carried his wife towards the castle, concluding that they just needed to figure out the guy's obsession with the heroine. The young lady herself had already thought about this and became somewhat sad, although she was no longer afraid of the crown prince. However, Mirdo did not want to die again, because now might be her last chance to live this life. This was because Note once had to turn back time for a girl, which caused it to be greatly weakened. Ferris said thoughtfully that in that case, they should be fully prepared for the worst. Then the heroine took out an item and said she knew a way to temporarily distract the prince. She placed a brooch in a box, ready to send it where it needed to go, thereby buying at least a little time. That same evening, Carter received this message, as he always sorted through all his mail before bed. The guy was surprised that this signal from Mirdo had reached him so quickly, but he was already fully prepared to act. On the ship, Litera had confided in a friend, telling him how time had turned back after her death. At that moment, Weather sincerely wanted to overthrow the crown prince, but this was completely impossible for the time being. The only thing Carter could do was to give his friend a divine artifact to signal her if Abito started causing trouble. But the signal came too quickly, and Weather hadn't fully thought out his plan, so now he was racking his brain. But the necessary course of action soon matured in the business partner's mind, so he grabbed his clothes and decided to start with the people around the heir. The next morning, the emperor was yelling at his son because he had, for some reason, arrived too late. Abito silently listened to what his father was saying to him, while sitting and thinking about how much the whole situation annoyed him. He was even glad that he had deliberately delayed, as he had no desire to show up without knowing anything and get yelled at. As usual, as soon as the heir arrived at the palace, the ruler decided to crush him with impossible tasks. As a result, the guy wished his father was already old enough to die. When his father finished speaking, Abito explained that he was in no hurry because he had not received any new tasks. To this, the ruler claimed his son was a weak heir and asked if he had heard the latest news. The emperor threw a stack of papers on the table, shouting that the nobles were losing money one after another. Abito asked quite calmly if it was necessary to worry about such a trifle, as such downturns always happen. But the father could not accept his son's logic, because it was these very nobles who were now losing money that had always supported him. Eris wondered if he had been too lenient with the prince, or on the contrary, not lenient enough. So he decided to teach the boy a lesson and ordered him to independently handle the finances of all the nobles. When the guy told his fiancée about this, she immediately concluded that the emperor was testing him. Abito complained that he was still the only son, so even if he didn't carry out the order, he would still ascend the throne. Here, the heir told Manila to at least not get in the way, as he did not want to tolerate disobedience. Lady Tikar clenched her hands to keep from saying something rude in response, as the guy showed not a shred of respect. The girl felt sad, because if the prince had at least tried to be sincere with her, then everything could have been different. She felt sorry for the boy the lady had once found on the street, so she wouldn't have brought Topaz into this game. In the end, Manila simply decided to see how long Abito's foolish arrogance would last. The young lady bowed to the guy, thinking to herself that the more he disappointed her, the more she looked forward to his downfall. Since the prince had sent her away, Moni returned early today, and Favor was even more pleased to see her. He awkwardly asked the girl why she had come before lunch, and the lady explained that His Highness had business and did not need her. Moni asked if Topaz had done his homework, and he replied that he had done all, but still hadn't found a way to replace Litera. Tikar comforted the boy, saying that it was indeed a difficult task, and invited him to analyze the books about heroes together. Since the girl also needed to write a letter, she asked the guy to start reading first. The letter Manila began to write was, of course, to the Duke and Duchess of the North, as they had such an agreement recently. As soon as the Turman couple returned to the North, they remembered they could ask for help and sent a letter to Moni. In the letter, Litera somewhat apologetically pleaded with her friend to inform her of all the crown prince's actions. Lady Tikar considered it natural for them to help each other, so she calmly took on the job. The only thing was, she wondered if she should make a return request to the Duchess to make her feel that things were fair between them. In the end, when reading Manila's letter, Myrto was not surprised by Abito's antics. The Duchess hadn't expected Eris to entrust the noble's affairs to his son, but for them, it was even better. Then the lady noticed that Moni had also written her a request for help in return, which she could not fail to fulfill. Lady Tikar requested to see the diamond gift they had sent to Lady Turman in high society. The wife turned to her husband in confusion, and he replied that there was nothing complicated about the Marquis's daughter's request. Ferris also believed that Manila had helped them a lot, so he wanted to repay her with all his heart. But Latera reminded him that her appearing in high society wearing Tikar's jewelry would cause a sensation. However, visiting high society was indeed a good idea, so the lady had no intention of refusing. Just in case, Myrto asked her husband if perhaps she should go to high society alone. The girl made the suggestion because she knew how much Turman disliked being there. The man himself understood that in those circles, he would have to pretend to be a beast again, which was not very pleasant. However, if he could hold his wife's hand, then he wouldn't care about anyone else at all. The Duke knew that he would only see the girl's brilliant smile, illuminated by the bright lights. Therefore, the man couldn't be sure now, because what he used to hate, he might now like. Latera still reminded her husband not to force himself, but the Duke was confident in his decision. The Beast even suggested that if people saw how good their relationship was, it would be difficult for Abito to interfere. The couple didn't know what exactly the prince was up to, but they understood that they needed to be prepared for any situation. Then Myrto began to come up with another plan for what they would do if the Emperor's vigilance weakened. In that case, they would be able to calmly communicate with Astrum and Indigo, using her weakness for the ruler as an excuse. Then Turman suggested that the lady not hesitate to reply to Moni, and the girl thought so too. At this time, the father was talking to his daughter, asking if she really wanted to promote jewelry for Myrto. Manila explained that the family business would bring them more money that way, and the Emperor would think they had the Duke under their control. The Marquis agreed with the girl's idea, but he was worried that the task she had chosen for herself was too difficult. Lady Tikar hesitantly asked her father what he meant by saying she would have difficulties with this gift. The Marquis said that Lady Turman already had beautiful jewelry gifted by the Emperor himself. That set of jewelry had all the necessary diamond pieces, and it would be difficult to do better now. That's why the father asked his daughter if she could do something that would exclude all the ornaments that had already been made. Manila thought for a moment, as she had never thought that she would suddenly have such a limitation so that she could think outside the box. The young lady came to Topaz, who was always happy to see her. The lady confessed that she wanted to share her experiences, just as they always liked to do in their childhood. The friends had come up with the idea of sharing their experiences so that they would never have to face difficulties alone. Since the young lady now had something on her mind, she came to talk about it and asked Favor to start first. The boy tried hard to think of what might be bothering him at the moment, as everything had been calm so far. Topaz looked around his room and, unexpectedly for Manila, brought out the books as he wanted to discuss them. Favor admitted that he had tried to analyze them, but still couldn't grasp the essence of the stories written there. Moni picked up the books and suddenly realized that her friend should only study them with her, as they were very complex. To this, Topaz replied that high hopes were placed on him, and he could not fail to live up to such expectations. After listening to her friend, Lady Tikar smiled and sighed, as he had been so persistent and diligent his whole life. Opening the book, the girl concluded that the guy had really tried very hard, as he had tried to study everything himself. The Marquis's daughter spent some time reading the material herself, at which point she noticed something. The boy in the book had specifically marked any mention of heroes and chosen ones with circular notes. For some reason, the girl felt a strange flow from this scattered data, as if they were on the right track. So the young lady closed the book, thought for a moment, and said that she had a new task for the diligent Favor. She asked him to systematize all the knowledge about the chosen ones, writing down the eras they lived in and who helped them. The lady thought that this way they could find a clue, and the boy also felt that they could really succeed. Since Topaz's worries were over, he now asked Manila to talk about her own. Tikar briefly told Favor what her difficulty was, and the guy agreed that it was not easy. He immediately suggested the options of a tiara or a ring, which the girl, for some reason, had not considered before, and she thought about it. But Moni quickly remembered that a tiara could be seen as an attempt at power, and the couple already had rings. Besides, bracelets or hairpins were already quite outdated for everyone. Therefore, Manila thought that she couldn't just make some new decorations, but covering Mirdo's entire body with stones was also impossible. Then, the young lady seized upon this last idea of hers, as she had found something to hold on to. It was only then that the lady realized her own ideas were too conservative, while Litera's were too creative. Now that this unusual idea had taken shape, Manila immediately ran to deliver the sketch to the workshop, telling Topaz to wait for her. Favor was left alone, and he realized that they always helped each other so perfectly because everyone saw things in their own way. But now he was no longer content with just such a relationship, as he was tired of staying in the shadows. Remembering the book the lady had borrowed from him, the man wanted to become someone who could be worthy of her. Just then, Abito came to see Astrum again, saying he wanted to ask a few questions about the Duchess. The prince asked the priest if he wanted to help the lady, because he had sensed a divine power from her, which surprised him. To this, the advisor replied that he had never met the girl, so he didn't know if she had powers, which surprised the heir. Furthermore, Astrum added that even the other priest had never mentioned Litera's power. The high priest had approached the emperor's son earlier only to sympathize with the lady. But the man admitted that when he saw an article about the Terminus couple, he realized they were a good match for each other. The priest wanted to know why the prince had remembered his request again and asked him about it. To this, the heir only said that his judgment seemed to have been wrong when he met Mirto in the south. He still couldn't believe that the girl had no divine power, because that changed everything. He clenched his fists, wondering if he had really made a mistake and how things could have turned out this way. The only possibility Abito saw was that the high advisor was blatantly lying to him. An image appeared in the heir's mind. Astrum also wanted the lady for himself, which was why he was hiding the truth. From this, the prince concluded that he could no longer trust the church and left as quickly as possible. As Abito was leaving, his aide reminded him of his father's order concerning the nobles, but the guy just waved it away. At this moment, the crown prince was furious because he had almost no way of obtaining information about Litera. Just then, the wife told her husband that she wanted to resume her divine power training. But the lady understood that the training ground was not suitable for her, as she could easily destroy it. Just then, the couple was interrupted by servants who brought a report from the palace, saying they had received job applications. Those people had a recommendation from an influential person, but they had no connection to the north. The heroine was surprised to recall that they had not submitted any applications to recruit servants for the castle. So, the wife asked her husband if it was possible that spies had been sent to them, and he confirmed this possibility. The Duke was extremely angry about this, because once upon a time, they had fed spies to magical beasts, and after that, no one dared to approach them again. However, this time the husband asked the lady what they should do, and Litera noted that Eris had no reason to send people to them. But Abito might have had this idea, so Mirdo decided to hire those people and monitor them. The young lady also unexpectedly asked Ferris to take her with him on the next magical beast hunt. The man immediately guessed what the lady was planning, although he was still not used to her sudden plans. In response to her husband's question, the heroine mysteriously replied that she was going to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but did not explain anything. As a result, the Duke and Duchess entrusted the task of monitoring the newcomers to the trusted Yuguma and Nyx. At this time, Litera herself and Ferris were preparing to lead the rest of the soldiers to hunt magical beasts. This was done so that when security was weak, the spies would become bolder and act more aggressively. This was because the heroine wanted to observe the traitors this way to find out their true intentions. Besides, the young lady was sure that if she joined the hunt, the spies would be very interested. Sure enough, one of the guys immediately found it strange that the girl was going hunting with her husband. Furthermore, the spies remembered the prince's words that they needed to save the unfortunate Duchess from the beast's clutches. Abito also suggested luring some of the northern servants to their side, if possible. The spies themselves did not understand how much dedication was required to work here, and asked if anyone wanted to change jobs. At that moment, Litera was looking forward to the evening when she would learn from the servants about the reactions of the dispatch people and figure out who had sent them. Mirdo even hoped she could use the information gathered to manipulate the mastermind. At that moment, Nyx was pondering a question, whether she wanted a better job than the one in this cold, northern castle. As it turned out, the girl admitted that her salary here was very high, and if it weren't for the money, she would have resigned long ago. The heroine had no doubt that Nyx could handle those bad guys, so she just smiled. The girl wanted to go hunting because there she could practice freely without unnecessary eyes and ears. And since some sort of cover was still needed, hunting was the ideal excuse. But even this seemingly good plan had one big drawback. The fact was, the Duchess had once again made Ferris worry about her safety and health. The man's face was so tense that the young lady immediately realized he was in a bad mood. The commander-in-chief asked the Duke what the plan was, and he said they would hunt for about 3 days. When Turman then asked the lady if everything was all right, she worried that he was clearly angry with her. The heroine was a little embarrassed because she had once again made her husband worry about her. This time, Litera honestly admitted that she was wondering when she would finally stop causing trouble. Ferris immediately realized from his wife's words that it was all written on his face, and he felt a little embarrassed because of it. He tried to console himself that on this hunt, the lady was walking by his side instead of being on the front lines, so everything should be fine. As for his expression, the man admitted he had a slightly different reason, which surprised the young lady. The Duke confessed that sometimes his parents would go hunting together, just like the couple was doing now. It was the memory of Calypso and Sylvia that ultimately unsettled Turman, and he still felt sad for them. Ferris said he was very sad now because he could no longer see his parents together. Litera remained silent, as she didn't know her husband had such sad memories. Mirdo gently took her husband's hand and said that he could share anything with her and everything would be all right. The girl said with a sincere smile that she didn't want her husband to grieve for something alone. Hearing these words, Turman once again thought about what a wonderful wife he had. He replied that it was much better for him when they were together, as it was much easier to cope with anything. Then Justin appeared behind the couple and asked them to discuss such things when they were alone. The Duke released a beast-like aura and asked if the man was really tired of living, but he replied that he wasn't afraid of the chief, especially after he had displayed such sweet behavior. Litera was a little confused and asked if she was really just bothering everyone, but the commander-in-chief didn't mean that at all. Noticing that the man's words had hurt his wife, Ferris became even angrier, and Justin tried to explain that he was just joking. The soldier also added that the Duchess's presence didn't bother anyone at all, so she didn't have to worry. Furthermore, the knights were inspired when they realized they now truly had someone to protect. Justin ended his speech by saying that everyone was honored to be responsible for her safety. Turman added that this was why he wasn't worried when he brought Mirdo along, because he had excellent warriors. The man hugged his wife and said that she had nothing to worry about because she was under excellent protection. Ferris leaned toward the girl, reminding her that since she trusted him, she could feel at ease. In response, the heroine smiled happily and promised that she would not be afraid of anything around her, even in the forest of magical beasts. At this moment, the young lady thought to herself that Ferris and his knights were enough to overthrow the royal family. But such an outcome might take away many of Turman's soldiers, which he absolutely did not want to see. So Ferris chose a very cunning move, deciding to hide behind the mask of the beast Duke to avoid getting involved in the struggle for the throne. The lady realized that she also needed to become stronger and not just to fight against the rifts. After a while, when they found a spacious place, Turman sent all his knights to scout the path. He did this so that the lady could calmly practice her powers without any witnesses. The girl was glad that she could finally stop holding back, as that was the most difficult thing for her. She instantly released all her magical power, illuminating the forest space with the bright light of her divine power. While his wife trained, the husband watched her skills and abilities with great interest. The Duke already found Litera to be extraordinary and couldn't even imagine what she would be like at the end of her journey. After all, even in her previous life, Mirdo's power had reached a level capable of saving the entire world. So the man did not want the lady to suffer and really wanted to see for himself what else his wife could do. Ferris chuckled, realizing he had become too greedy and was starting to want too much. Just as this beast began to think about wanting to live an ordinary, peaceful life with his wife, he heard a familiar sound. It turned out that at that very moment, accompanied by a characteristic cracking sound, another spatial rift opened near the couple. Latera and Ferris were already used to seeing such rifts, so they weren't even surprised to see it this time. The girl hoped they would encounter familiar faces and share information with each other. Only this time, what crawled out of the rift were the usual annoying magical beasts, with which it was impossible to converse. At this time, Justin was leading the rest of the soldiers, carefully checking the area for the appearance of magical beasts. The soldiers were discussing their leader, who for some reason had started fighting alongside them in his youth. The commander-in-chief had repeatedly asked the Duke to stay in the rear, but he wouldn't listen, but now he was finally with his wife. After the soldiers had made a few jokes, Justin ordered everyone to return to their posts and continue the patrol. To everyone's surprise, another rift opened right in front of the man, and it was no smaller than the first. The soldiers had never encountered such a rift before, but they had heard about them from their leader, Terman. Just before everyone set out, Ferris had shown the soldiers a picture of a rift and demanded that they report it immediately. The Duke also warned that if the order was disobeyed, all the knights would have to fight him for a whole week. So now, upon seeing the hole, Justin immediately shouted at Canis to run and report to the chief. And that guy immediately ran in the opposite direction because he realized that the lives of his comrades depended solely on the speed of his running. Just then, Latera and Ferris successfully dealt with their rift, closing it. The girl was glad that they had encountered the rift and not the knights, because there were many magical beasts there. Ferris knew his soldiers could easily deal with the magical beasts, but could not cope with their huge and endless numbers. Just then, Canis ran up to the couple, shouting that the same kind of hole in the sky had appeared in front of their squad. This news annoyed and slightly exhausted the girl and the man, who had just closed a similar rift. As a result, as the Duke rushed towards the detachment, the lady suggested he buy them some good luck charms. Ferris and Latera arrived just in time, as Justin had so far successfully held off the magical beasts. The man reported that not a single beast had escaped yet, but they were still present. Mirdo was surprised by the strength of Terman's knights, as none of them had been injured yet. The Duke looked at his wife, thinking that they had better end what was happening quickly. He wanted to send the soldiers away, but the girl jumped out of the man's arms and proposed trusting them. The heroine asked her husband not to carry everything on his own shoulders, but to fight together. Ferris hadn't even noticed that he had developed the habit of always going first, so now he let Justin open the path to the rift. Terminus still had to learn not only to trust those close to him, but also to rely on them. Life doesn't always go as planned, and these rifts with magical beasts were proof of that. However, dealing with these troubles together was much easier and more pleasant than doing it alone. Latera knew very well that she had people she could rely on, and therefore she was not afraid at all now. After the battle was all over, Ferris asked the knights to keep his wife's possession of power secret. Mirdo smiled and asked how many more times they would have to tell her story to others, and her husband just sighed in response. Now that everything was over, they decided to make camp, at which point the heroine felt a familiar wind on her face. It turned out to be Indigo Verum, who had teleported to them, but he had arrived a little late and missed the fight. Nevertheless, the researcher was still very happy to see the heroine, as he still had feelings for her. The couple did not expect the Tower Master to be able to tell them something about his research so soon. They entered the tent, and the guy immediately said that without Mirdo's power, he still wouldn't know how to close the rifts. However, the magician had managed to create an artifact that could determine the location of the next rift. Indigo gave a thumbs up and said that in the process of creating this artifact, he had come up with a theory about the rifts. He pointed at the couple and said that perhaps the rifts were appearing because of one of them. Latera and Ferris looked at each other in shock, as a similar idea had occurred to them earlier. Indigo explained that he had started this research after the couple gave him a huge magic stone. He tracked the appearance points of the rifts and found that they were all based in the direction of the Terminus territory. The family could not refute this claim, as the first two rifts had been generated right next to them. The heroine thoughtfully agreed with Verum, saying that his theory was indeed true. Moreover, during their journey in the south, all the rifts had also occurred there, which was why they had to fight magical beasts again. It took Latera a few minutes to conclude that the rifts were following her. This hypothesis greatly shocked Ferris, as he was afraid the young lady would start blaming herself. But just as the man was about to comfort the girl, she said she was simply making a logical judgment. The young lady began to recall her story aloud, listing the facts, when Indigo suddenly slapped his hand on the table. The man, completely shocked, asked what the lady meant when she talked about the destruction of the world and her death. Only then did Litera realize that she had forgotten to tell the Tower Master of this world everything, and asked her husband if it was necessary to do so. In the end, they concluded that they should tell the magician everything. But if he revealed the young lady's secret, the beast would deal with him. So, after asking Indigo to listen very carefully, Ferris once again told Myrto's entire story. As a result, poor Vurum was overloaded with information and asked them to slow down a bit. Hearing that the couple had met another Tower Master who was only wings, the magician said it was terrible. The heroine watched the guy's reaction with concern, as she didn't understand what state he was in. Suddenly, Indigo shouted that he couldn't believe he had missed all the fun and hadn't met his other self. As the couple stared at the magician in surprise, he continued to shout that this was the biggest disappointment of his life. Vurum also really wanted to meet an intelligent demon. Besides, if he had a doppelganger, he could conduct twice as many experiments. Moreover, the Tower Master regretted that he had missed such a great opportunity to increase his knowledge. Myrto finally remembered why she hadn't wanted to tell Indigo anything, but it was too late. Then the magician suddenly calmed down and thanked the girl for telling him what was really happening around them. The Tower Master said he would now do whatever it took to meet his other self so they could count on his help. The girl angrily told the guy to get off the table, and he sighed, saying he had to obey because he considered himself her lover. Ferris immediately began to wonder what kind of lover Indigo was, but the lady stopped him with a clap of her hands. The heroine told the Tower Master that if he needed any resources for his research, he could always come to them. In response, the magician said they had already helped him a great deal by once giving him a huge magic crystal. The only thing was the guy asked the Duke to help him get his tower out, as he had temporarily placed it at the bottom of the sea, and the Duke noted down the coordinates to do so. The husband was bending down to take his wife back to their tent when the magician suddenly said he also needed something else. To be honest, for some reason, the guy seemed a bit pained when asking this question, so he cleared his throat first. Then, Indigo smiled sweetly and said that for better research, he needed a strand of the heroine's hair. This request infuriated Terminus, and Litera immediately realized it was purely out of personal interest. Since the lady had already given a lock of hair to the other Indigo, it was only fair to give some to this one as well. As soon as Myrto handed some of her hair strands to Vurum, he beamed with joy and promised to tell her the results when they were ready. Since the young lady was already tired of this guy, she quickly said goodbye to him so that she could finally rest. Ferris suddenly complained that if the lady kept giving away her hair, she would soon be completely bald. The young lady laughed and said that giving away a few strands of hair was not a problem for her, but the man said it was a problem for him. Terminus blushed slightly and admitted that even a small part of his wife was very important to him. Realizing how much her husband worried about her made the lady blush from head to toe. Instead of swearing, the girl suggested her husband take advantage of the moment, as she just had an idea. Terminus was surprised that the heroine had already found a solution to this problem, but he agreed. When a man asked what the young lady had come up with, she just smiled mysteriously in response. They returned to their tent, and the lady asked Terminus to style her hair to his liking. Although Ferris picked up the scissors, he was still very afraid that he would do something wrong. Litera responded with a smile, saying that way the man would have a reason not to worry about her giving away her hair. Myrto said she had wanted to cut her hair anyway, so Ferris could even give her a hairstyle like Justin's. Terminus said his wife would like that hairstyle, but it was too short, so he wouldn't do that. Besides, Litera had to go out soon, so the young lady was glad to see the guy had made up his mind. In fact, the Duke was still not sure if he could be trusted with such a complex task as cutting the girl's hair. However, Ferris wanted to create another memory between them, so he didn't plan to regret anything. However, the Beast asked his wife to let Nyx fix her hair if the Duke really messed everything up in the end. The lady comforted her husband, saying it wasn't that scary, and the man finally took action. She noticed almost immediately that Terminus was holding her hair carefully so as not to accidentally cut her skin. Moreover, the beast's face was so focused and serious that the lady couldn't help but smile. Litera couldn't help but think with embarrassment how adorable her husband was, especially at this moment. It seemed that Ferris was just cutting the young lady's hair, but she was overwhelmed with a sense of happiness from such a simple act of his. After a while, the man sighed quite wearily and announced that he was finally done. The Duke admitted that at first, he had the idea of cutting his wife's hair to about the same length as his own. But then he changed his mind, so he did something unusual and handed the girl a mirror to admire his work. As soon as Myrto saw how she had been transformed, the heroine was genuinely happy. The girl even laughed with joy and said that from now on, she would always keep this hairstyle. Terminus was very happy that everything had worked out in the end, as he had been very worried about the final result. Meanwhile, the wife hugged her husband and asked if he was now ready to be her personal hairdresser forever. At this moment, the man had mixed feelings because he wanted this but was also very afraid. In the end, the beast promised to gather his courage immediately next time, and then they went to eat. While drinking soup, Litera overheard parts of a conversation between Justin and her husband somewhere nearby. The commander-in-chief was trying to convince the Duke that they could handle everything themselves and would wake him if anything happened. Myrto was surprised to hear Ferris's reply that he would not be on guard duty tonight. Only now did she remember that Termin had once said he even slept in the forest without a tent. The heroine guessed that the chief must have wanted to spend at least one night in warmth and comfort. After a while, the Duke asked the lady if she was comfortable, and the young lady replied that such a luxurious tent made her feel as if they were still in the castle. Therefore, the man regretted a little that they hadn't brought this tent on their trip to buy flowers. Unexpectedly, the husband admitted to the lady that he had tried not to use this tent before, which surprised her. His parents had always stayed here on camping trips, and he felt very uncomfortable being alone in such a large space. However, the guy didn't want to buy a new tent, so he started spending the night in the open without anything. Ferris admitted that now that they were inside it again, all his fears seemed foolish and out of place to him. Termin suddenly realized that the pain from his parents' death, which he thought would accompany him for life, had suddenly disappeared. Litera gently squeezed her husband's hand and said she was glad that he was finally all right now. The couple were both sure that this realization was the beginning of something new for Termin, and so they kissed. So that evening, Ferris suddenly suggested going to bed early in order to get a good night's sleep this time. Myrto agreed that the tent's soundproofing wasn't the best, and so she fell onto the bed. Suddenly, the lady's head hit something hard inside the pillow, which the Duke could not have even anticipated. The man immediately tore open the pillow, and a book fell out, which he couldn't read as he didn't have his glasses with him. Litera took the book from her husband's hands and, upon opening it, asked if it was his handwriting. Ferris was surprised, as he didn't remember ever writing a diary, so the couple began to read it. For some reason, from the very first sentence, there were many laments about Termin, which embarrassed the young lady, while Ferris recognized his mother's words. He reminded his wife that he had learned his handwriting from Sylvia, and that, moreover, it was she who had recorded all the books. When she first came to live in the castle, the lady had transcribed many of her husband's documents in her beautiful handwriting. The Duke admitted that his mother had told him that it was in this family that the fury within her, which he had inherited, was awakened. However, it was thanks to the lady's upbringing in her youth that Ferris was able to rule the castle. As they continued to read the diary, they came across a question: why only the Termin family exterminated the magical beasts? Sylvia believed that there might be an objective reason behind this, which alerted the couple. At this moment, Favor called Manila over, as he had prepared the boards full of information about the Chosen Ones. The guy hadn't found anything specific, but he had discovered some unusual trends in their research. Manila was very happy with this news, as she could likely discover something based on Topaz's research on the boards. The girl decided to use ribbons to mark the exact times of the heroes' appearances in the Leadham and Termin families on the boards. It turned out that not a single Chosen One was related by blood to the royal family. Manila found it strange that the Chosen Ones appeared one after another, yet no one had noticed it before. But the girl was convinced that it was no coincidence that all the Chosen Ones were closely related to the Termin and Leadham families. However, the young Ferris had never thought about all this, as he needed to rule immediately. And Litera didn't want to delve into such matters at all, as she was from another world and had other problems. But now, after delving into the contents of the diary, the man and the girls raised the same question for the first time. Therefore, the couple returned to the castle very confused, wanting to think it over thoroughly. Nix immediately greeted them there, having intelligence about the spies to tell the lady and master. The girl, completely innocent, was holding 3 resignation letters in her hand, which the traitors had given her. Litera and Ferris had anticipated any situation from the dispatch people, but they hadn't expected them to run away so quickly. The maid admitted that the key was that she had sent all the spies to the stables to take care of the northern horses. As a result, it took only half a day for the new servants to no longer want to work in the northern castle. Nix lamented that these guys hadn't even really helped her, while the beast couldn't believe they were the best spies. However, even this was not in vain, as Litera ultimately obtained very important evidence for herself. The girl and her husband teleported to the Tika family and asked Manila to determine who had written these statements by their handwriting. Manila said that there were indeed masters in her family who could figure this out, so she advised not to worry. Turman thanked the lady profusely and asked if he could repay her in some way. But the young lady said they would settle it later. But since the couple wanted to return the favor, Tika called for Topaz, who immediately jumped up. Manila placed the documents Favor had just brought on the table and asked the Turman family to read them. Ferris and Litera did not expect Lady Manila to have some documents ready for them when they arrived, so they were very surprised. The Marquis's daughter explained that she had written down all the results of their research on the story of the chosen ones on the paper. Topaz said that although they had determined the time frame for the heroes' appearances, they couldn't determine the cause. The couple exchanged a look and then decided to show the entry from Sylvia's diary. They both felt a little awkward because the lady had written some explicit things about her husband, and Manila herself was also embarrassed and asked if she could really read it, and the heroine told her to skip a few sentences. But even so, the girl couldn't say anything new, so the time spent reading the diary was wasted. After reading the diary, Manila wondered if the couple really trusted her so much that they showed her something so precious. To help with the research, Manila asked the couple to show her the rest of the diary if they had the chance. Ferris explained that his mother was very fond of hiding such things, so if they found anything, they would definitely bring it to show her. Manila replied that she didn't want to bother anyone anyway, so she could wait. At this point, the girl said it was time for what they had gathered to do. Topaz brought a box with a gift. Litera clapped her hands in satisfaction, as she had been waiting impatiently and couldn't wait to see what the lady had prepared for her. As a result, Turman was forced to pace back and forth out of nervousness, while the lady still hadn't left the fitting room. Ferris couldn't understand why they were taking so long if Manila had only prepared one dress. Suddenly, the Duchess ran out of the room in ecstasy, announcing that Lady Manila had exceeded all expectations. The moment the man saw the dress on his wife, he was stunned. The dress was so incredible, so reminiscent of the nature of the North, that it was supposed to make one high society. Litera twirled in front of her husband, showing off the gift from all angles, and then asked him what he thought. The beast blushed, at a loss for a moment on how to describe such beauty. Finally, Ferris took a few steps toward his wife and told her she looked like the most beautiful northern night. Hearing the Duke's words, Manila and Fava said that this was exactly the effect they had hoped to achieve. When the couple first arrived in the north, they were struck by the sight of the snow-white night sky. Lady Tika was so deeply moved by this scene that she very much wanted to recreate a similar effect on the dress. The girl explained that she created this gift not only for Litera, but also for herself to be proud of. Since Mirdo did not care about the reason for making the dress, she sincerely thanked her friend anyway. Besides its superficial beauty and convenience, the benefit of the gift was that it connected the heroine with her now native land, the North. Turman said that this dress deserved to be seen by as many people as possible. Just then, Manila announced that a celebration would soon be held at the Imperial Palace to celebrate the general's safe return. Lady Tika had already told the Emperor that if he held a grand banquet, she would manage to win the beast's wife over to their side. Litera immediately decided that this event was the perfect opportunity for them to make their debut in high society. The girl even thought that if she paired the dress with the ruler's gift, then he would surely believe that he could control everything. At this time, Abito was scolding his spies, who couldn't even manage to stay in the northern castle for a single proper day. However, the servants did not return empty-handed, so the prince decided to let them live. Thanks to the information obtained by his assistants, the heir was able to come up with another plan, which pleased him greatly. The day before, the father had ordered his son to do everything possible to win the trust of the Turman family, who would be attending the banquet. Abito thought happily that Tika, who had invited the northerners to the event, was finally starting to be of use to him. The prince smiled, wondering if it would be enough for his father to simply win over one of the couple from the north. Before the event began, the nobles were heatedly discussing how some of them had gone bankrupt while the heir did nothing. The next rumor that spread among them was that the beast from the north himself was said to be coming to the banquet. People were worried about this, but Mar reminded them that he was still in charge of the event. The emperor had specifically arranged this reception to at least slightly quell the recent turmoil in the south. Besides, the admiral didn't really believe that the duke who hated high society would suddenly show up. On the other hand, the man thought with a slight blush that he hoped to see the beautiful Litera again. No one could predict exactly what effect the appearance of the Turman couple would have, but everyone was waiting for them. As Ferris and his wife sat in the carriage, he remembered that as a child he had a fairy tale book about a prince who defeated a dragon. Since that prince had red eyes, just like Ferris, he loved the story very much. Soon, the boy began to admire his father, Calypso, who was a truly powerful hero. Just like the prince in the fairy tale, my father's presence could light up any room, and everyone loved him. However, for the boy who wanted to be like his father, the fairy tale came to an abrupt end at the age of 14. Everyone in high society, in order to maintain their status, did everything they could to humiliate and offend Ferris. And any attempt by the child to seek even a little help, even among friends, was completely useless. This wall of universal rejection deeply hurt little Ferris, but he told no one. Suddenly, the best solution for the boy was not to become a handsome prince, but to become a beast. As a result, he was despised and ignored by everyone, but Turman himself finally lived a peaceful life. The most hurtful thing the Duke heard behind his back was that Calypso should not have raised this child. These words turned Turman into such a terrible monster that he was never invited to the castle again. Finally, the man made the most terrifying face he could at everyone around him. And so, after such a long interval, Ferris returned to high society. Only this time, he was holding his wife in his arms. The nobles were completely shocked that the beast had actually come before them, and immediately began to whisper. At such moments, Turman strongly cursed his excellent hearing, which allowed him to hear almost everything. Suddenly, despite them being in the middle of the hall, Litera leaned in and kissed her husband. The man was extremely surprised by the girl's open behavior, but she, on the contrary, was extremely confident in her actions. With a radiant smile on her face, the heroine asked her husband not to forget that she was right there by his side. The Duke remembered that he was truly no longer alone and gratefully kissed his wife back. The nobles started whispering again, but now Ferris didn't care what they were talking about. Then, Marquis Tika appeared before the couple and asked if they liked the gift from his daughter, Manila. Before answering Monia's father's question, Litera whispered in her husband's ear that he could put her down. Only then did Mirdo say, with a happy smile, that if it were possible, she would like to thank the lady again. The man explained that the girl would come out later with the prince, and the heroine smiled, saying she was just as grateful to him. The heroine deliberately said as loudly as possible that it was Tika's father who had come up with the idea for such a dress. The people around immediately began to discuss this news, which they had never heard before. Just then, Carter joined the conversation, also saying loudly that he had heard similar rumors. The man reminded the nobles that the emperor had not sent a gift for the duchess's birthday, so he had come to the palace himself to receive it. Then, Weathers smoothly moved on to how the beast and Litera had together inherited a mountain where diamonds were discovered, and Ferris, despite his poor relationship with the Tika family, had asked them for a gift for his wife. This way of using two different families showed how much Turman cared for the duchess. Carter listened carefully to what the crowd was now discussing, not expecting that their opinion of him had been so poor before. Weathers felt sad because it was impossible to put into words just how much a man loved his wife. Suddenly, the handshake between Ferris and Marquis Tika was loudly commented on by Mar, who was not in on his friend's plan. Litera was surprised that the admiral had suddenly joined a game he knew nothing about, but it only worked in her favor. The man miraculously said a phrase that perfectly fit the situation at that moment, for which the lady was grateful. Mar knew that the relationship between the Tika and Terman families was much closer than others thought, so he could guess their plan on his own. Knowing everything Arba had once seen, it was indeed possible to predict the outcome his friends were hoping for. Since Mar's involvement would only make the whole situation better, Myrto smiled happily at him and raised her glass. Looking around the hall, the heroine smiled slyly, for she was sure the guests would remember this night for a long time. What pleased the lady most was that the emperor was falling into their trap and believed that the beast was now at his disposal. For the first time, Eris thought that Litera would help him manipulate Ferris in any way he wanted. As a result, the ruler was very pleased with the fact that Calips's son would become his subordinate. At this moment, Mar was talking with the Terman family and invited them to visit him in the south anytime. Just then, Litera's parents, who were also invited, coughed to get attention and then came over. The daughter apologized for not greeting them right away, but Monis and Liber were not angry at all. Ferris also, out of embarrassment and the need to play a role, greeted Myrto's parents with restraint, pretending they did not know each other. Baron Myrto answered as formally as possible, as this was their first meeting in high society. Liber was very worried about what would happen if the nobles found out he was well acquainted with the beast. Most of all, he was afraid of being seen as some kind of weakling for befriending his daughter's husband, as his reputation would suffer. Seeing the not-so-friendly gazes, the Baron grabbed his wife and said they were not feeling well and it was time to leave. A moment later, the Baron worried that Ferris might be angry with him for leaving so quickly, but his wife comforted him. Then Arbo whispered that if it would put them at ease, he could quietly assign southern guards to Litera's parents. The emperor carefully observed his guests, still waiting for the right moment to continue the banquet. So he gave the signal for Abido and Manila to appear, and everyone greeted them with incredible enthusiasm. Eris himself smiled sweetly, as the main event of the evening he had been waiting for had finally appeared. After this, the emperor stood up and gave a solemn speech so that people could begin to celebrate. To everyone's surprise, the prince for some reason approached Litera and asked if she had already had her first dance. The couple was very surprised that the heir had become so proactive and open from the very beginning. Myrto frowned, thinking that Abido was truly shameless if he dared to do this. Meanwhile, the prince said he wanted to support the girl and therefore invited her to the first dance with him. It was difficult to find fault with the emperor's son's wording, as on the surface, he seemed to just want to support the lady. But Litera didn't need any support at all, as she was already the wife of the emperor's relative. Moreover, Abido was now being very rude to his fiancée, who was standing right next to him. As soon as Eris saw this and heard people start to whisper, he was about to go mad. The ruler had ordered his son to please the duke from the north, not to turn him against himself with this method. The beast practically roared at Abido, saying he could invite his fiancée to dance, not his wife. The prince mockingly asked if the man was overreacting, as he had not proposed anything shameful. The guy reminded him that Terman's wife was not his property, and that according to imperial law, any marriage except a royal one could be dissolved. Finally, the heroine understood what the heir was up to. He wanted to take her for himself and leave the beast with nothing. Eris jumped up from his throne and shouted at his son that he had told him not to have this family divorced, as it would not benefit them. But then the prince said that this law was invented by the emperor, who wanted to get another woman. Hearing this, the ruler froze, and his son added that this was why all the clauses in this law were only beneficial to the ruler. Abido told everyone that unfortunately for the ruler, that woman loved her husband too much. After these words, the son told his father not to dare interfere, as he now had a strong argument. Eris could not let his secret plot become public, so he was forced to remain silent. The man was trembling because no one was supposed to know about Sylvia Tamina, but somehow the prince found out. The heir looked triumphantly at his defeated father and just grinned because now he was free to act. Just then, Litera suddenly stood up for her husband, saying that he forbade her to dance with others only because she herself had asked him to. This surprised the prince, and the lady added that she was completely satisfied with her marriage and therefore did not want to dance with anyone else. The young lady confessed that she had noticed Ferris long ago and had even proposed to him at the very beginning. The girl said she had a notebook at home with this plan and also said that her husband was not at all repulsive. The heroine cupped her husband's cheeks and asked everyone if he wasn't cute, while the Duke was looking around furiously. Literates claimed that the beast was cute shocked everyone around so much that there was complete silence in the hall. And Myrto still continued to play the role of a woman who was offended that her husband was called ugly. Since the lady was still forced to dance with a girl who had no partner, she suddenly invited Manila to dance. To the great surprise of everyone present, Lady Manila agreed to such an invitation for the first time. At that moment, Turman gave his wife a thumbs up, showing that he fully approved of her actions. As a result, Abito was left standing alone, completely shocked and still unable to understand what was happening around him. It turned out that Litera had simply brushed him off, which was why the guy became a victim of his own farce. As the girls danced, Manila said that the prince had become so strange precisely after meeting the young lady in the palace. The lady was not at all embarrassed that people were gossiping about them again, because Myrto didn't care about her reputation. The heroine was glad that people would now think she was happily married, because then the prince would not be able to separate them. With her whole performance, the girl tried to show that it was not only the heir who was an expert on marriage law. The point was that in her past life as an empress, the young lady had studied that law when trying to divorce Abito. She did not change this law because it greatly helped women who were truly unhappy. At that time, the lady was madly in love with the prince, although he never helped her, telling her to solve all her problems on her own. To any request for advice, Abito would smile arrogantly and say that she should know everything herself. The guy demanded that the girl prove her love for him if she really had any feelings. He entwined her heart with all sorts of fears and doubts, saying how stupid and worthless the girl was. Abito insisted that only he could fall in love with such a timid, weak, and strange girl, so she should stay with him. It was then that Turman's advice about giving up a relationship that brings pain became a ray of light for the heroine. The man's support was extremely important to her, even though they had never met. Because the girl herself wanted to be happy, she desperately began to look for loopholes in the law to end her marriage. And now, the same law appeared in the heroine's life again, which made her only sigh. Manila whispered that the prince would not give up easily and would not stop until he got what he wanted. Manila advised her friend to keep a low profile for a while, but she said she didn't want to run away at all. After the dance, the young lady explained that running away would not solve her problems, so it was easier to face the prince head-on. Moreover, the heroine smiled happily, ready to gather as many people as possible to meet Abito. Litera said that she now had the right to dance with her husband, because she wanted everyone to see how much they loved each other. However, before starting the dance, the young lady wondered what kind of dance she should choose for her husband. A typical ballroom dance was completely unsuitable for Ferris's appearance, so the lady was confused. Then Turman whispered that he would choose the dance himself and told his wife to stand on his feet so he could lead. The heroine immediately obeyed her husband, as she was very curious about the idea he had come up with. The man whispered that he didn't want to tire the girl out, which she was happy to hear. As soon as the music started, Ferris immediately began to perform something that only vaguely resembled a dance. After their nominal marriage, Litera often watched her husband's training, so now she easily recognized the very basic combat moves that Ferris began to perform. He trained so hard every day that the young lady quickly memorized all his movements. It was only because of her weak body that the heroine was now deprived of the opportunity to train as well. However, in her past life, she had perfectly learned this martial art, which she liked very much. Therefore, Myrto was very sad to realize that at the moment, she was not even allowed to hold a small knife. This was because the girl was very eager to train with her husband. However, for now, this battle dance, which completely repeated the training movements, was enough for her. The young lady asked, confused and a little panicked, how Turman knew that she also wanted to train. The man continued to dance silently for a while, as he did not know whether to tell the truth. Then he answered anyway that he had simply seen the desire to train in the girl's eyes and remembered it. Because of his wife's sad eyes, the husband had a strong desire to one day make her smile again. Hearing this story, Litera smiled happily and noted that Terman really liked to surprise her. It was clear that just through this dance, the lady could not relearn how to fight, but holding her husband's hand, she could at least remember what it felt like. And in fact, the lady liked this moment and these feelings so much that she smiled sincerely. The girl was now completely unconcerned that a large crowd was watching her and condemning her. Their dance amazed all the nobles for a long time, and they even fell silent for a moment. Seeing Littera's so happy and joyful face, each of them wondered how it was possible. Myrto, at times flying up and at times falling into the arms of her beloved husband, wondered if there was a limit to their love. When Ferris lowered her to his face, the wife kissed her husband, whispering that she loved him and always would. The only person who did not watch the couple's dance with surprise was the crown prince. The guy did not feel any positive emotions, but instead felt incredible anger and malice from the picture of happiness he saw. The next day, in a conversation with the emperor, Manila noted that the event was wonderful. Eris immediately guessed that the girl knew how ridiculous her words were, but she kept her composure well. Yesterday, as soon as their wonderful dance ended, the Grand Duke and Duchess immediately left the hall. The girl yawned and lied that she was tired, and Ferris immediately reacted by carrying his wife home. This move was supposed to defuse the situation in the hall, but Abito decided to be disgraced to the end and ran after the couple. So that the prince's bride would not be alone during this time, the admiral immediately invited her to dance for the rest of the evening. And after Moni subsequently invited Cart to dance, the atmosphere in the hall completely stabilized. However, none of this could change the fact that Marquis Tika had witnessed his daughter's humiliation with his own eyes. The man said that Litera did look beautiful, but he still could not understand what made the prince leave his bride. Manila's father said that he did not want to allow today's situation to be repeated and hoped the emperor would understand him. Eris could only sigh and pray that his son would not give him or anyone else a heart attack. Since Latham urgently decided to appease the Tika family and not lose their respect, he invited the lady to a tea party. The girl said that she was stable enough not to give in to emotions, which pleasantly surprised the ruler. Manila emphasized that they were very lucky that the Duke's wife happened to like her. Now the girl was sure that Litera would not interfere with their plans, and with her, the beast would also be calmer. Eris was glad that Lady Tika was not angry with him at all, and therefore said that he would be very grateful for her help. Later, when Manila left the ruler's office, her father asked how everything went. She smiled with satisfaction. It was the first time the Marquis had seen such an expression on his daughter's face, and he was very confused by it because it was too dangerous. The man said that at such moments, his daughter reminded him of her mother, to which she replied that she would take it as a compliment. That evening, the emperor severely scolded his son, who had almost ruined the entire event. But Abito still reminded his father that he was not the only one who tried to seduce someone else's wife, so they were the same. The prince blamed his father for assigning him Manila instead of a more submissive lady, so that he would not be bored. So now the heir declared that he had had enough, which both shocked and frightened the ruler. Eris asked if his son was in his right mind, to which he shouted that he was not, because some pink-haired which had humiliated him. However, for some reason, the prince concluded that the girl did this only because she craved his attention. The emperor listened in horror as his son declared that he was going to bring Litera Myrto to her senses. The ruler reminded him that after so many years, they could finally tame the beast and could not mess things up. To this, Abito asked why they should tame the Northern Duke if they could just kill him. But the emperor reminded the heir that there was a prophecy they all had to follow. The legend said that only Red Eyes could save the empire from any evil forever. That is why Eris said he was angry when his subordinate suddenly killed Calyps for no reason. The ruler said that as soon as he heard the news, he slit his loyal assistant's throat with a blade. But the heir just laughed at these words, as he considered the prophecy to be just a fairy tale for children. Eris could not believe that his son was so disrespectful of their ancestors' traditions, even though it was necessary. Just then Abito added that he did not believe his father killed that assistant because he attacked Calypso. The prince was sure that the emperor did it only because somehow his subject had also killed Sylvia. On that day, it was indeed the death of his beloved woman that made the rulers so angry. In fact, it turned out that even death could not separate Sylvia and Calypso, although there had been such a possibility. The crown prince suddenly smiled viciously and said that he finally understood why his father had not killed Ferris. Eris liked watching the suffering of the son of the old rival he could not defeat. The heir grinned menacingly and declared that such behavior was extremely evil for the emperor himself. Suddenly, the ruler came to his senses and shouted at his son that he had to stop being disrespectful to his father. The old man said that his son was not yet the emperor, even if he got rid of all his rivals. Eris declared that until the heir came to his senses, he could not let him ascend to his throne. Moreover, the ruler forbade the prince to take a single step out of the palace, which was an extremely cruel punishment. When Litera learned of this confinement, the girl laughed so hard her stomach hurt. Turman also did not expect that they had inadvertently provoked a conflict between the emperor and the prince, which was a good thing for them. Now the couple could focus on finding the diaries in complete peace. But Sylvia had hidden them so well that it turned out to be much more difficult than the lady had expected. The heroine and her husband turned the whole castle upside down, but in the end, despite her efforts, she found nothing. Ferris helped Litera down from a high place, and she thanked him for at least finding the diary in the tent. The girl replied that her husband praised her too often and too frequently, although it was pleasant. Turman kissed his wife's cheek and said that he firmly believed in the compliments he always gave her. Since the couple found nothing this time, they wondered what to do now. Then the couple remembered that the Marquise Tika had once given them her correspondence with Sylvia. Litera doubted there would be anything useful there, but it was at least a glimmer of hope for them. But unfortunately for the lady, as she had initially expected, the letters contained only endless pleasantries. The young lady told her husband she had no superpowers and that they had found the diary only by luck, but he immediately began to comfort her. The man said that although they did not find what they were looking for, at least he learned something interesting, and the young lady asked what it was. Ferris blushed a little, as he was embarrassed to admit it, but he had a favorite book as a child. He only knew that some noble lady had given it to him, and from the letters, it was the Marquise Tika. Turman briefly explained that in that fairy tale, it was written about a red-eyed prince who defeated a dragon. Hearing this information, Litera immediately interrupted her husband because she wanted specific details. The girl asked if the fairy tale really mentioned a handsome prince with red eyes and if the book was still preserved. The fairy tale told of ancient times when people knew no fear, until a huge and evil dragon appeared in the cold, rocky mountains. This huge beast destroyed everything in its path, and for the first time, people felt despair. However, on the darkest day, when all hope was lost, a red-eyed prince suddenly appeared on a white horse. The handsome prince defeated the evil dragon and imprisoned it in the depths of the South Sea, after which he united all peoples. The fairy tale said that after completing his task, the prince went to his place and is still watching over everyone. And the mission of everyone else became the need to remember the young man's deeds and his blessing to all. Closing the book, Litera thought with confusion that this story was not very similar to a classic fairy tale. Turman asked in surprise if the lady had never heard this story as a child. The girl reminded the man that although she was a child then, her mind was mature and she read the news, not fairy tales. And even if she had heard this fairy tale in childhood, the heroine would hardly have noticed it after so many years. The young lady asked what Ferris's mother thought of the book, and he replied that the woman was very fascinated by it. In fact, Sylvia tried to explain to her little son that the book was written to strengthen the emperor's power. Litera laughed upon hearing this story, realizing how ruthless the woman was. Turman laughed out loud and said that he now understood his mother, because to get the throne, it was not enough just to kill the dragon. Mirdo also laughed, though somewhat embarrassed, as she recalled that in her past life, she had become empress in just that way. Only now did Ferris realize that he had gone a little too far with his words and had made fun of his wife. Therefore, the man immediately began to try to somehow ask for forgiveness for his rude words. In response, Litera just laughed out loud when she heard her husband guess that the dragon was scary. After laughing, the lady simply agreed that the dragon was indeed not the easiest to deal with. The heroine shared with her husband the information that the creature was so huge that it left no hope for salvation at all. The body of this huge monster simply obscured the sky in all directions that people could see. Ferris felt tense just from his wife's retelling, even though he had not seen the monster with his own eyes. Litera said that killing such an animal was reason enough for her to be chosen for the throne. Moreover, Eris behaved very badly by running away during the dragon's attack and then returning after its death. However, the people who survived the fear of the flying dragon were no longer afraid of their old emperor. One of them was the first to grab a stone and throw it at the insignificant old man, and the others followed him. As a result, the Leadham family thus met a tragic end because the angry people overthrew him. Since Termin already knew what happened next, Littera saw no need to retell the story. After learning about his wife's past life, the man honestly admitted that he didn't even know what to say now. But before the Duke could start praising her, the young lady held out her hand and said that things were not so epic. Even then, the girl was far from the combat talent of the Northern Duke, who had long fought monsters. The heroine was just an ordinary woman with no talent who was suddenly given divine power. The lady understood that her husband wanted to know how she was able to defeat such a terrible monster back then. In fact, the girl's fear of death at that moment was even greater than her fear of the dragon itself, and she tried everything to avoid it. But the heroine was not going to show her panic and wild fear to anyone, so that people would calmly see only a mask. Brave and fearless, the lady understood that if the people who had already lost hope learned of her condition, they would die. Then the Duke took his wife's hand and said that she was mistaken in her judgment of herself and the situation at the time. Termin said that it didn't matter at all how good the girl's fighting skills were at that moment. The most important thing was that Littera was able to draw her sword when needed and hold her ground. Ferris admitted that his wife's story did not disappoint him, but on the contrary, made him respect her even more. As a final argument, the beast suggested that the lady herself would have told him the same thing, to which Myrdo could not disagree. For some reason, the heroine foolishly thought that her husband would be disappointed in her, although he would never do that and would only kiss her. Ferris picked up the book of fairy tales they were looking at when they started this conversation and said that something had occurred to him. The man suggested that this story might not be as simple as it seems at first glance. He speculated that perhaps his mother was right, and Lady Tika's research made a lot of sense. Then Littera realized that if she compared all the data, it turned out that from the very beginning, it was the duty of the Leadham family to protect the Empire. However, over time, this family forgot their duty and created the Termin branch to fight the demonic beasts. Over time, a large number of heroes began to appear in the Termin family, which began to worry the Emperor. Due to excessive control, there were fewer and fewer heroes, and Note had to intervene and create the chosen ones. Ferris thought about it and realized that this whole theory sounded very logical, so it had a right to exist. Moreover, if you recall how the Leadham family behaved, then no other theories were needed at all. But then the girl raised a finger and said that there was only one discrepancy in this whole theory. And this discrepancy was precisely her husband, as Littera pointed out with confidence. Ferris did not expect their conversation to come to this at all, so he asked his wife what she meant. Myrdo asked if her husband remembered the giant demonic beast with a flower on its head that they had defeated. She said that it awakens when a person capable of plucking that flower appears nearby. But during all this time, Ferris had never encountered it. Termin said thoughtfully that it seemed they had not taken something into account and even needed some kind of new theory. However, for now, Littera suggested passing on all the known information to Manila, so that she could think about it too. Their secret letter was quickly delivered to Lady Tika, who was surprised that she herself had not thought of the myth about the founding of the Empire before. Topaz reminded him that the lady did not like fairy tales much, to which she retorted that he should have at least read a few. The boy noted that the young lady was very confident and asked if she really knew how to explain the discrepancy in the theory. Manila was not entirely sure of her assumptions, but she intended to at least test them. The girl understood that if everything was confirmed, it would be rather sad, but she had no other choice. So Moni set about implementing her plan, first writing the necessary letters to the church. The lady wanted to go to Tamina with the High Advisor under the official pretext of Littera's illness. That's what they ended up doing, and as soon as the advisor arrived in the north, he realized that this was his first official visit here. But what surprised him most was that Manila and Topaz had come with him, although they were considered enemies of Tamina. In addition, Astrum was very interested to know who this young man, with such a strange mask on his face, was. He felt an energy from the young man that was very similar to that of the Crown Prince. However, at the moment the advisor decided that he was just imagining things, so he tried to push these thoughts out of his head. When Astrom sat down at the table, he was shocked by the story the Turman couple told him. Ferris knew from the beginning that it would be difficult for the young man to accept, so he patiently waited for him to calm down. Litera still explained that what they told him about Ferris being from a branch of the Leadham family was just their theory. Manila explained that they had called the advisor to hear his opinion and possibly supplement their information. Astrom was shocked that the prince's bride herself was saying such revolutionary things in such a calm tone. But now the priest seized any opportunity to help Litera, so he asked what was required of him. Mirdo asked Manila the same question, and the girl was very surprised that the Duchess did not know. She said that since the two of them had spent so much time together, they must have thought of it. The heroine really did not understand anything, which made Lady Tika rather angry. However, the lady composed herself and asked if a healer accompanied Turman in battle. The man immediately replied that a priest had never accompanied him, but in the past there had indeed been such practice. Litera remembered that there was a law according to which the Turman family could only take a priest with the emperor's permission, and they always forbade it. In this world, priests were very valuable, and therefore, under the pretext of protecting them, all priests were exempted from hunting demonic beasts. When Litera first became empress, she immediately lifted this restriction. But that was all in another world, and in this one, the northern hunters were still not allowed to take healers. Of course, because of this, the Northern Knights trained every day to survive the next raid. In addition, the absence of priests greatly contributed to the development of folk remedies and various medicines. However, Mirdo knew all this even before Manila told her, so she did not understand how it was relevant to the matter. At that moment, only Lady Tika admitted that when the Turman couple left the south, she heard a conversation between mercenaries. At that time, the guys were discussing the Duke's wounds, saying that some powerful magic was clearly involved. Therefore, now, Moni invited Astrom to have him examine Ferris's body with his permission. The advisor politely asked if Turman would allow him to do so, and the man stood up to present himself. The beast lightly took off his clothes, thinking to himself how things had come to this. It wasn't until he saw the Duke's body that the high priest was stunned by the incredible sight. The young man jumped to Ferris's side and asked how he was still alive without a priest by his side. Astrom's sincere surprise greatly frightened Litera, who had not expected this at all. At that moment, Favor also interjected, who, although he did not understand all this as well as the priest, was no less surprised than him. The gears in Mirdo's head began to turn rapidly, and only now did she realize what the key to the magical power from the fairy tale was. The heroine said that all people with red eyes are born with an inner power that they awaken when needed. In other words, Ferris, without realizing it, ended up creating a miracle every time he was on the verge of death. However, over time, this power dried up and, unfortunately, the hero became a completely ordinary person. That is why the giant demonic beast with a flower never came across Termina, because he no longer had any power. Only now did the whole picture from different fragments of information come together like a puzzle. Astrom said thoughtfully that this must also be related to the tradition of blessings. Since there are no records of the origin of these traditions, it is difficult to say anything. The High Advisor did not understand how he, in such a position, could not have guessed these things. Suddenly, Litera interrupted everyone around her and said that she needed to be alone for a while. The girl, not letting anyone see her face, explained that she now had a lot to think about. Manila and Topaz immediately supported the lady, saying that they would wait for her so she could take her time. Therefore, the heroine quickly closed the door behind her, as she could no longer listen to the suffering her husband had endured. However, Ferris could not leave his wife completely alone at such a moment, so he said he would talk to her. Turman practically ran out after the girl, but it took him some time to finally find her. To the Duke's great shock, his beloved wife was now crying in front of him for the first time in her life. The beast immediately rushed to the lady's side and asked if she was okay, as he really wanted to at least do something to help her. But from the girl's tear-stained face, it was clear that she was not okay at all and that she needed help right now. But Ferris, who had never seen his wife cry, did not know what to do in this situation. So the man knelt down and directly asked what he could do to comfort his wife. At first, the lady replied that she was perfectly fine, so the Duke did not have to worry about her condition. Then Litera remembered that she had stopped pretending to be strong, so she honestly said that she did not understand herself right now. The girl was sad because she knew her husband's body better than anyone, yet had not even thought about it. The heroine was too careless in thinking that since this was a fantasy world, there were other methods of healing here besides divine power. But what Mirdo now considered most terrible was that Turman no longer possessed that power and that he could die. And if this power had not existed from the beginning, the man would have died on his first campaign. Litera thought in horror that the man could have been buried under the snow, and they would never have met. Mirdo hugged her beloved tightly and said that the thought of such a thing made her incredibly sad. Ferris felt the girl he loved so much trembling all over with worry for him. Turman remembered that in those days, he was young and reckless and did not really pay attention to all his wounds. However, now, the person dearest to him was filled with sorrow over something he had never even thought about. Only now did the Duke understand what the girl had once said, that she did not mind her husband's tears, but she would rather see him happy. Now, as his wife mourned his pain, the beast felt as if all his unhealed wounds were being washed away by her tears. Therefore, Ferris kissed his wife's forehead, repeated her words, and told her not to think about the past anymore, because there was a future. In response, Litera almost immediately laughed and admitted that now she herself could not accept her own words. The lady asked if her husband would immediately kiss her the next time she cried, and the Duke promised to do so. A little later, Mirto and her husband returned to the others, although her eyes were swollen from crying. Everyone present immediately guessed that the Duchess had been crying, but no one began to comment on it. Now that everything was more or less clear, Favor finally understood what he should do next. The young man took off his mask, stated his name, and asked the priest to bear witness, asking to repay the debt left by his family. But Astrum himself, at that moment, was in complete shock and could only think that another Leadum was standing before him. The High Advisor looked closely at the features of the young man hidden under the mask and realized something. It turned out that the boy was the spitting image of the crown prince, and he also had red eyes. This meant that the young man was the emperor's illegitimate son, and the energy Astrum had felt earlier was not his imagination. The advisor turned to Lady Tika and asked why she, as the prince's bride, was orchestrating such a plan. To this, the girl replied that she personally had nothing to do with it, but it was important for her to restore order in the empire by any means. Manila said that this was the first time in a long time that she had such an opportunity, and she did not want to miss it. Only now did it dawn on the High Advisor why the cunning girl had brought him along in the end. Lady Tika wanted to convince the church to abandon its laissez-faire policy and support Favor instead. Astrum did not understand how these people could decide on such a dangerous plan, but he also wanted to help, if only for Litera's sake. The young man himself agreed that the empire had long since strayed from the right course, so he approached Leadum. Despite not having the power himself, the High Advisor began to recite the necessary incantations to bless the young man. However, Astrum said that he would bear witness to the oath of Favor Leadum, who possessed the power of the red eyes. Litera and Ferris looked at each other and nodded to each other before answering. Only after this did Mirdo reply that she and her husband accepted Topaz's oath, but not without reservations. The girls said that despite the young man's oath, they could not shift all the responsibility onto him. Ferris explained that precisely because they knew that protecting the world was not an easy task, they did not want to put everything on the boy's shoulders. Learning that the couple just wanted to help their dear cousin, Favor sincerely thanked them and said that he would not let them down. He immediately added that Lady Tika would not let him down either, but the girl said that this was out of the question. Topaz stubbornly said that she was more important to him than anyone, to which Manila, blushing, replied that there was no need to announce it to the whole world. Then the girl thought that she had not expected everyone around to so sincerely want to help Favor. Lady Tika thought that this was probably why these people were considered the true heroes of this world. For the first time, Moni realized that not everyone was as calculating as she was, which made the lady smile. That evening, as Turman was combing his wife's hair, as usual, he noted that they had had a very busy day. Laterra agreed with this, as the meeting with their friends had given them both something to think about. Ferris said somewhat sadly that if he had known about his magical power earlier, he would have done things completely differently. The man did not understand why this power had only saved him, to which the lady speculated that he simply did not know how to use it. Perhaps it was the betrayal of his best friend and the death of his wife that deprived Calypso of all will to live. Then Turman asked what about him, since his father most likely tried to stay alive for the sake of his own son. Laterra was sad because her husband was now a little angry with his father because of the revealed truth. The girl honestly said that she had no right to judge a person she had not even met, but she was glad that he had such a wonderful son. The lady speculated that Ferris's father might have exhausted all his strength in his youth, or he might have blessed the boy with his power. It is quite possible that Calypso somehow whispered a promise to Sylvia that their son would be all right and used up his energy for this. Turman admitted with a slight smile that this was already very much like something his father would do. The man embarrassedly admitted that he had immediately thought the worst and almost ruined the good memory of his father. The Duke swore to make up for it by living a happy life, to which the lady smiled back. Then Laterra remembered something about rash thoughts and therefore decided to continue the conversation. She only now realized that in that life, she was filled with the power of note, but Abito was still able to kill her. Mirto realized that the man had used his magical power to kill the girl who refused to be with him. At this, Turman asked if this meant that during the heroine's battle with the dragon, the prince had not specifically used his power, which shocked the fog. Laterra realized that she had wasted 5 whole years with this terrible guy, believing that he had helped her save the world. So the girl just kept her mouth shut and endured all the nasty things Abito said to her. But in fact, it turned out that the emperor's son knew about his power, but did not use it at that time. This realization made Mirto instantly forget all civilized words, and she began to curse worse than a sailor. As a result, Ferris, who was sitting next to her and forced to listen to all this, felt his ears were about to bleed. Seeing how angry his wife could be, the man at that moment prayed to note that the lady would never curse him like that. The young man reminded the girl that she had no choice then, and besides, this time she had done things completely differently. After these words, Lita's wife turned to him with tears in her eyes as she realized that she needed support. The lady threw herself into Tamina's arms and, through her tears, said that he was the best for her and that she could not live without him. The Duke said that he felt the same way about his wife, and that he himself thought that there was one more reason to get rid of Abito. Ferris remembered that his other self from the previous world had managed to get revenge, and for that, the beast really wanted to shake his hand. At that moment, Astrum stood before the icons in the church, thinking how ashamed he was that he understood nothing. What the advisor blamed himself for most was that he had almost broken up the couple, not knowing that in a past life, the prince had killed the lady. Only now did the young man finally realize that before, he had only cared about his own desires and thoughts. He swore never to be so foolish again, and at that moment he suddenly felt his power returning to him. All the restrictions that Laterra had once placed on Astrum now suddenly disappeared. To the priest's great surprise, things did not end there, as he was suddenly transported to another space and heard the voice of a god. Note said that he encouraged the young man's repentance, which greatly shocked the High Advisor. He raised his head and, for the first time in his life, saw the deity he had worshipped all his life right in front of him. Astrum did not expect to see Note, but suddenly realized that his connection had been fully restored with the weakening of the restrictions. The High Advisor immediately demanded that the god answer why he had not told him the whole truth earlier. The young man explained that if he had known how much the Latuma's family had harmed Laterra, he would never have tried to set her up with Abito. To this, Note just smiled mysteriously and then asked if the young man really believed that. The priest did not expect such a question, so he asked the god what he meant. To this, the deity replied that he could clearly see how blindly his assistant believed in him and was ready to obey him. And if the god had told Astrum the truth from the beginning, then he would have thought that the couple's fate was a struggle for the throne. So Note said that telling the truth is not always the best solution, and the advisor pondered these words. The deity explained that he built temples and tried to speak through his representatives, but his voice was often distorted. The god even reminded Astrum about a children's fairy tale, which everyone also understood differently. Note knew that if he told the emperor the truth about his eyes, the old man would use the power to do things, not to help. Therefore, the deity made it his mission to temporarily hide the truth in exchange for a better future. He suddenly asked the advisor if the young man was really ready to learn everything earlier. The high priest thought for a moment and then sadly admitted that he had not been ready before. Note smiled and replied that he was not at all the ideal and infallible being that many considered him to be. Once upon a time, the god believed that he knew the answers to all the questions around him. He moved souls from one world to another, generation after generation, because he believed that this was actually the right thing to do. The god did not think that there were other ways to protect the world, and only a great tragedy made him see that he was wrong. Now the deity was sure that Litera herself could find a solution to the problem, and he was already too old. Then the advisor said that he understood what the god was talking about, and therefore asked him not to give him any more advice. Astrum admitted that he was afraid of making rash decisions, but Note comforted him by saying that now this fear would be his guide. The high priest had more questions for the deity, but he waved his hand and sent him back. The god could no longer hear the young man's screams, and only warned him that he would be unable to respond for a while. In the end, Note advised the advisor to find his own path and left him completely alone. Astrum whispered that although it was late, as a faithful servant, he would fulfill the wish of his deity. For some reason, the high priest believed that the god himself had given him an order that he had no right to disobey. Somewhere in the sky, Note grinned and said that it was not an order at all, but the boy was clearly not yet ready for independence. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through the god's body, causing him to double over and realize that he had used too much power. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the deity to suppress the damage he was receiving from the wounds he had not yet told anyone about. Barely suppressing the pain that pierced his body, Note suddenly heard the voices of his friends, calling for him to come to them as soon as possible. The guys were laughing and cheerfully shouting, calling for the young man, because for some reason they did not want him to leave them behind. The god remembered that in his distant past, he had stood in a clearing, admiring the beautiful view. Then Note made him suddenly return from his thoughts to reality and turn to his friends who were still calling him. But at that moment, the deity was asking for forgiveness from the group, as his business was not yet finished. The next morning, Astrum came to the Duke and Duchess and announced that he would now serve as their priest during the hunts. The couple froze in surprise, and then the advisor decided to explain everything himself, saying that he had been thinking for a long time about how to help them. Since it was too early to reveal the whole truth about the red eyes, the priest decided to at least help with the hunts. Ferris sincerely thanked the young man for his enthusiasm and desire to help, and then asked about the permission. After all, even as a Grand Duke, the man had never been able to get permission to hunt with a priest. Litera immediately began to curse the emperor, but Astrum said that they did not need permission at all. The young man held out his hand and said that his title and healing was not official, so they would not have any trouble. Indeed, the advisor had officially arrived at the castle, but in the end, no one dared to raise any objections to them. Myrto confirmed that Astrum had found a loophole, which the young man immediately confirmed, as he was proud of himself. Moreover, the advisor officially disappeared from public view and entered a state of asceticism, which he had actually done before. The priest even promised that if any unforeseen circumstances suddenly arose, he would take full responsibility. In return, Astrum asked the couple not to hesitate to ask him for almost any help. Litera did not expect the young man to go to such lengths, but his presence could even help with the rifts. But the lady still planned to solve all this with the help of the master of the magic tower and the high priest. So the lady said that she would accept as many people as possible who could heal Ferris. Terman accepted these words with a smile and thanked his wife, gently taking her hand. He kissed the girl's hand and reminded her that she had once been right, that even the high priest needed a chance at redemption. Litera was embarrassed and said that she should apparently watch her words, as her husband remembered every word she said. The man said that he could not forget what his wife told him, and she became even more embarrassed and blushed. At that moment, the couple could not help but argue in front of each other about who remembered more, and Astrum began to think that maybe he should leave. However, from the couple's reaction, the high priest realized that this time he had chosen the right path. Astrum decided that his guideline would not be the fear of making a mistake, but the joy of Litera and Ferris and their mutual smiles. At this time, the maid Nyx was watching everything that was happening below from the castle very quietly and carefully. The girl told the butler Yugam that she would be back later, and at that moment, she was hiding a letter. The old man asked if she did not want to wait for the master to return, to which Nyx replied that she had her own errands. Closer to midnight, the girl came to the appointed house as quietly as possible. Nyx immediately told the person who had invited her that she had not expected this person to be able to summon her. It turned out that the summoner was none other than Obito, who had somehow managed to sneak out of the imperial palace. To this, the prince replied that the walls of his palace were not an obstacle, as he knew the secret passages, and he told the lady to kneel. The young man told the lady, who had obediently knelt, that if her answers satisfied him, she would be rewarded. But Nyx could not say anything specific, as she only knew some general information about the couple. Obito concluded that the couple was still hiding their true nature, which meant that he would not be able to figure everything out soon. The heir wondered if Littera had a lover, but then he remembered that many nobles turned a blind eye to such affairs. Then the prince came up with the idea of leaving a child under the castle gate, which could be passed off as Mirdo's illegitimate child. Obito was pleased that he had come up with such a plan, and asked if the maid could help. And the lady replied that she had to return to the castle first. Then the prince threw the girl a small bag of gold, and explained that if she could provide more useful information, she would get more. The maid still did not fully express her thoughts, although she thanked the crown prince for the money. As soon as the girl was out the door, Obito thought for a moment and then announced that he had changed his mind. He shouted to his assistants to take the guards outside and get rid of the maid. And Nyx did not even know that they wanted to frame Ferris Terman for her death, who was not even in the castle at the moment. In addition, Obito was very nervous about the artifact he had sensed on the lady, with which she had recorded the prince's entire speech. And at that moment, Nyx smiled with satisfaction, as she knew that this recording artifact was worth the money. Not long ago, Littera had asked the maid not to meet or communicate with the crown prince in person. But the girl only now realized that it seemed she was still a rebel at heart, as she had gone to the prince anyway. As a child, little Nyx was abandoned near the castle gate, not knowing who she was or where she came from. As a result, the girl found Sylvia, who decided to raise her as a daughter and even really wanted to adopt her. But her husband's status was too high, so the process of adopting an orphan could drag on for years. So the mistress made the girl at least a servant to Mr. Ferris, and therefore Nyx received a good education. The little lady grew up and dreamed every day of living a life like in the fairy tale she read. But this happiness did not last long, as soon the child heard someone persuading Sylvia not to adopt her. Yugam told the lady that there were rumors everywhere, as if the girl was the fruit of her extramarital affair. Even then, the girl realized that her existence was hurting the Duchess, although she only fully realized what she had heard a few years later. Nyx wanted a family very much, but did not want to harm the person who loved her, so she personally told Sylvia that she did not need to be adopted. The girl asked to simply be hired and paid a lot of money so that in the future she could buy a title for herself. The child had never seen the woman cry as much as she did then, and at the cost of this man's tears, the girl received a lot of money, but it still could not replace parental love. So Nyx spared no effort to take care of Ferris in order to be at least a little closer to Sylvia during the day. The boy always treated the girl more like a friend than a servant, but she reminded him of her place. On the day of the attack, Fur ordered the maid to quickly hide in the closet and asked her to sit as quietly as possible. The boy said that he would go see where his parents were and forbade the girl to come out until everything had calmed down. That day, the girl could only hide and later learned that the Duke's old friend had first killed his wife and then himself. Nyx, along with Ferris, watched the last moments of his father's life and saw the grief the boy experienced. Out of anger at her own powerlessness, the very next day, the girl asked the knights to teach her how to fight. It turned out that all the other servants felt the same as the little one and then joined her in training. Since then, every resident of Terman Castle has been able to repel both humans and any demonic beasts. Obito's Imperial Knights were frightened, not understanding how a single girl could defeat them. Nyx herself recalled how Ferris used to fight recklessly in the past, to the point of being severely injured. At this moment, the maid thought how wonderful it would have been if she had been the one suffering in her master's place all this time. The girl had worried her whole life that even the merchants from the south were better looking than her, yet this beast was satisfied only with her appearance. When Nyx approached her master, he said he wanted to promote her, even though there was no one left to take care of besides himself. The maid asked if there wasn't someone else besides her who could help manage the castle, since there were so many people inside. To this, Tamina said that he could only fully trust Nyx herself, which was why he wanted to see her in a management position. Next, the girl asked about the salary, and the man replied that he would pay her a higher salary than any other castle. Nyx agreed, but with one condition: if Ferris were to marry one day, she wished to be allowed to serve as wife. She made this request for herself because she dearly missed the wonderful time she had spent with the now-deceased Sylvia. The Duke calmly replied that it was unlikely to happen, but still agreed to the simple request. One can imagine how surprised Nyx was when the beast finally introduced his young and beautiful wife to the servants. On one hand, the girl was happy that Ferris was looking more vibrant day by day, but at the same time, something always unsettled her. The maid could only hope that she wasn't feeling jealous of the couple. At one point, the lady heard that a certain maid's brother had gotten married, and his behavior had infuriated the maid. When Nyx heard that the servant had even wanted to hit her brother, she froze in surprise. Then, the girl finally realized that the same thing was happening to her, and she couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. The maid had wanted so badly to be Sylvia's daughter that she had never considered she would end up becoming Ferris's sister. Now that she had finally recognized her own feelings, she sincerely hoped to protect the happiness of her master and mistress. Nyx did not intend to be as helpless as she was in her childhood when she witnessed a murder. Now, even if her actions were reckless, the girl believed she was doing the right thing. Suddenly, a Biddo walked up to the lady and said that it seemed he should raise his recruitment standards. The heir said that the maid would now die at his hands, to which she replied that she didn't mind, as she would be able to see Sylvia that way. But unfortunately for the prince, before leaving the castle, the girl had told everyone that she had received a letter from him. Nyx then rode away cheerfully, saying that if she didn't return, it meant a Biddo had killed her, which drew a complaint from Yuguma. Now, the maid asked what the emperor would think if he found out his son had come to kill her. These words infuriated Abito, but he roared that his old man had no other heirs anyway. As soon as the words were out, the prince declared he didn't care about his father's opinion and lunged at the girl with his sword. To the man's great surprise, the duke suddenly blocked his attack and told Abito not to even think about breaking his wife's heart. When Nyx saw the couple, she was no less surprised than the emperor's son, and Litera explained that Yugam had told them everything. Indeed, a few minutes earlier, the butler had personally come to Termina's camp to report on Nyx's situation. The protagonist didn't understand why the maid had decided to sacrifice herself like this, as she only needed to provide the spy with false information. The Duchess had entrusted such a role to her assistant, thinking she wouldn't do anything foolish, and now she clutched her head in regret. Ferris leaned over to his wife and said that it seemed they had underestimated how much the maid cared for her. The man believed, with both confidence and concern, that Nyx was willing to give her life for those she cherished, which was why she had acted this way. Therefore, the couple teleported to the girl's side, which surprised her, as she thought they were out hunting. Litera revealed they had something faster than horses, which turned out to be a teleportation artifact. Tamina asked how many teleports were left, and Mirdo shouted that there was only one left. Ferris said he would teach the prince a little lesson first, and then they would go back. When Abito learned that the Duke and Duchess had wasted an entire artifact for a single servant, a look of contempt appeared on his face. The couple clearly realized that neither the prince nor the emperor knew their true strength yet. Otherwise, they would have already taken advantage of it. Meanwhile, the heir claimed that Ferris's appearance was just what he wanted, as he could kill him immediately. Tamina understood that he couldn't awaken the prince's power, so despite his vast experience, the task before him was still daunting. The Duke almost instantly and unconsciously activated his beast mode and decided to draw the man's main attention to his sword. As a result, the man, quite easily and without serious injury to himself, managed to wound the young heir's hand. Litera was surprised at how quickly and easily the prince's arm was broken. At least in her previous life, Abito was an incredibly talented swordsman whom no one could match. Meanwhile, Ferris warned the prince not to approach them with malicious intent again. The heir said he wouldn't let it go, and that he would like to see the look on his father's face when he told him everything. To this, Tamina angrily declared that the man could announce to the whole world that he had been defeated by the Duke of the North. The beast knew that this situation would ultimately make the prince keep silent to avoid losing face. The man returned to the girl's side and invited them to go back, as they had finished all necessary business. Litera obediently used the last teleport on the three of them, returning to the castle. In the end, the prince managed to shout to the girl that he would make her his, to which she replied, "Only in your dreams." After the three of them returned, Nyx recounted everything Abito had told her, causing the lady to frown in displeasure. Ferris was wondering how the prince could possibly be more despicable, and it seemed he had immediately found a way. Nyx smiled with satisfaction as she looked at her masters, who were completely on her side, which made the lady very happy. Then the maid asked what Myrto would do if a small child appeared at her door. Nyx began to explain that the baby would only cause trouble, but the mistress slammed her hand on the table. The Duchess immediately said that she would do everything in her power to raise the child with love and care, because children are innocent. The protagonist told the maid not to say again that a child would bring trouble, which surprised the assistant. Then Nyx smiled and asked for forgiveness, as it seemed she had been testing the couple. The girl explained that she just wanted to hear those words from someone at least once in her life. Ferris looked at the maid carefully, because at that very moment, he realized how difficult her life had been all this time. The man turned to his assistant and said that he couldn't fully understand her feelings because their lives were different. But he clearly remembered how his mother had cried when she learned she could never adopt a girl. Even Tamina himself wanted to give the girl a title, but the royal family forbade his family from any expansion. Besides, the last thing the man wanted was for Nyx to one day feel indebted to him. The Duke wanted the maid to remember that he was also responsible for her life, so he hoped she would not act recklessly. Nyx was very afraid of scaring or even angering her masters, so she dismissed the thought of seeking death. Litera pointed a finger at her husband, telling him to admit he was worried about the lady, not just using her as an excuse. The protagonist was convinced that honesty was the best policy in this situation, when suddenly the door to the room was thrown open. The assistants rushed in and immediately confronted Nyx, blaming her for going to her death and scolding her for her decision. The maids told Litera that before she left, the assistant had screamed that she was going to die at the hands of the crown prince. Hearing this, the mistress also began to scold the girl because she had not only disobeyed her orders, but had also behaved terribly. But for some reason, Ferris suddenly stopped his wife, and the lady paused in surprise to hear his opinion. It turned out the husband just wanted to demonstrate to his wife how to hit someone without injuring her wrist. Seeing this, Nyx said she was going to resign, but Litera smiled and asked her not to because she couldn't manage without her. In response, the maid said with a joyful smile that she was just joking and would never leave this home. Nyx didn't forget to mention that she would stay as long as they paid her, which drew another smile from Myrto. The lady intended to give the maid any freedom she wanted because they were a family. But later that night, the wife angrily told her husband that they couldn't just let the situation slide. Tamina asked with interest if his wife already had a plan, and she replied that she very much wanted to show them the consequences of offending them. The girl had a plan in mind, so she called the maid and told her a piece of news she was completely unaware of. The mistress told Nyx to take a vacation, for which they would pay in full, which made the girl ecstatic. The maid happily hugged the couple, and the protagonist advised her to go as far south as possible. While Nyx and Ferris were asking for Litera's attention, the lady herself was preparing to exact her due revenge on Abito. The next morning, Myrto visited Manila and showed her the artifact containing the crown prince's voice. The girl said that her maid had personally obtained all this evidence, and she wanted to use it. In response, Miss Tika smiled confidently and said that they could put on a wonderful performance together. First, Manila went to see the emperor and told him what she had heard from the Duchess. Miss Tika said that she was the first to know everything because of her close relationship with the lady and that she had taken emergency measures. The Marquis's daughter said she had persuaded Litera to hand over all the evidence to her so she could handle it herself. And at that very moment, the girl gave the emperor the replicas of the real evidence, which had been meticulously crafted by Indigo. Meanwhile, the group entrusted the originals to Astrum for safekeeping, and he took them to a place only he could enter. The master of the magic tower and the high priest were both immediately informed of all the details of the previous night. As a result, that advisor then spent another week repenting, because he felt guilty for having once tried to match Litera with a Bido. Eris himself admitted that he hadn't really believed his son when he said he had just fallen and accidentally broken his wrist. But to the ruler's fear, the reality was completely different, and the nobles would side with the duke who was defending his own territory. Leadham was glad that Miss Tika was on his side, to which the girl replied that she was just doing her job. However, Manila admitted that it would be difficult to completely cover up the matter, as there were many things she couldn't control. As it happened, to comfort her maid, Litera had sent her to the south, where many people had already recognized the girl. The emperor immediately asked if they could get rid of the maid, but Manila replied that she would not recommend it. This was because after the banquet held for the admiral, Mar had become very close to Turman and had begun to pay attention to all of his people. Furthermore, from that day on, Arbor began to visit the Mirdo family frequently, as he wanted to negotiate a share of the diamond mine. Since the Baron's family had no real protection, the admiral offered them his own in exchange for cooperation. It was there that Solemn had already met Nyx, and now the maid was absolutely untouchable. Therefore, Manila once again informed the emperor that they could not get to the maid now, no matter what. The ruler himself realized that it was not a good idea to go to war with the admiral himself in any way. The old man told the girl that he would be relying on her talents for a while, and she calmly agreed. Manila promised she would get closer to Litera and ensure she kept her mouth shut. As a result, Miss Tika invited Mrs. Turman, along with other noblewomen, to a large tea party at Tika Castle. Litera immediately said that she had greatly enjoyed the last banquet because she was able to meet new people. At first, the Duchess was a little shy, but she said that Manila had helped her, which the girl confirmed. One of the girls asked the Duchess to at least tell them a little more about herself, as they knew so little. This question was exactly what Mirdo wanted, as she and Tika had just agreed to smoothly steer the conversation toward their goal. Therefore, the lady immediately began to talk about the recent attack on her maid, but Manila requested that they not talk about it for the time being. Teketh said she wasn't sure if the story was appropriate for this gathering, although she understood the Duchess was shocked by it. The surrounding noble women immediately latched onto the story, as they rarely heard of such things. One noblewoman immediately recalled that a certain maid had recently been seen vacationing in the south, but none of them could figure out what kind of person would dare to attack one of the beast's courtiers. The two friends immediately noticed that their conversation was having an effect on the girls and that they could continue with the topic. Furthermore, all the nobles noticed that it was Miss Tika, who had a close relationship with the crown prince, who was stopping Litera from finishing her story. The girls understood exactly what the protagonist wanted to convey, that for some reason, Abido had attacked Nyx. The Duchess smiled with satisfaction, realizing that her and Manila's plan had been a complete success. If Mirdo herself had suddenly started complaining, the effect would have been completely different. But in this situation, when the ladies themselves were curious about the conversation, they were likely to think of other things, which was advantageous for the protagonist. As a result, the image of the emperor's son as a kind and handsome man would be completely destroyed in the public eye. Litera could hardly wait to see how quickly these rumors would spread. The conversation could have ended there, so the Duchess thanked Tika for her hospitality and said she had to leave. The girl was already in a hurry to see her husband, because she wanted to remind everyone how much she loved him. So the lady threw herself at her husband as soon as she could, saying she had greatly enjoyed the tea party with Manila. Ferris said this made him very happy, because if his wife didn't like something, he would destroy everything around them. The lady just smiled in response, but the nobles in the region were quite frightened by these words. Unexpectedly, the protagonist invited Turman on a date, since he had missed all the fun. Since part of Manila and Litera's plan was to show how happy the couple was, the husband and wife attended various events. And this public display of mutual affection had a surprising effect, as people saw that the lady had tamed the beast. Just then, Miss Tika came to visit Carter and scared the man quite a bit with her words. It turned out the girl had asked, quite seriously, if it was possible to completely avoid contact with Mirdo for the time being. Manila said that Abido might stop at nothing, so it was best not to provoke him any further. This possibility frightened her partner very much, as he immediately realized that he wouldn't even be able to be the lady's friend then. Carter was willing to do anything just to maintain his friendship with Litera, so he agreed to Tika's plan. Moreover, even if it would end up hurting him, the man was ready to deal any blow to the imperial palace. Therefore, he immediately asked Manila if she could tell him something about the sources of the emperor's income. The girl smiled slyly and said that she didn't know much, but it was more than enough. As a result, literally a few days later, assistants reported to the emperor that rumors about the prince were spreading. The ruler was shocked to find that many people were now avoiding the imperial palace because of his son's actions. Furthermore, Obito had ultimately failed to solve the problem of the chief financial assistant's losses. At that moment, a confidant suddenly ran to the emperor and said there was another problem. The assistant said that some of the palace's sources of income were now also in jeopardy, possibly due to the bankruptcy of nobles. Eris asked if his son was going to wait until the entire imperial palace completely fell apart before he stopped. Then the assistant added that the girl who was attacked by the prince was the same child Eris had once thrown a Termin. Only now did the emperor remember that he had done exactly that a long time ago when he tried to take Sylvia from Calypso. The fact that his son had attacked this specific girl sent the ruler into a rage once again. After all of Termin's servants, the man had chosen the one who hated them the most. Initially, Eris believed Obito was a perfect copy of himself, and so he had given him everything he could. This was because the person the emperor had spent his whole life trying to catch up to had been engaged since childhood. As a result, the old man tried to engage his son to the best match among the empire's girls. Eris hoped the prince would achieve everything he could not, but in the end, the heir repaid him with disappointment. The emperor told himself that if he had known this future awaited, he would not have ordered the death of his illegitimate son. That night, Termin told Mirdo that Favor would soon be coming of age. The man asked if they could go see the young man and congratulate him, as he wanted to give him a birthday present. Ferris said that in the north, they have a tradition of gifting a sword upon reaching the age of 18, so that the boy can protect himself. Litera asked if this tradition really started because of the local monsters, and her husband confirmed this speculation. For example, when Nyx was young, she wanted a weapon that could be easily hidden, so Yugam gave her blades. And the Duke's sword was a gift from his vassals, who believed that with this weapon, the beast could handle any monster. The protagonist thought sadly that neither Nyx nor Ferris had relatives with them during the holidays. So was others who gave them weapons. And now Termin didn't want Topaz to experience something similar, so he wanted to congratulate him personally. The husband said he wanted to choose the gift with his wife, but she immediately explained that she didn't know anything about swords. In her past life, the girl would just pick up any stick, and due to her divine power, it would instantly turn into a sword. But Ferris said that his wife's advice was still very important to him, as he knew she possessed the experience of several lifetimes. The girl remembered that in her past life, due to her rivalry with Manila, she often sparred with Topaz with swords. Therefore, the man asked the lady to recall what kind of weapon the young man had used in that life. The lady immediately felt regret because she had formed other relationships before and had never gifted a sword to anyone. In this life, Litera would have given a lot for the chance to one day gift a weapon to Favor. However, at this moment, when that opportunity had passed, the protagonist could now only help others. Therefore, Mirdo promised she would think about the sword and even arrange a secret meeting with Manila and Favor. Termin gently kissed his wife's hand and thanked her, then asked how he could repay her for her help. The Duchess blushed slightly and then asked her husband to try to smile sweetly at her. To this, the Duke replied confidently that even for an eternity, he could only show such a smile for her. That very morning, the Marquise returned to Tika Castle and immediately began talking with her daughter. Manila was very happy because Favor had finally come of age, which meant their plan was almost at an end. The alliance with the Termin family, though unexpected, had achieved better results than the Tika family could have alone. The lady suddenly told her mother that she had provided them with a powerful weapon, which greatly surprised the ailing woman. The Marquis's daughter reminded her that she had once given Sylvia's letters to Ferris and Litera, which mentioned a book of fairy tales. Manila was sure her mother had given them the letters because she herself was very suspicious of the emperor. But the noblewoman had not even imagined that the young people would interpret her actions this way. The girl herself suddenly said that seeing her mother's foresight, she realized she still had much to learn, as it would be too cruel to destroy her daughter's illusions. The Marquise simply confirmed all her theories. As the ladies were talking, not noticing anyone, Tika's father suddenly approached them slowly and solemnly, having decided to take a walk. His wife immediately turned away from her husband, but Manila spoke with the Marquis, saying that Topaz had everything ready. However, the man himself noted that the young man needed time to say goodbye to his friends. They had spent a lot of time together, so the boys had much to reminisce and talk about. The boys advised their friend not to forget them even when they were far apart, and Favor promised they would meet again. The Marquis actually found it difficult to realize that the child had grown up and it was time to let him go. So the father turned and said that when Topaz left like a ship at sea, they would not be able to bring anything back. Manila just smiled in reply, telling the man not to worry about them, as they would handle everything. The girl explained that her family would absolutely not raise a coward, so they had nothing to fear now. Besides, the lady herself was quite sure that a few storms would not be enough to dissuade her. The lady's parents were very surprised that, almost without them noticing, she had suddenly grown into such a strong person. Meanwhile, the lady told her mom and dad that she would only travel with Topaz and would take the artifact with her. The Marquis sighed and said the girl was exactly like him, while the Marquise replied that she was actually exactly like her. In the end, the noblewoman concluded that the most important thing was that Manila had grown into a kind and intelligent girl. That very night, at the appointed time and in the chosen secret location, the determined couple was already waiting for their friends. Topaz and Manila hoped the couple hadn't been waiting long for them, and they replied that they had just arrived. The man said that he and Litera had spent a long time choosing the gift and sincerely hoped he would like it. Favor hadn't expected the determined family to congratulate him on his birthday at all, so he was very happy. To the young man's surprise, the sword seemed to be perfectly made for him, as it fit his hand perfectly. Mirdo smiled and said that her husband had mentioned the northern tradition of gifting a weapon when a person comes of age. Favor was pleasantly surprised when he heard that the lady had also imbued the sword with her divine power. He immediately swore that he would only use this cool and fine gift to protect himself and his loved ones. Watching the young man, Manila thought for a moment and concluded that he was finally truly happy. The girl was very glad that she and Topaz had come to this place to meet with the determined couple after all. Suddenly, Favor knelt on one knee before Miss Tika and said he would swear an oath of loyalty to her like a knight. The young man reminded her that in the Empire, every sword-bearer could dedicate it to the person they wished to protect. Although Manila was very shocked, she knew very well that this day would eventually come. Favor remembered for his entire life that long ago in his childhood, a lady had saved his life, and so he was still grateful to her to this day. Miss Tika had long since begun to suspect that the boy she had saved would one day tell her this. To the young man's great surprise, the girl suddenly said with regret that she could not accept his oath at this moment. Topaz asked in fear if he had ever done anything wrong to Miss Tika in his life. To this, Manila replied that if Favor truly wanted to be her knight, then he needed to do it formally. The girl sincerely hoped the young man would master his swordsmanship to the level of a master, so that afterwards, the entire empire would know that the daughter of Marquis Tika was the master of such a powerful swordsman. As a result, Favor was not at all angry at the lady's refusal, because he simply understood that it was not yet the right time. Topaz promised himself that the lady could refuse him all she wanted, but he himself would not change his mind. Later, Litera and Ferris were walking in the forest at night, somewhat regretting that they hadn't been able to capture Favor's oath right away. Mirdo smiled and pointed out that, apparently, it was very important for them to formally record such an event. Furthermore, the couple was amused by how Manila and Topaz stood there awkwardly blushing afterwards. The protagonist thought that in his past life, the young man's power had been spent entirely on protecting Miss Tika. As a result, he didn't have enough strength to win the decisive battle, and Abido imprisoned Favor. Fortunately, in that life, Litera was able to negotiate with the prince to have him release her relative. Since the Leadham family had already given up the throne by then, Topaz had no political influence. Abido saw no need to consider the young man his rival, so he obediently released him. And this pardon played a decisive role in Mirdo winning the loyalty of Miss Manilitika. Now Litera admitted that if Favor had died in her previous life, she would hardly be able to face him now. However, Mirdo admitted that although she had tried her best last time, she still couldn't achieve a better outcome. Abido, due to his great distrust, still continued to create as many difficulties for Favor as possible. It's impossible to say exactly what happened to the young man in the end, but eventually he started walking with his eyes covered. For political reasons, they couldn't form a family, but at least they weren't executed as they were in the original story. However, now Litera intended to do everything in her power to make everything as good and right as possible. This time, at least, Mirdo hoped to achieve a happy ending for Manila and Topaz to repay her debt for everything. Ferris listened to his wife speak, carefully observing not only her words, but also her physical reactions. Although the Duchess spoke with extreme confidence and cheerfulness, her hands betrayed her, trembling violently. Terman covered his wife's hands and said that it's completely normal to be afraid of the future when you're changing it. The protagonist hadn't expected a man to be able to read her so easily and correctly, so she suddenly became serious. The girl gave a small laugh and said that she really couldn't hide anything from her husband. Litera explained that she knew a lot about the past, but she was also very interested in learning about the future. Remembering her husband's gift, the protagonist said that she knew she had someone who would always support her. Mirdo told her husband frankly that she saw in him someone who would do everything to make her safe in the end. Terman smiled calmly and happily, saying his wife was absolutely right, and it would always be that way for him. Ferris joked that he could swear an oath on his wife's thoughts, just as Favor did for Manila. But the lady said there was no need. The girl immediately said that the Duke had already given her the best oath in the world, and then she noticed that the sunset was approaching. The lady noted that they had never watched the sunset together before, because the beast always told her to follow the rules. The man leaned down and murmured in his wife's ear that even though she was in night owl mode, she had to sleep at night. Then Terman added in a low voice that if his wife didn't want to sleep, he could certainly help her with that problem. After that, the man took the girl in his arms and ran with her into the castle, which made her laugh. At this moment, in another world, a winged indigo was conducting research and said that, apparently, these studies were also being conducted in that world. However, Worm still needed time to come to any concrete conclusions, but he was in no hurry. Suddenly, the laboratory door was pushed open and a demon walked in, which frightened the young men very much. It turned out that Indigo and Carter were eventually found by Manila, whom they called Empress, despite her objections. The girl said she had no right to lead the empire, so she was just his representative. Worm responded that Miss Tika was still seen as the ruler because of her immense help to everyone around her. But the lady stopped her assistant, saying she hadn't come to listen to flattery, but for information that was important to her. On Manila's orders, Topaz snatched the flask from Indigo that contained Litera's hair because the girl wanted to know what it was. Topaz immediately recognized the color of the protagonist's hair, who had disappeared from this world because she had been dead for a long time. As soon as Manila saw the lock of hair, she recognized it immediately and flew into a rage because she imagined the worst. Indigo and Carter were terrified and quickly declared that they had not desecrated the former Empress's remains at all. They reminded Manila that when Ferris was guarding the late Litera, no one could have done anything to her. Worm and Ferris tried to explain that the lock of hair had been given to them recently by Mirdo herself, which surprised Lady Tika. She asked in disbelief if Empress Litera was still alive, and the friends looked at each other in silence. They had to tell her the whole story, and the Marquis's daughter asked if they really thought she would believe any of it. Carter said with a polite smile that he knew Miss Tika wouldn't believe them at all, even with the heroine's hair. Manila realized that it was far more improbable for Carter and Indigo to have accessed the Empress's remains than to have found her in another world. The girl said that she would not make any judgment until she heard all the details of the matter. In any case, the lady asked them to promise her that they would not talk about the possibility of Myrto being alive. She was afraid of what would happen if that Termin who had cursed them all and turned them into demons suddenly felt hope. No one could predict what that beast from the north would do if it found out that Litera still existed. And Manila, who was now responsible for the entire empire, was most worried about Ferris's abilities. Later, Carter and Indigo once again told Lady Tika everything they knew in more detail. In the end, Monya said that when she heard her friend had married Termin, she no longer needed any proof. This was because only one person would have advised the heroine to take such a ridiculous step. And that person, after Myrto divorced Abito, was precisely Manila, who knew how the Duke felt. Regarding Litera, at the time, the young lady was very shocked by this proposal from her main aide and even expressed her opposition. But Lady Tika said that if the Empress didn't listen to her, she would regret it very much. Then the girl promised to consider the possibility and discuss it with the Duke in person when they met. Then Litera said that she was only doing it because her best and closest friend told her to. Then Manila told the lady directly that she could only be her personal servant, not her close friend. That day, Lady Tika told her Empress directly that no matter how well they communicated, they would never be friends. And now, the girl was very ashamed of her words, because she realized that she thought completely differently now. But Manila couldn't correct anything, because that was her last conversation with Litera. However, now the young lady was slightly relieved, because after returning to the past, the heroine still followed her advice. And for Monya, this meant that this time she had no right to do something she would regret. So the young lady turned to Carter, Indigo, and Favor, wondering what she could tell them now. Then Manila came up with a new mission for them, which she told them about right away, and they were ready. At this time, in another world, Litera and Ferris decided to take a boat holiday because the weather was good. The Marquis's daughter also went for a ride with them without any problem to take care of her business affairs. While the girl answered all sorts of questions from her colleagues, the couple quietly enjoyed each other's company. Myrto just watched her friend's situation out of the corner of her eye and saw that Lady Tika was handling everything with ease. The thing was, ever since the Tika family had made the diamond dress for Litera, their business had begun to flourish. The Duchess just had to wait a little while until the demand for her diamond mines also increased. Subsequently, the heroine wanted to give all this wealth to Monya to help Favor ascend the throne. The Termin family itself was apparently prepared to support Manila and Topaz in any action. Based on her experience, the young lady knew it was best to advertise her friend's jewelry herself, so she wore it. Moreover, she had come to the nobles' tea party specifically, knowing they would definitely ask her about the ornaments. The heroine herself intended to say more than once today that her entire outfit was made by the Tika family. In addition, Litera decided to show once again that she had a good relationship with her husband, so she constantly praised him. The man didn't mind supporting his wife at all, so he was great at playing the role of a loving spouse. The nobles just watched the Termin couple and smiled, from which Manila concluded that everyone had gotten used to their public displays of affection. Soon, the couple arrived at the hotel where they had once been in the newspapers. The heroine was very surprised and at the same time very happy to see the person who greeted them at the door. It turned out that although Nick's vacation was not over yet, she had decided to come see the gentlemen and give them something. Myrto was very embarrassed that the maid had bought her something, but she couldn't refuse her first gift. Unexpectedly, Nix also offered the Duke a report of some kind, taking out documents, which the lady was not aware of. The girl asked with great dissatisfaction whether her husband had really forced the maid to work during her legal vacation. So as not to wrong Nix, the Duchess approached her and said she would give her another week of vacation. Ferris tried to explain that it was the aide herself who had asked him for extra work, and now she was pretending not to know. So the young lady ran off in time, supposedly to find her friends, and the beast couldn't do anything about it in time. Litera saw her angry husband and laughed happily, saying not to touch the maid for now. Myrto then asked with a sly smile if her husband had paid Nix too little for her vacation, that she asked for more work. Termin changed the subject, saying that more importantly, along with the gift, the maid had also given her heart to the lady. The Duchess opened the box and was pleasantly surprised to realize that it was her aide's long-awaited vacation. Ferris asked the lady if she would like a try on the jewelry and helped her put it on, and she agreed. As a result, the man very gently and carefully helped his wife put on the gifted jewelry, which suited her very well. Then the young lady asked why the Duke had specifically tasked Nix with writing a report on tourism, and he thought for a moment. The Beast admitted that he wanted to continue trying to open the borders, so it was important for him to start exploring other aspects. The husband shared that until now, all Northerners have been unable to travel due to political issues, but he hoped they would be able to do so. Ferris knew that Nix had already been able to win the favor of the Southerners, and the Duke hoped that others could do the same. Laterra remembered that in her previous life, Turman had done everything to open up the North, but had left himself imprisoned. The heroine wanted to help her husband this time, so she asked if she could express her thoughts. The girl suggested trying to develop hot springs in their northern mountains, which would bring in revenue. The lady was already imagining how wonderful it would be to go there with her husband for a good soak. Ferris said he had a hard time imagining anything good, because in the north, they were used as showers after fighting monsters. Then the young lady proposed another option. They could hold a snow sculpture exhibition. The husband immediately suggested making a statue of the girl because she was so beautiful, but the lady rejected this option. Turman had already come up with an idea that if they opened up tourism, he and his wife could easily create a paradise for the two of them. As a result, the couple agreed that they both wanted to open the northern lands to everyone as soon as possible, and they began to prepare for their good life, setting out to defeat the dragon that the heroine had defeated in her past life. Carter and Favor were already there, ready to engage it in battle first, because it was Topaz who needed to defeat it, but the dragon Laterra had called a small dragon turned out to be huge. Before arriving in the west, the whole company gathered to discuss the appearance of the dragon that had to be defeated. Originally, in general, the creature was a scale from a powerful being that had accumulated power until it became a dragon. Ferris immediately remembered the dragon from the fairy tale, which the first Leadham had defeated and imprisoned in the South Sea. Laterra said in a panic that apparently the prince had not been able to kill the monster, and now it was their turn. Favor thought for a moment and said that in that case, it was all the more imperative that they defeat the creature, because it was their duty to protect the world. The heroine responded to this by saying that under no circumstances would she let this guy fight the monster alone. Manila asked for the plan to be explained to her, because she didn't understand why she and the merchant chief Weathers had been called here. Carter immediately understood the girl's thoughts and said that he really couldn't do anything, but Myrto wouldn't let him leave. The Duchess was full of strength and energy, as well as ideas on how they could best fight the dragon. As a result, just a few days later, the commoners were surprised to notice something incomprehensible appearing in the sky. It turned out that what was gradually forming in the sky was not even a crack, but an entire hole for the monster. A few days earlier, Moni had asked if it wasn't possible to destroy the dragon when it was still a scale, but her friend explained that she couldn't find it. She had tried to do so in her previous life, but in the end, she had failed despite using all her strength. As a result, as previously agreed, Favor and Carter encountered the dragon in its final stage, which Weathers did not like at all. The dragon was so huge that the business partner couldn't imagine how the heroine had fought it alone in her previous life. Father Honor and his assistants had already created a magic shield in advance, as they knew the situation. Myrto had arranged with Astrum beforehand that all the priests would be ready to strengthen their defenses. And now, no matter how powerful the monster was, at this moment it could not break through this powerful defense. Despite this, Carter himself felt extreme fear, so he gave Favor a chance to leave now if he wanted to. Weathers explained that no one would judge the guy for being afraid of such a giant, and what's more, his friends would be on his side. To this, Leadham declared that he would keep his oath and therefore would not hide in the shadows. Therefore, despite the turmoil in his heart, Favor was the first to charge into battle to protect everyone. The business partner was very surprised that the guy charged into battle so bravely and calmly, which made him respect him even more. While preparing for the battle, Laterra immediately said that they would not be able to stop the panic among the populace. This was because the nobles had never seen such a monster before and therefore did not know what to do. So, the first noblewoman to see the dragon just started shouting at her servants. She thought about asking Indigo for help, but realized that even he could not use magic outside the tower. The woman, in a panic, began to try to come up with a plan on how and where to evacuate all the city's residents. Just then, Carter drove up to her and said that places for all the refugees were already prepared and there was no need to worry. Weathers announced that he would open all the underground warehouses he had organized to the people of the city. After that, it was the couple's turn to enter the scene, and Ferris again jokingly called his wife Big Sister. The lady told the Duke not to get distracted and fired the first arrow at the dragon, as she was in a supporting role. Just in case, the Turman family dressed themselves up as mercenaries so that no one would question them later. After the girl, the boy drew his bow and shot an arrow so that the monster would finally be certain to get hurt. Sure enough, the arrow fired by Ferris was fierce and accurate, hitting the target immediately, and the dragon felt it. The monster let out a loud and furious roar that nearly deafened everyone near it. At the same time, Turman picked up the Duchess and said that he would shoot while they were on the move. At this point, the noblewoman, with the help of a map, calmed down and gave clear evacuation instructions. Weathers was glad that everything was going smoothly here, and he was already thinking about the next stage of their plan. Due to a ban, the Northern Duke did not have many knights, so Manila decided to offer her family's army. Lady Tika added that all her soldiers had been very disciplined lately because they had recently been beaten up by someone. Ferris scratched his head in embarrassment as these words were about him, and then continued to plan further. He recounted how he had once devised a precise evacuation system in the north, which was helpful for acting in the same way in the west now. The lady who was able to calmly handle helping the citizens thanked the knights for their cooperation. The man replied that he was just doing his duty, but the noblewoman retorted that she didn't think so at all. To this, the woman replied that none of them were obligated to expose their lives like that. The lady admitted that if it weren't for the help of the military, she would have had to watch the dragon destroy the city. But now everyone had done what they could, so Favor could calmly focus on fighting the monster. The guy was well aware that he had no right to make a mistake, which was why he was very worried, although he did not back down. Before the battle, Litera had advised Topaz to train his strength and had given him a book with notes on how to do it. As a result, Leadham studied all the materials very carefully and was now fully prepared to win. Mirdo, watching from the sidelines, said that in her previous life, she had fought without any such support. Therefore, she had been unable to avoid the deaths of the population then, but now the lady smiled as she saw that they had succeeded. At the moment Favor dealt the final blow to the monster, his mask cracked in half, revealing his face. The guy had not expected things to turn out this way, but he had nothing else to wear on his face, so he had to stay like that. The couple calmly realized that with this, a new story for the entire empire was beginning. In this life, because the people had seen Topaz, he had to appear before the emperor, who pretended to be happy for his relative. The ruler thought sadly that this time his own son had greatly disappointed him, which saddened the old man. So Eris told his illegitimate son that he would personally praise him and his achievements. After Favor bowed and left, the emperor immediately summoned the Marquis of Tika to say something. The head of the empire's expression changed, and he demanded that his aide find out who on earth had raised the guy. It was clear from Topaz that he had obviously been raised in a noble family, even though Eris had personally ordered his execution. The Marquis couldn't help but swallow in fear when he realized the ruler intended to kill the person who had helped Favor so much. Unexpectedly, the man said that the emperor should start by investigating his family, which surprised the old man. The Marquis explained that they would have to investigate more families, and they could start with him. That way, they could find out exactly who had not shown due respect to their ruler. Eris guessed that if he started by investigating his right-hand man, Tika, then the discontent should lessen. Saying all this, the Marquis was very pleased because he understood that now the emperor would only trust him more. At the same time, Tika hoped to stir up distrust of the Leadham family among the other nobles, of which the old man knew nothing. Their conversation ended there, so the Marquis headed towards his castle. But in the corridor, he ran into an acquaintance. It turned out that Abido had heard that his relative had appeared and decided to verify it himself because he didn't believe it. Tika's father confirmed that he had seen the guy's red eyes with his own eyes, but the prince claimed that Favor might be the son of Ferris's father, not his. The Marquis wisely did not argue, but replied that the heir would understand everything when he saw his relative himself. After hearing these words, Abido rushed to the throne room, where his own brother was said to be. Only now did the guy understand why Manila's father had said those words to him, and he twisted his face in disgust. This was because this unfamiliar relative was strikingly similar to Abido himself, though obviously calmer. It was impossible to tell from Favor's red eyes what he was thinking right now, as the guy himself continued to remain silent. At that moment, the emperor announced that he was glad to see both of his sons before him and would soon organize a celebration for it. Eris hoped that both guys would show their abilities to the empire and the people would choose a king. At this time, Litera was suffering from muscle pain, and Turman was trying to help her in any way he could. The girl begged her husband to be gentle with her, and he apologized every time, but he really couldn't do otherwise. The man asked with concern if his wife had really overworked herself so much that her whole body ached. The young lady explained with some frustration that it was more about her personal inner experiences affecting her muscles. The heroine admitted that it was the first time she had entrusted her duty in the form of fighting a dragon to someone else, and if Ferris hadn't been nearby, she would have rushed into battle. The Duke thought to himself that this was exactly how he felt when he tried to ascertain his wife's mood for himself. He gently rubbed her legs and said that it was time for the lady to get used to the fact that people could now act without her. The beast said that everyone around them would continue to do their best to help them, so it was impossible to continue suffering. Litera listened carefully to what her husband told her, because his support was very important to her now. And Ferris himself did not understand at all how the heroine's such a fragile body could withstand all the difficulties in her life. Suddenly, the husband realized what position he was in now, just giving the lady a massage. As her husband froze in one position, the girl felt it was difficult and reminded Turman of it again. Just then, Yugam entered the room and said that he had brought today's newspaper because it was worth reading. Ferris didn't have time to change his position, so he continued to lean over his wife. The butler became very nervous, so he just put down the papers and ran out of the room, saying he hadn't seen anything. Turman silently watched his aide, as he didn't even have time to say anything after him because he was in such a hurry. Only a few seconds later, the man realized that Yugam had once again misunderstood everything, but it was too late. So Ferris picked up the newspaper because he was very curious about what was written in it, since the butler hadn't brought him newspapers since the Duke began to be called the Beast. Since Turman's glasses were in another room, and he couldn't read without them, the husband handed the newspaper to his wife and asked her to start reading without him. She began to read the paper with interest and learned that the newspaper wrote about Favor's recent battle with the dragon. It turned out that a knightly duel was to be held soon, and Ferris was scared when he heard this news. This was because a jousting tournament was another display of wealth and status, as well as a demonstration of strength and skill. Litera believed that in this way, the emperor wanted to pit Abido and Favor against each other. The couple understood that the ruler simply wanted to know which of his sons was the best. Mirdo said that she had also participated in this battle in her previous life, but now she did not intend to. Turman said that his participation would be of no use, so he would not get involved in all these games. The Duchess returned his smile and then suddenly asked her husband why the newspaper said that he was also participating. The Beast was so surprised by this information that